Monster Synthesis Master. Chapter 800. Do you have anything else to tell me? After your handover, my side will set sail. It's not Lin Kei's urging, but he has made money to buy the portal. Now the top priority is to install a portal for the waste soil and push the plot to version 2.0. Graves thought for a moment. He was alone and didn't seem to have anything to prepare for. But Sarah and the clan still have some necessary processes to live in Yuanda Navigation Dock and run Gun Rose Bar. Here's the key to the bar. The small building and warehouse behind the bar store can be cleaned up a little. It's enough for more than 100 people. Then you can transform the open space in the backyard a little and build a small building. The living environment will be more relaxed. I've written a booklet on the brewing technology. I've slightly improved the brewing technology of malt beer in my hometown. You can have a look. Also, you can manage the bar well in Yuanda Hangwu. Don't join any forces or get involved in any disputes. Graves knew that eggs could not be put in one basket. Undefined now, he is forced to take risks for the future of Fushengxing. The people who stay in Yuanda Navigation Dock must maintain the status quo and peace and must not be involved in the struggle of any forces. Saint Sura looks peaceful and orderly on the surface, but behind it is also an undercurrent. With Graves' 10 years of experience in the universe, he can be alone. Sarah has little experience after all. She doesn't have a thorough understanding of the situation of Saint Sura. Once she acts rashly, it is likely to bring disaster to the Rune Star. Sarah remembered every word of her uncle and promised, "Uncle, don't worry, there will be no revival of the Divine Star before you come back. We are just your distant relatives, and running a good bar is the biggest goal." With Sarah's assurance, Graves' frown eased slightly. In this way, I'm relieved to go. Uncle, do you have anything else to clean up? I can order someone to bring it. Graves thought for a moment, just bring the box and tools for making rune in my back room. Oh, and a small safe in the drawer. Sharabi made an okay gesture and then went aside to communicate with the people using communication equipment. Soon the people sent the materials Graves needed. Remember, don't participate in the struggle of various forces. Lao Wang is a trustworthy person. If you have anything you don't understand or difficult to choose, you can ask him for advice. Then Link and Sarah made an alliance, and the Wasteland expedition added a new force, Rune Star. When Sarah left, she called Graves aside alone and said, "Uncle, you are the most skilled person in the rune language of the Rune Star. Your skills have been abandoned for more than 10 years. You must practice hard in the days after that. You must not lose the reputation of my Rune Star." Graves hit his chest with a single fist, "Follow Her Majesty's instructions." As Sarah left, everything about the mechanical fortress at the Grand Dock was over. The players wandering outside have also been called back, but according to Troy's report, 5 aliens have not returned, but they are not within the signal range. The last place where their signal appeared was the trading market of Yuanda Dock, and then it was disconnected. Do you think we should continue to wait for them, or are we ready to set sail? Troy asked. Suddenly disappear outside, that's offline. There are 2 reasons for going offline. The first is that there is an emergency in reality and suddenly goes offline, the second is premeditated. When you arrive at such a big port as Yuanda Navigation Dock and see so many alien forces and mobility, you yearn. You don't want to go back to the mechanical fortress and the Vatican system, and want to see the broader world outside. Check the information of these strange people and whether they took the resources stored in the warehouse before they left. A moment later, Troy replied, "Yes." It was said that he was going to take the goods to the trading area of Yuanda Dock to exchange some cosmic coins. Narink understood that there was a 90% chance. The 5 people agreed to jump out of the Great Dock and prepare for an exciting interstellar adventure. Link understood this behavior. After all, seeing the wider world outside, he didn't want to go back to the remote areas to make a fuss. In addition, some players have a strong spirit of adventure and challenge, which is natural. It doesn't depend on tasks and rewards. These Link had thought of it early in the morning when he was ready to control the general trend of players. The player group is a huge chaotic collection. He can only use tasks, rewards and reputation to affect some of them. Players are not Zerg. There are no people or things that can control the will of so many independent individuals. Let's go. With the adaptability of these aliens, we can get up in the universe even if we don't join us. It's a good choice to show the power of aliens to all races in the universe in advance. Troy nodded slightly and knew more about the head of state. Then I apply for departure now, and we are ready to return. Troy said, turning his body into a data streamer and disappearing in front of Link. Vatican System Waste Soil Expedition Army, submit an application for departure. When the application appeared in the signal tower of Yuan Dock, both staff were startled. You know, now the federal parliament is discussing how to win over the remnant of the Rune Star. It's too sudden for the mechanical fortress to leave at this time. Joe, the person in charge, rushed to the signal tower as soon as possible and passed the message to the federal parliament. Didn't Graves get off the mechanical fortress? Joe, the person in charge, asked. No, only Sarah, the Queen of the Rune, came down. According to the current situation, Graves is likely to follow each other. The slogan of Yuan Da Hangwu is freedom of trade, freedom of coming and going. They can't force each other to stay without special reasons. Soon, an order from the federal parliament agreed to release. In their view, as long as the Rune Queen Sarah and the people stay, everything can be discussed. The departure of the mechanical fortress once again attracted the attention of many people. People came to the square wharf one after another to witness the grand occasion when the behemoth left. The mechanical fortress took only 5 days from entering the port to leaving, which can be said to be short. However, this short period of 5 days is undoubtedly a memorable glimpse in their lives for the businessmen or staff of Yuan Dock. Many people have only heard of the name of super large aircraft, but they have never seen it. The appearance of mechanical fortress made them witness the style of super large aircraft. Although the other party came and went like the wind, and did not make any momentum after coming to Yuan Dock, it seemed that he really just settled down a little. But this grace is enough to make them unforgettable all their lives. Even when we grow old, there are people who talk about showing off to their children and grandchildren. I also saw super large aircraft in those years. The mechanical fortress left the port smoothly. The great dock on the periphery of Saint Sura is getting smaller and smaller in the porthole. Graves leaned against the porthole and looked at the second hometown who had lived for 7 or 8 years. His heart was full of twists and turns and thoughts. After a while, Link walked behind Graves and said, "Sarah brought you something. Don't you go and have a look?" Graves was stunned. Besides her own box, Sarah brought him something? It's in the rest area where Fushengxing is to be renovated. You can go and have a look. Link's face has a sly smile. Graves was stunned. He always felt that these people were hiding something from themselves. Graves came to the rest area where the rune star was to be built, then walked into the room, and a black rune box was prominently displayed on the ground. There are streamer lines on the surface of the rune box. The whole cube is about 50 centimeters long and wide. Each side is divided into 9 pieces, and there is a rune on each piece. The shape looks like a black cube. The rune box of Fushengxing. Graves couldn't help taking a breath. Shouldn't this thing be in the bar? Why is it here? Just as Graves was stunned, several more people came out of the back of the room. Your Highness. Graves looked at the 4 familiar faces and was slightly surprised. Contrary to his age, they were all descendants of the royal family. They used to read, write, and read together in the school, and even fought side by side with him. Why are you here? Her Majesty ordered us to come here. Your Highness, it's inconvenient for you to join the Wasteland expedition as an envoy. So she ordered 4 of us to come and help, and accumulate strength and make good friends for the revival of Fusion Star in the future. Then this rune box. Graves pointed to the artifact of the rune star. Her Majesty said that she understood the truth of cherishing her sins. Now, the Rune Star clan in Yuanda Navigation Dock have no ability to protect this artifact, and it is safest to leave it in the mechanical fortress. At the same time, since you want to recover the Rune Star, someone must learn this top rune language skill. Now, among all the people, Your Highness is the strongest. Your Majesty ordered you to be here before returning. Be sure to learn all the runes in the rune box. Graves looked at the rune box and smiled helplessly. After hiding for so long and refusing so much, I finally failed to avoid shouldering the future fate of the rune star. Now the rune box is in hand, and there are 4 old friends who help. They are not afraid of being lonely all the way. At this time, Link also came in from the outside. Graves smiled. The Führer arranged it very well. Link laughed, raised his hand and motioned for his innocence. Although I used a little skill, I really didn't arrange it. Well, Sarah is still as weird as before, said Graves. While several people were talking, the Trojan data entity appeared. With a wave, it was holographic projection. Führer, after we left Yuanda Navigation Dock, 10 warships followed us. Among them, 2 Jinghai-class frigates, 3 Yunhai-class frigates, 3 Harrier-class ships, 1 series destroyer and 1 guard-class destroyer. Link looked at the interstellar formation formed by 10 warships in the picture and couldn't help laughing. Oh, such a big battle. The macaw's ears were very sensitive. He didn't know where he heard the news. He ran from the room to Link, followed by the silver hand, and there was a pot under his armpit. The macaw scratched his waist and looked at the spectacular 10 ships in the holographic picture. He couldn't help but sigh with wow in his bright eyes. Did these ships come out to see off? The macaw asked. Silver covered his face with one hand and was stupid to cry by the macaw. Idiot, how could you arrange so many ships to send you off? Obviously it's just that you happen to leave on the same way. The turning point of Silver Hand is also unexpected. The unseasoned pot caught in the armpit was ready to cry without tears, and wanted to correct the 2 people's ideas. It was not easy to say it directly. It could only say weakly, these ships may have followed us, just like going to the lost planet. Moreover, the spray pictures and logos of the outer bodies of these ships are all the style of the Chaos faction. The macaw sneered, Siege? Don't tease me. Don't they know that the mechanical fortress has a second form? The Silver Hand was stunned. It seems that they really don't know. The macaw and the Silver Hand jointly explained what an idiot is for the people present. However, Graves smelled something else from the attitude of several people. In this battle formation, 4 old friends around him had turned pale with fear, but several people of the Wasteland Expeditionary Army were still playing tricks here, which seemed totally inappropriate. Moreover, it was confirmed by the words of this fat parrot. Another conjecture is that this ordinary super-large aircraft indeed has a back move. Link ignores the 2 living treasures and glances at the holographic screen. Among the 10 warships, the strongest is the Guardian Destroyer, followed by the Ceres Destroyer. These 2 destroyers have heavy firepower, and the other Jinghai class, Yunhai class, and even Harrier class ships are at most 1 it's used for the front line. I don't know the level of these destroyers. In other words, among destroyers, guard destroyers are equivalent to blue quality and Ceres is green quality. Among frigates, Jinghai class is green quality and Yunhai class is white quality. Small ships in Harrier class are directly the lowest white quality, which is only higher than some commercial mining ships are larger and of high quality. Let them follow. Anyway, they don't dare to do it before leaving the planetary belt. After that, Link shook his head and said with regret, what a pity. What a pity? The macaw asked casually. Out of the asteroid belt, these ships will be turned into space garbage, but we can't recycle them. Between words, these ships have been sentenced to death. But if we kill this fleet in front of Yuanda Dock, Saint Sura, and millions of people, won't the influence of our wasteland expedition take off in a wave? Link couldn't help laughing. Graves was even more curious. What was the second form of the mechanical fortress that could make them so confident? At the same time, everyone's eyes were also focused on the mechanical fortress at Yuanda Navigation Dock and even Saint Sura. The fleet composed of these 10 ships left the port together, which was a great shock to people. As for the purpose of these ships, it was just to accompany everyone knows Ma Zhao's heart. P.S. This book has 800 chapters. Let's vote a few monthly votes to celebrate. Chapter 801. Sarah had just sent off Link and his party with her front foot, and 10 ships left the port with her rear foot. She followed her and made it clear that she was going to attack the mechanical fortress. The mechanical fortress has been docked in Yuanda Navigation Dock for 4 or 5 days, and has long been watched by some interested people. The people who came out of the mechanical fortress have long been under close surveillance and have not seen any traces of higher civilization. Although the mechanical fortress is huge in size, it has few combat modules on the surface and is stretched to the limit. It does not even have a guard-class destroyer. After a series of discussions and evaluations, they decided to give it a try and try the quality of this so-called advanced civilization. Undefined if the bet is right, it's just a super-large aircraft mechanical fortress, which is enough for them to change their current state and eat full of oil. If the bet is wrong, the Guard-class and series destroyers are also confident that they can escape each other's fire, leaving the remaining frigates and Harriers to face the anger of the mechanical fortress. The frigate and Harrier-class ships want 2 destroyers to face anger. They rely on their exquisite ship shape and mobility to quickly avoid each other's fire and evacuate from the battlefield. Therefore, under this kind of devils, several chaotic forces decided to test the quality of the mechanical fortress. In terms of the preparatory work they have done in the early stage, there is a 60% chance that the level of mechanical fortress is secondary. The probability of 60% is not low. It can really let them go. There were a lot of rumors about the mechanical fortress before. Although many people criticized it, it was limited to themselves or those close to them. No one would show their doubts about the civilization in the super-large aircraft. However, from the contact and communication with people who came out of the mechanical fortress, people more or less felt that the high-level civilization they imagined did not seem to exist. The people in Yuanda Dock are either order or chaos. The Chaos faction are also those who dare not do it. Many people in the Order faction also want to see whether the fleet composed of these 10 ships can test the quality of the mechanical fortress. Except for the anxious Sarah and the Fushengxing people, almost everyone else in Yuanda Hangwu is in the mood of watching the play. Sarah put her hands together. All she can do now is pray. Uncle Graves, the artifact rune box of the rune star, and 4 elders are all in the mechanical fortress. If there is an accident in the mechanical fortress, the revival of the rune star will become a great dream in the spring and autumn period. Moreover, without the rune box, the mystery of the rune language of the rune star is likely to be lost, and the race will be completely annihilated in the long river of time. Even the federal parliament of Saint Sula, after learning the news, was silent for a moment and said only one sentence: continue to pay attention. If you start in the planetary belt, Saint Sula will send troops to help at the first time. If we do it outside the planetary belt, according to the Interstellar Convention, it has nothing to do with us. When entering Sansura, the speed of the mechanical fortress was not fast because there was a guide ship ahead. However, when leaving, the speed of the mechanical fortress was obviously much faster, and it could drive out of the planetary belt in 4 or 5 hours. Everyone in Yuanda Dock is focusing on the mechanical fortress and the subsequent joint fleet at this moment. This fleet composed of Chaos faction can be called luxury. The combination of destroyers, frigates, and small ships can form a complete formation with only one aircraft carrier or battle cruiser. Among them, the Guard-class destroyer is the focus of the whole audience. The strong firepower support and the huge R-star letter mark on the ship reveal its identity, the Ross Consortium. The Ross Consortium apparently has a lot of cargo and arms business, but because of its chaotic nature, it often loots ships. Merchant ships charge protection fees. If they are predators, they will eat black directly. It is the existence of bully level in several surrounding galaxies. This time, led by the Ross Consortium, it seems that I want to try the quality of the mechanical fortress. The business of the whole Yuan-da-dok is almost stagnant. At this time, no one cares about any commercial business. The battle between the quasi-integrated fleet and super-large aircraft is not easy to see. If the mechanical fortress is really a higher civilization, it will show unprecedented power at that time. However, if the outside is strong and the inside is strong, then they can see a wonderful scene of scuffle between several chaotic forces in order to divide up the mechanical fortress. You know, the Ross Consortium is an old hand in black eating. While several other forces choose to cooperate, they must be wary of this hand, and there will be a wonderful space war at that time. Yuan-da-dok grasped the flow, simply focused all the monitoring signals along the way on both sides of the war, and projected holographic images and digital signals to all parts of Yuan-da-dok. In a short time, all the food and drink stores in Yuan-da-hangwu were full of people, and everyone watched the live broadcast with interest. The forward speed of the mechanical fortress, the countdown of how long it will take to get out of the planetary belt, and even the detected large and small weapons are compared with the firepower of the quasi-full fleet. If Link knew, he would give Joe a thumb. Grasp the flow, keep up with the trend, or you are good at it. The battle alarm also sounded in the mechanical fortress. Graves took 4 old comrades in arms for the first time, with a rune double-barrel rifle in his hand, a cigar in his mouth, and his eyes filled with always ready to fight. Everyone in the mechanical fortress, we are about to leave the planetary belt and enter the state of battle. Please go back to the lounge, fasten your seat belts and be careful of falling objects on your head. We strive to end the battle in the shortest time. Please cooperate with the broadcast and take protective measures. Graves and his old comrades in arms froze after listening to the broadcast. Seems. Doesn't need them? In this level of battle, long-distance bombardment will damage all parts of the mechanical fortress. Recycling and repair will be a big problem at that time. Therefore, the general chaos looters will choose to interrupt or invade the other party's control system, or destroy the engine, and then break through the door and suppress it by force. Your Highness, what shall we do now? We've just joined the mechanical fortress, so we'd better do it according to the broadcast requirements. Graves put away his gun and his excited blood at the same time. You are about to leave Saint Sula. I hope you will come again with the welcome automatic broadcast of Saint Sula. It announced that the mechanical fortress had completely left the planetary belt. The formation artillery behind them have also been opened one by one, or locked in the mechanical fortress. As soon as they get out of the planetary belt, they will launch a fierce attack on them. Link took a look in the main control room and issued the first action instruction to Troy. Speed up. With the flame from the engine at the tail of the mechanical fortress, the sub-linkage engine also began to run, and the mechanical fortress moved at full speed. The leader of the joint formation behind smiled grimly. Do you want to run now? Can you run? We also accelerate. Both sides accelerated back and forth. At the first time when they drove out of the planetary belt, the formation behind accelerated close to the mechanical fortress, and dozens of locked messages were received on the Link console at one time. Link's mouth was slightly raised and issued the second instruction, open the protective force field, we're pulling away. Countless firelights hit the protective cover of the mechanical fortress from behind, rolling up layers of ripples. A chase began immediately. After driving out of enough range of the planetary belt, Link's face showed a bad smile of successful treachery. The head turned slightly to one side. 9-striped dragon, it's your turn to come out next. It's time for the glory of the Black Throne to shine on the whole Saint Sura. As soon as the voice fell, the 9-striped dragon immediately integrated with the console, and the keel bones and thorns grew upside down, which was jagged and ferocious. The appearance of the whole mechanical fortress is also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original heavy, simple mechanical fortress was immediately covered with keel and wrapped in the keel. The wings formed by Shinix extend for hundreds of miles and are spectacular in the universe. At this time, Link said on the public channel that can be heard by the whole Saint Sula, "Witness the power of the Black Throne. P.S. Wanjun is still strong. Give Wanjun some monthly votes." Chapter 802. The United Formation is stupid. Just now, the crude and lack of offensive mechanical fortress suddenly changed its appearance, and countless ferocious bones stretched out from the inside of the body. Then it was like the abdominal cavity of a dragon, completely wrapping the mechanical fortress. The dragon's wings and head are full of light Shinix, but the appearance of a giant dragon still clearly appears in the universe. At the same time, the detection systems on destroyers and frigates screamed sharply. "Warning! Warning! Undefined detection target energy index exceeds detection range. The target energy is being greatly amplified. If it is not interrupted, the detector will be irreversibly damaged." All kinds of warning messages continue to brush the screen, but at present, the captains and pilot operators of 10 ships have lost sight of the warnings issued by the system. The harsh warning lasted only a few seconds, followed by silence. The detector is completely damaged and invalid due to too strong signal. Silence is where these people have seen this battle. A super-large aircraft that can be transformed. The whole shocking bone dragon shape flows into everyone's heart through the window of the main control room in the quiet universe. In the planetary belt, the scanning ships in charge of detection, as the closest witnesses accept both sides, can better understand this sense of shock. "Terror, what the hell is this?" A staff member spoke with a strong tremble. He has never seen such an aircraft since he was born. "A dragon! A bone dragon!" The companion not far away shivered, and the situation was similar. "I haven't seen such a scene in my dream. You said that fighting later would not affect us." They are at the mobile checkpoint of the planetary belt. The width of the planetary belt is only a few kilometers. With the current state of the super-large bone dragon, we can imagine the horror of its attack. If the energy reaches a little, they will suffer here. It's all these Dog Day Chaos faction. It's okay to offend any super-large aircraft. How can we have no confidence to drive this ship across the universe? The Ross Consortium is really stupid. It will also affect us. 2 scanning security inspectors hide in the mobile inspection station and swear, but the war will not change with their will. The picture of Yuan Dadok is a little slower than that of the scene by 2 seconds. But in this breathing time, Yuan Dadok was completely silent. The third largest port in the Tuesday system, which accommodates millions of people, was completely silent. The real sense of the needle can be heard. Everyone stared at the behemoth in the holographic picture. Even across the screen, they can feel the dragon coming. The ordinary mechanical fortress suddenly turned into a skull dragon, which caught a group of melon eaters off guard. "What is this and why have you never seen it before? Is this the majesty of higher civilization? The super-large aircraft has grown a bone dragon in a short time. It is worthy of being a higher civilization. I want to see carefully whether the combat mode in this deformed state. Normal people can only be shocked if they are shocked." As soon as this bone dragon warship appeared, it broke everyone's inherent impression of the ship in a rough and arrogant way. But if you look closely, ordinary people are shocked only by the huge and shocking image of Bone Dragon Fortress, then other people with slightly higher grades and broad horizons are far more shocked than ordinary people. They see deeper than ordinary people. Just as they say, the more they know, the more they understand the horror of Mechanical Fortress and this higher civilization. The skeleton escapes with strong energy fluctuations. The image of the skull dragon is not only terrible, but because it itself is the real dragon bone. It's over. The Ross Consortium has provoked a big guy this time. His ordinary people are ecstatic when they get a long keel. They are the most precious resources and materials. At present, this higher civilization simply regards the keel as a Chinese cabbage. There are more than 100,000 tons of keel in quality. It's really a monster. It's no exaggeration to say that if you want to calculate by value, this Bone Dragon warship is enough to buy the second half of the TUS galaxy. Half the TUS galaxy. This conclusion made the people present lag again. The original mechanical fortress was mediocre, accounting for only the word big. However, with the emergence of the Bone Dragon model, the wealth of higher civilization is undoubtedly revealed. The keel, which is precious to everyone in the universe, is regarded as the most common building material and blessed on the ship. This heroic spirit has gone beyond the barriers that people can imagine. The keel itself is a very precious magic material and a treasure that all magicians dream of. What kind of ability this dragon ship will have is really exciting. Gun Rose Bar. Sarah and the people listened to the whispers of the people around her. Their hearts were like riding a roller coaster up and down. Uncle Wang, is it a sure win under the current situation? Sarah asked involuntarily. Her knowledge is still too shallow. She only knows that the keel is a good thing. Seeing the shocked faces of all the people around her, she has a feeling that this wave of uncles should be safe. The old Wang on one side was excited, the ground turned red and his hands trembled. It's more than nothing. I tell you, this quasi-full fleet, one. All. Run. No. It's killing. This time, these chaotic factions are kicking the iron plate. Sarah's eyes flashed with joy. If so, she would be even more happy to sign an alliance agreement with the Wasteland Expedition. At least, Fuxing Rune will no longer be an unreachable dream. Outside the planetary belt. Although he was greedy for the Guardian Destroyer, Link knew when to put fire and create deterrence, and when to kill and seize treasure. At present, it is not a good opportunity to annex destroyers, but a great opportunity to create influence in front of millions of people. This influence is much higher than the value of a guard-class destroyer. 9-striped dragon, fire. With Link's order, the Black Throne attacked for the first time under the gaze of countless eyes. The previous ordinary artillery and energy artillery are now wrapped in the dragon-shaped faucet. The cannon and energy cannon gathered energy, and the dark green Chinook cannon surged out, drawing several silent green streamers in the deep air. The quasi-Manchurian fleet on the opposite side was even immersed in surprise and shock. When they saw the Chinook gun beam coming face to face, they suddenly recovered. Come on, open the defense field. Turn the rudder and avoid the attack. The captain of the largest Guardian destroyer was still comforting the operators. Don't panic. Our defense field is strong enough to resist this attack. Inform other ships to disperse at the first time and open the front to let the other party take care of one thing and lose the other. However, as soon as the captain's voice fell, the blue protective force field was directly penetrated by the Chinook gun. With the penetration point as the center, the surrounding protective force field began to glow with red light and cracks and began to disintegrate. The speed of light of the Chinook gun landed steadily on the body of the guard destroyer, penetrated the armor and disappeared into the interior of the ship. Like a rough bowl, it swept all the facilities and devices on the road. The defense field of other ships is as fragile as paper and can be easily penetrated by Chinook guns. Guard and Series' own armor protection is still in place and has not been pierced from head to tail by Chinook guns. But other Jinghai, Yunhai, and Harrier classes are not so lucky. These levels of frigates were directly pierced from head to tail by Chinook guns, and the smallest Harrier class exploded on the spot. The staff of several ships were trembling, and the red warning on the main control room screen and instrument panel quickly popped up. Warning: the ecological area has been completely exposed to the external environment, and the oxygen in the cabin has lost rapidly. There is still 1 minute left to completely transform into an anaerobic environment. The following areas have been detected to be exposed to cosmic rays. The damage degree of the ship exceeds 30%, please repair it as soon as possible. Loopholes in the arsenal, if not repaired in time, will trigger a chain reaction. Just one shot, most of the Guardian destroyer has failed, and the Chinook power has not dissipated after the invasion, but continues to corrode and erode like bone gangrene. This is only the first round of bombardment. It has been killed just after dealing with the impact of the second round of Chinook cannon. This time, in addition to the energy beam, there were cannons wrapped with Chinook energy. The artillery shells of Guard class and series are either intercepted in the air and exploded in the space environment, or it was completely blocked by the psychic field of the Black Throne, and it didn't even stir up any waves. In an instant, Guard level and series were more than half damaged respectively. In the face of such rough fire, their only luxury now is to leave the battlefield and return to the planetary belt. The rest of the ships are even worse. Under the oppressive impact of the Chinook gun, it was shot into a sieve, the engine was damaged, the main control room was damaged, each cabin was in close contact with the cosmic environment, and the oxygen passed quickly. At the same time, the pressure difference formed directly rolled many people out of the ship and condensed in the cold universe. Because of the pressure difference between the oxygen in the lungs and blood, the skin swelled and gradually separated from the flesh and blood. Finally, with a paw explosion, it became a mass of indescribable things and floated wantonly in the universe. However, Link had lured the distance in advance. The Guardian and Ceres saw that the planetary belt was not far away, but their escape speed was not as fast as the energy beam. One after another, Chinook cannons penetrated through the armor and into the interior of the ship. Like a wanton knife, it pierces into it aimlessly and destroys all kinds of inside the ship. Finally, the two destroyers stopped completely less than a few kilometers from the planetary belt. Under the attack of a Chinook cannon, it turned into an invisible fire in the Sansura galaxy. The debris of the warship float in the universe and are then captured by the gravity of the planet and integrated with the ice crystals and rocks in the planetary belt. Link glanced at the systematic experience settlement evaluation, and then raised his mouth. 9-striped dragon, let's go. The Yuanda navigation dock was quiet. Everyone looked at the holographic screen in a daze. A quasi-full fleet was crushed by the Black Throne without any room for resistance. Even the other side did not use any redundant offensive means, and destroyed all this only by the terrible green speed of light and shells. Apart from the sense of terror and oppression, they had no thoughts in their minds. Joe, the person in charge, trembled, took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his head. Fortunately, Saint Sura and Yuanda navigation dock did not go too far, otherwise it would not be just this chaotic fleet that was destroyed today. The Wasteland Expedition. Witnessed by millions of people. It is conceivable that after today, the name of the Black Throne will be heard throughout the Tutu's galaxy with the mouth of these tourists and mercenaries. P.S. Ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 803. It's terrible that a quasi-full fleet was directly crushed by Chinook guns alone, and even guard destroyers could not escape. Such a powerful combination didn't force out other abilities of the Black Throne. The expressions of several members of the Federal Parliament of Saint Sula were equally shocked. Such a quasi-full fleet attacked Saint Sura, and the escort of Saint Sura had to fight for some time, but it only took a few minutes in front of the Black Throne. And these few minutes were beaten unilaterally, thanks to the larger size of Guard class and series, and they are more resistant to beating among destroyers. Otherwise the time for the Black Throne to end the battle will be shorter. The two destroyers didn't even touch the edge of the Black Throne. The only attacks were like mud oxen into the sea. Undefined, the President of the Federal Parliament, reacted the fastest and immediately said, "Come on. Let this news out. It's a great publicity benefit to Saint Sula." Other members were stunned and immediately understood the chairman's idea, but others looked sad and said with some worry, "But will we stand in line to obviously and easily offend the Ross Consortium?" The Ross Consortium has a very wide range of influence in the TUS galaxy. If we stand in line so obviously, we are easy to be targeted by the Ross Consortium, which is not good for the development of Yuanda Hangwu and Saint Sula. The chairman smiled gently. Now it's the Ross Consortium that should be frightened. If he offends such a high civilization, even if he has more fleets, he can't see enough in front of the Black Throne. We don't even need to publicize his achievements. As long as we publicize it, the Black Throne specially comes to us to park and do business. The rest will be publicized for us by millions of spectators who witnessed this scene in the Grand Dock. The position of Yuan Da Hang Dock in the TUS Galaxy has always been inferior to the previous ones. This time, there are finally publicity materials. We must take them out and publicize them. The Black Throne gradually left the view of the camera and disappeared into the vast universe, leaving a natural and unrestrained figure for everyone, and fighting a king-level rolling battle worthy of repeated comment. This beautiful figure will always be branded in the minds of millions of viewers who have witnessed it and turned into a legend. Link stood in the main control room and looked through the porthole at the debris of various warships sucked by the planetary belt. He was very distressed. Unfortunately, guard-class destroyers are rare. If this can be used for his own use, the strength of the Wasteland Expedition Army will rise again. Zhuge Dragon stepped back from the console and stood beside Link, but the harvest of this battle may be more than a destroyer. Link glanced at the system and echoed, yes, the harvest this time is far more than a guard. At this moment, his influence in Saint Sula has increased to 12 o'clock, and he has reached the peak. At the same time, the system also gives a prompt. Since your influence has broken through the original galaxy, the influence system will be updated again. After the update, it will be measured in a new unit of measurement, legendary degree. The conversion ratio between legendary degree and influence is 50. Influence equals 1 legendary degree, and it is not distinguished by galaxies. Link looked at the front of the attribute interface, and the original influence banner had been greatly changed. Name, Link. Race, Human. Level, LV75+, Legend. Energy level, C+. Experience, 220+ million. Occupation, erudite. Identity, President of Lin's Consortium, Spokesman of Mandala, Honorary Curator, Sadu, Guest Elder of the Moon Shadow Council, Supreme Commander of Sadu, Desert Emperor, Terminator, Head of the Free Federation, Lord of Wasteland, All-Knower of Wasteland. HP, 24,420/24420. Energy value, 6,300/6,300. Attributes, Strength 490, Agility 406, Endurance 267, Intelligence 182, Energy 325, Charm 32, Luck 198. Potential point, 50. Legend, 1 point, 24 Influence. Talent, Swarm Commander, Swarm Affinity. Evaluation, Unstoppable Rising. It's just a Sansura. You should know that millions of people have seen the scene just now. As these people travel around, today's story will drift further and bring more influence to Link. Troy, contact Penny and ask him to contact the people over Ningchinki to prepare for docking. Okay, Führer. The trip to the TUS Galaxy was only a small episode, but it paved the way for Link to leave the Vatican Galaxy. During this period, Link got money from the portal and a top combat force, Graves. Next, it's time to go back to the wasteland of your base camp. After that, there will be a real war with alien stars. When the alien star is solved, even if version 2.0 is completely completed. I hold 3 novice planet portals, that is, the lifeblood of the player. At that time, I will lay out versions 3.0 and 4.0 in advance. Isn't it magus? Mustafa. First Order Home Star. Spirit docked and entered the port. Ningchinki wandered outside for several months and returned to his mother star, but there was no joy on his face. Instead, he sighed. Looking through the porthole, all members of the ship's eyes jumped with joy, and their mood was more relaxed than before. Some even hummed a little song. Have you ordered to go down? Ningchinji asked the porthole. The transparent porthole, because the light reflected Ningchinki's face and the adjutant AI. It has been emphasized again and again that there is a private deal between us and Link. The soldiers on the ship are very loyal and there will be no problem. Ning Chenji knows that it is not time to announce this matter, so we must keep it a secret. With the spirit officially docked, there was a collision sound from the ship. Mustafa is here, and the people in his hometown welcome all the warriors back. The cabin door of the Courage opened slowly, and the soldiers marched towards the port in turn. First order: all ships are docked in orbital docks outside the planet. Connected with the orbital dock is a corridor connecting the ground and space, which is called the miracle of creation. If the people on the spirit want to reach the ground, they also need to take the rail elevator of the corridor, and it takes an hour and a half to reach the ground and breathe the fresh and familiar air of Mustafa. No more personnel will be left in the spirit, and all will be taken over by mechanical intelligence to be responsible for the maintenance of the ship, inject power, and prepare energy materials for the next voyage in advance. The soldiers took the rail elevator orderly, and Ning Chenji and Aize took the elevator at the level of senior commander. As the mechanical door closes, a holographic image appears in front of Ning Chenji and Ai, an expressionless mechanical body, mechanical wise man and first order leader Turing. Ning, welcome back. How's the mission? Ning Chenji fitted his chest with one hand and paid tribute to the leader Turing. The mission is very smooth. The alien rebellion of Pandora and Victoria has been completely solved. Ning Chenji just wanted to say some details, but Turing took the lead. Very good. It's worthy of my promotion. But you shouldn't rest too long this time because you have a new task. New task? Ning Cheng frowned. According to our scanning of the galaxy sector, we found a planet suspected of alien base camp. When you were away, I discussed with other army leaders and formulated a nest covering plan. Chapter 804. Nest covering plan? Ning Chenji knows nothing about it. But soon, there was a plan negotiated by leader Turing and other army leaders. After reading the plan, Ning Chenji frowned and never stretched again. The nest covering plan is quite radical from his point of view. Undefined. The general content is that after the survey determines that the surveyed planet is an alien base camp, the First Order will implement the nest covering plan, summon all troops to the target planet, completely destroy the alien base camp and permanently eliminate the alien disaster. All the troops, including the leader Turing and the 7 subordinate commanders. For Ning Chenji, this is a desperate act. It's hard to imagine that the plan was made by wary leader Turing. Turing's face in the hologram was calm and asked, "Are you surprised?" Ning Chenji didn't hide, "It's hard to imagine such a radical plan coming from you." Turing's tone was flat, "The battle between us and aliens has lasted for thousands of years. But do you know what makes me despair most? The second law of thermodynamics. Yes, the universe we live in is an isolated system. The system always changes spontaneously in the direction of increasing chaos, which always increases the entropy of the whole system. This means that our universe will eventually die, and with the increase of the age of the universe, more chaotic eras and things are still waiting for us, which is an irreversible fate. Our life is endless, and the future should not be limited to the Vatican galaxy. Therefore, we must solve the alien stars as soon as possible, and then vigorously develop ourselves, so as to resist the chaos caused by the increase of entropy in the future. If Link were here, he would certainly applaud Turing. Its worry and prediction direction is right. After that, they will encounter many shocks and major events. If the alien stars are not solved all the time, the weak Vatican galaxy and the First Order will be submerged in major events again and again. After my calculation, I feel that an energy is accumulating in the Vatican galaxy. This chaotic energy may affect the outcome of the Millennium War, so I must take risks and seize this opportunity. When Turing said it, Ning Chenji's first reaction was Link. In the whole Vatican galaxy, only Link is enough to affect the historical trend of the Vatican galaxy. Oh, have you calculated the specific information of this energy or variable? Turing still had no expression and shook his head. This calculation is too large, and I can only use psychological history to deduce its trend, and I can't lock a single individual. But I can calculate that this is a huge energy, so it won't be an individual. Ning Chenji remained calm and asked, I don't know when this action will start and what do I need to do. I've arranged for people to go to the target star field to check. I believe there will be results soon. As an important regiment commander of the First Order, now you just have a good rest, and then stand by in the nearby star field and wait for the command of the general attack. Ning Chenji sighed, I hope we can really find the nest of alien stars this time and wipe it out in a wave, otherwise we will give alien stars some time, and there will be endless trouble. The sudden change of rhythm made Ning Chenji a little uncomfortable, as if he had gone out, and everything pressed the acceleration key. The holographic image in front of them had disappeared. Ning Chenji and AI sat in their chairs and looked at the stars outside the window and the atmosphere, ocean, and land under their feet. There was a silence. What do you think is the probability of finding an alien nest this time? There was no expression on AI's face. If it was calculated by the wise man, it is very likely to be determined. Ning Chenji sighed softly, the wise man's decision-making is very risky. He directly presses the 7 regiments directly. It can only be said that it is worthy of the nest covering plan. That's another thing. AI hesitated. You have just heard that there is a huge variable in our Vatican galaxy. Who do you think it will be? I have always believed in the operation of wise men. Psychological history is a complex mathematics, which can predict some historical processes and trends in the future with mathematical models. Moreover, we have spent a lot of time in the First Order millennium because of the existence of psychological history, the second crisis. Now the calculated variables are likely to be our guesses, so we are also likely to play an important role in promoting this historical process. If we destroy this development line because of our mistakes, we may really become sinners of history. AI thought for a moment and said, the wise man just said that after we rest, we can practice and wait for orders. We can meet there through this opportunity. Ning Chenji nodded slightly and agreed with AI. After all, they have only one chance now. Did you contact each other before you came back? Where are they now? The two sides share their itinerary. I saw that they left the Vatican system and went to the TUS system. Before the transition, the other party also sent a message that they would go to Saint Sura in the TUS system to do something and come back in about half a month. Ning Chenji's face showed a different color, and his eyebrows could not help wrinkling. What are they doing in the TUS galaxy? The TUS galaxy is more developed than the Vati galaxy, but it will encounter more accidents. The Chaos faction led by the Ross Consortium will never stay after encountering the super-large aircraft such as the Mechanical Fortress. With the firepower and configuration of the Mechanical Fortress, 80% will suffer. AI was silent. This time, everything seemed to press the acceleration button. All the original step-by-step plans were pushed down and replaced by radical strategies, as if he wanted to roll up his sleeves and work hard. When Ning Chenji and AI are worried about the next transaction and Link's safety, the Mechanical Fortress has embarked on the road of return. He brushed a wave of sense of existence in Saint Sula, brushed his clothes, and hid his merit and reputation. As for the new Graves and his 4 old friends, they have been frightened by the wealth of the Mechanical Fortress. Darling, a super-large aircraft suddenly turned into a bone dragon. They were shocked by more than 100,000 tons of keel emitting magical energy and the Chinook gun destroying the sky and earth. After reading it, Graves put out his cigar. I'm afraid I'll make a fool of myself when I'm seen. Link is free and has time to deal with some of the affairs at hand. The most important thing is the stone slab carried back by Jinghu. Let Afu call Pharaoh Tumen, who can read the ancient hieroglyphics, and then take out this stone plate. Pharaoh, this is the stone plate I found when I rescued the remnant of the rune star on the lost planet. Please help me translate what it means. Pharaoh Tumen felt interesting when he scanned the stone plate at the first glance. It's interesting. I didn't expect that there were the same civilization and words outside the waste soil. Let me see. Under Pharaoh Tumen's gold mask, a pair of green pupils swept the slate. At first, Pharaoh Tumen was nothing different, but when he looked down again, Aya attracted Link's attention. After that, even through the golden mask, Link could feel the dignified complexion and low aura of Pharaoh Tumen. Finally, after reading the slate, Pharaoh Tumen took a deep breath, turned his head and asked, "What else did you find where you found the slate?" "That cave is where Jinghe lives. There are traces of manual excavation. The stone slab was found underground at the end of the cave and covered with a layer of soil. The excavation work at the end of the cave is not over. From the messy excavation traces, it can be seen that the project has stopped suddenly without any sign." Pharaoh Tumen pondered for a moment and said, "Then I'll tell you. You'll be surprised when you hear it." Pharaoh Tumen began to explain the hieroglyphs on the stone plate for Link word by word. "This is the 4th day of arrival here. This planet has an extremely special inner world structure. According to the current survey environment and assessment results, it is an ideal place for us to settle down. I hope we can avoid the eyes and ears of that thing this time. The chief priest Eisner and the chief bodyguard Nahade led us to reclaim and dig here. We are going to dig an underground activity area in the cave to avoid being attacked by beasts at night. We also found an energy-containing stone here, which will release a magnetic field after heating, which may become an important source of energy for us. It's coming. It's coming. We still can't escape its eyes and ears. We thought the world could be isolated from the outside world, but we didn't expect the other party to come to the door. We happened to escape from the wasteland all the way. Where will we stop next? Can we escape? The answers to all this must be given to tomorrow." After Pharaoh Tumen finished his explanation, he looked up at Link to see his shocked appearance. Link put his hands in his chest, but the expression on his face did not change much. The chief priest Eisner and the chief bodyguard Nahade used the hieroglyphics of ancient Pharaoh culture. Link had made up the history of the Pharaoh dynasty in order to search for clues about the insect nest of the Zhuge, but he searched his brain and couldn't find it. Who are they? But the words waste soil appeared on the slate, indicating that they really came from waste soil and came here in order to avoid something. Link's eyes met Pharaoh Tumen and asked, "I haven't heard of their names, but their positions are the high-ranking chief priests and chief bodyguards of the Pharaoh dynasty. I searched my mind and couldn't find the existence of these two in the chronology of the Pharaoh dynasty. Maybe you ignored a point. Before you asked Afu and me to look for clues." "You mean, the branch Ramon dynasty?" Link suddenly remembered that he had sent Pharaohs Afu and Tumen to investigate the Ramon dynasty. He found clues in a swamp and mud, and the strangeness that disappeared overnight. Combined with the content on the slate, all clues formed a closed loop. Chapter 805. At the same time, the Link system also appeared new task tips. You triggered the hidden task Know the Past, Explore the Truth. This task has no deadline or explanation, and the progress will be judged by the data and clues you have. Task Reward, Zhiza Design Blueprint, Disabled, Phoenix Egg, 100 Potential Points Other Unknown. Although it is a hidden task without specifying the level, when Link saw the fragments of Zhiza's design blueprint and Phoenix Egg, he knew that this task must be a key task of a certain version in the future. Undefined. What is a Phoenix Egg? That can give birth to the legendary Phoenix. If the dragon is a legendary creature in the universe, the rarity of the Phoenix is more on the dragon. Although the dragon is legendary, it can also be divided into Asian dragon and ordinary dragon. Asian dragon is a creature born after crossing with other creatures, with dragon blood and some characteristics. Ordinary dragons are normal pure-blood dragons, which have all the characteristics and power effects of numerical dragons. Dragons are fertile oviparous creatures, so there are a certain number in the universe. Even these dragons form a dragon family and have a certain social system. Because dragons are born with outstanding talent in magic, many dragons usually turn into human or other races and walk in the universe. After finishing the dragon clan, let's talk about the legendary Phoenix. Although phoenixes also hatched from eggs, phoenix is a natural creature that does not have biological reproduction. It is the birth of cosmic fire and the essence of life. The category is elemental biology, full of red flame and life energy. In short, it is a creature that needs opportunity and coincidence to be born. Because of its uniqueness and rarity, it is more rare than dragons in legend. In his previous life, Link only heard about the existence of Phoenix, but he didn't see it with his own eyes. The legend of Phoenix is only spread in the player forum. There are no videos or pictures. It can be roughly determined that almost no one has seen Phoenix, which shows its rarity. Now this task is determined to reward the fragments of Zhi's design blueprint and a Phoenix egg. From the reward to push back the difficulty of the task, Link had a bold guess in his mind. This hidden task is not as simple as Class A. The final answer is likely to lead to a large version later. What Link can do now is to catch the Ramon dynasty that suddenly disappeared 100 years ago and the current stone slab and dig down along this clue. The answer of Ramon dynasty will be revealed when we return to the wasteland after the transaction with Ningchinki. Link said with great confidence. After all, Link completed the main task of Waste Saturn and won the title of Waste Earth Omniscient. As long as he set foot on the wasteland territory, the wasteland has no secret to him. Naturally, he can know the answer to the disappearance of the Ramon dynasty. Pharaoh Tumen was also very interested in this stone plate. He touched the stone plate and sighed, "I'm really curious about what they have experienced and what chance they can leave the Vatican system to come to such a place. I don't know what terrible enemies are tracking them and where their destination will go. Make complaints about legal report." Although Pharaoh Tumen did not know what was said today, he was obviously very interested in this collateral dynasty. After all, this collateral dynasty is also his blood descendant. It was found that they were strangely missing in the previous visit and investigation. Now, it is found that they left the wasteland and the Vatican system more than 100 years ago, starting a soul-stirring history of interstellar exile. Pharaoh Tumen wanted to follow the footsteps of 100 years ago and see what they had experienced. "Anyway, you don't understand hieroglyphics. It's better to leave it to me later." Pharaoh Tumen volunteered, which is a rare thing. This guy usually doesn't step out of the gate. When he's not in the dark temple of Afu, he hides himself in the coffin of the pharaoh and sleeps. This time, he takes the initiative to be interested in one thing and wants to trace it. Link can't attack his enthusiasm. He must arrange it. After sending off Pharaoh Tumen, Link finally had his own free time. "Who?" Link sat on the sofa and breathed. He has been involved in affairs since he came out of the Lost Planet. "When I left, I was interrupted by the monkeys of the Chaos faction. Until now, I have time to rest and enjoy the fruits of a wave of victory." Before completing the request of Level B task Graves at Yuan Da Dock, Link hasn't had time to check the task reward. 600,000 experience is really a drop in the bucket for Link. Just before, the 9-striped dragon turned into a black throne and killed 10 ships in a row, which brought Link up to 50 million experience, and 600,000 experience was really drizzle. 500,000 cosmic coins, which is very important to Link. In addition, Penny sold Harrier-class ships and some of his own inventory. Now there are 1.23 million cosmic coins in his account. When Ningchinji's payment for goods is cleared, there is only half left. Link pulled out 12 runes from the box given by Graves. Each of these runes has an animal shape, which exactly corresponds to the Chinese zodiac. Link spread out the 12 runes. The octagonal rune stone has a simple image of the 12 zodiac animals on the front and the language of runes on the back. It is cleverly combined to form zodiac runes with different powers, which is Graves' masterpiece. Link picked up a mouse rune, and then felt a force of life pouring into his body. The same state as the mouse rune also appeared on the interface. The effect is that he can recover 50 health points per hour. In addition, mouse rune has another ability, that is to give items vitality and make inanimate objects have life characteristics temporarily. Then Link tried the bull rune to increase strength, the Tiger rune to master the balance of yin and yang, and the Rabbit rune to increase agility and speed. Nice little things. They have their own characteristics. Unfortunately, with my current attributes and abilities, the blessing effect of these items is not high. Maybe you can consider synthesizing these 12 runes or giving them to the player. Link put down the 12 runes and then looked at another reward, the Extinction Ball. Dimming Magic Ball quality, purple description, disposable item. You can get dimming effect after using weapons dimming, make your physical attack ignore 30% of the target's armor, ignore 30% of the armor. The effect can be described as cruel. Unfortunately, it is a disposable item. Link must consider which equipment to embed to maximize the effect. After eclipsing the magic ball, Link looked at the last reward, the base material of Rune Sword. I didn't expect to encounter substrate equipment so soon. Link's mouth rose slightly. If the equipment sources of players in the early stage of the game mostly rely on the drop of copies and task rewards, then from the middle and late stage, the materials begin to gain the upper hand, and players begin to build their own weapons according to their own characteristics. At this time, the substrate equipment will really enter the player's field of vision and be greatly sought after. P.S. Jiazhong continues. Wanjun doesn't stop. Do you have no monthly tickets? Chapter 806. Looking at the rune sword, a basic rune has been carved on the body of the sword, which makes the whole sword emit a chill. Link, holding a rune sword, felt the chilling cold, and even his own breath turned into white fog. The blade of the rune sword has not been opened, and there are even many places that still need to be polished, but this is also the characteristic of the base material weapon. Because it has not been completely cast, there are many places where you can DIY at will. Substrate equipment is also required. Firstly, the damage or defense number of weapons or armor should be high. Secondly, the consistency of substrate should be wide, which can be compatible with various materials, and finally, secondary forging can be carried out. Undefined at present, the rune sword itself has a frost rune. The sword body has 2 grooves, which can be strengthened twice. Frost rune sword's basic level is level 70, and its basic damage and additional attributes are very high. Frost rune sword. Quality, blue. Parameters, attack power 400 to 500, two-handed sword, length 1.5 m, sword body with frost rune, weight 15 kg, base material, 2. Durability, 1500/1500. Equipment requirements, above LV70. Attribute bonus, strength plus 150, endurance plus 150. Special effect, Frost Sword Chi, reduces the enemy's attack speed and movement speed by 20% under normal attack. The substrate, 2, in the parameter refers to that it can be strengthened twice. If appropriate materials are selected and strengthened twice, the effect of this weapon will also make a qualitative leap, and the purple quality can be reached. I'm so sleepy. The pillow is handed over automatically. Link is short of high-level weapons. Now the highest level equipment is the Flash Dagger and Force Field Scepter strengthened by Graves, which is level 60. After all, the Black Scepter has the current effect after transformation, so it is not among what Link said. Put away the base material of the rune sword. These are all Graves' rewards. It has to be said that bringing Graves under his command is an unexpected joy of Link's trip. These rewards are much higher than the clues brought back in his previous life. The most important thing is to obtain a powerful Rune Master and Forging Master, which has laid a foundation for the upgrading and development of the camp. Now Link expects Graves to be promoted to the Rune King form after understanding the Rune Box, jump to level B, and become a man who can face up to the alien leader Sanos and the Shadow Saffron. Of course, Link can complete this task perfectly, and there is an additional perfect reward package. Link received the perfect reward package in the task interface, and then opened it. You have gained experience of 2.4 million, cosmic coin of 2 million, Advanced Knowledge of Mystery Department, Spirit, Fluorspar, Purple. Among them, experience and cosmic coins are issued 4 times the perfect reward, which is a normal harvest. The mysterious department in the perfect gift bag, advanced spiritual knowledge and Fluorspar is an extra gain for Link. I didn't expect to open an advanced knowledge book. It's not a loss. What Link lacks now is to break through the skill limit. Although many of his core skills are crazy warrior skills, there are also many spiritual skills after some improvement. I said, even if I don't have it now, I can pull it to the upper limit in a wave after I learn it. Why not? Without saying a word, Link directly patted the advanced knowledge of the mysterious department, Spirit, turned the advanced knowledge in his hand into a streamer into his body, and raised the ceiling of his skill limit again. After taking a look at all the skills, the upper limits of Shadow Rage and Spirit Scream were raised to level 15. Link immediately spent experience to pull up the 2 skill levels. Shadow Rage LV15, be release Shadow Rage, deal 8000 damage to all enemies within 800 meters, and make them unconscious for 15 seconds. Consumption, 1000 energy. Spirit Scream LV15, A cause 9000 points of mental shock to all hostile creatures within 1200 meters in diameter, and cause chaos abnormal state. Damage is immune to all physical defenses, consuming 1200 points of energy. These 2 skills are both large-scale damage skills. After this promotion, the damage has been fully improved, and the ability of large-scale harvesting and field control in Link Battlefield has been further improved. If the previous energy level evaluation was about 7000, after this promotion, Link's strength and attribute improvement have made his energy level close to 9000. If you add the blessing of weapons, Link is now the peak of C+. The last item is Fluorspar, purple material. It is said that it has the power to confuse people and carry the power of death. Yin-Yang is usually used as the embodiment of war and death. Link put the fluorescent stone together with other rewards in the collection room. When he put the fluorescent stone and the base material of the rune sword in place, he looked at his many material collections in the collection room and the rune sword. A bold idea suddenly came into his mind. The base material of Frost Rune Sword can be strengthened twice. The dimming magic ball is a disposable item, which can obtain the dimming effect after using the weapon, so it is not included in the strengthening list. In this way, if the dimming magic ball is used on the rune sword, the Frost Rune Sword can be strengthened 3 times in total. Link's eyes lit up. The base material weapon is not accessible to players at this stage, especially the base material weapon strengthened 3 times, which is rare among the rare. Frost Rune Sword has its own Frost Sword Chi. Eclipsing the Dharma Ball has the effect of ignoring armor. About the 2 strengthening of the substrate, combined with the materials in the collection room, Link suddenly thought of inspiration in his mind. Frostbite, Fu Wenjian, represents the frost and cold runes that are cold and cold. When the ball blends, the ignorant armor, represents the puzzle of war and death, plus a powerful shadow with strong shadow energy. When these materials are added to a rune sword and forged by Rune Master Graves, a weapon sufficient for Link to use stage 3.0 will be born. Now the materials and ideas are complete. After Graves understands the rune box, he can start to build it. Greaves, who has awakened the state of Rune King, has significantly improved both the technology of rune language and the blessing ability of weapons and equipment. At the same time, he will also obtain a talent, craftsmanship inspiration. The effect of this talent is simple and rough. It is possible to improve the quality of the current item by 1 level when forging. Link has always been a dreamer. After adding base materials and additional strengthening, the quality of Frost Rune Sword must be improved to the purple level. If you were lucky enough to trigger Graves' talent of craftsmanship inspiration, you might get an orange legendary weapon. Nothing is impossible. Link glanced at the materials in his collection and closed the door contentedly. Your deeds are widely spread, and you gain 1 point of influence. Although not long after leaving Saint Sura, the story of the Black Throne was spread by word of mouth with millions of business trips, like a virus in the TUS system. Link looked at the tips from time to time and the increasing influence bit by bit, and his mood was balanced a lot. You know, these influences can be exchanged with guard class and series destroyers. Just when Link May was ZZ, Troy appeared again. Führer, Grace, the Banshee King, asked you something. Grace? Is it about Miranda? Link is well aware of Grace's character. The Queen is proud and charming. She doesn't ask for anything and won't say it if she suffocates. Only in Miranda's case, Grace has always been willing to pull down her face. Basically, after a period of time, Link should organize and arrange a group of experts to evaluate Miranda's situation. So far, the evaluation expert group has included many experts from the Power Department and Mystery Department of the Mechanical Fortress. Group Leader Link, Deputy Group Leader Grace, and 5 elders of the expert group, including Gamish, Macaw, Xingziu, King Kong, Miracle Ancient Tree and Moon Shadow Council. When Link went to the Lost Planet for a mission, Grace took them to evaluate Miranda's physical condition. This time, it should not be for this matter. Okay, I see. I'll go there now. When it comes to Miranda, Link mentions 12 distractions and goes straight out of his lounge to the Mist Villa in the rest area. As soon as he entered the Misty Mountain Villa, Link saw a zombie in a black dress, politely standing at the door to greet Link. Dear Führer, the master is waiting inside and I'll guide you. Although his mouth still smells like a big piece of zombie tongue, his every move still smells like Alfred. It was mainly Alfred's arrival that made these people see what a real housekeeper was. They rolled up before their leaders spoke first. First, Ah Fu took notes in front of and behind him to learn his manners and image. Now even the zombie housekeeper of Mist Villa has learned the same, not to mention the Etiquette Month activity of Slaven Star and other camps that Link had seen before. It's too voluminous. How's Miranda these days? Link talked to the zombie housekeeper without a word along the way. Thanks to you, the eldest lady has been doing well recently. It seems that there is no problem that the zombie steward can speak well. The zombie housekeeper took Link to Grace's research building, opened the door with one hand and bowed slightly. The master is inside, please, the head of state. Link walked into the room and saw Grace in front of the experimental table, seriously comparing something to a drawing. Did you call me here just to let me see you calculate here? Link said jokingly with his hands on his chest. Grace glanced up at Link. The coldness between her eyebrows was much less. It can be seen that she was in a good mood today. I dare not show up to the Führer. After Grace said this, she rolled up the drawing and threw it to Link. I'm calling you this time because I have something to ask you for help. Link just felt that the drawing looked familiar. When she opened it, she was stunned to see the dense formulas, derivation, and analysis conjectures on it. Have you completely analyzed the blueprint of the powerful alchemist? Grace put her hands in her chest, and the mountains and gullies were clearly visible, with a trace of pride on her face. Yes, it has been completely analyzed, but now the defective materials on her hands. Link suddenly realized and understood the purpose of Grace's calling him this time. Okay, I see. Tell me what materials you need. It seems that you have taken good care of Miranda during this time. I'll prepare them for you. Link said sincerely. Grace chuckled and couldn't tell whether it was scornful or arrogant. Are you so sure you can get enough? You know, this is a powerful alchemist of Saffron's same model, and the materials you need must be extraordinary. Link was serious. No matter how difficult it is, I'll try to get it. After all, it's about solving Miranda's problem. I want to make a powerful alchemist, which will be good for finding out Miranda's health. Grace's face was a little soft. I've written it clearly in the blueprint. Now there's another problem. In addition to materials, it also needs a skilled forger to accurately gather these variables together and give full play to the real effects of various materials. Although I can also try to construct, it's a little meaningless. In addition, it's difficult to collect materials, and I pay a little for careless failure. Ben is too high. You don't have to worry about the forging master. The new rune star Graves is a skilled rune master and forging master. It's no problem to build an alchemist. As for the materials, Link glanced at the blueprint and caught some key points. I pointed to the sky with my index finger, and the sky was like a knife and thunder clouds rolling. The better the quality of materials containing wind and thunder elements is, the better the quality is. I finger the earth, the spring of diseased trees, and the recovery of plants and trees. The better the quality of materials containing life energy is, the better the quality is. What I can see is all the falsehood of the world. I hold it again, the illusion dissipates, and there is only the grand scene of emptiness. Empty energy material, condition as above. Enemy's blood, red iron hand, curse force, bless it. Curse material, enemy's blood. Throw all this into the sea of fire, and I will get the power enough to change the world. What I say is the truth. Fire element material, condition as above. In addition to these sentences specially marked and analyzed by Grace, there are other contents in the blueprint. Connecting all the words makes the content more stirring. Get the hidden mystery with alchemical language and disassembly formula, and then find the truth from the words, and finally get the final answer. These materials are difficult to obtain, and if you want to get a high quality and powerful alchemist, the quality of all materials must meet the requirements, or even the higher the better. Each of them is very rare. I can use alchemy to make curse substances, but the enemy's blood. Grace rarely shows her embarrassment. At the same time, a new task also appears in the link system. You trigger a time-limited task. Create a powerful alchemist. Task requirements: please collect the materials needed to create a powerful alchemist. Time limit: before the alien war. Task reward: 10 potential points, 800,000 experience, and the powerful alchemist has absolute ownership and use right rank. Carefully choose each material, then compares his own collection of materials that meet the requirements of the room. The material of storm thunder is the epic quality and the perfect requirement. The material that contains life energy, the essence of life, and the crystal of sleep are all in line with the requirements. What is more suitable for the void energy material than the void crystal? Cursed material, enemy's blood. The cursed blood perfectly matches and solves the biggest problem. Fire element material is almost. Only fire element particles are on hand. It is of excellent quality. In addition to these elements, forging a powerful alchemist also needs base materials, which must be friendly and stable to alchemy. If this material is used, the refined gold ore can meet the requirements. In total, Link has all the other materials except the fire element material, which can be replaced with a higher one. But after this wave of synthesis, his collection will be completely emptied. P.S. Let you go first when watching the EDG competition today, hee. Chapter 807. Since you want to synthesize, all materials should be top-notch materials, otherwise the quality of powerful alchemists will be reduced because of the same material, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Okay, I see. You'll study it again to see if there are any other mistakes. I'm responsible for the materials. Link threw the design blueprint back to Grace. He had already made up his mind about looking for materials, and could earn a task reward for nothing. It was like a big welfare distribution. Of course, this task can be so easy, naturally thanks to Link's daily accumulation. Then please do it. Rare to hear Grace's sincere words, Link's expression and body stiffened for a moment, extremely uncomfortable. Undefined. After leaving Misty Mountain Villa, Link decided to visit Jinghu to see if it could adapt to the new environment. The Crystal Tiger is placed in the ecological dome of the Moon Shadow Council by Lin Qin. There is the most natural environment and the magic nourishment of miracle ancient trees. It is the most suitable place for the Crystal Tiger to live in the mechanical fortress and the closest to its previous living environment. In addition, the druids of the Moon Shadow Council are good at animal language. What Jinghe wants can be directly told to them and can be properly arranged. As soon as Lin Ke walked into the ecological dome, he heard a heart-rending roar. That's what I did on the previous planet. Why can't I come here? Damn iron monkey, get off me! The crystal tiger twisted on the ground and splashed the surrounding dust. The druids and 2 ancient trees of the Moon Shadow Council seemed to be used to the scene in front of them. They listened carefully to the teaching of ancient miracle trees and ancient steel war trees, as if the chaos nearby did not affect them. Even when they saw Link coming, they just made a little gesture, and then continued to sit on the ground and listen. Jinghu twisted his body, but King Kong sat firmly on it and said, "Let you wind east, west, north, and south, I have a Buddha heart standing still, standing in the head, not shaking. Fat birds are used to eat. I can't eat or drink like you, iron monkey. Amitabha, you are an elemental creature. Eating and drinking is just greedy for your own appetite, which is of no use to your own growth. What's more, the sand birds are all the owner's things, so you can't deal with them at will. If you want to eat delicious pork." King Kong saw that the crystal tiger was still twisting, and immediately an iron fist hit the crystal tiger's face, beating the crystal tiger 7 meat and 8 vegetables. The crystal tiger covered his face with his claws and sobbed, "The fragrant pork is not delicious. There is no hairy fragrance flying in the sky." Although the crystal tiger is an elemental creature, the DNA in its bones still retains the instinct of large cats. It likes hunting and hairy birds. However, Goose, you are not a brainless beast now. You should learn new lifestyles and new rules. No, I'm going to eat hairy meat, chicken flavor, crunchy. Jinghe rolled. King Kong looked at the appearance of Crystal Tiger Sapo and lied, and said the Buddhist name again, "My Buddha is merciful, pays attention to convincing people with reason, and can't add fists and feet arbitrarily. King Kong was a Arhat, and can't break this rule." When Jinghe was happy, he began to pretend to force, "Are you a little late to understand now?" Before the word dot was finished, Jinghe saw that King Kong took out a wu swab and no toothpick from his ear. Then the toothpick in his hand suddenly became larger with the naked eye. Crystal Tiger's eyes became frightened, his claws trembled, and waved his hands again and again, "No! No! It's too big, it'll break me." King Kong held the handprint in one hand and shook the sky in the other. He danced a stick flower in the air, and soon there was a strong sound of wind and thunder in the air. The boss once said that a filial son is born under a stick. If the Führer hands you over to me, I'll be half a teacher and half a father. The son is not the godfather's fault. I'll discipline you today. Shake the sky with a stick, put it on the crystal tiger and resonate with the crystal. The rod inside the earthquake sky is also a crystal structure. The two crystals collide and vibrate at a special frequency. Link saw the surging energy under the ability of the Son of Heaven to look at Qi. But this energy has no effect on ordinary people. On the contrary, it is the crystal tiger pressed under the body. His claws cover his head and he is in pain. This high-frequency resonance paralyzed him, his brain seemed to be electrified, and his head was about to crack. "Splash monkey, don't knock. Ah, it hurts me." Jinghe rolled hard, but soon the second stick fell down. Jinghe had a hard breath just now, but after eating 2 sticks, he felt as if his body was roughly pierced by something, and the whole tiger seemed to be in 2. "I won't eat it. Can't I eat it? Give me a pig and I'll eat a small fragrant pig." King Kong was unmoved. "I gave you a chance just now. You're useless." Jinghe wants to cry without tears. The iron monkey is a fake monk. He doesn't pay attention to convincing people with reason. No wonder it's all the same way to walk with Link. Use your fist to reason, not a family, don't enter a family. "Are you really not eating?" King Kong asked. Jinghe was frightened and trembled. "In fact, I think the fragrant pig meat tastes first class. There is a warm current in the stomach. It is really a good product. As for what flat-haired animals, there is not much meat. They are all bones. They are in a panic and their teeth are not enough. Who can eat serious people? King Kong nodded with satisfaction. Children can be taught. The crystal tiger saw that King Kong put away the big stick enough to make the tiger spasm. Then he breathed out and felt that he had escaped from the devil's cave. King Kong came down from the crystal tiger and said meaningfully, "In fact, you have Buddha nature. Although you have talent, you still don't have the common heart and can't understand the mystery. In the future, you follow me and I will practice and teach your Buddhism. On weekdays, you can also communicate with the 9-striped dragon more, or you may make new discoveries." Jinghu is naturally raised. He doesn't understand the mysterious words of King Kong. In its understanding, a tiger sleeps all day except eating. As long as you have enough to eat and sleep, life will be very beautiful. But after he followed King Kong told him to find the meaning of life and existence. Crystal Tiger doesn't understand. The meaning of its existence is to eat, sleep, eat, and eat. Now, if you are awed by King Kong's fist, at least keep the little Xiang Jucha first. When King Kong asked for Jinghu before, he passed through Lingko. He said that he saw that Jinghu had Buddhist wisdom and opportunity, so he came up with the idea of teaching himself. Link is also looking forward to it. Anyway, he doesn't see where the crystal tiger has Buddhist opportunities, so he wants to see what the crystal tiger that shows Huijen and opportunities looks like and what fetters it can have with King Kong. "Crystal Tiger, are you still used to living?" Link came forward and asked with a smile. Jinghu just wanted to complain and glanced back at King Kong. At this time, King Kong was meditating with his eyes closed, which made Jinghu mutter in his heart. "If I complain to Link, I will still be under the iron monkey after Link leaves. At that time, this guy can't decide what method to torture it. No. I'll compromise, endure humiliation, retreat, and beg for the second place, and then I'll eat a piece of meat. If I complain, I'm afraid I won't even have to eat a mouthful of meat." When the words came to his mouth, Jinghu suddenly braked and turned around. "I'm used to living here. It's much smaller than the old one before. Birds and flowers smell. This group of people can understand me. It's very convenient and don't have to worry about 3 meals a day." Jinghu opened his mouth and smiled, trying to show a look of "I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. Well, since I'm doing well, I'm relieved." Jinghu is stupid. Its acting skills have been very boastful. I just hope Link will ask more questions, and then he will talk about King Kong's evil deeds in disguise. But Link didn't see any flaws in his poor performance. Is this guy blind? It is said that the eye is the window of the soul. It has removed the window frame and screen. Why doesn't Link see his grievance? Looking at the figure that Link is gradually away from, the crystal tiger wants to cry. My dream is broken. The mechanical fortress soon left the TUS system and returned to the Vatican system by means of the transition gate. Back to the Vatican system, everyone has a feeling of returning to their hometown. Dave took a deep breath and said with a smile, "I always feel empty and unstable when I'm outside the galaxy. Now I finally know it's time to leave my hometown galaxy. As soon as I return to the Vatican galaxy, I'll be fine." Isn't it strange? When traveling in the Vatican system, no one regarded the Vatican system as their hometown and regarded themselves as people on their own planet. But when I really left the Vatican galaxy and entered a larger galaxy, I suddenly felt that the Vatican galaxy was my hometown, giving birth to a strange feeling. Other people had similar feelings. Gamish looked at the young people in the mechanical fortress and echoed, "It seems that only we old guys can make such exclamations. Look at those young people, they are full of enthusiasm." The players of Waste Saturn are the most excited because they know that they will return this time. Next, after meeting Ningchinki, they will go back to Waste Saturn to install the portal. After wandering outside for so long, this time I can finally set foot on the territory of Waste Soil again. The top players of Waste Soil at that time have already been eager. I heard who danced before. Without us, a bunch of fraternity players seem to jump. It is said that in the wasteland, many players' levels have also broken through the upper limit, and their strength is becoming stronger and stronger. They even march first across the air to replace them. Players are so tired in the outer area. How many big scenes they see, and the tasks and equipment they receive are better than wasteland. Strength increases. If you return to the wasteland without pretending to be forced, it's like walking in royal clothes at night. They are all ready to make public and can't wait. The main control room is empty, Yazhize is piloting in front, and the mechanical fortress is fully controlled by Troy. As for Helen, she had already gone to the laboratory to build, improve, and upgrade the assembly line of Martyr UAV. Link and Penny came to the main control room and looked at the explored star map trajectory of the Vatican galaxy. Penny, when we are about to reach the middle line between Mustafa and the waste Saturn, we will start to contact Spirit to communicate the cargo handover. Penny nodded repeatedly. Well, before the Spirit returned to Mustafa, it sent us a message asking us to remain silent before docking, for fear that we would be caught by Turing. Earlier today, I heard from Troy that the Spirit had sent them a code, which meant that they had left Mustafa and re-entered the universe. Well, I'll leave the transaction to you. I won't ask about it later. After the transaction, we'll go back to the wasteland, build a portal, and then we'll accumulate our strength and prepare for a face-to-face confrontation with the alien stars. So, boss, the dark lines of those traitors in Wamir, whether to put them back into use. Penny looked forward to it. Every time he went to the plot, he felt that it was his power, and his mood began to rise. Link escaped for a moment. According to the process, it was really the warm-up time before the war with alien stars. It was time to need some information about the movements of alien stars. However, because of the silence before, Link didn't know that the renegade players were strange. What's the situation of the star? First, restore the communication preliminarily, and don't ask to return the information of the alien for the time being. Let them send their current situation in the alien and the current situation of the defectors. After the statistics are updated, send the task. Penny wrote them all in his notebook and sighed. Unfortunately, the alien does not have its own economic system. Otherwise, using the principles of economics, it can carry out economic war inside it and destroy the alien economy without blood. If you relax, you will always have a chance. Alien stars, which have no economic system and rely on hegemonic power, actually exist at a very low level. They can only develop in such a remote galaxy that no one cares about. But once you leave the galaxy and touch the outside world, you will inevitably join the current economic system. Alien stars are just our step out of the Vatican galaxy. It's just a stepping stone. When you face enemies in the future, your level is higher than that of other stars. You have plenty of opportunities to use economic means. Link's comfort made Penny very useful and he couldn't help looking forward to the future. After explaining the matter, Link turned the corner and went to the rest area. The territory of Rune Star in the rest area was pulled up overnight with a swarm of players signing up, and the construction speed was even faster than Graves thought. According to the order of Queen Sarah, the Rune Star revival plan needs the support of many people to recruit people with lofty ideals, and new vitality quantity is an extremely important part. On the first day that Graves and his 4 brothers settled down, they put up an advertisement to recruit all kinds of talents for the Rune Star. As a result, the response was strong on the first day, and the players greeted the Rune Star warmly. After learning that Graves could teach forging, rune and gun skills, the players were all happy. It's boiling. It's a treasure NPC. Many players sigh with regret that they were cheated by others in the mechanical fortress early, and now they can't repair it. But there are some players who haven't learned an associate profession, and now they are laughing. Chapter 808. Moreover, Graves' forging technique and rune technique are integrated. The official name is Rune Star Rune Forging Essence, which is divided into 2 branches. One is specialized in forging and the other is specialized in rune inlay. However, the biggest winner of this opening up is the non-famous player Wuxia Qiazi. Because Xia Qiazi was low in rank and robbed by the Silver Hand, he didn't have time to choose his deputy career at all. Hearing that Graves recruited people of insight this time, Silver Hand and Macaw suddenly brightened up, hurried to urge Wuxia Pot to sign up, and be sure to forge the rune of God Star and learn it. I didn't expect that one day I couldn't even be the master of my deputy career. Undefined Wuxia Qiazi is not optimistic about the ability of this auxiliary system, mainly because it costs too much money, and he is really indifferent to these knocks. But unable to resist the power of Silver Hand and Macaw, Wuxia Qiazi finally gave in. Don't worry, when you learn the craft, you can't have no materials. At that time, Silver Hands and I will make materials for you. The Macaw patted his arm and promised. Really? It's more real than real gold. Don't you think people like me and Silver Hand will cheat you? After thinking about it, it's ouch. The Macaw and the Silver Hand are all dignified people. Although they usually bully themselves and carry more pots, they don't seem to have cheated him. Since you are so demanding, I'll sign up. The materials have been wrapped up, and there is a great chance to get good materials in the status of Macaw and Silver Hand. It is worth learning as a rune forger. Think about it. When others were still working hard to make materials, a legend and a senior officer of the Wasteland Expedition Army collected materials for themselves. That feeling! Not to mention how cool it is. Before, he had no choice but to carry the pot. He has a choice this time. He should grasp it by himself. When the pot left before summer, the Macaw and the Silver Hand were secretly happy. I've made a lot of money. When the pot learns the authentic rune forging, it can let him bless and transform for us. The Macaw wants to bless the rune for his body, but it's a pity that Graves said no, which makes the Macaw very depressed. The Silver Hand has tasted the power of rune forging. After blessing, the mechanical arm is more powerful and more handy. His idea is to strengthen his weapons and equipment all over his body and incarnate as a rune warrior after he has learned the summer pot. Graves does not refuse to come. He is still very confident in Link's vision and strategy. Soon, Graves discovered the power of these so-called aliens. Although their strength is not strong, their ability to learn and progress is very fast. All players who join the Fuxingxing have received a level B task. It's our duty to recast the glory of the Fuxingxing. The task is to let the joined players help the Fuxingxing survivors recapture their homes and rebuild civilization in the future. I can learn a rare sideline and a Class B task. The players are laughing. And those who learned their second career early now sigh and regret. Although learning the second profession early has improved their combat diversity and disguised combat effectiveness and competitive advantage, in the face of the endless stream of new occupations and effects behind them, they can only stare at others for nothing. Some guilds also saw business opportunities. They immediately informed the players who are still on the novice planet offline to coordinate planning, remind some single players not to learn sub-occupations, and come back to Graves after completing the portal task and arriving at the mechanical fortress. After all, the profession of rune forger is of great benefit to both yourself and the guild. It can provide a lot of blessings for current weapons and equipment, and the most obvious and intuitive way to improve your strength. The treatment of rune forgers in the guild is called a good one. There is no need to prepare materials by themselves. If the guild wants to strengthen equipment, it will find materials by itself. Lack of experience, there will also be a team dedicated to doing tasks, and try to find ways to invest resources to help them improve. Graves was relieved to see the scene. These strange people who joined the Rune Star to study the forging skills of runes invested great enthusiasm and patience in it, which also made them see the hope of the revival of the Rune Star. There are also many strange people who can't learn the forging skills of rune. They enthusiastically said that even if they can't learn, they can't see what the Sartre family has done to the Rune Star. Even for the sake of morality, they should help the people of the Rune Star. Graves was moved by the extraordinary and enthusiastic humanitarian spirit, and the other 4 lit up the dawn in their eyes. With such a passionate alien, why can't the rune star revive? Looking at the daily comings and goings of people in Fushengxing territory, Graves couldn't help thinking, go to the neighbor mage tower another day to ask for advice and see how they deal with so many alien information and records. The mechanical fortress is in full swing. Because there are 2 portals, players complete tasks and arrive at the fortress from their respective planets every day. In order to solve this situation, Link arranged Troy to set a program for the mechanical squidula early to help these new players get familiar with the internal situation of the mechanical fortress, arrange a series of short flat and small tasks, and finally guide the players to register in the rest area and open their own room space. Now the only regret is that there is no replica space in the mechanical fortress. If there are several replica stones, players can really upgrade their life in the mechanical fortress. Version 2.0 really doesn't have any large copies. The only commendable thing is that after the player attacks Warmer, there will be a large mirror copy. The copy can choose tasks of various levels and perform various battles on the planet of Warmer, with a sense of epic and atmosphere. For a long time, it is a good place for players to challenge and brush experience materials. When the mechanical fortress returned to the Vatican system, it soon contacted the Spirit, and the 2 sides agreed to meet at the designated coordinates. According to the voyage calculated by Troy, it will only take them a month to return to the wasteland after the meeting and transaction. After counting, it has been 7 or 8 months since the waste soil came out. Although you can see the changes about the waste soil in the forum every day, the player's perspective focuses more on the changes of pattern, tasks, and rewards. Few people pay attention to the internal things such as the construction of spiritual civilization and the elimination of old customs. And that's what Link expects. I don't know what kind of wasteland John has treated. Don't be worse than when I left. That's outrageous. After a long voyage, the mechanical fortress finally reached the place where it handed over to the Spirit. Spirit floats outside the orbit of a huge gas planet, and the mechanical fortress appears magnificently, like an uninvited guest. The mechanical fortress slowly entered the orbit of the gas planet. In front of the mechanical fortress, Courage was like a small dot. Ningchenki looked at the huge mechanical fortress from the observation window of the main control room and couldn't help feeling, this is the first time I've seen the mechanical fortress sailing in the starry sky. It's really spectacular. The mechanical fortress is like a behemoth, approaching gradually. Although the people on the Spirit knew that the mechanical fortress was their secret partner, this strong sense of oppression still made them think, if the mechanical fortress wanted to attack, they couldn't even escape. The mechanical fortress entered the same orbit as the Spirit, and the data of the 2 ships began to exchange, work together, and dock synchronously with some efforts. A Cloud C-class frigate was added to the berthing port of the mechanical fortress, so there was not enough space to accommodate the Spirit, so the previously built expansion dock came in handy. Spirit docked on the expansion dock extended from the mechanical fortress, and the standardized interface was inlaid and docked to ensure the stability of Spirit to the greatest extent. Link and the others had already been waiting in the harbor. With the docking mechanical door rising, Link saw Ningchenki again. Führer, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you recently? Ningchenki sees Link again and feels that the king's breath on the other party is stronger. Every move has a strong aura. Ningchenki felt that Link was equal to his strength before, but just 3 months later, Link's current aura has been able to steadily suppress him. This exaggerated growth rate is amazing. I'm fine. It's up to you. There's a little more black in my eyebrows. I think I've encountered something annoying. Link's Son of Heaven's Qi watching skill can also see Feng Shui's Qi luck. Ningchenji's forehead is wrapped with a wisp of black line, which makes it clear that he is troubled. Ningcheng smiled and said, "Go in and talk about it." The adjutant AI and Penny do the handover of the portal. Link ordered 2 sets this time. One set is for waste soil, the other set is kept. After version 2.0 is completed, enter the prosperous area of the Morwell Galaxy Cluster and find a planet that can be settled as a new base camp and transit station. Otherwise, with the passage of time, the number of players in the mechanical fortress will only increase, more and more, and the internal ecology of the mechanical fortress will completely collapse. Ning Chenqi entered the mechanical fortress for the first time. Looking at the Viking, medium-sized transport ships and Cloud Sea frigates in the harbor, he couldn't help sighing that Link's family background is getting thicker and thicker. In a short time, he has grown into a powerful force in the Vatican system, and behind this, there are 3 low civilization planets as a guarantee, strong squeeze into the battle between First Order and alien stars. In addition to the transaction, I have one more thing to tell you this time. Do you know that there is a different variable in the Vatican galaxy? When he came to Link's lounge, rather than wait for Link to pour tea, he looked serious and leaned forward slightly. Link's mouth tilted slightly, and a fine light flashed before his eyes. If you want to ask me if I am the savior, then I can tell you seriously and responsibly that I have already been. P.S. I recommend He Jiyu's new book, Global Martial Arts. I can log into Shengi World. Introduction. With the great changes in the world and the struggle for civilization, the little man Chen Yiping with his attribute power entered the demon world, traveled between the 2 worlds, complemented resources, rose in the end and stepped into the Great Era. Chapter 809. Ning Chenqi's pupils contracted suddenly, his mouth opened slightly, and a huge wave set off in his heart. I wanted to pave the way for the wise man's prophecy and then slowly tell Link, but I didn't want the other party to know. Ning Chenqi has his own way to close his brain, and has made a spiritual link with AI. Once someone wants to break through his brain and steal information, AI will detect it at the first time. Now AI didn't send a warning, indicating that Link didn't test through mind perception or mind reading. This guy actually knew what he was going to say and answered in advance, which made Ning Chenqi more sure that he was the variable deduced by the wise man with psychological history that could affect the outcome of the war. Link saw Ning Cheng's surprised eyes and knew that this guy was serious. He hurriedly said, "I'm just kidding." Undefined in the original plot, the old god Turing came to work out the variables that can affect the outcome of the war. Only in that tone, this variable refers to the player. After all, strength can be infinitely improved and can be reborn after death. It itself has a chaotic attribute. I'm afraid only demons can compare its impact on the whole universe. In other words, in terms of self-interest, these players are true demons. However, in this life, because Link has surrounded 3 novice planets, Ning Chenqi skillfully combines all kinds of opportunities and does not find the terrible place of players, which creates an information gap. Ning Chenqi heard this variable and subconsciously thought it was Link. But Link knows that this variable is actually talking about players. But now because of a joke, Ning Chenqi really takes Link as a variable and savior. Link's expression is stiff and he doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Link thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. After all, savior, it's not really easy to be. Link just wants to hide behind and get more benefits, but he doesn't want to take the lead in the war between Alien and First Order. Ning Chenqi nodded steadily, "I know I won't tell others about this. Don't worry. The transactions with you are also carried out without telling the wise man. That was just my beginning. What I want to say is another thing." Link was speechless and knew that he really couldn't explain it. "Guess what news I got when I went back this time?" Ning Chenqi played tricks and didn't explain it directly to Link. Link thought about it in connection with the plot of his previous life. This variable has been calculated. Next, it's time to gather forces to push warmer horizontally. So he guessed, "Did you find the alien barracks?" Ning Chenqi shook his head, "No, I may have found the alien base camp directly this time. When I went back, the wise man informed me of the situation and has organized a fleet to conduct a field survey. If it is determined to be the alien base camp, the wise man is ready to start the nest toppling plan, gather all the forces of the First Order to pour out and carry out the final encirclement and suppression of the alien, so it is called the nest-toppling plan. After listening, Link understood that, as he thought, he had just successfully solved the alien problem of 3 novice planets on his side, and the strong inertia of the plot on the other side made the mechanical-wise Turing analyze the location of the alien barracks. Then the plot naturally went to the formal confrontation between the two forces. But Ning Chenji was wrong. What we found this time is not the aliens' parent star, but their barracks, Wormer. The aliens' parent star has other stars, which have been hidden in the dark and hidden by Saffron's secret method. It's very difficult to find. Link said firmly. Link knew that it was Turing's radical nest-covering plan that sent all the members of the First Order out. As a result, Abaddon had the opportunity to take advantage of it and bring the Death Squad to a wave of surprise attack on the Meridian Valley battle against the First Order parent star. Had it not been for Chris, the gendarmerie captain of Star Harbor, who was on vacation in Mustafa, he might have been successfully changed by other stars. Although Abaddon, who is now preparing for this treacherous battle, is in the dark temple space of Afu, Link can't guarantee that without Abaddon, other characters will put forward the same plan. Link's rebirth brought many butterfly effects and many variables. Link can't guarantee that no one among the alien stars will use this move, and can't guarantee that Gendarmerie Captain Chris is on vacation in Mustafa. After all, the previous version 2.0 lasted a whole year, and Link unexpectedly started the battle with alien stars in version 1.0, leading to the arrival of the follow-up timeline in advance. So even if he is likely to be regarded as a savior and prophet, Link has to make it clear. I'll take this black pot on Link's back. Generous face. You already know. Ning Chenki even stood up because of excitement. If it's surprising that Link knew what he wanted to ask before, then now Link knows exactly the alien barracks and the parent star, and explains the difference between them very responsibly, which makes Ning Chenki's inner waves like a raging wave. I'm just explaining the difference between the two. In addition, I'd like to express my views on Turing's radical plan. Mistaking the battalion as the parent star will only bring opportunities for alien stars. When all the First Order regiments go out to deal with the alien legion of Wormer, Mustafa will become an unguarded place. The enemy only needs to send a surprise attack, there will be the power of stealing heaven. According to the worst-case calculation, at that time, the front failed to win Wormer, and as a result, the hometown Mustafa was still won. Then the forces of the First Order, which have been operating for so many years, will completely collapse and become lonely souls and wild ghosts without positions. Link's words made Ning Chenki sweat behind him. He is not only the commander of the 7th Corps of the First Order, but also the mainstay of the First Order generals. He has a keen eye and smell for the war situation. Just following Link's story, Ning Chenki seemed to see the picture that his home turned into a sea of fire and the First Order fleet was homeless. So, is this the future you see? Ning Chenki was very sure about the identity of Link's savior, son of destiny and prophet. There is no need for him to list more. Link even began to plan for the First Order to prevent the First Order from going astray and causing an unprecedented crisis. Link shook his head decisively. No, it's just a possible situation, and it's very possible. I just hope you can take this into account. I'll keep these in mind. When the frontline investigation results come out, if it's true as you said, I'll advise you with death. If the wise man still insists on his own way, I'll lead the 7th Corps to guard Mustafa. You said so much, I really don't know how to thank you. Link immediately flashed a symbolic smile. I don't know if you have any material of fire attribute element in your hand. You see, isn't it connected? Chapter 810. Ning Chenki didn't know why Link suddenly asked, but he answered truthfully. There happened to be excellent fire attribute element materials on the Spirit, which I accidentally obtained when cruising the Vatican Galaxy. It took a lot of effort and cost to get it. Link heard Ning Chenki's implication and waved his hand. What else do you want to know? Ningqinqi has paved so much. He doesn't want to draw more useful information from Link's mouth. Since the Wasteland Expeditionary Army and the First Order have a common goal, why don't you tell each other? What do you want to know? Undefined Ningqinqi's expression was a little hasty, which was related to the life and death and development of the First Order. He was not careful. At present, Link has confirmed the existence of Warmer in the alien barracks, that is to say, the nest covering plan is imperative and has to be issued. If this large-scale war is inevitable, how can the First Order establish advantages and win? Link would like to answer, use player A to go up. But now almost all player resources are in the hands of Link. The portals of the 3 novice planets are controlled by Link. So far, no player has been found in the First Order. There was no need to expose his cards, so Link had to give Ningqinqi another answer. If I have to give advice, my advice is to bring Joyce, the White Alchemist, in the nest-laying plan. Wormer is the last position of the alien. Once all the alien legions are annihilated, Sanos and Saffron will become Bear Pole commanders. It's hard to raise any storm. According to time, Sanos is still recuperating because of his injury before, Saffron is bound to leave now. Without the control of the corresponding alchemist, Saffron will certainly cause immeasurable losses. Ningqinqi's eyes lit up. Link knew even Joyce, the White Alchemist, and seemed to have a deep understanding of the interior of the First Order. This is indeed a card for them to contain Saffron. Now they have got more specific information. At that time, they can face it calmly and reduce a lot of losses for the Positive Legion War. What else? Your reward is only enough for these answers. After that, Link added, these contents are enough for the First Order to establish an advantage in the frontal battlefield. It's useless to say more. This solemn remark made Ningqinqi feel unfathomable. Ningqinqi took out the contact device and said, AI, take my collection number 127 and give it to the Expeditionary Army. AI on the other side knew what collection 127 was and asked, why do you suddenly talk about this? Is it an extra business? Yes, a good deal. It's really cost-effective for Ningqinqi. A material that I don't know when I can use in exchange for a huge message from Link. This message will benefit thousands of First Order soldiers and even affect the key decisive battle. Even Ningqinqi wondered if Link didn't say it directly in order to take care of his self-esteem. Instead, he used this exchange transaction to tell him the news, so that he wouldn't have a burden. When we attack Wormer, the Wasteland Expedition will also appear, right? Link smiled and didn't give Ningqinqi a positive answer, this still needs to be evaluated. In short, I will definitely appear in the most favorable way. They had a tacit understanding and smiled, but they didn't say much about this topic. After that, Ningqinqi asked Link the reason why he left the Vatican Galaxy for the Tus Galaxy, and was loaded by Link, do you think it doesn't cost money to buy the portal? The Vatican Galaxy is so closed that birds don't shit. It's too difficult to make some money. It's not as good as there are more opportunities outside. Sea of Clouds. Not only Yunhai class, Jinghai class, but also Guard class destroyers and series, but they were too big to be filled, and I blew them up. Ningqinqi opened his mouth slightly and was dumb. He couldn't see whether Link was joking or serious. Guard class and series star destroyers exist that the First Order can't imagine. A ship with a price of 7 or 8 million cosmic coins and a poor quality series star is also 4 or 5 million. The daily maintenance cost is a terrible figure. Link says boom, boom. This absurd result made him a little distracted, but Link never said jokes to him. Those self-proclaimed jokes were more of a low-key hiding. Ningqinqi couldn't grasp Link's rhythm. He didn't know whether he was joking for the atmosphere or really serious. This entry has solved the alien crisis. Do you have any plans after that? It must have gone out. The Vatican Galaxy is a ghost place. It is inaccessible and can't develop at all. If you stay here and stay complacent, I'm afraid it will be destroyed when there is some turbulence in the subsequent universe. Link talked freely, but in Ningchenqi's view, there was another wave in his heart. This is the longest chat between him and Link, from which he got a lot of information. His eyes were no different from those of several other military commanders, but the wise Turing saw the end of future cosmic chaos from this crisis and began to prepare for the solution of alien stars and save time to develop and grow to deal with future crises. Today, he heard the same words from Link again. He can only say that Link and Turing are wise men and have more foresight. I got important news from Link. Ningchenqi can't sit still for a moment now. He now needs to return to Mustafa to make final preparations. Link doesn't intend to say anything about his existence and things before the final battle, so as not to turn his unintentional actions into a butterfly effect and affect the nest covering action. However, for actions such as Mustafa's defense and taking Joyce, Ningchenqi must find ways to minimize losses for the First Order. When the nest covering operation starts, I will inform you as soon as possible. Ningchenqi left with his men. When he finally left, he took a look at the Yunhai-class frigate in the berthing port and saw some damage marks on the ship body. Okay, have a good cooperation. Link and Ningchenqi shook hands and watched each other disappear at the end of the passage. According to the speed of exploration, it is expected that the Battle of Wormer will begin in a few months. Spirit exchanged data with the mechanical fortress. With the cooperation, the fixed device of the expansion dock bounced off and Spirit Jet started. The two sides left the orbit of the gas planet together, and then staggered away in a different attitude. Link's destination is waste soil, while Courage's destination is Mustafa. Courage. 8AI couldn't help asking, what kind of business is it that makes you willing to take out that level of collection? Ning Cheng smiled at the corner of his mouth. Do you remember the variables mentioned by the wise man before? Today I'm going to pave the way and ask Link's opinion on this matter and test it, but before he finished, Link directly admitted that he was the savior. Ningchenqi stared at AI and immediately said with a smile, seeing your expression, I knew how stupid I was. After that, I exchanged my collection for some important news. Of course, I think it is very likely that Link wants to maintain my poor self-esteem through this transaction. It is not easy to have a sense of condescending command. Just think, if one day a man who calls himself the prophet of the Savior tells you how to do it from a commanding position, will your first reaction be to follow, or do you have a rebellious mentality? Ningchenqi is the same. Link uses an item to define the nature of this matter as a transaction. Both parties still maintain a fair status. Talking about these things is advice. It doesn't sound harsh, let alone rebellious. If so, Link is really an interesting person, AI thought for a moment and said. What can be considered is so comprehensive, taking care of their emotions, or has the other party seen these in advance? For more details, I'll talk to you slowly. In the mechanical fortress, the same situation is happening. Link summed it up in his heart. When the nest covering operation begins, the First Order should also bring Joyce, the White Alchemist, to the front line. At that time, he will just let the alchemist see Miranda's body. It's best to have a way to treat it. Miranda was well cared for in the mechanical fortress, and some experts such as Gamish used the Dharma array and their own mysteries to release energy slightly, which greatly prolonged the speed and trend of Miranda's energy growth, thus increasing Miranda's safety period. Pinch your fingers and count. In 2 or 3 months, when it was still within the safety limit, it was really the best time to find Joyce to solve the problem. Link recovered and asked, by the way, what about the fire element material that Ningchenqi brought just now? Penny definitely nodded, and Link was relieved. Penny saw a lot of Link's collections, and he handled countless materials and good things. I'm afraid we have to look beyond the treasure rat. As for the treasure rat, because there are too many treasures in the mechanical fortress, the whole rat has fallen. All day long, I took a team of Secret Service rats to explore in the mechanical fortress. Once I almost ran out through the gap of the tail engine. If Troy hadn't found it in time, I'm afraid it would have become 6 frozen rats. But for the sake of taking care of Miranda, Link only taught them a lesson, and then simply turned a blind eye. Later, help me bring things to the site of the god of the rest area, and help me take the storm scales, the essence of life, the crystal of the void, the damned blood and the gold ore. Troy and Linny ordered, and then said to Troy, "You help me go to the fog resort and invite Grace." Now with the flame element materials provided by Ningchinki, all the materials for forging a powerful alchemist are complete. Link doesn't want to delay any more. It's a small matter to complete the task early and receive rewards. Before the war, he should use all resources to improve his strength and make the most adequate preparations for the upcoming war. Then the crowd dispersed. The Trojan all-mechanical fortress issued the instruction of the target waste soil and informed the estimated time. The players have been excited to start rubbing their hands. Link came to the rest area where the power of rune stars was located. Graves rarely had a free time today. He was lying in a chair with a cigar in his mouth. When he saw Link coming in, he got up immediately. The other 4 people who beat their backs to rest also got up in a hurry, and their faces were full of tension. "Don't be nervous, I won't eat you," Link said with a smile. Several people also understood that when they first saw Link, they unconsciously thought of the destruction of the quasi-full fleet by the Black Throne that day. Because of what I saw and felt, it was even more shocking. Every time I see Link, that sense of pressure and respect from the bottom of my heart arise spontaneously. I don't know if the Führer will come today, to inspect or to order. Graves asked, putting out his cigar and getting up. Link looked around. Today, all the players went to the birthing port to see the Spirit and First Order, so the rest area was empty. "Are you used to living here? Do you have any problems in your life? If you have any problems, just give it to me or Penny. For the Fuwen Star survivors who have lost their homes, it is really the king's bombing in adversity to climb the high branch of the Wasteland Expedition Army. How can they have other extravagant demands if they can join the already grateful? In addition, they eat well and sleep well here. They usually have a little demand. They can basically do it properly." They also exchanged a wave of experience with their good neighbors. Only then did Graves and his 4 men know that these aliens have magic. They can be resurrected in 10 minutes after being killed, and their strength is not reduced. The 5 people who learned the news looked at each other and were shocked. The most famous example of rebirth in the universe is the demon family that distorts the void. They can only enter the real universe by coming or breaking through the dimension, but their noumenon is not affected after death. They can break through the shackles of the dimension and come from the distorted void again only after a few years of rest. At present, these strange people can also come by projection. The cooling time is shorter and their strength will not be lost. It's appalling. And Link is the head of these strange people. Is this the strength of higher civilization? Before, they just thought that strange people had strong learning ability, but now it seems that they have found treasure. After Graves was shocked, his face showed a proud smile. "I said earlier that advanced civilizations will never be magnificent in foreign objects. They have reached the state of returning to nature. The mechanical fortress is like this, and now these strange people are even more like this." Now Link came to inspect and comfort them. They are too happy. How can there be a problem? There's no problem. We're used to living here. It's the most stable time in recent years, sighed the survivors who participated in the escape. Link nodded. As a rare auxiliary system ability in the mechanical fortress, the remnant of Fushengxing will occupy a good position in the future development. In fact, I need your help this time. The Führer, see what you said, your business is our business, and we will do it. Then I won't hide it. I have a drawing here, and I have all the materials ready. I need your rune forging skills to make this equipment visible again. Chapter 811. Graves suddenly became interested. What Link wants to build must be extraordinary. After seeing the transformation of the mechanical fortress into the Black Throne, Graves is more curious about the materials needed to build this equipment. Führer, I don't know what drawing you want to make. There was a cold voice outside the door. That's it. Grace's cool and gorgeous phantom suddenly appeared, and then a blueprint picture was suddenly unfolded on the table. Undefined Graves glanced and knew that the visitor was the mysterious Fog Mountain Villa and the Banshee King in many forces of the mechanical fortress. But Graves is obviously more interested in this blueprint, as are the 4 companions around him. I saw 5 people come forward with their heads together and take cold breath the next second. The contents of this blueprint are mysterious and mysterious. It is difficult to find exceptions in terms of building weight and materials. The most important thing is to make the equipment powerful alchemist, which is very effective. If this equipment can really be made, it is the addition of a top alchemy expert out of thin air. Graves had a unique vision. Even in the past, if he wanted to create such a treasure, he had to gather the power of the whole fusion star to gather so many materials. What materials does the Führer want to use? As soon as Graves spoke, Penny sent someone in with the materials. When the boxes were placed on the table one by one and opened, Graves and the 4 suddenly changed their faces. The materials in these boxes seemed to contain light, rising into the sky, competing for brilliance in all colors. It was beautiful. Storm scale containing the power of wind and thunder. A powerful life essence with strong vitality. Strange purple void crystal. A box of cursed blood flowing in dark red. A ball of fire trapped in the hood leaped, as if it had life. And refined gold ore as the base material of powerful alchemy hand casting. In the eyes of Graves, any material is top level. What will be the effect of paying so many top-level materials to finally create a powerful alchemist? Thinking of this, Graves and the 4 people jumped with excited light in the depths of their eyes. As a craftsman, the most proud thing is that he can forge famous weapons and equipment. Graves is convinced that this weapon will become famous in the future, and he will be proud of the reputation of this weapon. The Führer asked me to forge this powerful alchemist, which is actually to improve my reputation, attract more people to know my Führer, and pave the way for the revival of Führer in the future. The Führer's grace is deep and rebuilt. Graves suddenly realized in his heart that he finally understood the good intentions of the head of state. Here, Link stood aside and suddenly found out for no reason that the system prompted Graves' loyalty to increase by more than 10 points, and now it has jumped to 95 points. It's really inexplicable. Don't worry, the Führer, we have taken the task. It's our absolute honor that such excellent materials, such exquisite structure and powerful alchemists can be made by several of us. Graves' words are the meaning of several others. It is definitely the glory of their casting career to be able to forge such weapons by hand. As soon as Graves met Link's eyes, he knew what the other party was going to ask him, so he replied, "The materials are complete, just build them according to the method described in the blueprint." From now on, the head of state will see the full picture of the powerful alchemist tomorrow and now. One day, so fast. The powerful alchemist is a purple drawing. It usually takes 2 or 3 days to forge the best equipment. How can he get to Graves so quickly? The difficulty of this powerful alchemy is the material. If the material is strong or weak, it needs to reconcile the balance. But the materials provided by the Führer are all top level. We don't need to reconcile the balance. We just need to cast it in accordance with the rules and steps. The divine soldiers are naturally made. With Graves' explanation, Link suddenly realized that Grace's face was a little calm and said, "Then please." The powerful alchemist plays an important role in Grace and is the key to explore Miranda's body. The next day, Link and Grace came on time. Graves controlled the fire in front of the iron box. When he saw them, he immediately said, "The prototype and abrasive tools of the powerful alchemist have been built in advance. Now several elements are integrated, so he can only be sealed in the mold and wait for the corresponding time." Outside the Graves iron box mold, many runes are lit. The rune energy flows and floats up like clear air. A picture is formed above the box to show the indexes and conditions of various forging. Link looked at the iron box. He remembered that the forging of Rune Star was not like this. He couldn't help being curious. Graves saw the doubt in Link's eyes. I can't help laughing. I've been out for 10 years, and I've seen a lot of things in the world, so I've made some changes to the forging technique of Fuxingxing. The original forging technique of Fuxingxing emphasizes experience and hand feeling, so only teachers and masters can accurately control it. The skill is accumulated over time, and I can find out the experience in constant failure. However, after I came out, I saw too many advanced technologies, so I wanted to use this Fuxingxing star forging is reformed so that more people can easily master it, which is also a leap in the dissemination of Fuxian star forging. Lin Ke smiled. It seems that you haven't completely cut off the righteousness with the rune star. You've been exiled, and you still want to carry forward the rune star technology. Graves had a red face, but half of his face was covered with a beard, which made his face not red enough to be a monkey's buttocks. He said, I just want to reform the complicated forging technology and use my own convenience. Although Graves said so, the other four had snickered. Although Graves upgraded the forging technique, the upgrading also came from the rune technology of Rune Star. With the ability of different runes, build an existence similar to the holographic panel, which can monitor various internal indicators and digitize unspeakable experience and feelings. Even novices can forge products of the same level as experienced masters as long as they master some data standards. The four people feel the subtlety of Graves' change, which can cultivate new forging successors faster, more stably, and more systematically, which is of epoch-making significance to the dissemination of Fuxingxing culture and technology. Just as the crowd gathered, the picture progress bar of rune structure was full, and all rune airflow changed again, and the excess heat and gas began to leak out through the pores of the forging box. Well, it worked. Graves came forward and slowly opened the forging box. A golden light rushed out of the box. The light in the room was so bright that it was immediately shrouded in golden light. Graves picked up his anti-dazzle goggles and put them on. Looking at the brilliant and powerful alchemist, he said excitedly, the light is difficult to collect. Strange things are born. Weapons, success. The diffused light converged as if nothing had happened. Link and Grace stepped forward quickly and saw a golden glove. At the joints of gloves and fingers, there are 5 grooves, on which 5 different elements are condensed into gem shape and embedded on gloves. The power of the blue storm is the scale of the storm, the green essence of life, the purple void crystal, the dark red cursed blood, and the orange flame element. Link looked at the powerful alchemist in front of him, and a familiar memory came to mind. This appearance. It's too similar. The golden light surges on the powerful alchemy hand made of refined gold ore, but it doesn't scatter. The light shines on people, but it gives people a sense of introversion. Grace couldn't wait to pick up the powerful alchemist. The equipment was quite heavy, and then she put it into her hand immediately. Immediately, the powerful alchemist matched Grace's fingers and thin wrists to become comfortable. At the same time, the energy of the 5 embedded elements dissipates and condenses into a real electric light. The colorful electric light is like a snake climbing in the arm. After a few breaths, Grace's whole body disappeared, and all she had left was a few breaths. How does it feel? Link asked. Grace raised her hand, looked at the alchemist and couldn't help taking a deep breath. Now I just feel that I have greatly improved in alchemy, and I have an indescribable self-confidence. Now I'll go to Miranda immediately to see if I can find anything new. Grace said it and didn't even have time to thank her. She turned and left. Link smiled awkwardly, just trying to explain. Graves said first, no harm, it's our honor to make it. This kind of thing can only play a real role in the hands of the Banshee King. What's more, she is also in a hurry, Miranda. If this thing really helps suppress Miranda, it's meritorious for us. We can take this opportunity to borrow flowers to offer Buddha and give Miranda a small gift. That's what Graves said. Link doesn't have to wipe Grace's ass. It can only be said that Miranda's charm is really big. Only her lovely, sensible, and cute are enough to deal with all people or things in the mechanical fortress. Even the lawless crystal tiger, after seeing Miranda for the first time, was full of noise and energy. He didn't even dare to have redundant actions for fear that he would turn over and hurt the girl. Link could only recognize this outrageous charm with a smile. A lucky Afu, a charming Miranda. His men are full of strange people. You complete the limited time task, create a powerful alchemist. You gain 10 potential points, 800,000 experience, absolute ownership, and use right of powerful alchemist. After Mizuzi receives all the rewards, Link can view the attribute data of the powerful alchemist when he finds it on the system interface. Powerful alchemist. Quality, purple. Parameters, attack power 300-350, length 32 cm, weight 5 kg. Durability, 1000/1000. Equipment requirements, the owner agrees, LV 60+. Attribute bonus, endurance plus 130, intelligence plus 130, energy plus 130, alchemy plus 10, can exceed the maximum limit of current knowledge. Special effect, powerful alchemy, success rate of all alchemy operations plus 5%. Quality improvement, there is a 1% probability to improve the quality of alchemy products by 1 order, and a 0.1% probability to improve the quality of alchemy products by 2 orders. Stable elements, when using a powerful alchemist to refine various element particles and crystals, it can effectively control the mutual exclusion between elements and make alchemy and use safer. Elemental explosion, urges the 3 elements in the powerful alchemy hand to attack the enemy. Link looked at the properties and special effects of powerful alchemist, and nodded dissatisfied. Purple is a stable quality. Although the attack power is not the specialty of the alchemist, it is not low at this level. At the same time, the requirements for this equipment are low and high. Anyone can wear it as long as Link agrees. But as long as Link doesn't agree, no one else can use it. In terms of attribute bonus, the powerful alchemist is even more stable, adding a total of 390 attributes, as well as the intellectual energy related to alchemy. With 10 points of alchemy knowledge, it can also break the current upper limit of knowledge. This point of the whole powerful alchemist is a bug level. If it weren't for other attributes, the powerful alchemist could even be promoted to the legend level with this one alone. To know this equipment, you can ignore the change of game version. As long as you wear it on your hand and keep the progress of alchemy, you can always master more alchemy knowledge than others. Grace got this equipment, and the gap between her and Saffron in alchemy gradually narrowed. Maybe she can really understand the solution to Miranda's problem. Graves, Sarah gave you the rune box, so don't be reserved. Our battle with alien stars is about to begin. At that time, there will be Class B enemies. If you don't understand the mystery inside, if you hang up on the battlefield, even if the rune star revives, I'm afraid no one can master the mystery of the rune star. Link spoke, and Graves certainly dared not refute. What the Führer said is reasonable, then I won't mince it any more. Graves was also persuaded by Link. Indeed, although Link is powerful, he fights with other forces, which is similar to the ship war some time ago. After all, there are a few more battles of landing on the planet's ground. It's time for them to go out at that time. If the strength is poor, it is very likely to die on the battlefield. At that time, the revival of Fusion Star can only become empty talk. Moreover, in the mechanical fortress these days, Graves met the leaders of other forces in addition to strangers. Everyone's strength was very strong, especially the strength distributed by many Link's pets. Even Graves felt afraid. He understands that although he has become an ally, he still needs strength and characteristics to stand out from these people. Fushengxing is characterized by forging and rune, and its strength has to keep up. Link nodded with satisfaction, and Graves began to study the rune box. Although he didn't know if he could make achievements in a few months, in short, it was something worth looking forward to. A level B strongman with a Rune King status craftsmanship inspiration makes Link look forward to another plan. If he succeeds in pursuing his dream, Link has a stable legendary weapon. Even if the dream fails, there are the top 2.0 weapons. With this idea, the mechanical fortress sails in the universe and is getting closer and closer to the target site. When the waste soil appeared in the porthole, everyone was full of expectations and wanted to see the great changes of the waste soil. Chapter 812. The mechanical fortress enters the waste track. Almost all the forces in the rest area were lying on the porthole to see what the planet that could give birth to a great head of state looked like. The first thing I saw was a desert and desolation, occupying almost the whole west of the land. Then, with the gradual reduction of the terrain, there is the dark forest of Longcheng Plain and Fei, while in the north of the land, there is a huge alpine snow area. In addition to the integrated land, there are many sporadic reef islands, and the rest are vast oceans. Trojan data consciousness fluid immediately returned to the data processing center in Shenmue City through the satellite in the waste Earth orbit and began to take over the landing communication. The landing site of the mechanical fortress is arranged in the open boundary outside Shenmue City. Undefined as the mechanical fortress gradually lowered into the atmosphere of waste Saturn, Troy quickly sent the news of the return of the head of state to the waste soil. In Longcheng, Li Chao wept with joy when he heard the news of Link's return. Fei, Monster Security Company and many senior executives of Fei are also excited to hear the news. Not to mention the sand. When the mechanical fortress enters the atmosphere, the sky becomes clearer and clearer. People in Sandu put down their work, ran out of their rooms, or came to the roof. Players and NPCs in Shenmue City also stood high or open, raised their hands to cover the dazzling sun, and witnessed the gradual decline of the mechanical fortress. It has been more than 8 months since Link led the Wasteland expedition. They lack long-distance communication in the universe. They can only get the information of the mechanical fortress through a few strange words. Although the wasteland is booming under the leadership of John and Yvonne, people still feel less momentum without the energetic figure like Link. The Duke, who was far away in Eschia, learned the news and arranged for an armed helicopter to rush to Shenmue City at the first time. When Yvonne of the Steel Eden learned the news, he went straight out of the customs and quickly selected the elite to come to Seidu. Arthur, the chief of the Crusader and Templar on the mountain, led the Crusader Knights to Seidu. When Anna and Nicole heard the speech, they forced themselves to restrain their excitement and immediately organized and arranged the TV station to broadcast the matter live. Benjamin and Li Ziqian, 2 army generals, immediately got the news and led the army and fox hunting special forces to the outside of Shenmue City. Even Salome, the city of spider demons, a neighbor separated by a strip of water with Eschia, many spider demons immediately reported the news to the spider demon queen Shakonia after receiving the news. Shakonia thought of her spider demon army and the Prime Minister Macaw. She was filled with joy and said leisurely, "This time, I want to personally welcome the warriors back." Because of Link's return, all forces in the whole wasteland took action. If you look in space, you can see that countless people are gathering in the sand and waste soil. In the mechanical fortress, the wasteland people also felt jubilant and returned to their hometown after 8 months. This feeling from blood is really very mysterious. Link also leaned against the porthole of the lounge and looked at the hot land of his rise with a lot of emotion. The huge shape of the mechanical fortress gradually decreased, but more and more shadows covered the ground, so that it covered the whole valley and Shenmue City. The airflow on the earth is also turbulent, and time and space are disturbed by an airflow. The mechanical fortress fell slowly, arousing countless flying sand and stones. The strong wind swept outside Shenmue City, carrying sand and stones. The air was shaking violently, accompanied by the huge engine sound of the mechanical fortress. When the mechanical fortress completely landed, the whole sand was shocked and felt a huge and exaggerated sense of collapse. It took a long time for the dust to disperse slowly, revealing the honor of the giant of the mechanical fortress. Welcome home. With Troy's slogan of going home, the gate of the mechanical fortress parking port was slowly opened, the mechanical inclined ladder was put down, and the 62 players of the waste soil ran out of the mechanical fortress for the first time. Their feet stepped on the soft gobi ground pressed by the mechanical fortress, and a strange sense of familiarity rushed to their hearts. I follow the wind and come back. Chase the wind and roar to the sky. It's very wanton. All the other people return to the wasteland with high spirits on their faces, and then rely on their outside knowledge and strength to defeat these guys who are horizontal in the wasteland nest one by one. Let them know that there are people outside the world. Although they are not in the waste soil, they are still the strongest players in the waste soil. The sand was exhausted, and the 3 floors outside the mechanical fortress were full of people. His head was so dark that he couldn't see the border at a glance. There was a helicopter roaring in the sky, with the logo of the TV tower printed on it. When chasing the wind, I saw many acquaintances. There are his guild partners and many familiar NPCs. These people have hot eyes and strong feelings. Chasing the wind trembled all over, his eyes were slightly wet, and he couldn't help sighing, it's better to be home. So many people are welcome to come back. Just waiting for the wind to express his emotion, the macaw behind him hit his skull with a wing. Fool, you're in the way. After Feng looked back in amazement, he found that a group led by Link walked behind from the portal at the bottom of the mechanical fortress. Chasing the wind moved away and looked at the people in front of him. His eyes were not looking at him. His crazy eyes were obviously looking at Link. Wuxia Qiazi, who followed behind the macaw and Silver Hand, held back his smile. Unexpectedly, he sang so grandly. The first to lose face was the pursuit of the wind, which was called the 2 Mountains of Wasteland. His foolish appearance was really amusing. Standing in the front of the crowd were Benjamin and Li Ziqian. After seeing Link, Li Ziqian frowned and said in a low tone, "The head of state has become stronger again. Just a surge of pressure on him is about to make people out of breath." Benjamin nodded, but also saw more. On the contrary, I feel that the king's breath of the Führer is stronger. He has his own momentum when walking, which is deeper than when he left. What they said is true, but the people with low strength can't see so much. They just feel that they are jumping wildly, but they just regard these as the excitement of seeing Link. In addition to the wasteland crowd, there are also Mage Gamish, Greaves of Rune, Alfred of Victoria, Slevin, and other representatives of other forces behind Link. People felt the eyes around them that were crazy enough to make the air boil. Only then did they understand how much public opinion base Link had in the wasteland and how terrible it was. Link looked at the crowd, met the hot eyes of the crowd, and understood what he wanted to say. Link felt a lot in his heart, but all his words came together into one sentence: "I'm back, Link." Just 6 words suddenly ignited the enthusiasm of everyone present. Flags of various colors were erected and fluttered in the wind. There are Sandu flags, Longchang flags, Fei flags, as well as those of large and small forces. The styles of flags are different, but now all flags are turned into a sea of flowers to welcome the return of their beloved head of state. The field was full of enthusiastic cheers. At first, these cheers were very messy, and finally gradually merged into the same word: Führer. Führer. It's so terrible. The head of state can make the people present so crazy with just one word. As the foundation of the head of state, the waste soil is really unshakable. This momentum is more terrible than Antonita's influence. It is worthy of being the head of state. People from other planets were also surprised by the scene in front of them, with thousands of feelings in their hearts. Lin Ke looked at the crowd and made use of the spiritual magnetic field increase of the element Dharma ring to spread his words further. I came back this time to make the footsteps of the wasteland go further. Our battle with the alien is about to enter the final stage. The biggest reason for my return is to launch encirclement and suppression against the alien base camp. Now, it's time for the alien to feel our anger. Link's speech was loud and hearty. Everyone can feel the strong confidence in Link. With such leaders, everyone is not afraid of alien stars, and even can't wait. Benjamin and Li Ziqian, as the two mainstays of the military, lined up to meet. Fox hunting special forces and the army formed a queue and walked slowly from a distance. Link looked at Benjamin, who had faded his childishness and was now capable and popular. He couldn't see that he was once a child. As for Li Ziqian, although he wore sunglasses on his face, Link also made full progress in strength from his protruding temples and his breath. He did not neglect daily training because he was in charge of the army. Benjamin, I haven't seen you for more than half a year. It's a lot mature. Link walked up to them, his serious expression gradually melted, and when he came to them, he had changed into a full smile. Even if some people haven't contacted for more than half a year, once they meet again, many familiar feelings in the past are like a flood, emitting a taste more mellow than good wine. Führer, you're not bad. It's frightening to stand next to you and say a word. Benjamin said with a smile, and there was no fear on his face. At present, the face-to-face chat reminds people that more than a year ago, at the afternoon gate of the Link gang in the slum, the three people also chatted together. I can only say that time flies. In a twinkling of an eye, Link has changed from the leader of the gang to the head of the wasteland. Benjamin can also take charge alone. Li Ziqian is more mature and his strength is improved again. While the three were chatting, the silver hand behind Link looked around and interrupted, "First, why didn't John come? Isn't he working in Wuthering Castle? He didn't come to meet us so much." The silver hand has also made a lot of meritorious contributions this time, and his confidence is much stronger. Now the first thing I want to do is to show off in front of John. How can this guy not be here and let the silver hand jump into the air? Link also had this curiosity. He didn't see his old friend. Benjamin said first, recently, there was a subway completion ceremony in Sandu over the Death Swamp. John just got up in the morning. Now the news has spread to the Death Swamp. It is estimated that he will be able to see him in another hour. Silverhand thought he had a chance to scold John, but he didn't expect this guy to participate in this activity in person. It was obvious that he was hands-on, and he was dumbfounded. Link smiled and waved, "Go back to Wuthering Castle." With Link's words, the party returned to Wuthering Castle. The players of the Wasteland stopped when they followed Shenmue City. Although there were only 62 players in the Wasteland first, the guild and forces behind these players were a huge force, which should not be underestimated. Now that the pioneers have returned, naturally there are many things to communicate. In reality, communication is one thing. Seeing the exact strength and the feeling of various new equipment in the game is another thing. After Link returned to Wuthering Castle, Afu seemed to have beaten chicken blood and began to lead the people to arrange accommodation and explain it to them. After doing this, he looked at Alfred as if he were showing off that he could finally find the field. In the Wasteland, he is the most professional housekeeper. Not long after Link returned to the office, a figure appeared in front of Link like a phantom breeze. "Long time no see, old friend." Link raised his mouth and looked at the man in front of him. John has a smart suit, but he is still dusty. It seems that after getting the news, he came alone at the first time. "You threw such a big wasteland to me and didn't come back until more than half a year. Do you know how I spent more than half a year?" John put his hands on his desk and stared down at Link. His upper body gradually leaned down, and a strong sense of oppression came, like a strong wind and rain. If other people were in Link's position, I'm afraid they had been directly pressed on the table by John's authority, and their 7 orifices were bleeding. Link glanced at John's information card and couldn't help laughing. "How do I feel that you have been very happy for more than half a year?" Link said this because John's information has changed again, and it can be described as upheaval. Name, John. Race, human. Level, LV69+, Legend. Identity, founder of Assassin Alliance and acting president of Wasteland United Parliament. Energy level, C+. Properties, click to expand. Talent, fighting wings, missing, shoveling excrement officials. Specialty, midnight ghost, you can hide your breath at night without making any sound. Movement speed at night plus 50%, agility plus 20%. Skills, click to expand. Evaluation, compared with his killer skills, his governing skills are no inferior. In addition to the two talents of wings and missing, John also has a talent called Excrement Shoveling Officer. Excrement Shoveling Officer, if John has a cat, all attributes are plus 10%. Link has worked hard until now. He still needs the help of the Zerg nest. He has only two talents, Swarm Commander and Swarm Affinity. After going out for more than half a year, John had another talent. It's just a shit shoveling official. Why can all attributes be plus 10%, which is ridiculous? Link gas not. Although John is only level 69 now, with these three talents, his strength will be much higher and steadily enter the ranks of C+. This wave can only be said that people are more popular than people. It is worthy of being the protagonist of Wasteland. It can't be compared. What Link doesn't know is that more things that surprised and shocked him are approaching him step by step. Chapter 813. John's face stiffened slightly. He got up a moment later, and the previous pressure was completely eliminated. Oh, you found out? But in order to help you deal with so many government affairs, you really delayed me a lot of time to rest and accompany my family. You need to compensate me. How to compensate? John's eyes suddenly turned into crescent-shaped smiling eyes. I can feel that your strength has also improved a lot. Please fight with me. I won't mention it. It's a deal. Undefined. To tell the truth, Link also wanted to fight with John and check his current strength, so he agreed immediately. We cherish each other, but that's all. When he finished speaking seriously, Link suddenly thought of something funny, and the corner of his mouth suddenly raised. I'm afraid it won't be so easy this time. John just wanted to ask Link why he smiled. What did this sentence mean? Suddenly there was a voice in the corridor. John, I heard you're back. John knew who it was as soon as he heard the voice. Looking at the smiling expression on Link's face, he immediately understood everything. John took a deep breath, straightened up and said in the same voice, Oh, you're so confident? Let me see how much progress you've made in 8 months outside. It was not John's turn to fight with Link, but the battle between John and Silverhand came first. Okay. There are many people here. It's awkward to fight. Let's go outside. The heroic voice of the Silverhand sounded, and then they rushed to Wuthering Castle like two arrows. Both are legends, and the aftermath of the battle is by no means bearable by a roaring castle. Especially now we should make full progress, and the power of venting is on a terrible order of magnitude. Therefore, they have a tacit understanding. They choose to fight in the ecosystem not far from Wuthering Castle and in the Strong Wind Desert. After Link left, the ecosystem was expanded many times, and the biological species and environment inside were more abundant with the efforts of the staff. There is a large area of land here, which is most suitable for combat. They were carrying a strong murderous spirit. As soon as they arrived at the ecosystem, the surrounding wild animals felt a strong smell. Birds and animals scattered one after another and swept the sand. The scene was huge. Soon, Link's figure followed, as a bystander to enjoy the legendary war. It's rare to beat yourself. Other people settled in Wuthering Castle were also attracted by these two wanton forces. They opened windows or stepped onto the balcony, bowed from Wuthering Castle and watched the battle in the distance. Gamish uses spiritual communication. Link, borrow a perspective. Link had no objection, and soon felt that there was an energy in his body, which was why Gamish used the spiritual horizon to observe the battle from Link's perspective. The people who are arranged in Wuthering Castle are also the strong men of their respective planets, and each has his own magic. When the wild animals dispersed and the dust settled, the two people facing each other from a distance finally launched an attack. The Silver Hand can't wait to start first. He wants to prove that he hasn't been abandoned outside for 8 months, but has made full progress. The rune of the robot arm lights up one, and the momentum of the Silver Hand condenses into essence, like a knife gang, whistling around the body. Well, let me see what you have learned from following Link for 8 months. Facing the Silver Hand's first blow, John did not dodge and chose to hit hard. I'm kidding. As a Silver Hand parent, if you can't defeat it head-on, you have to use any opportunistic methods. That's a shame. You are not afraid to flash to the waist with your bare hands to my mechanical arm. If you are hurt, I can't tell Martha. Silver Hand's words are full of ridicule and confidence. After all, after wandering outside for 8 months, he still made some achievements. Not to mention these, we have not fallen behind in strength. Greaves also strengthened the manipulator with the rune of the Divine Star, which made his strength more convenient. This time, he came back with full confidence and wanted to compete with John. John immediately smiled. I hope your self-confidence is not born out of thin air, but really depends on. They are not weak in boxing, and they are even more unforgiving in mouth. As soon as the voice fell, the two figures collided. The surrounding Gobi quicksand was lifted off by a strong shock wave for a time, and then all of them were pressed on the ground under strong pressure. The strange scene is amazing, and the power they burst out is neither water nor fake. With two people as the center, the land was opened several layers, and the ground cracked and spread around. The power of one punch is so terrible. The sound of fists exploding is like thunder on the ground. People in Shenmue City not far away were shocked and numb one by one. They looked around. Finally, someone stood high and said that there were experts dueling in the ecosystem. Good players immediately rushed to see it with their own eyes. Neither John nor Silver backed back, and they both froze. The strength is all released by the two people at their feet, so there will be uneven dense patterns on the ground. It seems that we have made great progress outside. No wonder we have such a big tone. John said with a smile. Silver Hand felt even more ecstatic. He and John fought evenly at the first blow. He only used the power of one rune. If all 3 runes were lit up, John must not be his opponent. This is just an appetizer. If your strength is only this level, you will soon taste failure. John smiled. The Silver Hand looked very rampant. The more rampant he was, the more he wanted to laugh. I just want to say that you are happy too early. The two fought together again. There were no fancy moves, but only the simplest and quickest fists. Every fist has a strong sound of breaking the air, whistling, and even in the strong fist wind, the air is distorted. Führer, is this your local master of Wasteland? His relationship with the Silver Hand seems gamish. Communicated with Link through consciousness. I don't think they can tell the outcome of their battle for a while. Let me tell you the story. The story also starts with the mechanical god, the top evil force in the wasteland. The battle between the two was very wonderful. Although they didn't fight with each other's life, they were ruthless and had the momentum of killing each other. Players are isolated from the ecosystem, so they can only stand on the sand dunes at the far end and see 2 random air currents. Some players who have already have prepared telescopes or high-power mirrors early, but they can't see it really after they get on it. John and Silver Hand are both high-level legends. In particular, they are good at speed. Players can't catch the figure at all. They can only see the airflow and dust shadow brought by the two running on the ground. But even so, many players still shout wonderful. After all, in their eyes, these explosions and airflow represent strength. Graves and his 4 brothers stood on the balcony of Wuthering Castle and made their battle look like in front of them through special rune-blessed glasses. Too strong. Too strong. With your rune blessing, the Silver Hand can fight the man in front of you. How terrible is this man's strength? It's not like that. The silver hand activated the power of one rune and can fight with this man. If you activate the other two runes, this man will be defeated. This person is as like as two peas, and he doesn't know whether he is a brother or a father-son relationship. No, you are all deceived by appearances. On the contrary, I think the strength of this man in front of me is stronger than Silver Hand. Graves has different views. Oh, Your Highness, why do you say that? Just look at it. This is definitely not all the strength of a man in a suit. Graves insisted. If the Silver Hand is a sharp sword, the temperament of men in suits is as plain as water, without edges and corners, but everywhere. No matter how surging the Silver Hand's attack is, it looks close to the suit man, but all attacks are blocked, without exception. From the beginning to now, the Silver Hand has enabled 2 runes and burst gas twice, but even so, all attacks have been blocked. What does this mean? It means that the strength of the suit man is stronger. Every time he increases the strength limit with the explosion of the Silver Hand, he always maintains the same strength as the Silver Hand. What is this? It's called downward compatibility. The battle between John and the Silver Hand continued. Because he was angry for many times, the Silver Hand's face was slightly tired, his breathing was slightly short, and his breath was disordered. Is that all right? It seems that you didn't make any progress when you went out with Link. John's words were like a needle in the heart of the Silver Hand. Don't be complacent. I just think once I use the next moves, I'm afraid it won't end well today. I can't explain to Martha at that time. John smiled. I think you're afraid of playing cards and have nothing to do with me, so you can't find an excuse. To tell the truth, you've been with the macaw for a long time, even your mouth is the same. John's poisonous tongue technique is very strong. Just a word makes Silver's eyes red. Since you say that, don't blame me. The Silver Hand swept over the mechanical arm with one hand, and the third rune on the mechanical arm was lit. Suddenly, a powerful energy was unsealed, and the mechanical arm could even see the electric light like a snake swimming on the surface. The war spirit around the Silver Hand condensed into essence and became a silver flame covering the whole body. Yo, I'm finally willing to do my best, but it's a pity. John looked at the time on his watch and said, it's time to feed the dumplings soon. Silver Hand sneered, I'm afraid to say so many excuses. No, I mean, make a quick decision. John's whole body also emerged a substantial sense of war, but the color was dazzling fiery red. Before they fought together, the 2 chi engines had begun to fight, and there was a crackling sound, ghosts crying and wolves howling in the air. Suddenly, they moved together. There was no fussy movement. There were only 2 people running at full speed. It looked ordinary. It was like the recklessness of 2 people who didn't understand martial arts skills. That's the last move? It's really disappointing. I thought it would have earth-shaking effect, but the result is not as good as before. It shouldn't be. John and Silver Hand are legends. The ground has cracked in the front battle. Why don't the world change color in the last move, otherwise how can they live up to the identity of legends? Players whispered and whispered. However, only extremely strong experts such as Link, Gamish, and Graves know that these 2 fists are the highest collision. Because the fist strength and energy are completely convergent, there is no escape, and naturally there will be no performance. If they can control the energy accurately to this point, their strength is already the peak of energy level C+. People are filled with emotion. Gamish thought for a moment. Pandora has only 2 legends, he and Antonidas. Alfred didn't have much expression on his face, and Julian, Victoria's only legend, had died at the hands of Link. Now it seems that the waste soil is really deep. There are 3 legends of Link, John, and Silver Hand in succession. The strength can be described as extremely strong. The 2 people collided together. At this moment, all the energy erupted completely and vented mercilessly. The violent energy destroyed the withered and decayed, the earth trembled violently, the shock wave in the air quickly spread around, and the air became anxious. The silver war is overwhelming, like a mechanical lion with teeth and claws. But after a moment, the suppressed red war idea took the upper hand and swallowed up the silver directly. Together with the silver hand, it staggered and retreated for several steps. The whole mechanical arm made a sound of force relief and couldn't lift it. The silver hand was stunned and his eyes were about to crack. He shouted, "It's impossible! How can you stop my full attack?" John's face was flushed with blood, but after a few breath adjustments, the blood was immediately suppressed. John lightly patted the dust on his shoulder, then looked down at his watch and said carelessly, "How impossible! You should have hit the strongest blow at the beginning. It really delayed me to go back and feed the cat." Silverhand almost wanted to vomit blood, but I didn't expect John to say such forced words. "But your trip is not without harvest. At least the gap between us has narrowed so little." John made an okay gesture. The gap between thumb and index finger almost needed a magnifying glass to see clearly. "It's really only a little." After that, John suddenly disappeared from his place, leaving only the silver hand alone. After many experiences, I came back full of confidence. I didn't expect to lose to John in the end. In the distance, the macaw grinned, fluttered its wings and said, come on, give me money, give me money." Lang Feng and others did not reconcile themselves to the macaw's past. They said, "I never thought you could have a good relationship with the silver hand, and you could make complaints about him." The macaw waved its wings again and again, No, although I am with the silver hand, I still have to tell the truth about strength. We can't treat each other differently because of closeness and distance, and don't tell the truth." Black lines appeared on their foreheads, "But you said before that silver hand had made a big move and had been promoted. This time you will win." "Ah, really? Did I say that? You should have heard wrong." The macaw's wings were inserted into his chest and glanced at the unseasoned pot. To tell you the truth, did you just say it? Before summer, the pot looked tangled. Did I say it or didn't I say it? Well, it's my pot." Chapter 814. A huge battle ended, and John, one of the protagonists, came and went like the wind. When passing by Link, he stopped and asked, "Yes, this boy has been with you for more than half a year, and his strength has improved significantly." Lin Ke smiled, "Why, if the fist of the silver hand was harder just now, you wouldn't be able to stop it." John nodded seriously, and then Link saw John's arm shaking uncontrollably. It seems that John was not completely undamaged in the battle just now, but survived in front of the silver hand. Undefined now in front of Link, he can't help it at last, or he's not ready to continue to install it. When Lao Tzu saw John eating a flat look, Link could not help but Tuko, "Half-boy, kill Lao Tzu. Do not pretend to make complaints about internal injuries. Can you fight with me after this rhythm?" John beat Link on the chest. The guy even fell into the well and said sarcastic words. He took a deep breath, "I'll let you try this iron fist then. I'm waiting for this day." Link had a bigger smile on his face, and his teeth even shook his eyes. After all, there are few opportunities to see John eat flat. The silver hand was frozen in place, and after a long time, the macaw came as fast as the wind. He patted the silver hand on the shoulder and comforted, "It's all right. Winning or losing is a common thing in the army. John is very yin. He doesn't mean to practice hard every day when he is in the wasteland. Moreover, just now you were obviously excited by his words and lost your reason and sense after being provoked many times. This is the real reason for your failure." The silver hand was confused. After listening to the macaw, he asked, "Is that so?" "That's it. What you need to do now is not to improve your strength, but to exercise a firm heart. No matter what rubbish the other party says, you will not be shaken. When you are really connected and not moved by foreign things, I think you can beat John." The macaw seems to be instructing the wise man, but the silver hand really listens to this heresy. Really? Some hope was restored in the silver hand's eyes. Think about the battle just now. It seems that this is really the case. John's contempt, coupled with all kinds of provocations, soon lost his sense and discretion. If you are not shaken by these rubbish words, will you perform a little higher? How do you train? The silver hand seemed to have caught the straw and asked. The macaw stared at the silver hand, his small eyes looked very serious, and then said word by word, "Silver hand, you big sand coin." The silver hand suddenly burst into his heart with an unknown fire, and immediately rolled up his sleeves to beat the macaw, which the heavenly King Lao Tzu couldn't stop. You see, if I say a word casually, you will be angry. You should learn to control your emotions, sand coin. The silver hand immediately regained his senses, but when he heard the last two words of the macaw, the anger that had just been pressed ignited again. Silver hand and macaw are in the ecosystem. The players watching in the distance see the end of the battle and leave bitterly. They are still angry about the mediocre fight of the last move. When Link saw that the battle was over, he didn't go back to Wuthering Castle directly. Since there is nothing wrong with this matter, it's better to try the reward title obtained by completing the main line of Waste Soil Hiding before. Link chose the title of Wasteland Omniscient, stood on the gobi with both feet and focused all his attention on the spirit. Soon, as Link's mind continued to strengthen the disappearance of the Ramon dynasty, the title took effect, and a complete memory of the third perspective appeared in Link's immediate picture. One dark and quiet night, a fire meteor suddenly crossed the sky, which immediately reflected the sky like day. The meteor did not burn and disappear in the atmosphere, but fell all the way with sparks and lightning to the place where the Ramon dynasty was located in the deep mountains and old forests. The picture Link saw in his mind had no sound, only picture. The people of the Ramon dynasty gathered together, including people dressed in special luxurious chief priests' clothes and pharaohs with gold crowns surrounded by bodyguards. If Link did not admit his mistake, the chief priest was Eisner mentioned in the slate, Niet, the bodyguard beside the pharaoh. These high-level Ramon dynasty gathered together and seemed to be discussing foreign objects falling into the earth. Although Link couldn't hear it, he knew through the image that they were discussing how to solve the object. The angle of view gradually drew closer, and Link was able to see that the object causing the vision was actually a pure black steel, which was directly inserted into the ground and formed a right angle with the ground. There were no impacted craters on the surrounding ground, as if someone had deliberately placed it here. There is nothing above the pure black steel, but the edges and corners are clear, and the surface is extremely flat. It can be seen that it is not artificially formed by nature. It is doubtful how this thing fell on the waste soil. Finally, the high level of the Ramon dynasty considered it again and decided to take this pure black steel back for research. This stone tablet was placed in the temple palace where the chief priests served the pharaoh god, and was studied by the chief priests of the dynasty and members of the priesthood group day and night. After unremitting research, the chief priest Eisner finally found a way to open the pure black steel. Just sacrifice to this pure black steel, and knowledge will appear on the steel. After discovering this, the Ramon dynasty immediately began to carry out large-scale construction. On the one hand, it continued to carry out sacrificial ceremonies in front of pure black steels. On the other hand, it used the displayed knowledge to continuously strengthen and improve, and made preparations. It seemed that it had the idea of re-attacking the desert and recapturing the pharaoh's orthodoxy. Then, the flow rate of the picture obviously accelerated a lot. The pharaoh's side branches in the deep mountains and old forests have developed rapidly in various science and technology. When they are ready to go, a sudden change comes. The pure black steel welcomed the sacrifice as usual, but this time it brought not rich knowledge, but a spectacle. The pure black steel began to expand, and the black gradually expanded to form a huge black gate. This huge black gate generates strong gravity, sucking all the people of the Ramon dynasty into it. At the same time, all the objects made by using the knowledge displayed by the pure black steel are sucked in. In a short period of time, all the members of the Ramon dynasty in the deep mountains and forests disappeared, and all the evidence of advanced science and technology no longer existed. It seemed that they wanted to erase everything that had been almsgiving. This is how Link felt after seeing a series of things from a third-person perspective. Subsequently, the pure black steel was like decomposition, turned into dark particles, digested in situ, ceased to exist and disappeared out of thin air. After that, Link couldn't see it and turned into darkness. When he withdrew from meditation, Link breathed a sigh. Everything was related to the pure black steel, but Link didn't know what it was. In his previous life, he had never touched this kind of thing, so his eyes were black, he didn't know it at all. Link glanced at the taskbar and the progress of the hidden task Understand the Past and Explore the Truth showed that it had reached 10%. It's only 10% progress. It seems that it's not easy to get phoenix eggs. The Ramon dynasty has existed in the wasteland for hundreds of years. With the title of Wasteland Omniscient, Link explored the affairs of the Ramon dynasty. As a result, the progress was only 10%. Link didn't know where Black Gate took the Ramon dynasty people. Combined with the stone tablets found in the world of the Lost Planet, we can know that the Ramon dynasty encountered some powerful enemies. They fled in many places, but every time they went to one place, they would be caught up and formed a situation of you chasing me. I hope there will be new harvest from Pharaoh Tumen. Link finished sensing, got up and returned to Wuthering Castle. Now, if you want to complete the task, the first thing is to find out what the Black Door is. Only when you know the origin of the Black Door, can you find clues and continue to dig deeper. As far as the waste soil is concerned, the clue suddenly stops with all the survivors of the Ramon dynasty being sucked into the Black Gate. Vatican Galaxy is remote and few people. The First Order in the galaxy focuses on the Millennium War with alien stars, and there is little contact with the outside world. If you want to find out the Black Gate, I'm afraid you have to go to the more central part of the Morwell Galaxy after version 2.0. Link returned to Wuthering Castle and continued to understand the changes of waste soil. Most of the Wasteland forces in the Wasteland Expeditionary Army returned to their own forces or territories and began to report what they felt during the 8-month period to the family and leaders. Link's own corporate forces, such as Monster Security Company and Think Tank, began large-scale procurement and supplemented various materials. Although the portal between the planet and the mechanical fortress is being built under Penny's supervision, because the portal is a small portal, which can only accommodate one person at a time, and there are upper limits on the mass and volume of passing objects, the player's desire to carry a large number of materials from the planet to the mechanical fortress has failed. The portal can't carry a lot of materials, so both players and mechanical fortress officials take advantage of this wave of landing to supplement materials and supplies quickly. After all, I don't know when to waste soil next time. After feeding the cat, John appeared again in Link's office. John resented Link's sarcasm just now. What are your plans for coming back this time? John leaned half against his desk and crossed his hands in front of him. Replenish, and then the most important thing is to complete the portal. If you want to leave the waste soil in the future, you can directly borrow the portal placed in the waste soil and appear on the mechanical fortress. No matter how far apart. Yes, no matter how far apart. Then it will be much more convenient to go to the front line. It's convenient, but it also needs more energy. John paused for a moment and said, is my agency over? John has had 8 months since he took over Link's stall. According to John's participation in everything today, John must have been in power under a high load in the past 8 months. Well, it's convenient now. You just need to arrange individuals to do a good job in logistics support and overall planning. There's no need to hold a legend like you in this position. That's overqualified. Then Link said, after leaving this time, it's time for us to have a real and positive fight with the alien. Do you have the idea of going to the front? John was quite agitated. Being held in the agency position for 8 months, John was entangled by various official signatures every day. John wanted to see the outside world and increase his experience. If you continue to stay in the wasteland, I'm afraid you'll lose the next time the Silver Hand comes back to challenge. No problem. I'll go home and tell Martha that she will agree. Then John looked at Link and suddenly showed a meaningful smile. You've just come back. I'm afraid you don't know much about some changes in the waste soil. Link nodded. As soon as I got back to Wuthering Castle, I saw you fighting with Silver Hand. I have to say you're a freak. Link looked envious. He didn't get a new talent to complete all kinds of tasks outside. It's good for John to feed the cat at home and get a pervert talent. 10% full attribute bonus, this is so abnormal. John had a look of watching a good play on his face, and wanted to stop talking. In short, you can have a good understanding of the changes in the wasteland. Since you are here, I will take Martha and Tuanza back to Seta first. You guy, just say no to what you want to say. Link make complaints about it, but he left him only a window blown by a gust of wind and an empty office. Link scratched his head, the change of waste soil. What is this guy trying to say? Link was speechless and called Troy a moment later. Troy, help me summarize the changes of the wasteland in the past 8 months. Within minutes, Troy transferred the data to the computer in Link's office. Führer, I have drawn all the changes, large and small, in these 8 months into a table by category. You can view them in order, jump according to the directory index, or query by keyword. Link opened the file and immediately filled his eyes with a large amount of content. From the economy, people's livelihood, crime rate, and migration trend of the wasteland to the marriage, birth, relocation and promotion of people known to Link. The big economic index, people's livelihood index and various trends, Link skipped at a glance and summed up in 4 words: prosperity. Because of the existence of players, the originally rampant crime rate has also decreased month by month. Originally, people thought that waste soil should be a barren planet, but because of spider demon allies, more and more mineral resources and fossil energy have been found and proved from the ground, and the amount of available resources has increased instead of decreased. Because of the formation of the Waste Soil Expedition Army and the Waste Soil Coalition government, cultural, economic and trade exchanges between various organizations and forces are becoming more and more frequent. These changes were gratifying, but Link realized that these were not what John meant. Until Link turns to the back personal column. When I saw a message, I was stunned. If Link feels right, John should be talking about this message. Looking at the information, Link fell into meditation and felt a pressure on his shoulder. Now, with or without, it's a big head. There is no other reason for Link's worry. The document shows that Anna tried the gene solution in the waste soil in order to catch up with Link's footsteps, and finally awakened her power. This ability, or that very special ability, analysis. Chapter 815. Analysis is a very special of all abilities. This power has no concrete energy embodiment. It is not like power doubling, various element systems and transformation powers, but an ability to mobilize all parts of the body to organize and coordinate work. People with analytical abilities will greatly strengthen their memory, thinking and sixth senses, as well as the cooperation ability of body organs and tissues. The specific performance is supermemory, logical analysis ability and problem-solving ability. Although at first glance, Troy can complete these capabilities, but Troy relies on the huge amount of computing in the data center. There is no super large data center of this scale in the mechanical fortress for Troy, so Troy is mainly responsible for some data operations. Anna now has the analytical power to shine in the wasteland in the days without Troy. Undefined. In addition to the deputy director of the TV station, he also served as a lot of work, which has become an important part of the stable operation of waste soil. According to the situation that Link returned to the wasteland to recruit personnel, Anna's probability of entering the mechanical fortress is 89%. Anna knew what she wanted, but as far as he was concerned, his feelings for Anna didn't seem so strong. Link doesn't want to think about this unsolved problem. When the car comes to the bridge, it's natural. Let it go. Then Link looked at other people's situation data and found that they all had a significant improvement. While Link was checking the data in the office, the frontline macaw was still honing the heart of the silver hand. Is that a woman's massage? It looks soft and weak. The macaw quipped. Although he knew that the macaw was sharpening his heart, he was angry when he heard these words. Relying on its loud voice and power speed, the macaw constantly avoids the silver hand mercury pouring attack, and the words in its mouth become more and more vicious. Why are you slow in speed and frequency? Are you early yet? Thanks to the transformation of many iron pimples on you, why is your endurance so poor? Unlike me, it's as hard as iron, and there's only one word all over, hard. The macaw continued to avoid the attack, sighed again and again, and the disdain in his tone was undoubtedly revealed. The silver hand's attack is more rapid, but the macaw's speed is very fast. The silver hand can only capture the residual shadow. The direction of this fat figure is also strange, and it is impossible to predict the advance. Just as they were fighting, the silver hand hit the ground with a fist. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the ground, trying to disrupt the movement rhythm of the macaw. The fist wind from the crack really isolated the pace of the macaw. Because the crack also spread randomly, the macaw could not predict the crack spread and was immediately trapped in place. The macaw looked at the tremor of the earth and the cracks that continued to spread to the distance. The fat on his waist shook up and down, and even shook waves. Then he was stunned and said, "Is your fist a little too powerful?" The silver hand looked at the crack that cracked beyond the limit but didn't stop. He was also stunned and said, "My fist doesn't have this power. If it was so fierce, I would have put John down." The macaw thinks so. If the power of the silver hand fist is so exaggerated, the loser just now is John. Where can I get it for special training here? The crack continued to grow and roared, followed by the uplift of the earth block on the ground, from which a giant gradually appeared. The earth turned, and the black-brown, smooth chitin shell slowly appeared in front of the macaw and the silver hand. What the hell is this? Although I haven't seen the whole picture yet, Silver Hand feels a very strong breath. The macaw was stunned. Is this special? Just don't wait to finish saying. The more the macaw looks, the more familiar it feels with the creatures breaking out of the ground in front of it. When the dust fell, the huge black creature slowly opened his eyes, and his luxurious clothes and feet appeared in front of him. The macaw swallowed his saliva and immediately responded, "Xia, xia xia." When the spider demon queen saw the thinking macaw day and night, her voice was soft, and her heart was filled with infinite tenderness. "My prime minister. You are fat." Without saying a word, a macaw sped up and jumped on one of Shakania's touch feet, kept burying his head and said coquettishly, "I was going to find you as soon as I came back, but something happened here. I asked the silver demon Ubis to take other spider demon warriors back." Looking at their exaggerated body shape and incompatible actions, the silver hand was stunned. He remembered that the macaw had just said that it was hard all over. But at present, the soft rice tastes delicious. After that, the conversation between macaw and Shakonia was spiritual communication, so Silver Hand didn't know what he was talking about. Just looking at Shakania's body dozens of meters high, she was very gentle and careful about the movements of the macaw, and she could probably understand something. After a long time, the macaw looked back and said, "Silver Hand, I'm going to report back to the Spider Demon Empire with Xiao Xia. Go back and help me convey it to Link, and say I'll come back after the report." The Silver Hand made an okay gesture. Without the macaw training, the Silver Hand knew that the training would be put on hold for the time being. "Don't worry, it will reach you. You should pay attention to your body and don't lose more than 10 kilograms after you come back." The macaw snorted and disdained to say, "You don't understand. Xiao Xia and I are spiritual communication. Do you understand?" Tangent. The silver hand returned with disdain, waved his hand and left directly. The sudden visit of Spider Demon Queen Shaconia did not cause any fluctuations, but Link felt the earth shaking and saw the scene at the first time when Shaconia appeared. When Shaconia left, she also greeted Link in a spiritual way. On the contrary, Gamish, Graves and others were shocked to see such a huge spider queen and curious about the waste soil. In the afternoon, Link received the leaders of several forces. After learning of Link's return, these leaders rushed to Sado day and night to express their loyalty, and were eager to know the harvest of the mechanical fortress and the situation in the universe. And Link answered them with only one sentence, asking these leaders to rest in Shenmue City first. After everyone arrives, he will hold a special meeting to explain. All the leaders knew that the people in Link's mouth came together, referring to an important force in the wasteland, the Mutant Brotherhood. When the Federal Council of Wasteland was established, the Mutant Brotherhood was an important part. Other forces, big and small, are basically under the direct or indirect control of Link, except that the Mutant Brotherhood has always been independent. The key reason is that Yvonne, the leader of the Brotherhood, is another legend of the wasteland. Once there is a battle between legends, the world will turn pale and threaten the survival of millions of people. But fortunately, Yvonne and Link have common lofty goals, so the two sides can trust and work together. Troy, did Yvonne say he would arrive tonight? Trojan Data Consciousness Fluid appeared in front of Link and respectfully said, "Yes, Führer, around 9 p.m. Link calculated that it was only a few hours from now. It seems that during the time he left, Yvonne did, as he said before, close the door and enhance his strength after cultivating several core players. It can be seen from the time from Steel Eden to Sandu that this guy's strength improved greatly, almost half faster than before. The meeting place is set in the mechanical fortress. I need the equipment and venue inside." "Okay, Führer, I'll arrange it now." In the afternoon, Link put on the holographic human skin mask, chose Mode 3, the ordinary passerby ALE, and then walked around Sado. Sandu has changed a lot. The Shangcheng district on the other side of the river is still developed and clean, but the slums on the other side of the river have changed dramatically. Because of the gang integration relationship, the shops in the slums have developed steadily, and with the advantage of population, they have developed rapidly in the life retail industry and service industry. According to Link's impression, many dilapidated, messy and poor buildings have been repainted, and some have simply been demolished and rebuilt. The dirty and messy alleys are cleaned every day, which is basically no different from the upper urban area where dignitaries gather. Due to the development of economy and trade, the slums that people didn't like to come to are now the most popular places in the environment. Many merchants have gradually developed and expanded in the face of the limelight and become upstarts here. These gangs of Kylan Hall have gradually transformed into monster security companies. Business now covers all aspects, including security, food, service, and other industries. From the original stage to the background, the influence is greater than before. The whole city exudes vigor and vitality. Various new energy equipment are widely sighted, and emerging products can be seen everywhere. Looking at the changes in Sandu, Link can imagine that this is basically the case in Longcheng and Fei. Without the obstruction of local dignitaries, the exchanges between the three cities are becoming more and more frequent, and the final trend must be the same. Gamish, Graves, Alfred, and others also integrate into Sado respectively, and they can't help admiring after visiting. Whether Pandora or Victoria, even without alien invasion, the internal environment is full of chaos and instability. But with the appearance of alien stars, they have been destroyed by alien stars before they can solve the internal contradictions of the planet, leaving only the last handful of children. So they saw the situation of waste soil and asked about the pattern of waste soil. They really admired Link for his orderly and steady development of the treatment of such a complex place with original strength. With such a planet and resources as the backing, why not worry about the great cause? Late at night, a silver aircraft on the go became quickly, and the light of the moon sprinkled on the aircraft, making it look like the second moon in the sky. The silver aircraft went straight to the mechanical fortress not far from Shenmue City and stopped at the parking port of the mechanical fortress. Through the porthole, Ivan and the high level of the Mutant Brotherhood have seen the ships berthing in the port. Armed Vikings, medium-sized transport ships, Jinghai-class frigates, and even at the lower level of the berthing port, there are countless Martyr unmanned raiders. Only these ships and armed forces have shocked you in the aircraft. Ivan also flashed a flash in his eyes, then returned to his mind, coughed a few times and said, "Well, we should go down." On the way, Ivan received the news that all other forces had arrived, leaving only their mutant brotherhood. And Link didn't have a meeting and waited for them to come, which obviously gave him enough face. Of course, Ivan is more curious about what good things Link has brought back and whether his strength has improved after he has been out for 8 months. After all, before Link left, even Ivan was very afraid of the strong aura and control he showed, and didn't dare to plunder his edge. But now Ivan is closed. If Link's strength has not made much progress, Ivan should consider the leading relationship of bilateral cooperation. Ivan got off the aircraft. Afu was already in place at the parking port in advance. He was dressed in a suit, leather shoes, a small pink bow tie and the standing posture he learned from Alfred. "Mr. Ivan, the head of state and leaders have been waiting in the conference room for a long time." Ivan looked at Afu and said, "I remember you. You are Link's personal servant." Afu showed his teeth and suddenly a shining smile came. After all, his favorite praise and address was the personal servant of the head of state. Afu entertained the mission of the Mutant Brotherhood. This is Ivan's first visit to the interior of the mechanical fortress. The last time I saw the mechanical fortress was when I observed the low Earth orbit on the ground. Now I am in it, I can feel its vastness and sense of science and technology. The Steel Eden was built by Ivan with painstaking efforts. In particular, Ivan controls the magnetic force, so he clearly feels the weight of the whole mechanical fortress. It must be said that it is a unique feat in the history of Wasteland to lift this thing up and sail in the universe. Afu, how is your voyage in the universe? Have you encountered alien forces? Ivan asked as he walked. Because he definitely felt that the honest servant in front of him had strengthened a lot in strength. This made him feel a slight fear of the next meeting. He felt 2 kinds of energy, breath of emptiness and darkness in Afu, which had never happened before. Afu scratched his head, "We have encountered many things. This meeting of the heads of state is also to clarify these. Moreover, in the mechanical fortress Mutant Brotherhood, the course of this voyage is also recorded in detail. Leader Ivan can hear their detailed report later." Although Afu liked Ivan very much, from Alfred, Afu still learned that there is no leakage and can't answer any questions. In this way, Afu led Ivan to the conference room. When Ivan entered the door, many alien forces on the expedition were stunned. First he looked at Link, then his eyes quickly swept to the opposite Silverhand and John, and finally his eyes focused on Ivan. Their exaggerated eyes seemed to ask, "Are there 4 legends in the wasteland?" Chapter 816. Just this scene of the 4 giants of waste soil appearing at the same time is enough to shock the leaders of these forces who have just joined the waste soil expedition army. It was thought that the 3 legends of wasteland were shocking enough. Unexpectedly, there was a 4th one. After Ivan entered the conference room, he glanced at it and found a lot of strong people. The first was an old man with a white beard, full of magical energy. Only from the chi field of the other party, Ivan felt a threat of equal strength. Needless to think, this is definitely a legend. Ivan's seclusion has improved. He wanted to see Link later show off, but he was shocked by the lineup in the conference room when he first came. What he wanted to say just now was stuck in his throat and couldn't jump out a word. Undefined, then follow them one by one, and finally focus on Silverhand and Link. The Silverhand went out with Link this time, and his strength also improved a lot. Originally happy, but now I can't see too many expressions on my face, which makes people unable to see through. As for Link, his whole body exudes a strong king's breath, which makes people feel inferior in front of this person. Before, Yvonne just felt that Link's strength was a little higher than him, but now seeing Link again was like a basin of cold water, and his whole body was cool. Seeing Link again after 8 months, Yvonne found that he was almost unable to see through the depth of Link, which undoubtedly made him a little flustered. Link was also looking at Yvonne, but after glancing at his information, Link changed into a smile. "Lao Wan, I'm waiting for you." Link raised his hand to the empty seat next to him. Yvonne nodded and sat down in place. The magnetic energy effect on his body was not covered. When passing these people he had never met, everyone felt that the metal objects on his body were pulled and changed direction with Ivan's movement. "Well, now that everyone is here, the meeting will officially begin." With a wave of Link's hand, a series of agreements, contracts, and records of events experienced by the mechanical fortress in the past 8 months appeared on the holographic screen in front of him. In view of your vague understanding of the experience of the mechanical fortress in the past 8 months, you have specially listed the schedule of this event. You can browse it by yourself and master the latest information. The leaders of many forces present looked through the holographic screen in front of them. Because of Link's sudden return, the time they came from all over the country was urgent. Although many forces stationed in the mechanical fortress summarized the events in recent months, they only glanced at it hastily or didn't have time to check it at all. Now this stall just gives them time to mend. Many people looked happy when they saw the many achievements of the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army in the Vatican system, and even had enough voice on several planets to absorb more aliens and alliances. Originally, their pattern was only on the Wasteland planet, but now several planets like Wasteland have been incorporated into the alliance, and their horizons have naturally widened. There is nothing more complicated than Yvonne. The reason why we chose to cooperate with Link before was that only by cooperating with the Federal Parliament of Wasteland can we win-win. Link left the Wasteland and entered the universe, but left a John guard. The two legends constrained each other thousands of miles away, and finally found a delicate balance. In this precious period of peace, both the Wasteland Federation and the Steel Eden have made unprecedented progress. However, Yvonne always believes that the planet's resources are limited and will be exhausted one day. At that time, both sides will inevitably fall into war. Therefore, what we can do now is to continuously improve our strength, cultivate our subordinates, attract the power systems of different people, and build an organization with sufficient combat power to deal with future crises. Planning ahead has always been the way for the Mutant Brotherhood to survive. However, after reading the itinerary log of the mechanical fortress for the past 8 months, the gullies and plans in Ivan's chest were ruthlessly broken before he came. Link's 8-month expedition created too much revenue. So now when we look at our own calculations and plans, we have a shallow and childish vision, which is like a show-off, and can't be put on the table at all. So far, the Wasteland Expeditionary Force has 3 staunch allies, Slaven, Pandora, and Victoria. Each planet is as large as Wasteland. It has left the Wasteland Galaxy, visited Saint Sura in the Tusk Galaxy, and signed an alliance with the Fuwen Star, which will help them recapture their homes in the future. In this process, the strength of the mechanical fortress also increased rapidly. The addition of Martyr-level unmanned raider formation, Black Throne, and many new forces has brought more new technologies and materials, which has increasingly improved the comprehensive strength of the mechanical fortress. Just say that the Mage Tower seen in the rest area in front of the meeting room, such a building with great arcane power and the magic hub contained therein, a Mage Tower is enough to raise the wasteland to the ground. Not to mention the almost one-sided battle between the Black Throne and the quasi-full fleet outside the Sansura planetary belt. Ivan's heart is mixed. Even if there are thousands of gullies in his chest, he has no choice in the end. Link took everyone's expressions into his eyes, probably knew their thoughts, and said quietly, "Well, since everyone has read the log, I'll enter the next stage." Link looked positive and then swept the crowd. Before coming, I had an exchange with Ningchinki, the commander of the 7th Corps of the First Order. The First Order found the alien barracks of Warmer and is now ready to go. The main goal of our wasteland expedition is to eliminate alien stars and ensure the continuous development of the Alliance civilization, so we must participate in the War of Warmer. Link's tone was firm and unquestionable. Most of the people present have dead enemies with the aliens. The spiritual leader of the Slytherin Resistance Army is as gentle as the wind, and the wind follows the lead of Linkma. In addition, the wind has successfully promoted the spirit of free resistance before, which naturally has a sense of rejection for the alien stars oppressed on the heads of all living beings. The Führer, come on, what do you need us to do? Gamish was the first to say that the alien nearly wiped out the whole Pandora. The people of Pandora have a deep blood feud. Now the Wasteland Expeditionary Army has accumulated so many forces. In addition to the First Order, the two sides have launched an attack on Warmer together. Don't you worry about killing the alien cubs? Victoria moves with the will of the head of state, and the head of state's decision is the fate of the planet. Alfred nodded gracefully, and the advisors and representatives of Ander nodded behind him. Before, the Prophet Julian asked Alfred to stand in line and say that as a Victorian people, they believe in the Prophet's prophecy and vision, but also in Link's strength. Subsequently, more people joined in the statement. Crusade, Shangcheng District Family Federation, Moon Shadow Council, Longcheng, Fei, Eschia, Fusion Star. The macaw in the underground Spider Demon Empire also sent a resolution through the holographic screen. On behalf of the Queen of the Spider Demon Empire, Shakonia, as the Royal Prime Minister of the Spider Demon Empire, I would like to announce that the Spider Demon Empire will send the most elite soldiers and priests to join in the attack and fulfill the alliance contract. Finally, everyone's eyes focused on Ivan, the leader of the Mutant Brotherhood. All the forces present expressed their positions, leaving him alone. Ivan was so busy that he was stared at by the crowd, but he couldn't see any anxiety and panic on his face, and Gubo wasn't surprised in his eyes. Führer, the Mutant Brotherhood, as a member of the Wasteland, will not refuse to fight. But I have one condition. Ivan put forward the conditions at this time, which many people present didn't expect. The atmosphere at the venue was also immediately serious. Before this major right and wrong, Ivan had to put forward conditions. Does he want to become the public enemy of all forces in front of him? Regardless of major right and wrong, he still thinks about his own selfish desires under the current situation of the enemy. Everyone's eyes flashed unhappiness, but in order not to be rude in front of Link, they covered it up very well. Link didn't have any displeasure on his face and motioned Ivan to go on. My condition is that I will lead the elite of the mutants to personally participate in this war. If the head of state does not agree to this request, the Mutants Brotherhood will refuse to go to war. Lin Ke smiled. Lao Wan, it's natural that you can appear in person. The others were relieved and looked at Ivan with a soft look, even a trace of guilt. It turned out that the mutant leader applied to fight on the front line in person. This courage and pride is moving. And think of the curse and anger in their hearts before, how ashamed they are now. With Link's guarantee, Ivan smiled. Mutant Brotherhood, support the decision of the head of state. In a short time, Ivan observed the situation and chose the most correct way. As Link broadened his horizons, Ivan found that the pattern of waste soil was too small. If you want to develop, it's too small to focus on the wasteland. Only by continuing to cooperate deeply with Link to understand the cosmic pattern of the galaxy where they are located, and with the concerted efforts of all mutants, can they seek greater rights, independence, and freedom when they have their own ships or bases other than the wasteland. And just a Vatican galaxy, Link can gather such a group of people and forces and have so many civilizations. Then further away, there will certainly be more civilizations and forces, including mutants. Ivan wanted to unite all the mutants and twist them into a rope. Previously, the scope of all referred to waste soil. But now, the scope of this all has expanded again to a deeper universe. No one knows Ivan's lethality better than Link. As a legendary mutant who can control magnetic fields, his lethality on land is terrible. Link's comprehensive strength is stronger than the other party, and he absolutely dare not pat his chest to ensure that he can win the other party in the killing range. Now Ivan chose to fight in person and the four giants of Wasteland came out together. He even began to look forward to the war of annihilation of Warmer. Chapter 817. After everyone decides to participate, there is the issue of force build-up and overall planning. Link took the lead in giving an answer to everyone present. Everyone's common goal is to completely eradicate alien stars, so we are all allies. Here I can tell you without concealment that Warmer is an alien barracks. The planets captured by alien stars will transport batch after batch of people who take refuge or loyal to alien stars to Warmer through the portal, where they will be transformed or trained into cruel soldiers of alien legions. The number of alien enemies we have to face will be on an unprecedented scale, more than the alien legions suffered by Wasteland, Pandora, and Victoria combined. It is the real black tide. Everyone looks serious. All the people present have fought with the alien legion. We know that the strength of alien terror is the advantage of quantity. Undefined, we have airstrike capability. I think the situation will be much better. Gamish put forward his idea. In Pandora, the battle was still very anxious, but with the Mage Tower and the Viking, the battle in Victoria was much simpler, which could almost be described as harvest, which also increased his confidence in completely eliminating alien stars. Link shook his head reluctantly. Alien planets invade other planets. Because of the limitation of portal energy and size, they have no air control ability. But that doesn't mean that Warmer doesn't have it. On the contrary, it is very difficult for our ships to carry out airstrikes on Warmer. Warmer is an alien barracks. In other words, alien invades the hematopoietic base of other civilizations. Air defense after being found has been considered at the place where Warmer was founded. The only one who can enter it for air attack is the Martyr unmanned assault aircraft formation, except the Mage Tower. However, it's okay to pull out the key targets at fixed points in these tactics. In the face of the tide of alien legions, it's a drop in the bucket. Link's words poured cold water on the people. If Warmer is really so solid, without the support and help of air forces, and only rely on ground forces to attack, the difficulty can be said to increase more than 10 times. The number of alien legions is still fresh in their memory and even chilly. If we really want to fight on the ground, our number must be at least equal to that of the alien legion in order not to be inferior. But the number of the alien legion in Warmer is at least millions, which Gamish doesn't know what to say. The whole mechanical fortress can carry tens of thousands of people at full load, but it's a drop in the bucket from the number of enemies. Don't worry, we are acting together with the First Order this time. For alien stars, when the First Order appears, the gratitude and resentment against the millennium-old enemy is enough to make them ignore our manpower. What we have to do is contain some enemies, destroy many portals on Warmer, and completely isolate the possibility of other planets supporting Warmer. After listening to Link's words, everyone looked a little pale and almost forgot the First Order. If the two sides unite, the pressure will be greatly reduced. Well, let's go to the most important topic of our meeting today to raise combat effectiveness. Link looked around at the crowd. At present, the scale of more than 3,000 people in the mechanical fortress is not enough to support our attack on Warmer. We need more effective forces. The target is at least 10,000 people. At this time, Link finally said the goal of 10,000 people. 10,000? When Link finished, the leaders of the major forces thought about it a little, and suddenly got stuck in their throat. 10,000 people, there are so many forces on the scene. I'm afraid there are less than 1,000 people in each force. What can 1,000 people do? Because of the existence of strange people, the scale of major forces has generally increased. Even players of the Crusade, which cultivates in a cold place, flock to it, and now the scale can reach more than 100,000. 1,000 people, true enough. But since the head of state has drawn this line, they have to sum it up. How to select 1,000 elite generals from their own influence scale to participate in this epic battle. Although these forces in the mechanical fortress get along well at ordinary times, they can only make calculations in their hearts. But now the attack on Wormer is a debriefing performance for joining the Wasteland expedition. If the performance is poor, it will not attract enough outsiders in the future, and it will not be able to raise its head in the mechanical fortress in the future. Therefore, all leaders held their breath. Well, that's all I have to say today. We'll stay in the wasteland for a few days, and then we'll leave for Wamir. As for the manpower, you can arrange these days and submit the list. When Link finished, he got up and signaled the end of the meeting. It's an emergency, so many leaders who have a long way to go have to go back and make arrangements. This battle on Wormer is both a challenge and an opportunity. Yvonne wanted to talk to Link, but tonight he needs to arrange people to return to Steel Eden and start preparing a list of thousands. After the meeting, Link was left with only some close friends. Well, you are tired all the way. Go and have a rest. Link saw John's eyes before he left and knew that he had something to say to himself alone. When the crowd dispersed, Link saw John's back at the railing at the end of the parking port of the mechanical fortress. It's not your style to call me here suddenly, Link said with a smile. John turned and looked serious. Do you remember the original purpose of the killer organization Assassin Alliance I founded? Assassin League, Link naturally remembers. To restrain these capable killers. What else? That's what stopped Link. Link rummaged through his memory carefully and thought of another purpose of organizing the Assassin Alliance as soon as possible before he left, that is, to investigate the clues of the Desert Prince. Since Link and John went to the prince's treasure house in person, a huge cloud of doubt hung over their heads. The Desert Prince did not die, leaving a message to get rid of the 7 people. It was just a golden cicada shelling and killing with a knife. The inside story of this game was uncovered in the treasure ground, but it was completely broken. What did you find? John nodded. I found a clue that is not a clue. I wanted to show you this afternoon, but I was disturbed by the silver hand. Link was overjoyed when he heard the speech. He wanted to know that the prince hidden behind him had always been an unstable factor. Now John got a clue. Link might be able to use his identity as a wasteland omniscient to find out more truth. Chapter 818. Link and John returned to the Mechanical Fortress lounge. John swung the suitcase he was carrying onto the table. With the 2 crisp sounds of the buckle unlocking, the suitcase bounced open, revealing the evidence found by John. When Link saw the evidence, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately met John's eyes and found that the other party was smiling, as if he was saying he knew everything. Link picked up the scarab gold bracelet in the suitcase, and there was a hint of fusion and absorption when the system was interrupted. However, Link ignored it for the time being and asked, "Where did you find this?" Undefined. Link had arranged for many people to visit the pharaoh's tombs in the waste soil. There were no traces of Zerg nests in the funerary objects until they were found in the Desert Prince's treasure house. But now John found it from the wasteland, which shocked Link. What's more, John seemed to know something. John took a sip of water and took out another item from the suitcase, a woolen coat with the standard modern civilization style, and a photo at the bottom of the suitcase. Führer, you'd better look at this first. Link took the photo. Although the photo is old and yellow, and some of the colors on it have turned white and fallen off, it can be clearly distinguished that in the center of the picture is the gentle Desert Prince with glasses and scepters in both hands. Beside him, there were 7 of Link's revenge before. The background of the photo is Wuthering Castle, from which we can see the magnificence and elegance of the former Wuthering Castle Palace. In addition, Link noticed that the clothes on the Desert Prince in the picture were John's woolen coat, which made him wonder where these things came from. Well, can you say it now? John heaved a sigh. and then began to say, "After you left, I arranged for the Assassin Alliance to spread around to find any clues about the Desert Prince. Although news came from all over the world, most of the news was worthless. It was just a place where the prince had gone before or had something to do with the people around the prince. After 6 months of searching, there was no useful information. I even wonder if the prince has changed his face and changed his name after he came out of his shell." But just as I was about to change the search route, a news from the Assassin Alliance caught my attention. Several bounty hunters were in danger while exploring the grottos. Only one escaped and launched rescue in the nearby Assassin Alliance. The items found in the cave caught my attention. There are things from the Pharaoh dynasty and the products of modern civilization. It is obvious that someone has entered this cave. So I took people to search deeply and found these things. John had seen gold bracelets, and Link had an excuse to go. Now I found the gold bracelet and the clothes once worn by the Desert Prince here, and I immediately noticed the problem. I sent someone to conduct a carpet search and appraisal of the grottos. The final answer is that the final result points to that the time when the Desert Prince arrived here is most likely a few years after the liquidation day. Link frowned slightly. The nuclear war broke out in the waste soil on the liquidation day, and the outer space was full of nuclear dust and radiation. Ordinary people exposed to this environment for a long time will have adverse effects. However, during this period, the Desert Prince will not be noticed when walking outside. After all, at this time, the vast majority of survivors live underground, and even mutants infected by radiation are rare. Is the conclusion certain? Asked Link. John nodded heavily. I've sent someone to test the clothes and gold bracelets. They all have high radiation intensity, which is caused by direct exposure to strong radiation. In the case of large-scale nuclear radiation in the waste soil, there is only the liquidation day. According to our footsteps, the Desert King didn't come out after entering the cave, and his footsteps disappeared in the hall in the center of the cave. In this way, it is a certainty. Link took the woolen coat and used the title of Wasteland Omniscient. Suddenly, the picture in my mind was like a turbulent vortex, bringing all consciousness and 6 senses to the scene at that time. Vaguely, Link saw that the waste soil was grey, and the nuclear dust in the sky fell like snowflakes and deposited on the ground. In the heavy snow, a body walks on the desolate Gobi. Black suede thick military boots, wrapped in a woolen coat and wearing a wind and gas protection integrated mask, the whole person looked straight ahead and walked firmly like a pilgrim. I don't know how long I walked, the grey vision was covered with a layer of dark color in the distance. When the walker approached, it began to show signs, a low hill at the end of the Gobi and a pile of rubble. The man went to the rubble pile, stopped at an insignificant stone and knocked on several nearby stones. With a burst of buzzing and trembling, the situation in front of him slowly moved back, revealing a long and narrow tunnel containing only one person. The man jumped into it without saying a word, and Link's vision followed the man's steps and entered the tunnel. Shortly after entering the tunnel, the man took out a small flashlight from his woolen coat and a columnar light guided him forward. Link saw the hieroglyphics and colored paintings of the ancient Pharaoh dynasty on the stone walls on both sides of the tunnel. Generally speaking, the grottos painted with these are the tombs of pharaohs. However, there is no record of this cave, and it is very far from the birthplace of the Desert Dynasty. The appearance seems to be full of concealment. No one would have thought that there would be a cave here. With the deepening, the man took off his gas mask, and the remaining light of the flashlight shone on the man's cheek. Link recognized that he was the Prince of the Desert. In the nuclear winter after the liquidation day, the Desert Prince Golden Cicada came out of his shell and went alone to the hidden cave in the deserted Gobi without telling his 7 bodyguards. There must be some secret. With the deepening of the cave, the tunnel becomes wider and wider. There are many organs on the way. The Desert Prince skillfully manipulates and avoids all kinds of organs until he comes to the deepest part of the cave, a hall of about 100 square meters. At the 4 corners of the hall are long burning whale oil lamps, which illuminate the hall brightly and flicker the human shadow illuminated by the fire. In the center of the hall, there is a small round pool, which looks like a place for holy bathing baptism. The water quality inside is clear. Under the light of whale oil lamp, the surface is floating with firelight like autumn leaves. The desert prince stood in front of the round pond, whispering something. Although Link didn't understand it, it can be guessed from the swirling water phase in the holy bath that this spell must be a mysterious calling ceremony. But Link searched his mind and couldn't find a familiar or similar spell. "Master, I have arranged everything according to your instructions." The original clear water of the holy bathing pool suddenly became turbid, showing purple and dark blue similar to the deep universe. Link's perspective is close and wants to see the situation in the Qingsheng bathing pool. However, the water in the pool was turbid, only the background color, and there was no scene. "Well, now that you have completed the task, it's time to return. There are still a lot of things to deal with." The desert prince crossed his hands on his chest and looked very pious. At the same time, his woolen coat slipped from his shoulder and fell on the ground behind him. The water in Shenmue pool became more and more turbulent. The desert prince leaned forward and fell into the water with a plop. The surging spray converged again, and the turbid holy bathing pool suddenly emitted light. The edge of the holy bathing pool emits colored glaze light, just like a wonderland. This scene immediately stimulated Link's memory. Every time the mechanical fortress passes through the jump gate, the scenery seen in the wormhole tunnel is the same. This holy bathing pool, blessed by the power of the spell, has become a portal connecting the wasteland and the strange land. In the center of the holy bathing pool, that is, the center of the vortex, Link tried his best to look and saw a shocking scene. In the depths of the universe, countless stars are embedded in a wall formed by earthy yellow cosmic gas. On this gas wall, there are countless huge condensed faces, each of which is the size of a planet, with dense banks and looks like a huge shock. It's like Shadow Rock and Presidential Mountain, but the face on the wall of this gas nebula can't see the end at a glance. In addition to the face, you can see that the body like the creator god is bound to the nebula, covered by earthy yellow, and turned into a clay figurine. The lucky spider silk and mucus bound the giant's body. All the faces on the nebula opened their mouths and were unwilling, as if they were venting and complaining. Even in his previous life, Link had never seen such a magnificent scene. Just when Link was shocked by the magnificent scene in front of him, there was a frightening sound from the nebula wall. "You see too much." Before Link understood what he meant, suddenly the holy bath burst in front of him, and a column of water rose into the sky, completely making Link's thinking consciousness out of the meditation space. Buzzing! Link felt his ears buzzing. He staggered back 2 steps and was quickly held by John. "Link, what's the matter with you?" John was clearly aware of Link's freshness of breath and energy and collapsed in an instant. It's like a sand dune castle piled on the beach, which was completely destroyed by a wave brought ashore. Link calmed his mind, his heart beat violently, a chill suddenly popped up from his spine to his head, and his hair burst. "I just recall what happened in the wasteland 100 years ago from the perspective of wasteland omniscient, and peep into the great creation through the channel of Shenmue pool. But it was in this memory image that I was found. Although I don't know what the earthy yellow nebula is, it is an indisputable fact that the desert prince is loyal to the voice. Now, Link seems to be watched by a terrible existence." Link was so upset that the system sent out a series of tinkling prompt sounds, as if he were overweight. After investigating the clues and inside information of the prince, you complete the A-level task conspiracy. You have found a deeper secret. You have obtained the first ring of the S-level task pillar of creation and the task wall of origin. Chapter 819. You triggered the S-level task pillar of creation, the task binding cannot be rejected. Task progress, first ring wall of origin. Task tip, from the perspective of memory, you see what the waste Saturn Desert Prince has experienced, accidentally find the existence of the creation column and the wall of origin, understand the creation column and the wall of origin, and continue to investigate the action of the Desert Prince and the forces behind it. Task reward, 5 million experience, 100 potential points, 2 epic materials, 2 epic equipment, 1 legendary material and 1 unknown reward. Lin Kuan didn't expect that John had an A-level serial task, because the chain effect could trigger an S-level task. Undefined the pillar of creation, the wall of origin. It's reasonable that Link hasn't heard of it in his previous life, and from the task reward of the first ring, this S-level task is higher than the Heart of the Swarm and Doomsday. Doomsday is the main task of version 3.0 Doomsday Echo, Recovery of Plague. Swarm Heart is the main task of 6.0 Swarm Heart. Then this pillar of creation is likely to be the main task of subsequent versions. Link, are you okay? John found Link stunned and worried. Link regained his consciousness and sighed, "It's all right, just saw some scenes just now. By the way, you can tell the Assassin Alliance that it's over and show me the live videos and photos taken by the way." How did it end suddenly? John didn't understand. I just saw the whole process of the Desert Prince entering the cave after 50 years of God's return. He performed some kind of ceremony in the holy bathing pool and opened the portal to other places. This man has left the wasteland. Link hid the picture he saw through the holy bathing pool. After all, the Wall of Origin composed of nebulae and countless powerful people bound on the Wall of Origin are really shocking, and it only adds to his troubles. John's heart waves. You can see what happened before in your mind by touching something. Have you mastered the ability of backtracking now except the ability of profit? Link's expression gradually calmed down and squeezed out a smile. It's not everything, it's just waste soil. Then why did you lose your mind and retreat in a moment? I just felt your chi field and energy, and it collapsed in a moment. John was worried. He always felt that Link saw other things when he looked back. Otherwise, with his calm and stable state of mind, he could never have such an exaggerated performance. Nothing. I just thought that the Desert Prince had a far-reaching layout in the wasteland, and I didn't know the forces and purposes behind it. I was a little melancholy for a time. Link took a look at the photos taken at the scene. After nearly 50 years, the holy bathing pool in the cave hall has completely dried up, and even the whale oil lamp has dimmed a lot. Footprints in the hall stopped by the holy bathing pool, and woolen coats and gold bracelets also fell aside, which was exactly the same as what Link saw. John said in silence for a long time, "Well, now that you have seen the results, this matter will come to an end. As for the woolen coat and gold bracelet, I'll leave it to you. Just as you're back, I'll refresh myself and go back to have a rest these days." John got up and left. He saw that Link had something to hide. He tried a word and Link didn't say it clearly, but John almost figured it out. When the alien invades the wasteland, even when the shadow saffron projection on the island finally appears, Link Dutai Mountain collapses in front without changing his face. But just now, Linkton's temperament completely collapsed, especially when he helped himself. He felt the stress reaction of his body trembling. These can't deceive people. Linkton definitely saw something terrible in his backtracking. And it's a terrible thing that can't be told to the world. John left the mechanical fortress by jeep. At night, the mechanical fortress was brightly lit, reflecting the Gobi Desert. Looking at the mechanical fortress from the rear-view mirror, John couldn't help sighing, "After all, you carried everything alone. Although I don't know what terrible scene you see, as a friend, all I can do is keep getting stronger and accompany you to meet this great horror." John's laziness turned dignified, and his temperament suddenly became fierce. He didn't say these words to Link face to face, because he knew that the more Link saw, the more he had to bear the pressure of peeping into the future. This pressure is incomprehensible to others. As a companion and good friend, all he can do is have the ability to help him share when he really faces it, rather than standing behind and watching him fight alone. After John left, Link finally didn't need to disguise. He sat down on the sofa and stuffed a whole glass of water before he felt better. The nebula wall seen through the holy bathing pool should be the wall of origin mentioned in the task tip. As for many giants bound into sculpture on the wall of origin, Link dare not guess their identity, but it is definitely not Lo. In his previous life, Link played until version 6.0. Because the game cabin was aging and electric leakage led to crossing, he didn't know what happened in the subsequent plot. However, in version 6.0, the biggest villain Paul the Great and the 3 civilized races in the universe have all appeared in the eyes of players. The Pillar of Creation, the Wall of Origin. Judging only from the name, this should be the version that reveals the truth of the construction of the rules of the whole game world of Destiny. The people behind the Desert Prince should listen to the voice from the Wall of Origin, but they don't know whether it is the power of the Wall of Origin itself or the existence bound in it. The Desert Prince said to arrange everything. What is it? Is this arrangement only available to novice planets? Is it a reasonable explanation for players? You know, with the version change, the player's voice in the universe becomes more and more important, and his position in the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance becomes higher and higher. Perhaps the story of the creation column will be a version of the player's real role as the protagonist? Logically, the plot should connect the preceding and the following. The 6.0 version of Paul the Great is already close to invincible. How does the plot transition to the subsequent plot? The last voice, is it for me? The title of Wasteland Omniscient brings me the ability to trace back. I saw the echo scene nearly 50 years ago, but why did the other party directly discover my existence? Have I been watched? Getting the Zerg nest is equivalent to fighting against Paul the Great. Now it offends a more mysterious and powerful existence. More explanations and questions popped up in Link's mind, but he couldn't answer any of them. A splitting headache. Finally, it can only turn into a sigh. Alas, now we can only take one step at a time. Chapter 820. It's a blessing, not a curse, but a curse. Looking back at the creatures bound to the Wall of Origin, which are bigger than stars, it's frightening to think about them. However, Link's mood eased a lot after thinking carefully. If the existence of that scale is unfavorable to the waste soil, it can annihilate the waste soil in the long river of galaxies and turn into a cluster of interstellar dust by waving your finger or even blowing a breath. But the other party sent its own servants to leave after it was done. And listen to their dialogue, the Desert Prince still has a lot of tasks to complete. Undefined from this perspective, there are only 2 possibilities. 1. The other party has completed the task in the waste soil. 2. The other party buried his backhand in the waste soil and only waited for the right time to detonate. Either way, the waste soil is safe in the short term. Having figured this out, Link's psychological burden is not so great. The later version of the Heart of the Swarm has planted a seed of crisis in advance, but it will not bite back so soon. The top priority is to solve the primary problems and contradictions at present. But just after saying this, a new idea suddenly popped up in Link's mind. Although I know nothing about the Pillar of Creation and the Wall of Origin, there may be another person who knows about Saturn. You rewrite. This person is the soul of the Observer family, Singer Aaliyah. Although the cosmic observers do not know the purpose of their observation, they know from the chat with 3 known observers that the observers have arrived at the wasteland before the liquidation day. Maybe they can get some clues from them. Link thought for a moment and called Afu. Afu, here is a task for you. I can't think of anyone else who can do it except you. Link rubbed his temples and looked annoyed. Afu was like beating chicken blood, and his fat body began to tremble. Only I can do the task? Can I solve the problems for the boss again? Yes. Link nodded heavily. Help me find Aaliyah again. I have something important to ask her. Link took out Kolar's dagger and handed it to Afu. Contact me as soon as you find it, and I'll flash over directly. Boss, what are you looking for Aaliyah this time? What should I say when I meet? Link fixed his eyes and patted Afu's thick shoulder. Just say, save the world. Ah Fu immediately opened his eyes and showed an incredible expression. At the same time, his head slowly turned back, as if he was stunned by the breath on Link. Then, his chin came out unconsciously. See figure for details. The boss handed me such an important task. I feel the burden on my shoulder is heavy. Ah Fu clenched his fat fist and suddenly felt that he had a great responsibility. Don't worry, boss, I will finish the task. Our generation is duty-bound to save the wasteland world. Ah Fu took the dagger, put on his bag and set out alone without a moment's delay. The bleak and lonely figure and firm pace on the Goba shoulder the wasteland alone. The world is in danger of survival and death. It is burning. Goo goo. At this time, Ah Fu's stomach was handed over. Why don't you have a hamburger and go? Link suggested. Ah Fu blushed and dared not look back. His body was fixed and could not move. What a waste of time. It's urgent to save the wasteland. I don't have time to waste any more. Ah Fu half turned his head, and he could see his firm eyes and extremely round-side face, just like Crayon Zioxin. So, please help me prepare 200 hamburgers for me to eat on the way. Well, 10 minutes later, Ah Fu took a step to save the waste soil. But at the same time, in the back kitchen of the mechanical fortress, the cabinets marked with hamburger materials were empty. After arranging a task for Ah Fu, Link breathed a sigh of relief. Although he doesn't know the result, this is his only way to understand the pillar of creation and the wall of origin. In the following days, the major forces submitted their respective lists, including the most outstanding elite in their respective camps in addition to the aliens. For thousands of days, there is no stage for them to display in the wasteland. Now, they are going to push the stage to the universe and carry out a huge report performance in Wormer. The mechanical fortress itself has more than 3,000 people. Although Pandora, Victorian players, and NPCs can only join the Wasteland expedition through the portal, the total number of returned people is too small to scale. There are no extra forces in Mist Mountain Villa on the Wasteland side, so the quota allocation is still much more balanced for local forces. As the list was submitted, a wonderful sound of task completion appeared. You have completed the task. The direction of the Vatican system. The first ring. Make more friends. Current progress, 10,875/10,000. You have received task reward, Basic Space Folding Mechanical Principle, Micro Air Vehicle Engine Upgrade Manual, version 2.0, 50 potential points and 3 prestige points of Vatican Galaxy, automatically converted to 2 legendary points. Looking at the reward prompted by the system, Link couldn't help sighing. Finally exchange these things before the Battle of Wormer, which can solve the big trouble. It did solve a big problem. The first is the principle of basic space folding machinery. Once this technology is broken, all will have a space backpack, which can carry a lot of combat resources and equipment. There is no need to carry a backpack as before. It looks like a two-legged turtle. It is a simple and direct enhancement for players, and an epic enhancement for mechanical players. Because in the past, mechanical players could only fight positional warfare. There were too many equipment and devices to fight flexibly over a long distance. But once they have space memory, they can take out powerful equipment, mecha, and artillery at any time. You can repair your own mechanical devices anytime and anywhere, and your combat effectiveness will be more lasting. It is precisely for this simple reason that mechanical players have risen since the beginning of version 3.0, and have become a dazzling existence in the two major versions in the medium term. Now that Link has completed the main task, he has obtained the principal book in advance, and can manufacture the spatial memory earlier. Instead of waiting for players to come into contact with this product after they arrive at the Star Harbor with Gendarmerie Captain Chris. MAV Engine Upgrade Manual, version 2.0. This item is also a treasure in Link's eyes. Basically, only landing ships, UAVs and other micro-aircraft can be used together. This engine upgrade manual is version 2.0, which is an advanced mode of the basic version. Now the Martyr drone looks at the entire Vatican system and is second to none in the scope of radars. Even the first order UAV has less parameters than Martyr's. The field of vision is wider, including the TUS galaxy and even the southwest sector of the Morwell galaxy. The capability and firepower of the Martyr drone are also slightly higher than the average. Now if the engine can be upgraded, the comprehensive strength and parameters will only be stronger. At that time, this unmanned raider formation will become the strongest firepower and attack means of mechanical fortress in the state of non-Black Throne. Even to version 3.0 or even 4.0, it will not be outdated. With these two things, Link has more confidence in the war on Wormer. With 50 potential points of task reward, Link now has 110 potential points. Don't hesitate to all Saha lucky attributes. After adding points, Link immediately felt that his body had ushered in some change. The body cells all over the body seemed to be reborn at this moment, and Link clearly felt that every cell was cheering. The cell is full of energy, and the overflow of satisfaction and power makes Link have the impulse to shout and vent his energy. Link's eyebrows flashed with joy. This feeling is very familiar. Quite familiar. In previous lives, whenever the energy level rises and crosses the stage, there will be such a feeling pouring out of the body. Everyone's body is a small universe. Every cell is a galaxy. Some people's body cells are like the Vatican galaxy, barren, weak, lack of energy and vitality. Others, such as the Tuesday galaxy and even the Movil cluster, are full of energy and vitality. It's too bloated. I feel that the whole person will be burst. It is detected that your body energy exceeds the upper load limit. You need to evolve to withstand the current cell energy. After analysis, your body conforms to the following evolutionary route. Please choose as soon as possible. 1. Class 1 human race in the universe, the promotion route of the martial arts department, strong physical quality, greatly improved body chi and blood, and improved recovery ability. 2. Universe Class 2 human race, promotion route of power department and mystery department, greatly increased body energy, can perceive and control the upper limit and improve quality. 3. Semi-mechanical body, the promotion route of mechanical department, the body organization module is gradually replaced by machinery, the body strength is improved, the basic attributes are improved, the replaceability and modularization ability are enhanced, and the mechanical affinity is improved. 4. Shadow Demon Clan, Shadow Element Promotion Route, Body Shadowing and Elementalization, doubling all shadow damage effects, Shadow Affinity, damage to body caused by physical damage, 10%. 5. Secret Clan, Promotion Route of Mysterious Department, Cosmic Race with special secret energy, additional effects and bonuses caused by mental and mental skills, damage caused by physics and elements to Numenon, 8%. 5 upgrade routes. Link prepared in advance and was surprised when he saw these 5 routes. In previous lives, after the player selected the main and secondary occupations, there were at most 2 evolutionary routes, i.e. Cosmic Class 1 Terrans, Cosmic Class 2 Terrans, or semi-mechanical bodies. These 3 options are arranged and combined, and 2 of them appear. There are 5 choices at a time. It must be because I am a erudite and have also studied 4 superpower systems, so the promotion route can be widened. It's just that more choices are not necessarily a good thing. Link now feels that his body is about to burst. He must make a choice as soon as possible. In previous lives, the gladiators cooperated with the professional identity of vampires. Without saying a word, Link chose Class 1 human race in the universe, because this is a rare race that has a bonus to both martial arts and mystery vampires. But now there are 5 options, and Link is confused. This is not the same as a bachelor before. Suddenly, there is a daughter-in-law who will certainly not tangle and live happily. But suddenly, 5 wife candidates were placed in front of the bachelor. Rao was grinning and could not help comparing each other to choose the most suitable one. Link is now. He's very picky. There is no need to explain too much about Types 1 and 2 Terrans and semi-robots in the universe. In previous lives, it was the most common promotion race for players. On the contrary, the two extra options attracted Link's attention. Shadow Demon Clan, commonly known as Shadow Demon, is a kind of shadow element creature. The biological noumenon images of the Shadow Demon family are different, but the same feature is that the body presents shadowing, which can be transformed between human body and shadowing. The biggest feature is shadow damage bonus and physical damage reduction. But shadow demons also have disadvantages. Once you choose the Shadow Demon Clan, you will lose all light skills, and you will not be able to practice and use related types of props and skills in the future. It can be said to be a race that opens a window and closes a window easily. Link can be promoted to the Shadow Demon because his energy attribute meets the standard and has a full level B shadow damage skill. To be honest, few players in previous lives can activate the route to promote the secret family, mainly because the conditions of the secret family are too harsh. Mental skills not lower than level B, which are required to be at full level, endurance, energy, and luck attributes are up to standard. The advantages of the secret family can be said to be the most cost-effective of these options. Mental mind skill causes additional damage and special effects, and reduces physical and elemental damage by 8%. Just these 2 points are much better than the Shadow Demon Clan. The Shadow Demon Clan has only 10% physical damage reduction, while the Secret Clan has 8% physical and element damage reduction, which is 16% reduction. In addition, the clans have 2 race-specific skills. One is Stealth, which is similar to the fusion version of Flash and Stealth. The other is Gather Energy. The effect is to restore 50% of the lost energy. Use it only once a day. Link is entangled. He is most familiar with the promotion route of Class 1 Terrans in the universe, but he is not set by the fighting family in previous lives. Choosing Class 1 Terrans in the universe is not obvious for his promotion, or there is no qualitative change. Universe 2 Terrans, not to mention simple data. Semi-mechanical body is not considered. Although it has great advantages in the early stage, with the promotion of blood again, its disadvantages appear, and the upper limit is not high. Shadow Demon Clan, Secret Clan. Link hesitated for a moment, and the subsequent promotion of the Shadow Demon Clan is undoubtedly the best choice of the Shadow Clan. However, the Shadow Clan has completely lost its body. If it's a Lone Ranger, it's certainly no problem to choose this. The key is that Link's current King's Way is to order thousands of players. The image should not be too obscene. And the Secret Clan, promoted again later, will have a way of shenanigans. It is an extremely rare and powerful race in the later stage. It is related to the spiritual race of the 3 major races in the universe. It is a good way to develop. Moreover, the image of the Secret Clan is very close to that of the Terran, only slightly different. A good leather bag gives players a great sense of substitution. Well, it's decided to be the Secret Clan. Chapter 821. You choose Secret Family as your next evolutionary route, are you sure? Yes/no. Yes. Link made a quick decision and chose to be promoted to the Secret Family. When the selection falls, Link's body began to react miraculously. Undefined, the energy that filled the body cells and made him almost want to explode began to flow regularly and gathered in 3 places: forehead, eyebrow, chest, and Danshan lower abdomen. The gurgling streams gather into a stream, which gathers into a lake and condenses in 3 places. Complex energy is in these 3 parts of the body. Link can clearly feel the energy condensing, refining, and compressing. The new energy began to spread on the surface of the skin, and soon the dark energy in the chest and lower abdomen spread, forming 2 X symbols. The energy in the center of the forehead and eyebrow is still a diamond without any change. The swelling feeling of body cells gradually disappears and is replaced by purer and higher quality energy flowing in the blood. You successfully evolved from human to secret race. You gain the clandestine race skills Secret Walk, Gather Energy. You have obtained the special skills Secret Body and Secret Resistance. Your specialty Primary Endurance Bonus has been upgraded to Intermediate Endurance Bonus. A series of messages appeared in the system, which dazzled Link. Race skills Stealth and Gather Energy. Link has seen the effect before evolution, and Clandestine Resistance is the physical and elemental damage reduction effect. The Secret Clan Body increases the maximum life by 5,000 points, the maximum energy by 1,000 points, and all mental power by 10% additional damage, with the special effect of Secret Clan Mark. For enemies marked with the seal of the Secret Clan, 1% of the damage you cause will be converted into energy. Primary Endurance Bonus has now been upgraded to Intermediate Endurance Bonus. The conversion efficiency of endurance is higher. Every point of endurance can be converted into 40 HP, double that before. After reading all his specialties and racial skills, Link took a look at his current attribute data. Name, Link. Race, Clandestine. Level, LV75+, Legend. Energy level, B. Experience, 220+ million. Occupation, Erudite. Identity, President of Lin's Consortium, Spokesman of Mandala, Honorary Curator, Sadhu, Guest Elder of the Moon Shadow Council, Supreme Commander of Sadhu, Desert Emperor, Terminator, Head of the Free Federation, Lord of Wasteland, All-Knower of Wasteland. HP, 34,760/34,760. Energy value, 7,300/7,300. Attributes, Strength 490, Agility 406, Endurance 267, Intelligence 182, Energy 325, Charm 32, Luck 308. Potential point, 0. Legend, 5 points, 33 Influence. Talent, Swarm Commander, Swarm Affinity. Evaluation, you have the initial power to cross the universe. The systematic evaluation is accurate and in place. When the energy level reaches level B, Link really has the preliminary power to cross the universe. If level C is the backbone of the universe, the number will be much less at level B. Any superpower of level B will be given preferential treatment in any force, which is a universal consensus based on strength. Imagine that the strength of the alien Sanos and Saffron is also in Class B, but they can make waves in a remote galaxy such as the Vatican Galaxy for thousands of years. The First Order has fought against them for thousands of years, and they have won or lost each other, but they cannot be completely eradicated. The biggest factor behind this is that they cannot solve these two Class B giants. Now Link has finally entered the Class B ranks and has the capital to compete with the alien Double Kings. Although the blood volume did not increase too much after the promotion of race, it just changed from 25,000 to 34,000, which is just a superficial phenomenon. Once Link Hades is attached, open the suffering mode with the most endurance, and change the weapon to the powerful alchemist with the most endurance. With an additional 330 points of endurance, the blood volume will directly reach 47,900 plus level, approaching 50,000. This amount of blood is absolutely resistant to exercise. In this wave, all the potential points obtained are Saha lucky attributes, so that the basic damage of Death Finger is increased again, which is also the biggest factor for Link's combat effectiveness to soar from C and to B. Link took a look at his skills and meditated. According to the current 308 lucky attributes, one basic Death Finger can cause 4,000 plus 100x308 damage, that is, 34,800 damage. Each lucky attribute provides 0.01% critical hit rate, that is, it has a critical hit rate of 3.08%, which is definitely not low. The basic damage of no critical hit is nearly 35,000. If you release the same target multiple times, there will be death and doom additional 30% damage. The next death finger can cause 45,000 damage. Plus the extra 10% combat power provided by the specialty desert shelter, death finger damage can be increased to 50,000. After Link calculated, he couldn't help taking a breath. No wonder this wave can be directly divided into B. More than 100 potential points are all lost to luck. The damage bonus provided is just against the sky, which makes the combat effectiveness and energy level jump into a new level. Most importantly, Link vaguely found a routine cycle from the new races and skills. The damage caused by Death Finger can trigger the Secret Family Seal effect in the Secret Family Body specialty, and 1% of the damage will be converted into energy. According to 35,000 damage caused by one Finger of Death, 1% is to restore 350 energy points. It is known that Link's Yi Jinjing LV15, every energy point can be converted into 10 HP points and 350 energy points can be converted into 3500 HP points. The consumption of Death Finger is 4000 HP plus 1000 energy. In this way, the actual consumption of Link's Death Finger is 500 HP and 1000 energy. The Death Finger, which used to be extremely painful, has now become the most cost-effective skill with the lowest consumption. You should know that the skills Shadow Rage LV15 and Spirit Scream LV15 with the same energy value only cause 8000 points and 9000 points of damage. Doesn't it mean that as long as my luck value is high to a certain threshold, the reply brought by Death Finger can catch up with the consumption and become a closed and perpetual motion machine? Link's eyes lit up gradually. Once this combat system was formed, it would become a highly lethal tactical system. The whole skill cycle is simple and rough, highlighting an inexplicable and overbearing. Link went to the vertical mirror, untied his shirt and revealed his strong, clear upper body. At the same time, he saw several energy lines like tattoos on his body. The first is the place of Tanzong Point on the chest. Taking Tanzong Point as the center, two staggered dark energy lines are emitted outward to form an X. Secondly, there is the same pattern on the abdomen, like drawing two forks on the body. The diamond pattern in the center of the eyebrows not only did not destroy Link's handsome, but also added a mysterious charm. Link can clearly feel that these three diamond tattoos purify and condense the complex energy in his body all the time and turn it into higher quality. In addition, tattoo lines also play a role in guiding energy. It is precisely because of these energy lines that they bring the effect of reducing physical and elemental damage. This wave of improvement changed Link's whole body. These are not finished. After Link read all the information, the system poked out a task prompt box again. You activated the A-level serial mission The Direction of the Vatican System The Second Ring Mission Attack Vermeer. Mission requirements. The First Order has roughly determined the location of the alien planet Wormer. Now all you have to do is wait for the enemy, accumulate all your strength and prepare for a devastating attack on the enemy planet. Please play an important role in attacking Wormer, and the system will rank according to your performance and role. Task Reward, Drawing Outline of Micro Fixed Point Portal, Saffron's Complete Alchemy Notes, Key to Alchemy Treasure House, 60 potential points and 2 legend points. Finally to the second ring. The mainline mission of version 2.0 will be updated again, this time facing the Million Alien Legion of Wormer. The task reward is extremely rich. The drawing outline of the micro fixed point portal is the portal used by the mechanical fortress at present. As long as he gets the drawings, Link can place the portal every time he reaches a planet. Each portal means a large supply station, which continuously provides talents and combat power for the mechanical fortress. Saffron's Complete Alchemy Notes is not of great significance to Link, but it may be an important tool for Grace and Miranda to be promoted to the Great Alchemist of the Vatican System and help Miranda solve physical hidden dangers and threats. The key to the Alchemy Vault. Since they are treasures, there must be many precious materials in them. Potential points and legendary points need not be repeated. They are good things. The key to this task is not to dry up the wormer, but to play an important role in the campaign and be systematically affirmed. It's not easy to do this, and Link knows that alien Black Silver Saffron will appear in this battle, let alone take it lightly. Link put on his coat again, fastened his buttons, and left the lounge with the basic principles of space folding machinery and the MAV engine upgrade manual, version 2.0, for the mission reward. When he passed the rest area, Link saw that the originally deserted rest area was suddenly lively. The number of players and NPCs has increased significantly. Due to the submission of the list, some selected players can't wait to report to the Mechanical Fortress when they know the news. With the guidance task of the Mechanical Squidula, they begin to be familiar with the internal area division and site of the Mechanical Fortress. Link didn't stop and went straight to Helen's lab. Helen, here are 2 new challenges. Do you want to try? Link waved the 2 blueprints in his hand. Helen was stunned and immediately showed an expression of ecstasy. Führer, what blueprint do you have? Although she didn't know what the blueprint was, Helen knew that the blueprint given by the Führer must be a boutique and must be something she had never touched before. Link didn't sell off either. He directly threw 2 blueprints to her. Helen opened it and took a breath. Darling, what treasure blueprint is this? Principles of Basic Space Folding Machinery, Micro Air Vehicle Engine Upgrade Manual, version 2.0. Just looking at the names of the 2 blueprints, a brainstorming has been set off in the minds of sea and land. As long as we analyze the mechanical principle of space folding, everyone can become Afu and have their own space backpack. Whether in combat or daily operations, it is more convenient. In particular, the mechanical department needs a lot of materials and equipment on weekdays. If the analysis is successful and a space backpack is manufactured, and then a foldable mechanical console is manufactured, doesn't it mean that experiments can be carried out anytime, anywhere? The first thing Helen thought of in the Micro Air Vehicle Engine Upgrade Manual was the Martyr drone. Upgrade the engines of these unmanned raiders again, and their strength will be improved, whether it is single or formation. There was no need for Link to say. Helen glanced at the 2 drawings and her eyebrows suddenly twisted. What's the matter? Is it difficult? Tell me what you lack and I'll find a way. Link asked with concern. Although there are blueprints, if some advanced knowledge is missing, there is still no way to convert from blueprints to prototypes. Helen shook her head and said, it's difficult. I haven't figured out some of the theories described in these 2 drawings. But don't worry, Führer. I'll hurry up to solve it in the next 2 days. I'm going to skip the electrification part directly and let Max come and help. His electrification talent is amazing. Many theories can be solved directly by using his ability without even studying. In this way, the overall time for analyzing the blueprint will be reduced. Helen pinched her fingers and calculated, it takes about 4 to 5 days to analyze the principle of basic space folding machinery, and about 6 days to analyze the Micro Air Vehicle Engine Upgrade Manual, version 2.0. I don't know which one the Führer will do first. After his hands were down, Link looked at Helen and couldn't help sighing, he is worthy of being the mechanical mother god of his previous life. He is full of talent and amazing talent. Let's analyze the basic space first. In addition, you can list the materials of the conventional space memory first, and I will inform you in advance. If anyone needs, let's hurry up to prepare the materials in the next few days. After you analyze it successfully, you can make mass production. Helen grinned childishly and said happily, the head of state is considerate. At that time, I just succeeded in analyzing, which is a good time to practice my skills. At that time, there must be many people who want to make finished products, which has greatly changed their living habits. I'm afraid it's hard to see people with backpacks in the future. This is a real national upgrade. As for the Micro Air Vehicle engine, can we analyze it before arriving at Wormer and transform a team of martyr unmanned raiders? Helen straightened her body and looked serious, sure to complete the task. Okay, I won't disturb your research. Remember, analytical research is okay, but every day. Okay, I see. The rest time every day must be guaranteed. When Link left the laboratory, he was thinking about the date in his heart. The Trojan entity appeared in front of him and whispered, "Führer, the latest news from the spirit. They have determined the authenticity of the alien barracks warmer. The first order is ready to start the nest covering plan." Chapter 822. I didn't expect to find out so soon. Link was surprised that the efficiency of the first order was surprisingly fast. Especially in previous lives, it took 2 months for the first order to lock the wormer coordinates alone. However, it has been only a month since the spirit returned to Mustafa and got the news of the nest covering plan. "Troy, count our time to wormer." Undefined Troy held out his hand and a holographic star map of the Vatican galaxy appeared, with 3 particularly bright spots. One is the galaxy where Mustafa is located, the other is the desolate star system where the wasteland is located, and the other is the target of this time, wormer. Then a golden line spread from the desolate star system, and Mustafa also had a line extension. Both have the same goal. It's both wormer. The 2 lines came one after another, and Troy finished the calculation. It is estimated that the first order fleet will arrive at wormer 2 days earlier than us. If we start tomorrow, we can arrive at wormer in 10 days. According to the information sent by the spirit, the first order has been prepared on a large scale and is expected to leave in 2 days. Link pondered for a moment. Now the preparation of waste soil is coming to an end, and Helen's principle of basic space folding machinery is also in full swing analysis. 2 days is enough for players and NPCs to collect the materials needed for spatial memory. Troy, arrange it. The mechanical fortress will set sail in 2 days. Next, you go to Helen to summarize the materials needed for the spatial memory, and then advertise it to the whole mechanical fortress. Those who want to make the spatial memory will prepare all the materials and start making them as soon as they are cracked. Troy then broadcast the message to the whole mechanical fortress according to Link's request. Players and NPCs were excited when they learned that the spatial memory was in the development period. There are 3 models of space memory to choose from. The small storage space is 1 cubic meter, medium is 1.5 cubic meters, the large is 2 cubic meters. As Link expected, players immediately began to prepare materials after learning about the spatial memory. This object is definitely an epoch-making product. With space memory, they will not have to worry about carrying weapons and ammunition, and their combat styles will be more diverse. The players of Wasteland are eager to see this news. If they are not selected, they will not be eligible to use spatial memory. The utility model relates to a portable storage device, which avoids the disadvantage of players going out to perform tasks in large bags and small bags, and can even change the combat mode of many professions. Just when the players were crazy about spatial memory, Link received a phone call. "Boss, I've found the Wasteland singer Elia. You can come now." "Okay, I'll come right now." Lin Kei's mind flashed the dagger. The whole person seemed to enter a grey space. There were only black and white and grey in his field of vision, losing other bright colors. The next second, the tearing color appears in front of you, and the scene changes suddenly. A short-range flash is familiar to Link, but such a long-range flash is the first attempt. With Link's current physical quality and level, he even felt a little dizzy. Although there were black and white and grey scenes along the way just now, he was filled with a lot of content for a time, which made him feel sick. "You are the first person I saw who can stand after a long-distance transmission with a flash dagger." Link looked up and saw the abandoned singer Arya leaning against a rotten wood. The rotten wood behind her struggled out a new twig and bud from the crack of the dead branch because it infected the vitality of Elia. Link understood what Elia meant. Just now in the transmission, he also felt a powerful force outside his body, as if tearing his flesh. If it were not for his high physical strength, he would not be able to bear the flash of this strength. Link took a deep breath and all kinds of negative feelings were swept away. I'm here to ask you something. Aaliyah couldn't see any expression on her face. She stared at Link and looked a little, there's nothing you don't know about the wasteland now. It's unnecessary to ask me. No, I want to ask about the Pillar of Creation and the Wall of Origin. Do you know these two things? There was a trace of panic in Arya's eyes. She didn't understand why Link knew these things. Well, your eyes have betrayed you. It seems that you do know the Pillar of Creation and the Wall of Origin. Ah Fu took out a chair from his backpack and helped Link arrange it. Link sat down and said, anyway, I already know. Help me popularize science. It won't trigger your observer's oath of non-intervention anyway. Aaliyah pointed to her eyebrows and asked, have you evolved into a secret race so quickly? Link grew faster than she thought. I still remember the picture of Link meeting her for the first time 10 months ago. At that time, Link was weak. But now it has not only evolved into a secret family, but also greatly improved its strength. There are few rivals in the Vatican galaxy. I don't know where I heard the names of the Pillar of Creation and the Wall of Origin, which is a high-level secret among observers. It's only natural. Now can we talk about the Pillar of Creation and the Wall of Origin? I see many giants bound on the Wall of Origin. What kind of creature is that? Even the specific image of the Wall of Origin is known. It seems that Link did know about it in some way. Aaliyah made a little assessment. She decided not to say more about what Link didn't know, because Link now represents waste soil. Affecting him affects the fate trajectory of the planet, which is absolutely not allowed in the observer rules. But since Link has seen the Pillar of Creation and the Wall of Origin, his explanation only broadens his understanding of these two things, and will not change the process. The Pillar of Creation, as its name implies, is the first nebula condensed after the birth of the Big Bang. The first civilization in our universe was born here. We call it the natives. Not only Titans but also other creatures are bound on the Wall of Origin. Only Titans are huge, so they can be seen clearly. Titans are in the process of life evolution in the early universe and alien. At the beginning of the birth of the universe, some planets had environments for life. Carbon-based organisms and silicon-based organisms began to evolve from the most basic atoms, molecules, and cells. In the universe, the special environment also created some strange possibilities. Some free energy substances in the universe began to combine with each other and gave birth to primary consciousness in the gradual expansion. These consciousness, like rootless duckweed, can only float in the universe and can't find a foothold. But soon, consciousness found that their unique energy structure could guide the matter and energy in the universe. Therefore, the nebula, dust, radiant energy and rocks scattered in the universe began to condense together orderly under the control of consciousness. The filamentous nebula became the carrier of consciousness circulation, the dust and rocks formed the body, and the radiant energy became substances like blood. And the existence formed in this way is Titan. Normal life is gradually increasing from the very small, and Titans violate the rules of biological evolution. With more and more Titans, they are no longer limited to swallowing nebula dust and rocks, but focus on the formed planet. The ownerless planet, even the planet with life, all became the nourishment for the Titans to transform themselves. Life in the universe was once threatened. The breeding and expansion of Titan consumed too many cosmic resources and seriously affected the balance and ecology of the universe. So the natives launched an attack on Titan, and the defeated Titan was nailed to the Wall of Origin. Because Titan existed at the beginning of the universe, the giant nebula wall used to bind Titan is called the Wall of Origin. It is also the only spectacular evidence that the natives left in the universe after they disappeared. Because too many Titans and powerful creatures are bound, the Pillar of Creation and the Wall of Origin now carry strong energy. Once they are close, they are likely to be captured by the powerful existence above. Aaliyah paused for a moment. That's all I know. After listening to Link, waves surged in his heart. Looking back at Afu around him, the expression on his face only wrote 4 words, unidentified and fierce. Okay, I see. Thank you. Then I went to Pandora and Victoria to meet your other sisters. The goddess of magic treats people friendly and answers all questions. As for the goddess of night, it's hard to say. Aaliyah smiled. She is not a person who plays cards according to common sense. But I feel her gift in you. It's really a happy thing to let her eat flat. As for so much science popularization for you just now, it's worth it. How much do you know about the Desert Prince? Link took the opportunity and opened another topic. But Aaliyah wasn't fooled. She smiled and said, "That's what you know." Link shrugged helplessly. Well, in that case, withdraw. There was no nonsense. Link got up. Afu quickly put away his chair and they left the forest. Aaliyah looked at Link's back with an indescribable emotion in her eyes. She had a hunch that maybe this would be the last sight of her and Link. Her mission is to observe the waste soil, but it is clear that Link's current strength, a waste soil, can no longer bind him, even the Vatican system. From the conversation with Aaliyah, Link still got a lot of information. He finally asked the Desert Prince, not suddenly interested, but planned for a long time. From Aaliyah's answer, Link determined one thing. That is, although Aaliyah observed the whole wasteland, she didn't know the real identity of the Desert Prince and behind the scenes. Link can get a lot of information from this. Observers are not omnipotent. As long as they surpass each other or have special shielding means, they can avoid their observation. Of course, there is another possibility. Link's question once again involves Aaliyah's authority, which is not answered because of insufficient authority. However, no matter what kind of explanation, it can show that this matter is deeply involved. Especially today, we know that the Wall of Origin is a masterpiece left by the natives. It is appalling that titans and all kinds of cosmic giants are imprisoned on it. In this way, the person who commands the Desert Prince is either the strong captured by the Wall of Origin or the firstborn. Afu didn't understand much, but after leaving, Afu still came forward and asked, "Boss, did you see Elia just to ask a few questions? Didn't you say it's about saving the wasteland?" "It's over." "Well, I'm relieved with Elia's answer. You did a good job this time, and we can leave the wasteland at ease." This is Link's last worry in the wasteland. Now he is proud to solve it, and his mood is much better. Afu scratched his head, and his eyebrows were full of puzzlement. So the problem is solved. The problem has not been solved, but it can be sure that it has no impact on the present. If you want to really solve this matter, you need to become stronger and stronger, so strong that you can't imagine. Link's words are true. He has only experienced the first 6 versions in his previous life, but this task involves a higher version he has never touched, so he can only explore and understand more carefully. After leaving the forest, Link sent a message to Troy, and Troy soon arranged for the nearby federal forces to pick it up. One day, Link and Afu tossed around a variety of means of transportation before they returned to Seidu. On the last day, all the qualified members on the list boarded the mechanical fortress. The mighty army arrived at the mechanical fortress all the way from Shenmue City. Everyone's face was filled with a bright smile. As the head of state, Link should have been happy at this time. But the matter was blocked in the lounge and his head was very big. An enchanting woman stood in front of Link and put her hands in front of her chest to show her proud figure incisively and vividly. In addition, the long black silk stockings exposed under the close-fitting high fork skirt wrapped her slender legs. Link can only say, "Very top." But even so, it's hard for me to do, Nicole. I don't know if I've been with Mina and Huang Chuan for a long time. These women's personalities are simply free and easy. They seem to be female bosses. They speak with an irresistible sense of rejection. I believe that even in the universe, there is no lack of media channels. The Führer's goal must be more than alien stars. Having a complete media team and mastering the voice in the universe in the future is also an important part of his strength. Nicole, you're really talking more and more. But the problem at hand is not the universe in your media group, but Anna. What's wrong with Anna? Anna is not a weak woman now. After awakening her power, she has outstanding analytical ability. She has replaced me as the first reporter, and is fully responsible for the size of the company. She can accurately judge the trend and wind direction. If we don't take Anna on this trip, our work process will be greatly reduced. Or does the Führer have no confidence in himself? Afraid of his weak will? I'm kidding. How can a man say he can't? Hehe, you underestimate me. Now that the media group has decided to advance and retreat together, make good preparations. Soon you will have the first big news to report. This time, our goal is the Sea of Stars. Chapter 823. The mechanical fortress lifted off slowly. Troy's voice sounded. Attention, everyone of the mechanical fortress, the spacecraft begins to lift. Please don't walk around at will and wait until it is released. The players are excited. This time, the Wasteland Expedition Army recruited members, and most of the lists reported by major forces were players. Undefined, the originally bleak rest area has finally attracted the imagination. Half of the rooms in the rest area have been owned by famous flowers. Although few people walk in the square now, the room is full of people. Players leaned on the porthole, listening to the huge noise and roar of the lifting of the mechanical fortress, and their eardrums trembled. But these discomfort cannot stop the enthusiasm of players. Looking at their home where they have lived for more than a year through the porthole, an ambition to go out and see the vast world, coupled with the emotion and uncontrollable excitement of leaving home, all kinds of emotions are intertwined and complex. The feelings of NPCs are also complex. They have made so many preparations to defeat alien stars and combine the forces of Vatican stars. Whether they can completely eradicate alien stars depends on this time. The mechanical fortress took off quickly, and the waste soil at the foot shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the periphery of the porthole began to be filled with the lonely black of the universe. When the mechanical fortress broke through the gravity constraint of waste soil, the new players felt weightless floating for the first time. But the feeling lasted only a few seconds. Some players who first boarded the mechanical fortress were very excited. Some float upside down in the air with their hands behind their heads. Some swim in the air and enjoy the novel experience of weightlessness. Some are rolling in place. Just a few seconds later, when the self-gravity device of the mechanical fortress was started, a powerful force dragged these players with great fun, fell to the ground and sobbed. As for some old players in advance, they covered their mouths and laughed wildly when they saw this scene, and even started the video program in advance to record all the embarrassing scenes of these newcomers. Sailing in the universe is full of freshness for these newcomers, especially when they arrive at the transition gate. The huge and vast scene suddenly appears in front of them, which brings an unparalleled sense of shock. Although players have sent photos and videos of the transition gate when testing the water before, what they see from the video photos across the screen is completely different from what they see in front of their eyes. The new people who choked directly couldn't speak. If the momentum of the transition gate has shocked the new people, the bizarre transition scene after entering the transition gate makes them speechless. On this day, newcomers to the mechanical fortress, whether players or NPCs, said the most modal particle is wow, the most common expression is dumbfounded, the place where you spend the most time is the porthole. However, the enthusiasm and curiosity of players are like sex coming and going quickly. In less than a day, they were calm, like settled old Buddhas, or scum men who entered the sage mode. With the increase of NPCs on the mechanical fortress, there are more tasks. Although most of them are NPC errands or tasks familiar with the environment, fortunately, the players are not idle. They can also be familiar with the structure of mechanical fortress and obtain the contribution points of Wasteland Expeditionary Army. With Helen's successful development of spatial memory, this state reached its peak. Because there are too many players in the fortress, almost all the people who boarded the fortress prepared a material of spatial memory. Therefore, in order to avoid looting and ensure the stable production and delivery of the laboratory, Penny and Helen jointly designed a queuing system. All people who need products only need to connect to the wireless network of the mechanical fortress to sign up. Then the system will automatically queue up according to the contribution points of these alien wasteland expeditionary forces. Troy will send a notice when it's someone's turn to receive products. Similar to a semi-self-service delivery system, players need to hand in materials when filling in, select the model, and then wait for the physical object to be made and contact to pick up the goods. As for NPC, there is a special line docking, which will separate part of the productivity to meet the insiders. There is no charge for making space memory. Players only need to bring their own materials, but contribution points will be charged for submitting online queue. You should know that the player's contribution is related to the basic necessities of life in the mechanical fortress. The house they rent has to pay a contribution point every month. Once the contribution point is insufficient, it is not sleeping on the street, but sleeping in the universe. Before, some players didn't believe in evil and wanted to try what would happen if they didn't pay their contribution points. After repeated notification, he was directly expelled and transferred to Victoria. If you want to come back, you should not only pay the overdue room fee, but also brush the reputation of the local Undercity of Victoria again, so that you can return through the portal. Other players saw someone defy the law and give the true warrior a thumbs up. This guy is playing games with his own future. Since then, players have been careful for fear that the rent will not be cleaned up in time. This is exactly what Link wants to see, making the contribution point of the Wasteland expedition into hard currency. In this way, even if the player has a wide field of vision and goes to all parts of the universe to do tasks, it can only open branches and leaves, and the core play method is still controlled by him. Of course, the initial is still in the areas of clothing, food, housing, and transportation, and it is slowly going to guide the development to a higher level of demand. This spatial memory is obviously Penny's second move. Instill the importance and superiority of contribution to the players again to pave the way for the future. Imagine that the contribution points are closely related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation. After obtaining the space memory this time, the contribution points of players have been reduced by a wave. The sense of urgency that they may be driven out of the fortress arises spontaneously, and the follow-up tasks will only be more positive. While Penny was making a big contribution to the core currency, Link didn't show up. He was chatting with someone in the lounge. If it were me, after discovering the enemy's nest covering plan, I would arrange a top soldier death squadron to directly oppose Mustafa, the mother star of the First Order. At that time, I would make a lot of money by directly exchanging research polls. Unfortunately, the alien stars may not be as bold as me now. It was Abaddon who said so. Afu's dark temple is open, and Abaddon is expressing his views on the war. As the most threatening existence to the First Order in his previous life, if it weren't for luck, he met Chris, the gendarmerie captain of Starport. Abaddon's surprise plan, as he said now, 1. Are you so sure that no one from the alien world will advise Sanos on this plan? Abaddon gave a big hand. No, Abu Dhabi is old and incompetent. He's good at keeping up and lack of pioneering spirit. He's just a loyal dog of Sanos. He's not strong enough in terms of strength. He depends on the gifts of Sanos and the equipment made by Saffron. If he's capable, he can't convince the public. There were some good war envoys, but you killed them all, and the rest of them were losers. I will only take the alien legion up. It doesn't work at all. It all depends on brute force. Abaddon scolded Fang Qiu, directed the country and mountains, and commented on all the middle-level alien stars inside and outside. The final answer is, everyone here is spicy chicken except me. If he had no memory of his previous life, Link would certainly regard Abaddon's words as a boast. What do you think we should do to maximize our interests if the First Order and the alien fight in Wormer? The situation can only be seen when we fight on the ground in Wormer. However, from the distribution and terrain of Wormer Core, I personally prefer the northwest. The terrain in the northwest is dangerous and uneven. If they confront and fight with alien stars, their biggest scale advantage will be lost. This is also our advantage: strong individual combat ability and small cooperation ability. Abaddon's analysis was so serious that even Link listened with interest. That old saying is true. Often the person who knows you best is your enemy. In just a few words, Abaddon directly summarized the advantages of players. I have now returned to the Wasteland expedition, and the alien is my real enemy. Abaddon clenched his teeth. He is now killing his body, leaving only his soul. If Afu hadn't found it in time, even his soul would have dissipated completely. Originally, when he was in the alien world, he devoted himself to the alien world, and even was willing to bow down and give his strength. The core undercover was in the mechanical fortress. However, after learning his plan, Saffron directly occupied his flesh and directly regarded him as garbage that could be discarded at will and sacrificed at any time, which completely collapsed Abaddon's faith and began to hate him. The highest point of this emotion was when Afu saved his soul at the last moment. I thought I would die completely, but I didn't expect the enemy to save himself at the last minute. From this time on, Abaddon was desperate for revenge. Want to personally go to Wormer for revenge? Let Saffron witness how strong the waste he despises. Well, now that you have submitted the application for admission to D, I won't say more. Let's start the next topic, about helping you recover. Abaddon didn't know what the application was, but Link mentioned that he was most interested in recovering his body, and his eyes immediately warmed up. Before, he felt that he was not in a hurry to recover, but when he learned that the First Order united with the Wasteland Expeditionary Army was ready to attack Wormer, the alien barracks, Abaddon was in a hurry. It's right that he wants to give advice to Link, but he wants to appear in front of Saffron when he loses and see his regretful expression with his own eyes. You say, said Abaddon. Although he was eager, he could not urge Link. I know you want to have a body in this war and tease Saffron in front of him. Now I have good news and bad news for you. Which do you want to listen to? Link put his hands in his chest and looked at Abaddon with interest to know what he chose. I'll hear the bad news first. The bad news is that your body regeneration plan is not going well. You haven't been able to find a suitable body for you. Abaddon's regret flashed on his face, even though he comforted himself, never mind, this kind of thing pays attention to a chance and luck. If you specifically look for it, you often won't get the answer you want. What's the good news? The good news is that Graves has gained a lot from his recent study of rune boxes. It seems that he has found another form of attachment. Abaddon did not know whether he was happy or sad. The expression on his face could no longer be controlled. He was eager to know the answer. The present opportunity is fleeting. He firmly believes that after losing him, alien stars lack strategy and will only act recklessly. They will certainly not win the war. The new Master Link, whose strength and breath are now approaching the two alien kings wirelessly, and the First Order personnel are all out, the victory or defeat of the war has ended before it has begun. Once the First Order and the Wasteland Expedition completely eradicate the alien, he will never lose the opportunity to avenge and vent his anger in front of Saffron. There's only one chance. Now it's possible to hear it. Abaddon is like a man drowning in the water and grabbing the last straw. When I'm finished, you'll consider making a decision. Link adjusted his tone, then he said, no suitable body can be found, but Graves has recently found a new way, Tool Spirit. Integrate your soul and utensils into one. The price of doing so is that you will lose your sensory ability. You will lose smell, taste, and touch, which cannot be reversed. If you want to say good, the utensils will not be destroyed and the consciousness will live forever, which is barely counted it's a. But this is also a negative. If the inbound artifacts are destroyed, your soul will disappear together. I've told you the advantages and disadvantages. The rest depends on your own choice. Link put his hands in his chest. Abaddon fell into silence. After a moment, he asked, "If it were the head of state, what choice would you like me to make?" Link said very seriously, "I hope you don't choose." Abaddon gradually showed a smile on his face, and his eyes looked at Link differently, as if they were flashing and excited. "I'm telling you the truth. The cost of losing smell, taste, and touch is too high, and it's not temporary, but permanent. It's not the best choice for you, it's more like a curse." Abaddon thought for a moment and his eyes grew firm. Although speechless, Link already knew his choice. "Why is this necessary?" "Because I have considered it clearly. My life now is purely given by the Führer. Originally, the name Abaddon would die with the wind after undercover failure, but the Führer, you give me a chance to start over again. In addition to serving the Führer, the main driving force for me to live now is to witness the destruction of alien stars and Saffron's stunned face. If I lose this chance of personal revenge for a better body, then no matter how prominent my status and strength are, there will be a demon in my sleep every night and regret my current decision all my life. Losing some perception is not a curse for me. I can't avenge myself and am tortured by heart demons day and night. That's my Abaddon's curse. So I made my decision." Chapter 824. Now that you have made your decision, I respect your decision. Graves has learned a lot recently. I believe he will soon fully master the knowledge left in the rune box, the most precious rune of the rune star. I promise I will definitely let you complete your rebirth before the destruction of the alien star, and witness Saffron's expression of regret and consternation. Thank you, Führer. Link motioned for Afu to cover the Dark Temple, and then took a look at the system. After his conversation with Abaddon just now, the system shows that Abaddon's loyalty soared, and a wave directly pulled to 97 points. Undefined. It's not a memorial archway. Since Abaddon obeyed himself, it's still necessary to respect his own opinions. Although Link had expected this outcome in advance. It's up to Graves. The reason why Link talked to Abaddon this time was also in Graves. While walking around the corner, Link strolled around the rune territory and found that Graves was not there. He didn't know until he heard from the other four. Graves began to study the rune box after listening to Link's advice last time. Now the backyard is closed alone. When Link came to the backyard alone, he saw that the rune box suspended in the air emitted a strange light. The light and the runes escaped, forming a holographic state. Many difficult runes floated and let Graves study and analyze them. After talking with Graves, Link proposed the forging of Frost Rune Sword. Graves happened to finish reading the part about the theory of rune forging in the rune box, and was already able to answer Link's question. Graves deeply agrees with Link's intention to make Frost Rune Sword into an artifact. The materials prepared by the head of state are rare in the world, and the weapons made in this way are naturally better. If it were the same, Graves would be full of confidence. However, after absorbing the forged rune theory in the rune box, Graves fell into a tangle. Führer, if you want to build a handy and lethal weapon, these materials are completely sufficient. But if you want to create an artifact, what are the disadvantages? What's missing? Just say it directly. Making weapons is not Link's strong point, so he is willing to listen to the opinions of professionals. Graves hesitated and said, if you want to turn an ordinary weapon into an artifact, the best material is only the foundation. The reason why an artifact is that it has its own soul character, can think independently, can evolve continuously, and has strong error correction ability and soul ability. Such a thing, according to the records in the rune box, we call it tool spirit. If a weapon has a spirit, it will be immortal. The weapon spirit will warm up the weapon, and the weapon will protect the weapon spirit. The relationship between the two is indispensable, and they share weal and woe. After listening to Graves' explanation, Link digested and immediately asked the second question: will the spirit be limited to the appearance of weapons and become a mold with empty consciousness but no complete body? If it's a low-level spirit, it will be true. But this is also the mystery of the forging technology of the rune star. Using the power of runes and special skills, the spirit made by the rune box not only has the form of utensils, but also has a special form of spirit. It's just that some perception will be lost in this form. After Graves said that, a figure suddenly appeared in Link's mind, which led to the conversation between Link and Abaddon. In addition to asking about forging, Link found that Graves' strength also increased at a visible rate. I believe that as long as we continue to study the rune box, Graves' strength will soon break through the level C limit and enter the level B gate. At that time, what kind of surprise will Graves, who has craftsmanship inspiration, forge an artifact infused with soul? The mechanical fortress is like a boat sailing alone in the storm in the universe, heading for Wormer. Because Courage formed a formation with other fleets of the First Order and shared data, it stopped the connection mode with the mechanical fortress, and sent out Wormer's coordinates and the fleet's route before forming the formation. Therefore, both sides should keep silent before arriving in Wamir. Although there is no Courage to provide the latest news, Link has another source of information: defectors. The defectors had resumed communication earlier. It's just that Link hasn't given any orders, so there are some trivial news coming back. However, relying on Troy's data processing ability, the information gathered by these defectors all over Wormer completely depicts the distribution of Wormer's alien legion. As Abaddon said, the complete continental plate of Wormer shows a trend of gradually decreasing altitude and terrain from west to east, and the northwest is rugged, which is an area formed by the compression of marine plate and land plate. Because it is not conducive to garrison, development, and construction, only a few legions are stationed in the northwest. If you want to attack, the northwest is definitely the most favorable landing place. The player's individual combat and coordination ability can definitely play a great advantage in this place. Time flies on the mechanical fortress. Although Penny has arranged a lot of tasks, the mechanical fortress is so large and needs so many tasks every day. There is no copy inside the ship for players to move their muscles and bones. So Penny simply used the martial arts arena to hold a challenge competition to divert players' attention. The activities of the challenge arena competition are intense and exciting, and the simple mode of the past 1v1 is abandoned. Penny launched the advanced mode this time. Players on the stage need to spend 1 contribution point and there will be 3 options at the same time. 1 win 3 games in a row, triple. 2 5 wins in a row, 5 times. 3 7 consecutive wins, 10 times. As long as you achieve your goal, you can get double the reward. Players got the space memory and were already flustered. Now they have a dual task. They immediately ignite their enthusiasm and want to try a new combat system. In this atmosphere, the mechanical fortress passes through the transition gates and drives towards the galaxy where Wormer is located. After completely conquering the spatial memory technology, Helen left the work of quantitative production to her grandfather Dave and Max, and turned to study the micro-engine. Link got the space memory specially created by Helen because of the addition of Max's electrification technology, which makes this space memory particularly special. A little modular design can be directly embedded in Link's personal multifunctional combat equipment. The internal space has also been compressed for many times, which is larger than the 3 models sold by GM. The first thing Link did was to put all his weapons into the space memory, so that he could temporarily change his weapons when fighting in the future, and his tactics became more and more changeable. If anyone is slightly dissatisfied with this equipment that changes the tactical ecology, it can only be Afu. Others have space memory, Afu will only be happy to congratulate. However, when Link also had a spatial memory, Afu's expression was embarrassed and twitched, full of loss. In the future, the boss has his own space memory, so he won't rely on his magic knapsack. However, Link reassured Afu that the space memory size can only hold some commonly used things with him. weapons, equipment, ammunition, and daily necessities. If there are really any big items, it's still Ah Fu's magic knapsack. Ah Fu is now at level 55. The size of magic knapsack changes dynamically according to the level. Now it is also 55 cubic meters. This capacity can be said to be quite terrible. If it is larger, it can even plug a Harrier ship directly. With Link's words, Ah Fu was relieved, and then said that he would appear in person in the War of Warmer. Link has not refused. Ah Fu has not fallen since a man delayed Abaddon, who possessed saffron. Now magic knapsack epic weakening, he must make up for it elsewhere. A housekeeper plays an important role in the Master Alfred. Although I have some opinions about Alfred, I have to admit that he is right. Ah Fu is now moving in this direction. The boss is making progress and improving his strength. As a servant, he should follow. Send off Ah Fu and Link back to the sofa. The closer he is to Vermeer, he feels that his strength will be improved by 1 point and his grasp will be greater by 1 point. The days that can't be forced always pass so fast. The whole mechanical fortress is like a precision clockwork equipment. It keeps getting stronger according to the established rhythm. It twists the clockwork gear to accumulate power. It only waits for the moment when it sees the alien legion to let go and burst out the energy accumulated for a long time. The small classification of defectors under the waste soil plate of the forum has been very calm. Link judged the situation ahead by checking the news in the forum. According to the current situation, it shows that the first order has not arrived yet. Just as Link was checking the news of the forum as usual, he suddenly felt a strong energy radiated from the mechanical fortress. This energy is different from previous energy, powerful and mysterious. Before Link could speak, Troy appeared in front of him. In his hand was the holographic model of the mechanical fortress, one of which began to spread powerful energy outward. Inform the Führer that the direction of energy agitation is the rest area, the territory of fusion star, and the source of diffusion energy, Graves. Looking at the fact that the energy diffused in the holographic model has weakened a lot at a certain place, Link can't help pointing and asking, "What's going on here?" The energy frequency has suddenly weakened a lot. This is Miss Helen's laboratory. She is collecting this energy with some kind of equipment at the moment. Oh, it's really not a waste at all. Since it was the energy from Graves, Link raised his mouth and understood what was going on. Troy, ask Ah Fu to get some materials for me, and then come to the rest area and the Rune Star area to find me. Link left a list, then sent it directly and disappeared. He can't wait to see the legendary state of the Rune King. When Link appeared at the scene, he immediately felt the surging pure energy. Countless runes floated in the air. At this time, Graves stood in the center. The treasure rune box of the Rune Star had been twisted and opened, and the 9 rune faces were opened to reveal the innermost rune in the rune box. The source of all energy escape is also here. This core rune activates the runes on the other 9 panels. At this moment, all the rune mysteries of the Rune God Star are released. Graves was surrounded by huge energy. All 6 miniature runes on both sides of his face and nose were lit. The energy on his body was pulled by the core rune. In the air, the blue energy was gradually intertwined with the golden energy, and then combined into one. Link felt that the energy was fused to the final stage, and the runes in the swirling air entered Graves' body one by one, hidden in his blood. The rune energy in the center of the rune box is pulled into Graves with the energy. Link saw the gas field around Graves soar under the Emperor's Chi watching technique, and the whole person's energy also improved, jumping to level B. Like Link's energy-filled body when he was promoted, Graves' brown pupils were wrapped by energy, turned into gold, and kept emitting light. Open mouth, nostrils, are gushing energy. The other 4 of Fushengxing also rushed over and looked at each other. They had never seen such a scene and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Link experienced this situation and saw at a glance that Graves was not in control of the energy, but was dominated by the energy. Open your mouth and point out, Close your tips and use your consciousness and body to press down this energy. The more energy leaks, the less energy you hold after you ascend. This is an instinctive response to energy. Unlike players, NPCs can choose the evolutionary route after their body load reaches the limit. NPC can only select hard resistance. If you can't bear the huge energy, the body will split. Compared with ordinary Terrans, the physical quality of the rune Protoss is much stronger, about the same as that of Class 1 Terrans in the universe, so there is no problem of being unable to carry level B energy. Only now that Graves has just obtained great energy and can't control it, the energy will leak out aimlessly. Although Graves could not control the energy, he was conscious. Immediately close your eyes, nose, and mouth according to Link's method. After the energy could not escape, it ran around in Graves' body. At this time, Graves began to guide and summarize these rampant energy, and the light escaping from his body gradually faded and disappeared. After a moment, Graves took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. It doesn't matter. As soon as you open it, a sharp energy burst into your eyes. Link had expected, leaned slightly and passed the energy. The Führer apologized. I can't control this energy well. Graves' shape has changed a lot compared with that before. The biggest change is that the skin is branded with runes, such as tattoos and tattoos. But in Link's eyes, this thing is no different from the quarantine seal stamped on the pork. One is recognized by the power of runes, the other is recognized by the quarantine bureau, which is essentially the same. It doesn't matter. It will happen as soon as you get energy. So next you need an activity that can help you accurately control energy. As soon as Link's voice fell, Ah Fu came in with a pile of materials. Remember the artifact forging I told you before? Graves' eyes lit up and his first show of Rune King status was coming. Chapter 825. Ah Fu put the materials on the table in turn. The powerful smell of several materials stunned the four Fushengzing. At the same time, there is the Frost Rune Sword as the base material given to Link by Graves in return. A powerful shadow that represents the power of shadow. The Fluorspar representing war and death. Undefined igniring the target's armor, you can directly inlay the enhanced dim magic ball. Frost Rune Sword. End. Dark Temple slowly opens, and Abaddon's soul appears in green energy. Willing to appear as the soul of the spirit. Now that all the elements are gathered, it's time to show the real strength of the Rune King. Link stretched out his finger, time is pressing. You have only 2 days. In 2 days, we will arrive at Wormer. At that time, the sword will be out of its sheath anyway. Link said this not only to Graves, but also to Abaddon. Graves looked serious, with one hand close to his chest and a slight nod. Although time is a little urgent, he is sure to complete the task. Build it well. It's also a good opportunity to temper your energy control after promotion. If you grasp it, it's good for you. Graves felt the energy surging in his body and completely absorbed the knowledge and mystery in the rune box and the energy left by his ancestors. At this moment, his mastery of the profound meaning of rune has reached the first level of rune star in history. This time his strength was improved. Graves felt a little inflated and wanted to see how far he was from the head of state. But at a glance, the strength and realm of the head of state were still a mystery, which made him unable to estimate the depth. The sight cooled Graves' heart. I remember when he was in Saint Sula, he could still see the strength of the Führer. At that time, he only thought that the Führer was the spokesman of the expatriate of the mechanical fortress. However, when he joined in person and knew something about the mechanical fortress, he knew that the head of state was indeed the actual controller of the mechanical fortress. After returning to the wasteland, Link evolved into a secret family. After a diamond light spot appeared on his forehead, Graves could not see through the strength and realm of the head of state. This time I promoted myself, crossed the long shackled C and level and jumped to level B. I thought I could see the strength of the head of state, but I didn't expect it to be a mystery for a long time. For a moment, Graves seemed to be splashed with cold water, and the joy dissipated, and the little expansion in his heart just now disappeared. It seems that when the head of state arrived at Saint Sura, he should use secret methods to suppress his real strength and show his real ability only after there is no outsider. Without revealing the truth, it is worthy of being a higher civilization. When Graves looked at Link, Link was also looking at each other. Graves' data information appeared in front of Link. Name, Graves, Rune King. Race, Rune. Level, LV70+, Legend. HP, 7W/7W. Energy value, 1W/1W. Energy level, B. Attribute, Strength 600 points, Endurance 550 points, others unknown. Skills, Rune King Mode, Thunder Hammer, Gunfire Negotiation, Ultimate Bomb, Rune Mark, other unknown. Evaluation, Rune is the only designated true god to reshape the glorious existence of Rune. After reading Graves' state attribute, Link's saliva was about to flow down. It has super high strength, endurance and high life value. It is also a B level. From the data panel alone, Graves is better than Link. However, Link's skills and equipment bonus are much better, and the curve is super. If the fight really starts, Graves' blood volume may be as high as Link's 2 or 3 rounds. One finger of death. Afu stayed to help Graves. Another purpose was to help Abaddon become an instrument spirit. Link left the scene with only a few instructions. Only Graves and Afu, as well as Abaddon, who was about to devote himself to the sword, were left in the secret room. The artifact spirit of fusion star forging technology is different from the ordinary artifact spirit. The ordinary artifact spirit can only hide in the artifact, but the artifact spirit forged under fusion star technology can have 2 forms. I heard about you. The behavior of alien stars is no different from that of the Sartre family, so I can understand your anger. It's also my honor to help you revenge your anger. Graves could feel Abaddon's resentment and the look of revenge. This obsession is exactly what is needed to create an artifact. Every artifact is an extreme. The anger and resentment of Abaddon can be perfectly integrated with the high-end materials brought by the head of state. When the furnace was lit again, Graves took off his coat and exposed his upper body. His muscles were curly and angular, which contained the power of violence aesthetics. Pick up the hammer and the forging work is ready. The news of Graves' promotion soon spread all over the mechanical fortress, mainly because the noise caused by the energy escape just now was too big. An energy shock of that scale has never happened before. Fortunately, the construction quality of the mechanical fortress and the gentleness of Graves' rune energy did not cause any damage to the mechanical fortress itself. Helen collected a lot of escape energy and prepared to study this rune energy in her spare time to see if there could be other uses. Another thing, in the process of Graves escaping energy, the fluctuating energy actually affected the energy in Miranda's body, which once led to the energy surge in Miranda's body. Fortunately, Miranda was with Grace and calmed down the energy according to Grace's guiding method. Link, Miranda's problem must be solved as soon as possible. This powerful energy diffusion can cause energy riots in her body. If she continues to let go, the consequences are unimaginable. Now she can suppress it a little. No matter how much energy she has, she can't suppress it. Grace's expression was anxious. What happened to Miranda could most cause her mood swings. Grace, don't worry. I gave him advice when I met Ningchenji before. No accident, Joyce, the White Alchemist of the First Order, will also appear in the front battlefield this time. When I meet First Order, the first thing I do is ask Joyce to diagnose Miranda's problem. Grace looked a little pale. Unexpectedly, Link had made arrangements. What about you? The powerful alchemist has been created. What have you found? When it comes to this, Grace looks black. She thought that with a powerful alchemist, she could dig deep into Miranda's situation or solve it, but she didn't find out until she started it herself. No substantive findings. The energy in Miranda's body is still unrecognizable. It can only be roughly identified as a kind of shadow energy. I can only feel that this energy is increasing, and there is a tendency to run away. At the current speed, after a period of time, maybe you and I can no longer suppress this energy in our body. Grace is not alarmist. Although Miranda's body energy is suppressed by them, it is also growing every day. Now Miranda's level has reached level 50, and it can't be suppressed for some time. As soon as Link's front foot returned to the lounge, Troy appeared again and brought the latest news. The head of state, the Expeditionary Force Office, has learned the latest news from defectors, and the First Order has arrived in Wormer. Troy's tone was a little excited. He understood what it meant, and meant that the war between the two sides had officially begun. Okay, I see. Adjust the clock in the rest area, advertise the news, and guide everyone to prepare for the war in the form of a task. After the arrangement, Link entered the forum again and found a lot of new news and videos in the defectors section. He casually went in and looked. On the ground of Wormer, he could clearly see the First Order fleet at the top of the sky with his naked eye. It is conceivable that the sudden First Order fleet will cause a terrible shock to the alien stars. You can know the answer from the posts of other defectors. Adjutant Abusa and Commander Yegsh of the Alien Legion have begun to mobilize troops to deal with the crisis. Given that ordinary renegade players have no merit within the Alien Legion, and their status is almost the same as that of labor, the information they get is very one-sided. But soon, Troy appeared again. This time, he brought information from Suyet and Tianxin Zero. As leaders of defectors, they are equal to war messengers in alien status. The channel level of news is high, and the content is more detailed. Abu Dhabi means that they are ready to summon all defectors and alien shadow dogs as the first echelon of ground warfare. Their role is to consume the enemy's combat effectiveness and destroy the position to the greatest extent. Suyet asked Abu Dhabi what to do if the other party directly launched an air attack. The result was a contemptuous smile, indicating that the alien has its own way. Therefore, the intelligence sent back by Suyet also recorded that alien stars have ways to deal with air strikes. Although alien stars have found the wonderful use of aliens, they still can't fully trust traitors. Repeated behaviors and changes are suspected of temptation. Even now, they are not at ease. They are only used as strategic resources that can be consumed repeatedly. Of course, that's enough for Link. Troy, according to the information sent back by the defector, integrate the data. After we arrive over Wormer in 2 days, we can quickly carry out tactical configuration. As the news soon spread all over the mechanical fortress, both players and NPCs took action. Link didn't hide the situation of Wormer at the beginning, and he couldn't block the news. Many renegade players have published the situation of Wormer on forums and online. Simply sum it up in 8 words. Millions of soldiers, lack of resources. At the thought of fighting on such a scale, players' blood began to boil. The million-level battle is no longer a simple war, but has been elevated to the category of national war and even star battle. If we can make brilliant achievements in such a war, can we not say that we can lay a subsequent advantage? The theme of version 2.0 is alien stars. Once the war is over, it basically represents the end of the main line and most important content of version 2.0, followed by the transition and opening of version 3.0. In other words, this is the last chance to overtake in the corner. Every player is aware of this and has a strong sense of competition in his eyes. Those who can climb the mechanical fortress are not ordinary people. They can't relax when competing with a group of strong people. Although it's just a mobilization task, each player is carefully prepared and has deduced what he may experience after entering Wormer in his mind. Chapter 826. Vermeer. In extraterrestrial orbit, 7 First Order warships docked in a temporary dock. One day after the arrival of the First Order, 6 satellites were deployed in the orbit of the planet. The whole planet of Wormer has been scanned and the distribution of the enemy has been preliminarily mastered. From the alien troop deployment and large-scale legion movement, it is obvious that they have also been found. Normally speaking, it should be the time to attack with great vigor, but at this time, there was an unexpected situation. Undefined in terms of offensive tactics and arrangements, the 7 military commanders could not reach an agreement. In that case, let's vote. Those who agree to direct ship intervention and airstrike raise their hands. As one of the army leaders finished speaking, the legion leaders on the ring seat raised their hands one after another. The man looked around, 6, and the dust settled. Strange, I understand what you mean, but what I want to say is that you are still too cautious in the face of a war of this scale. Our satellite has been exploring for a day. Although the enemy has all kinds of buildings and defenses, it has not scanned the prevention and control forces at all. The focus of war is on speed. We must seize the opportunity, otherwise the situation will change rapidly. If we lose this opportunity, we will pay a great price when the other party develops air-to-air methods. The man's tone was old, but there was nothing wrong with what he said. War is indeed an art of seeking opportunities and making the most accurate judgments in the rapidly changing world. Being submissive and indecisive is not a good commander. In the face of the votes of the other 6 military leaders, Ning Cheng frowned and remembered the conversation with Link in the past. Wormer has countermeasures against ships and air strikes. Once he enters the air, he will be hit. Therefore, only when the Legion enters the ground and fights by land can he defeat the enemy. Link's previous voice, appearance, and determined tone impressed Ning Chenqi. In addition to the wise man's previous prediction and Link's personal recognition, Ning Chenqi believes in Link's suggestions more. Wormer is an important military garrison of alien stars. It is impossible to have no layout at all. The satellite's surface scanning can only say that there are no air control measures on the ground, not underground. Ning Chenqi stands firm. During the banquet, the expressions on the faces of the other 6 military commanders were a little confused and strange. Ning Chenqi's performance is really suspicious. But we have raised our hands to vote, 6-1. We have to abide by the decision. This sentence makes Ning Chenqi unable to refute. The vote of the 7 military leaders is in line with the First Order law. Once the decision is made, it must be implemented, otherwise it will be regarded as resisting the law. Seeing that one plan failed, Ning Chenqi changed another statement, attack is also okay, but I don't recommend directly forming a formation. We can first use UAVs or small forces to carry out fixed-point attack, and we can also see the enemy's backhand and command. This time, several military leaders present here did not directly object, but their faces became more and more strange. Cheng Qi, are you hiding something from us? Asked one of the army leaders. Ning Chenqi was calm and raised an awkward but polite smile, no, I just think it's too radical. In this level of war, we must slow down. You can't eat a fat man in one bite, not to mention that the alien has fought with us for more than 1,000 years. If it is solved so easily, the battle will be over long ago. Kager, the head of the First Army, retorted, it is precisely because we have been timid in the war for more than 1,000 years and our strategy is too conservative that the war has lasted so long. Now the enemy is in front of us and has no strength to bind the chicken. Instead of concentrating on direct destruction, we want to attack slowly. Kegel held his glasses and a white light flashed through the lens, it's strange. Since the nest covering plan, your performance is different from that in the past. It seems that you have something on your mind. I need your explanation. Yes, Chenqi, you should have the most fighting spirit and the most radical among us. Why are you a little timid in this nest-laying plan? What are you worried about? In Mustafa, the wise man had decided to attack the whole army, but you had to say that you were worried about what was wrong with the alien star, so you left some troops. Alien stars have no ability to build aircraft. It's superfluous to leave some combat effectiveness. At that time, I thought it was safe, but combined with your state along the way, it's really doubtful. And you were quiet and worried all the way. It's completely inconsistent with the posture of Yu Zhan in the past. Other military leaders also expressed their doubts. AI, if Cheng Qi doesn't say anything, you can say it for him. Kager looked at Ning Chenqi's adjutant AI. AI Wei stepped back, nodded and bowed his head. I'm sorry, if you military commanders want to hear any stories, I can only disappoint you. There is no story. Ning Chenji didn't say anything, and AI didn't say a word. They advanced and retreated together. It can't be said that I met a figure predicted by a wise man before. He said that aliens had been on guard for a long time? If Ning Chenqi said so, it would definitely usher in a burst of interrogation. Moreover, Link himself did not appear. If he revealed the existence of this person in advance, after Link really appeared, he would certainly be regarded as hostile, and the alien would have breathing space at that time. Most importantly, in the wise man's prediction, Link is the variable to end the war. Since it is a variable, his emergence and exposure must be in accordance with his own wishes. If you expose yourself in advance and trigger the butterfly effect, no one knows where the war will follow. The other 6 legion leaders looked at each other and suddenly felt a sense of danger. Since you don't want to say, according to the regulations, the 6 of us think you have a dangerous tendency. The 7th Corps will be temporarily restricted from participating in the attack. Moreover, it's strange that you and AI will be restricted from freedom of movement, and we will arrange special personnel to take care of them. Kager made a quick decision. Although he didn't know what Ning Chenqi was hiding, he could only use emergency means in order to ensure the safety of the war. We don't doubt your loyalty to the First Order, we just doubt your behavior. When you are willing to say, we will discuss the operation of the 7th Corps. Because of sudden changes, the 7th Corps was restricted from moving, so the whole army attack mentioned earlier became an extravagant hope. Several military commanders had to assign part of their troops to guard the members of the 7th Corps. Ning Chenji could not dissuade a few people, but he thought that although he was under house arrest, at least he used this way to involve some of the Corps' combat power, which is the only thing he can do now. Kegel got up, stood on the deck, looked at Warmer at his feet through the wide-angle window of the warship, and ordered crisp and neat. Temporary dock. The Intrepid of the 1st Regiment and the Resolute of the 2nd Regiment left the dock and began to sail to Wormer. At the same time, there are UAVs and fighters on several other ships, forming a formation to escort around the ship and form a formation to attack Wormer. Chapter 827. Ning Chenji and AI were under house arrest in the temporary dock. They could only stand in the observation cabin and view the war through a huge transparent window. There are 3 guards outside the room, which can be said to block any possibility of escape. Is it really worth it, my lord? Asked AI. Now Ning Chenqi has been subjected to the review procedure, temporarily exploited and relieved of all command and action rights. But AI didn't ask that. Link said he would participate in the war before, but now 2 days have passed and there is no news. AI can't help feeling a little flustered. Undefined, the war was like a gamble. From the time he and Ning Chenqi chose to hide the existence of Link and the Wasteland Expedition Army to the time when they traded with the Wasteland Expedition Army privately, it was equivalent to standing in line. If the gamble is successful, the First Order will win a strong ally, which will be of great help to get out of the Vatican system in the future. But once the gamble fails, Ning Chenqi's current status will not be guaranteed. At that time, he will return to Mustafa for isolation review, making private transactions, concealing intelligence, and hindering the war. Anyone is enough to beat Ning Chenji back to its original shape. But in the current situation, even AI himself can't tell whether he wants to succeed or fail. If what Link said is true, then the fleet will be attacked by Wormer, and these combat forces and ships will be destroyed. This is definitely a heavy loss for the First Order. Before the confrontation, 1/3 of the combat power was lost, and the balance tilted at the beginning of the war. But if Link's story is false and the fleet advances smoothly to win Valmer, it is certain that it will accept the review and even the First Order trial seat. Ning Chenji, after losing his hands, looked at the fleet that had entered low Earth orbit without any shaking in his eyes. I hope what Link said is wrong. At least in this way, my first order combat power and fleet can be preserved, and the loss of this war will be minimized. Ningchenki agreed with Link's devil deal from the beginning, which is essentially for the First Order. Even now, Ningchenki has always hoped that the First Order can win the war with the least loss. But as a commander-in-chief, he clearly knew that war could not be without sacrifice, and some sacrifices were inevitable. AI took a step forward, his face looked serious, and unconsciously said, "I'm in." The vanguard of the First Order has entered the Vermeer atmosphere, and the fleet has begun to disperse and carry out its tasks. The Fearless of the First Corps, led by UAVs and fighters, headed for the Wormer transmission group under the command of the adjutant. This is the most core area and facilities of the whole Wormer, and it is also the primary target of attack after scanning. Only by blocking the portal, the enemy's legions on all planets can't be reinforced. The Second Legion's Resolute went to the place where the barracks were most stationed and gave a fatal blow to the alien legion. Ningchenki looked serious and stared at the planet without blinking. He was afraid of missing the details of the battle. He was even more afraid that the First Order fleet and fighters would disappear in the blink of an eye. Ningchenki, who has experienced many wars, was even worried at this time. In the command room of the temporary dock, the head of the First Army, Kager, laughed. The fleet entered Wormer without any resistance. Several other military commanders smiled and seemed to have seen the spectacular scene of the alien legion disintegrating and completely disintegrating under their powerful fleet fire. The meaning of this sentence of Kager is more like a strange thing before joking. Facts have proved that he made the most correct choice in the war. Benz, attack the teleportation group immediately. Be fast. Fortitude, ignore the reinforcements of the alien legion, let them rescue, and we'll catch them all. Kager's eyes and canthus were about to crack, and the commanding tone couldn't help raising a few points. This will be the First World War recorded in the milestone of the First Order, and Kager will become the commander-in-chief of this decisive battle, which will be recorded in history for future generations to look forward to. The fleet has entered the atmosphere without any resistance. The two warships began to divert to their designated targets. Just then, the change suddenly occurred. A high-frequency ray is emitted from the underground of Wormer, and the energy diffuses rapidly with air explosion. It even crackles in the air, stirring the light of electric current, looking like fire, trees, and silver flowers. Without waiting for the intrepid response, the whole warship was swallowed up by high-frequency rays, and there were many cracks in the ship body. The signal connected with the Apogee temporary dock command sent out a harsh hum, and the connection was completely disconnected the next second. The UAV and the fighter are out of control, the tail engine goes out, the ignition device fails, and the display screen and electronic components are all disturbed by high-frequency pulse rays. Like mosquitoes stung by mosquito repellent incense, one by one fell feebly from the air and fell freely from several kilometers high. The same was true for the Intrepid and the Resolute. All engines failed, all electronic equipment stopped running, and smoke and fire rolled up around the hull due to the rapid fall. In the command cabin of the temporary dock, several military commanders were all silly. Kager, in particular, clenched his fists, burst his green veins on his forehead, and his skin even turned red because of anger. What's the matter? Even if it's high-frequency pulse radiation, the ship has anti-pulse protection. How can it break all the protective measures of the ship in an instant? Looking at the rapidly falling ship, several army leaders turned pale. Their legion and foundation that they had worked hard for many years were destroyed in a high-frequency pulse ray. The aggressive First Order fleet just now was reduced to cannon fodder in an instant. The two fallen warships touched the bottom, and one had a close contact with the lowest land of Wormer. With a burst of skyrocketing explosion, the black smoke like mushroom clouds rose, and the Intrepid and Resolute in the Vatican Galaxy were all turned into fly ash and fire. Other UAVs and warplanes also crashed, all of which turned into explosion and black smoke. Kager and others are heartbroken. These are the elite soldiers and heavy weapons of the First Order. They are all turned into scrap iron in the blink of an eye. At this time, they were like Lei Ji, suddenly remembering that Ningqinqi had repeatedly dissuaded them from air strikes, and was sure that Volmer had a way to deal with ships. Cheng Qi must know something. Let's find him quickly. The minds of several military commanders had already collapsed with the explosion of 2 warships. For a time, they were in a daze. The thought of Ningqinqi was like the last straw. Ningqinqi watched the 2 warships of the First Order and countless UAVs and warplanes fall and explode. Although I was prepared for it, I was shocked to see it with my own eyes. What Link said is absolutely true. Vermeer really has a way to deal with air power. I was also stunned. For a moment, I didn't know whether to be sad or happy. I was in a complicated mood. The destruction of 2 warships, countless warplanes, and UAVs in the First Order should have been an extremely sad thing. However, this incident also shows that what Link said is true. His understanding of alien stars is deeper than the First Order that has fought for thousands of years. Thinking of Link's predictive ability and the role of variables, he was confident that he might solve the problem perplexing the Vatican galaxy for thousands of years. Just when their hearts were guilty and complex, the gate behind them made a hissing sound of pressure relief. A moment later, several army leaders rushed in with pale faces, and Kager rushed up and pressed Ningqinqi's shoulder. Strange, do you know something? What's the trick of the Alien Legion? Our warship obviously has an anti-pulse device. Why doesn't it work at all? Others are also with strong doubts and curiosity, hoping Ningqinqi will give an explanation. Ningqinqi looked at so many eager eyes, clenched his fist and said, I still say that if you want to attack Warmer, you can't rely on fleet air attack, you must land and fight. You have been in the rear until the nest covering plan. You didn't come to Warmer for the first time with the team, but the front line failed to detect the hidden moves of Warmer, but you can anticipate the enemy's first opportunity. Cheng Yi, if you want to know something, just say it. We can't let our soldiers die in vain. I sneered, just now, the head of the regiment has dissuaded him several times. You not only don't believe it, but also think he has an evil mind and is under control. Now he begins to show righteousness again. Ningqinqi interrupted AI with a serious expression, AI, stop talking. Turning to the crowd, he said, I really have reasons I can't say. Once the time is right, I'll come clean. Now is not the time. You have worked with me for many years. I believe you should know who I am. If you believe me, please arrange the next operation. Be sure to choose the way of landing operation. Don't risk trying air attack. Ningqinqi's words are sincere, and his expression is full of difficulties. Kager and others looked at each other, and it was difficult to make a choice for a moment. Now the First Order has lost 2 warships and some effective forces. If we abandon air support and fight purely on land, the outcome is still unknown on the current scale of the First Order. Strange, you know the current situation. There are millions of alien legions in Wormer. If we can't use air support, we will fight purely on land. With the current situation of 2 less legions, I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic. You are also the commander, which you should know. That's the truth. Ningqinqi also had such concerns when he saw the scene of the warship crash just now. Although the soldiers of each legion are carefully selected from all over the country and have strong strength, it is not a problem to fight 3 with 1 enemy. But Wormer is the battalion of the Alien Legion, and the most important thing is the strength. Millions of enemies, even if they don't resist and kill one by one, can cut for days and nights and roll the edge of the blade. Let alone fight hard, which takes more time. What worries Ningqinqi most is that now the first wave of attack has no effect, and the enemy has paid attention to it. Maybe the transmission group has begun to send messages to all planets, and the reinforcements of the Alien Legion on all planets are gathering to Wormer. Ningqinqi is also entangled. The first step is wrong, which makes the second step completely impossible. This nest-covering plan, because of an impulse at the beginning, is not an attack or retreat. Just as several legions grew up and stared, suddenly there was a sudden knock outside the door. "Come in." Kegel broke the embarrassment. An adjutant put out his head, mixed his tone and looked frightened. "Heads, we have detected that a UFO is approaching us quickly." "Its shape." "Shape?" The adjutant choked for a moment and was so nervous that he couldn't say the second half. "What is it, you say?" A few people were anxious. Now Volmer couldn't attack, and suddenly there were UFOs approaching quickly, which always gave people a feeling of being attacked from both sides. "Is it a very large aircraft?" Ning Chenji replied. Before smoothing out his tongue, the adjutant quickly nodded. Yes. It's that kind of super large aircraft." Kager's faces turned white. In the universe, everyone knows the meaning of super large aircraft. Only high civilization can create a ship machine, which is a crushing existence for medium and low civilization. The Vatican Galaxy is located in a remote and dark place. Even predators wandering around in search of interests rarely enter this place, let alone the super large aircraft of higher civilization. Now there are super large aircraft, still approaching their position. The answer is self-evident. Naturally, it points to the fleet of the First Order. You can't say you're looking for an alien, can you? It's over. Only Ning Chenji and AI showed a happy expression. Link, Wasteland Expedition. Finally. Ning Chenji changed what he had just done, and suddenly became elated and even a little elated. "Everybody, our rescuers are coming." "Clams? Reinforcements? What's the solution?" Several military commanders did not understand the meaning of Ning Chenji's words. Ning Chenji sold it. Now that Link and the Wasteland Expedition are approaching, there is no time to explain in detail. Ning Chenji said directly to the adjutant entering the door, "Command to go down, close the adaptive gun and meet our friend from afar." The adjutant took a look at Ning Chenji, who was in high spirits, and then looked at several army heads who were still sluggish. For a time, he couldn't figure out the situation. Isn't Commander Ning temporarily removed and controlled? What's going on now? Kager and several others haven't figured out the situation, but looking at Ning Chenji, they know that it's not far from knowing the truth and Ning Chenji's secret. Just do as he said. From now on, remove the monitoring and dismissal of the 7th Corps and head Ning, and immediately restore the official to his original post. The adjutant nodded and immediately went to carry out the order. Ning Chenji walked in front, while AI guided several military leaders behind and said, "Heads, the time has come for the leader to say. Soon you will know the cause and effect of the matter." When the crowd arrived at the command room, the first thing on the central holographic screen was the huge approaching mechanical fortress. Its scale and size are amazing, even bigger than the temporary dock with 5 warships in the apogee. Before approaching, a strong sense of oppression came. Ning Chenji immediately ordered AI to connect the communication of the mechanical fortress. The hologram flashed and Link's smile appeared. "Lao Ning, how's the war going?" Ning Chenji looked embarrassed and said frankly, 2 warships and several UAVs and fighters have been lost. Link's face suddenly changed. "It's only 2 days. You've lost 1/3 of your combat power before you hit the ground. Is your commander a pig?" On one side, Kager coughed awkwardly. Chapter 828. Link had no choice but to rub his temples, and suddenly felt his head big. "I was only 2 days late, and the First Order lost 1/3. Did the little First Order even gather 2 famous generals of the world, Wolong Phoenix Chicks?" Ning Chenji ruled it out first. With his own foreshadowing, this guy will never foolishly arrange 2 warships to go down. The remaining army leaders. Undefined Link looked back, as if his memory was normal and didn't drag his feet. Why is this situation caused by the concentration? Führer, let's talk in detail when you come. Ning Chenqi knew that half a group couldn't explain clearly for a while, so he just waited for Link to arrive and discuss the countermeasures in detail. The mechanical fortress soon approached the apogee orbit, and the huge body began to dock with the temporary dock. The connection between the two was extremely uncoordinated and did not match visually. Even if the apogee is only affected by weak gravity, the temporary dock still tilts to a certain extent after docking. This inclination is not only physical, but also psychological. Kager and other army leaders, as well as members of several major regiments, all wanted to find out what was going on. Only the members of the 7th Corps showed wild laughter. After witnessing the loss of 2 warships and countless airstrike resources, the emergence of the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army was like a life-saving straw. When Link comes, First Order will be saved. The Wasteland Expedition is coming, and the alien star can be broken. When the hatch was docked, Ning Chenqi led several military leaders and adjutants to meet him in front. When the docking hatch was opened, Link walked in the first row, walked to Ning Chenqi with great vigor, and asked, "What's going on?" "According to my calculation, after you come, one day you release satellites for survey and one day you prepare attack plans. It is reasonable to say that there is only half a day to attack. Why did you lose 2 warships?" Link's tone was aggressive. If he didn't know the situation, he thought he was sent by the First Order to supervise the war. Ning Chenqi looked embarrassed. "I was the only one who opposed the Air Force attack, and all the other 6 agreed. So there was no way." The seat passed the air attack tactics, and arranged 2 warships, a large number of UAVs and fighters to enter Wormer. Next. Ning Chenqi didn't go on, but Link could imagine the scene at that time. "I took a look at the docking just now. It should be the Fearless and the Resolute, or 2 main warships." Kager and others looked black. Although the other party failed to say everything, the aftertaste had floated out. It was obvious that they wanted to say that they were as stupid as pigs. "I wish you were here now. Just now a wave of attack failed. The enemy already knows that the First Order should go all out. He will certainly summon alien legions colonized by other planets from the transmission group to support him. We may face more enemies than we have detected at present." Ning Chenqi naturally takes Link as the main heart and bone. In this case, only Link with predictive ability can see the future trend and choose the most favorable one. Especially at a time when the leaders of the Great Army are facing obstacles in decision-making, it has an absolutely decisive effect. "Okay, I see," Link said, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Troy, first put in the Sky Eye satellite to scan the surface of Wormer. AI, share all the pictures and data of the battle just encountered by the First Order with us. Now it's up to me to make a tactical plan." Looking at the several army leaders who wanted to stop talking and were confused in their eyes, Link put his hands in his chest and said to Ning Chenqi, "Lao Ning, I need command now. Please introduce it for me." Link's strong style intimidated several other military commanders. They searched their minds for memories, but they didn't have any impression of the person in front of them. Look at Link again. He is tall and strong. He is dressed in black and gold combat clothes and holds a scepter. He feels a sense of profound confrontation from top to bottom. The strong energy field around you can feel the strong breath before you get close. It is obviously a strong person at level B. Looking at the temperament, the king's breath is not angry. Rao is a Kager who has been in the position of military head for hundreds of years. He is more temperament in front of each other, but he is also dwarfed by his breath. I've never heard of such a hero before. I'm really curious. Moreover, they can order Ning Chenqi and AI. Both of them are arrogant people. Even if they are the predecessors of the army head, they should speak well in tactical and peacetime strategic consultation. But the man commanded directly, and he didn't see any dissatisfaction or opposition between Ning Chenqi and AI. Strange. It's really strange. In the temporary dock, Troy's voice came through the command voice control system. "Führer, the system has shared data, the docking is completed, and the position of alien enhanced electromagnetic pulse array has been marked. A strange voice sounded, which made several military commanders present feel like lightning, and their clothes were soaked with cold sweat behind them. The defense systems of warships are compiled and deployed by the wise Turing himself, but someone can invade the system silently. If this is a hostile battle, does it not mean that their systematic defense is in vain and disintegrates in an instant? Kager looked through the transparent window and saw the Sky Eye satellite thrown from the mechanical fortress, but immediately Kager opened his eyes and showed an incredible expression because he saw a circular sphere spinning rapidly around Wormer. He knows what this thing is, Yazhizi. The First Order is still under study, and there is no formed product. The wise Turing can change the future objects of the First Order, and can also change the status of the Vatican galaxy in the galaxy. The other party already has it. It's incredible. Cough, let me introduce to both sides. This is my First Order military leaders, Kager. Ningchenki introduced them one by one, and Link nodded. He had seen all of them in his previous life. When Ningchenji was ready to introduce Link, several military leaders were absorbed and eager to know who the other party was. Link, the head of the Wasteland Expedition, the Supreme Commander of Wasteland, Pandora and Victoria, the owner of the Mechanical Fortress, and a strong ally of the First Order. Ningchenki said that he knew that these titles and introductions could not move several military leaders. He continued, "Do you remember what the wise man said when he deduced the war through psychological history? There are new variables in the Vatican galaxy, which are enough to affect the outcome of the war and will become our winner and loser in solving alien stars. Next, let me solemnly introduce Mr. Lin, who is the variable in the wise man's calculation that can affect the outcome of the war. Many of my information about Wormer comes from him. As for the reason why I didn't say it before, you must understand." One of the female army leaders suddenly realized that the reason why the variable is a variable is because of its change process. Wise people's calculation is only a general trend, but they can't explore the details in more detail. Therefore, Ningchenji chose not to talk about it, for fear that his role related to variables would cause changes in variables and produce a butterfly effect unfavorable to the First Order. Kegel immediately realized it, and his face could not help showing shame. If Link had come half a day earlier, perhaps his intrepid and resolute, as well as thousands of members and strategic resources, would have been free from the crash. But new doubts also surfaced. Wasteland, Pandora, Victoria, these seem to be several low civilization planets that may be attacked by alien stars in the last wise man's observation. The Wasteland Expeditionary Force, so the other party is a force coming out of this low civilization planet? The native civilization of the Vatican system? Lower civilization? How do you have the scientific and technological level of super-large aircraft and medium and advanced civilizations such as Yazhizi? More B-class strength. All this made Kager's head big and confused. Ningchenji said that Troy had integrated all intelligence data. In the holographic picture of the command hall, the position of the electromagnetic pulse array can also be marked. The First Order lost 2 warships and thousands of combat power. In today's form, if we want to fight on land, the situation is not optimistic. What's more, if we lose our first hand, the alien stars must summon legions from the invading planets, and the number must expand. Ningchenji looks sad. Link's face was plain and could not see any waves. He smiled with Zhizu in his hand and comforted. "Don't panic, let's just let him come without support." Kager and other army leaders were depressed and thought, "It's simple. Who doesn't know to destroy the transmission group, but now air forces can't attack. The transmission group is the core strategic resource of alien stars. The heavy concentration of alien legions will not give them the opportunity to close down. If you attack rashly, you will not only fail to destroy the transmission group, but also lead to the enemy on the ground, which is very likely to be swallowed by one mouthful." Link said, "Troy, Helen, arrange 3 UAV formations to attack the ground transmission group. 2. Interfere and strengthen the direct attack of the formation. Okay, Führer, just wait for this moment. Helen's excited expression appeared in the holographic picture in front of her. The big bright eyes, the excited expression, and the age of 14 or 15-year-old cardamom surprised several military commanders present. Ningchenqi also frowned and said to Link, "We have just tried the air power attack. The other party's electromagnetic pulse is strong. Even the Intrepid and the Resolute have anti-pulse devices, which can't defend, and it will completely fail under one attack." Lin Ke smiled. Of course, it can't be prevented, because Wormer's electromagnetic pulse array is guided by alchemy and magic, and takes the magnetic field of Wormer planet itself as the source power. Your anti-pulse devices are ordinary anti-physical electromagnetic pulse designs, scientific products, with different frequencies, different intensities, and even different energy essence. How to prevent them? Next, let's show you the right way to attack. Chapter 829. The right way to attack. Everyone present was stunned. As soon as the voice fell, 3 martyr-level unmanned raider formations flew out of the mechanical fortress. The 7 army leaders, including Ningchenqi, all lay like curious babies in the window watch. But soon they found a difference. Undefined, the configuration and capability of this UAV seemed to be stronger than our first order. This looks like a martyr-class unmanned raider. It's better than us in terms of firepower, speed, and steering. But even so, it is very difficult to avoid the invisible electromagnetic pulse. Several people whispered, but their eyes never left the warmer battlefield. Then, however, Link did another unexpected thing. Führer, the Celestial Eye satellite has been deployed and began to scan and survey Wormer again. The cold mechanical sound of Troy sounded again. Lin Ke smiled and slowly raised his hand. "Since we are here, let's say hello to our old friend first." "Okay, Führer." Several military commanders did not know what had happened, but they saw that the Tianyan satellite, which had appeared from the mechanical fortress, continued to descend in the low Earth orbit of Wormer until it reached the edge of the atmosphere. The Celestial Eye satellites form a shape at a strange angle. Then Link went to the main microphone of the temporary dock headquarters, brooded for a moment and said, "Alien Legion, do you remember me? Link kept my promise and came to Wormer with the Wasteland expedition and full of anger to fulfill my original promise." Link's voice floated over the whole continental plate of Wormer through the amplified runes and Dharma array of Tianyan satellite. The rugged wasteland in the northwest, the central plain and the eastern gulf all heard Link's coming declaration at this moment. When the words of Link and Wasteland Expeditionary Army appeared, the Alien Legion who won the first battle immediately panicked. Link's PTSD attacks again. "The murderer is coming. I'm looking for them in Wormer." After 3 failures of Wasteland, Pandora, and Victoria, the names of Link and Wasteland Expedition have long been heard throughout the alien world. Everyone knew that they had suffered 3 defeats against Link. The members who invaded the 3 planets, except for a very small number of people in the Wasteland, did not come back after passing through the portal. The whole army was wiped out. None of the alien legions and invincible war messengers has come back. Now, Link has come to Wormer to collect the debt. The sound caused an uproar in the alien legion. A glimmer of fear and panic flashed in the eyes of alien shadow dogs, alien demons, fallen demons, banshees, terrorist tacticians, legion pioneers, and even war messengers. The excitement and enthusiasm that had just destroyed the 2 First-Order warships were completely extinguished under Link's declaration. These performances and expressions of the Alien Legion are projected to the temporary headquarters in every detail in the pictures of the mechanical fortress imaging equipment and the Sky Eye satellite. Several army commanders were completely numb. They have fought with the alien for 1,000 years, but when facing the alien, they can only see bloodthirsty and cruelty on each other's face. When have you seen them show fear and panic? What did Link do? Just a word dissipated the fighting spirit of the alien legion in an instant, making them show such a frightened expression. Look at the understated smile on Link's face, like an old friend's reunion. Compare the fear on the faces of members of the alien legion. The legion leaders felt that their three views and cognition were broken at this moment. After all, who is the devil? Abu Zia, deputy commander of the alien legion, and Yeggsh, commander-in-chief, now looked dignified and looked into the depths of the sky. The mechanical fortress that could be observed by the naked eye merged with the previous temporary dock. My lord, the First Order and the Wasteland Expeditionary Army have joined forces. According to the observation, the First Order's attack must be a fight to the death, said Abuza with a ferocious face. On the contrary, Yeggsh's face is relaxed and indifferent, and he has a coach temperament. Since it's a decisive battle, how can we not have the Lords General to participate in it? Go to contact Lord Shadow and tell him the situation. Please come to town. It's just right that the two threats come together so that we won't destroy them one by one. Yeggsh's tone was conceited, as if he had never paid attention to these enemies. Also, with millions of soldiers and EMP array to intercept the enemy's air force, the enemy can only land if he wants to attack. Who are the alien legions afraid of in landing operations? Good commander, I'll inform Lord Shadow now. I think he will be very happy. Abu Dhabi's face was also filled with a ferocious smile. It seemed that he didn't care about the attack at all. As soon as Abu Dhabi's front foot left, there was a fierce sound of breaking the air in the atmosphere of Wamir. Martyr-class drones pierced the atmosphere of Wormer, and then three formations diverged at great speed. Yeggsh looked up at the UAV formation and raised a contemptuous smile at the corners of his mouth. This road is impassable, but we still have to question. Trying in the same way is really sad to spread this kind of manager. However, when these UAVs fall, although the electrical components inside are damaged, they should be handed over to alien engineers to study and construct the internal structure. Maybe they can use their equipment fighters to create their own aircraft. The ground's electromagnetic pulse array locked the UAV formation and then burst out rays. But before the ray is launched, the UAV formation in the air quickly changes direction, just like a twisting snake, quickly avoids. Buzz. When the electromagnetic pulse is emitted, no UAV formation in the sky is damaged and is still impacting the ground at a rapid speed. This. Not only Yeggsh was stunned, but several military leaders in the temporary dock also stared with eyes and a surprised face. Their drones and fighters can't avoid electromagnetic pulses. Why can Lynx? Although the Martyr level is slightly better in speed, steering and ability, it is not unscathed. Electromagnetic pulse is invisible, because there is no sign of launch even if it is a normal array. No matter how fast the reaction speed is, it can't produce too much displacement in just 1 second. Even Ningchenki was puzzled and asked, although the Martyr level unmanned radar is strong, it can't respond at the second level. Lin K smiled, as I said just now, the electromagnetic pulse array uses the magnetic field of Wormer planet itself. The array will absorb the magnetic force before sending out the impact, and then convert it into pulse emission. Therefore, I don't need to pay attention to when the electromagnetic pulse is launched. I just need to monitor the change of magnetic field strength. Once the magnetic field has amplitude, it means that the electromagnetic pulse is to be launched, which will lead to the amount in advance for a few seconds. It's not easy to avoid electromagnetic pulses. During Link's conversation, the formation of 3 raiders has entered more than half of the atmosphere, but with the distance getting closer, the advance time is getting shorter and shorter, and gradually some UAVs are swept by the afterwave and recovered. But these numbers did not hinder the progress of the large formation at all. A few seconds later, the Martyr-class unmanned assault aircraft gathered fire and made the first round of projection to the transmission group. All of a sudden, the sky was ablaze with fire and dust. With this understatement, the transport group that plagued several military leaders of the First Order was completely solved. It's like drinking water and eating. P.S. You've asked for more, so don't you want some recommended tickets and monthly tickets? Chapter 830. When the smoke dissipates, the dust settles. Through the holographic screen of the command cabin of the temporary dock, the situation of the ground transmission group was photographed impressively. At this time, the portal group that originally stood has been reduced to ruins, without a complete one. Beautiful! Kager and other army leaders clenched their fists and cheered. Undefined without the portal, their biggest worry was solved. The alien legion on the ground lost support. Link's Martyr-class unmanned raider can avoid the attack of electromagnetic pulse array, and the enemy attacking the ground is like looking for things. After a successful raid, Wormer's alien legion was indeed on the edge. The enemy who had gathered in the transport group began to scatter and break up into parts to avoid causing too much loss in the next bombing. Link was not complacent about a successful bombing. He just knew the loophole of the Wamir electromagnetic pulse array in advance, which was analyzed by other players in previous lives, and he just picked up people's wisdom. Helen, continue to organize bombing, live with the strengthening team, supplemented by the other raiders. I have only one target to detect all the EMP array points of Wormer. After exploring all the EMP points of Wormer and making clear, the landing white edge battle can be carried out. In contrast, the First Order people have laughed. Kager said with a smile, with this Martyr-class unmanned raider, we can sweep away Wormer without even land war and relying on air power. Other army leaders Chi smiled and deeply agreed with Kager's words. Eating hot pot and singing songs in the temporary dock, he wiped out all the alien stars. It's beautiful. Link looked up at Kager, who was speaking, and recognized him. You were the one who directed the ship into the Vermeer atmosphere before. Link's question directly made Kager wilt, and his expression, which had just recovered, wilted like frost-beaten eggplant. Do you rely on your seniority to become the commander of the army? Is your brain a diode? The reason why aliens keep the transmission group on the surface is because it is safe. Now we have found that they only need to rebuild the transmission group underground. And the Martyr-class drone can't dive too low. If it's too low, the electromagnetic pulse echo time is too short to avoid. It can only attack key buildings and facilities on the surface. Kager, I advise you that there is no opportunism in war. Kagel was criticized in front of so many people. He was blushing and couldn't say anything to refute. The whole man clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. He didn't even dare to look at Link. Now he just feels like a clown and wants to find a way to get in. Others didn't look very good, but they also reacted. Yes, what's the use of air raid alone? As long as the alien legion hides underground from the crypt, it cannot be bothered by bombing. There is enough food and water underground. On the contrary, when they attack on a large scale, the rations on warships can only last for half a year to a year. When the logistics are cut off, the troops have to withdraw in frustration. So a landing war is inevitable. From this point of view, what Kagel just said is true and childish. And Link's criticism is reasonable. Kagel was indeed a little nepotistic to become the commander of the Fearless of the First Corps. He was once under the wise Tuts, and later Tuts became the spiritual leader of the First Order. Kager naturally took over the First Corps and the Fearless, the most omnipotent warship of the First Order. If Link made it up, Kager might not accept it, but everything was the truth. This wave was like a lump in the throat. Link looked back and forth in the command room and saw only a few army leaders. He asked curiously, why didn't Joyce come? Ningchenki came forward and said, he came, but he didn't participate in the decision, so he has been in the temporary laboratory. It will take some time for the UAV formation to destroy key ground buildings and explore the electromagnetic pulse array. Please, Lao Ning, please invite the white gold smelter. A young man here has been cursed by saffron and needs him to check and diagnose. In a few minutes. Temporary laboratory. Joyce looked at Miranda, his rotten bark-like skin was full of surprise, and his voice trembled and stopped the girl. Such a small body, but it has to bear such energy. What hatred does Saffron have with the girl, and he wants to curse and harm a child like this? Joyce's angry hands were shaking, and this vicious curse was applied to a child. Miranda was a little scared and looked back at Link as if she were asking for help. Until Link gave Miranda a reassuring look, Miranda's tension eased slightly. "Mr. Joyce, may I ask what curse Miranda has been cursed and what methods can be used to remove the curse?" Link asked eagerly. Grace also said, "I can only perceive that this is an extremely strong shadow energy. I've never seen it before, so I can't distinguish it." Joyce was dressed in white casual clothes. The sleeves and necklines of his clothes were embroidered with blue cloud patterns. He looked clean and holy. The energy in the child's body is shadow soul fire. It is an extremely vicious dual-element energy of shadow and flame, which is extremely rare in the universe. The characteristic of shadow soul fire is that it will automatically absorb the world energy. No matter what kind of element energy, it will be absorbed and transformed into dark shadow soul fire energy. This also leads to a rapid growth trend of energy in his body once this force is injected into his body. When the energy exceeds the load that the body can bear, this huge energy will be directly released, and the damage caused is unparalleled, at least at the level of natural disaster. Natural disaster level. The people present were stunned. The universal energy level of the universe. Level B is the existence of dragons and phoenixes among people in the universe, and level A is a hegemon with enough ability to deter a galaxy cluster. A level also has a criterion, that is, it can cause mass destruction to the planet, so A level is also called natural disaster level. Miranda's energy release is as powerful as a natural disaster, which is indeed beyond the expectation of everyone in the First Order. Many people immediately showed a frightened expression on their faces. Link was crazy to dare to take such a time bomb with him. Now they are worried that once Miranda can't control the energy in her body, not only the mechanical fortress will be completely destroyed, but also the foundation of the First Order Millennium. But now Link is the leader, and they can't vote to remove Link's rights like Ningchinki. In 6 simple words. Wronged, but cannot say. Link didn't like the First Order before. When he had strength in this life, he didn't dump anyone except Ningchinji. It's none of my business that they're upset. In short, I'll be fine. Do you have a way to remove the shadow soul fire energy in Miranda? Joyce hesitated. He and Saffron's alchemy were between Bozhong and Bozhong. Although he knew this vicious element, if he wanted to untie Saffron's curse, he had to start with the alchemy curse itself. I have to know the formula of alchemy curse steps imposed by Saffron. I have to have a little clue to reverse the curse. But now I have nothing on hand and can't start. I have Saffron's alchemy notes and the simple alchemy platform he left at that time. Master, you can have a look and see if you can find some clues. Grace quickly handed Joyce the alchemy notes, and then went back and moved to the simple alchemy platform. Joyce looked at it in turn, but his dignified expression still didn't disperse. Finally, he turned into a sigh and shook his head helplessly. Sorry, there is no clue about this vicious alchemy curse in these materials. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. Grace's heart was breaking. She thought Miranda's problem would be solved when she saw Joyce, the white gold smelter. I didn't expect that it still won't work now. But Link keenly found the turning point and asked, are you sure you can decipher the curse formula and solve the problem as long as you get the clue about the alchemy curse? Joyce stared at Link. Although the other party was a question, he heard a positive answer from it. He seemed confident of getting the clue of the alchemy curse. Yes, as long as there are clues about this alchemy curse, I am confident that I can prove the formula to the contrary and find a solution. In addition, as an alchemist with the same strength as Saffron, I can guarantee that this vicious alchemy curse must have been calculated in detail before it is cast. It can't be an act of sudden inspiration. There must be manuscripts and deduction. Well, Please ask Mr. Joyce to stay in the temporary dock for a longer time, and I will find the clue. Joyce nodded and stressed, but you have to speed up your time. I can see that you have made a lot of efforts to curb energy growth before. But according to the current energy growth rate and speed, you can't suppress it completely in another month. Now with me, I can suppress it for another month, so 2 months is the deadline. Link made a little calculation. Although 2 months is tight, it should be enough. Link has this confidence because he has a task. The main task, the direction of the Vatican system and the second ring attacking Vamir. One of the task rewards is the complete alchemy notes of saffron. Since it is marked as complete, there must be relevant contents. Therefore, this key task will end up in the same way as the main line. Joyce touched Miranda's little head and helped her tidy up her pigtails. Don't worry, children, you'll be fine. The lovely Miranda has been in contact with the First Order people for less than an hour, and has been favored and concerned by some people. Miranda nodded and comforted Joyce. Grandpa, you don't have to work too hard. Life and death are destiny. If there's really no way, I'll face my death calmly and don't make trouble for any of you. Don't make you sick because of my problems. Miranda's words shocked everyone present. Several military commanders felt that their hearts were knocked by something. They felt heartache, regret, unwilling and helpless. All kinds of emotions were intertwined. Finally, the lacrimal glands reacted and tears swirled in their eyes. This little girl is sensible and distressing. Ha ha ha. My body is hard. With your words, I promise you are safe. Joyce promised, patting his arm. Then Joyce turned to Link and Grace and said, Miranda will stay with me these days. I will teach her some methods of regulating breath. If there is a problem, I can check it at the first time. Link naturally agreed. Joyce could see Grace's strong maternal love for Miranda at a glance, so she mainly asked for her consent. Although Grace was reluctant in her heart, in the end, her words came to her mouth and became an answer. Nothing is more important than Miranda's health. In front of the Joyce white gold refiner, Grace could see from the layout of the laboratory and various draft books that his strength was definitely not weaker than Saffron. Of course, if you have nothing to do, you can come and visit every day. When a child comes to a strange environment, she will naturally be nervous. You can ease her mood by coming every day. In addition, I think you also study alchemy and prefer dark alchemy. I can give you some advice. Joyce was also in love with talent. Alchemy, as a special subject with mystics, chemistry, biology, and curse, is a minority. At present, we can see Grace's strong alchemy talent and ability, so we have the idea of cultivating guidance. Joyce looked up at Link and asked curiously, Mr. Lin, would you mind telling me Miranda's story? I also want to know why Saffron did it to such a child. Joyce decided to go back to the source of the matter, hoping to get some clues. This kind of curse effect is very strong and poisonous. He has fought with Saffron for hundreds of years. He knows everything, but he also knows it. Although Saffron is vicious and does not hesitate to use any dark alchemy to achieve his goal, there is no need to use such a magic on a little girl. For one thing, it's unnecessary, and for the other, it's not worth it. You should know that Shadow Soul Fire is an extremely rare resource, which can absorb the surrounding energy and convert it into shadow, which is almost comparable to the perpetual motion machine. As long as you use it properly, you can get a steady stream of power. This material is added to a little girl, which is abnormal. Ling Klujia recalled and slowly said, it's my fault. The waste soil resisted the alien invasion. Saffron couldn't use large-scale energy because he was projected. So on the occasion of defeat, he caught Miranda and her brother Sean, transformed them, took Sean away before leaving, but left Miranda as a gift to the waste soil. After my research, I found that the energy in Miranda's body is increasing day by day, and it will be released when it finally reaches the critical point, so this is the reason why I took her with me, hoping to find a solution. Link finished this and began to tell the story of Miranda and Shan in detail. The story that made the whole wasteland cry and moved everyone with the brilliance of human nature. Chapter 831. Saffron is crazy about these two lonely children. Kager clenched his fist and his eyes were bloodshot as if they were bloodthirsty. Everyone is filled with righteous indignation. For them, the story of Shan and Miranda is no longer a simple story, but has deep pain and stimulates natural sympathy and love of human nature. Saffron is a beast who can fight against such children who strive to survive, do not exceed any rules and adhere to their moral bottom line in extremely difficult adversity. Now everyone understands why Link took Miranda with him at the risk of danger. They would probably have made the same decision as Link. Undefined, it's not about benefits or risks, but about empathy and empathy. Joyce sighed that the two children had been bullied by fate since they were born and had never had a good day. Now he was cursed by Saffron for alchemy and separated the two children. Miranda not only suffered from the tyranny of energy in her body, but also experienced the pain of losing loved ones. Wait! Joyce suddenly reacted. If Saffron wanted to curse them, why did he take Shan? Wouldn't it be nice to throw both of them in the waste soil? It can also cause double pressure to Link. If Saffron took Shan for another purpose, what was his purpose? Why bother so much? Joyce had a keen smell of conspiracy. It's not necessary to simply make Miranda feel pain. According to Link and Miranda, his brother Shan was also transformed by Saffron. It is doubtful to transform a brother and sister into an alchemy curse, then take one and leave one. Just because Shan is not around, the only way Joyce can understand Shan is through Miranda. This episode added a bit of hatred for the alien, and there was no objection to keeping Miranda in Joyce's alchemy laboratory. If anyone can help Miranda now, it is only Joyce, the white alchemist as famous as Saffron. When they left the alchemy laboratory, Ningchenki took Linkla to the corner and asked in a low voice, "Is it to solve Miranda's problem that you asked me to bring Joyce?" "No, I bet Saffron will show up in person." Joyce is specialized in dealing with Saffron, but since he is idle now, he will solve another problem first. "When are you going to attack?" "The sooner the better. We have to win Vermeer in 2 months. 2 months, so fast? It takes more than 2 months to capture one force or country on the planet, let alone directly take the whole planet. Ningchenki experienced many wars before, and the war cycle with alien stars in invading the planet is often calculated by years. Now Link shouted the slogan of winning Valmer in 2 months, which made Ningchenki feel at a loss. "Don't worry, alien stars are not omnipotent, otherwise they won't lose one after another on the 3 planets. Now they hide in Wormer and don't dare to go out." Link showed great confidence. Ningchenki was not affected by Link's self-confidence. Thinking of what had happened in the Wasteland, Pandora, and Victoria before, Link could still take the initiative in vulnerable situations. In a short time, he united with local forces on the planet to drive out alien stars. It seems that he has full experience in dealing with alien stars. By the way, when all the EMP arrays of Wormer are detected, call several other army heads to discuss the attack tactics and arrangements. Link returned to the mechanical fortress and went straight to the UAV apron at the lower level of the parking port. At this time, Helen checked the war situation and retrieved various parameters of the raider through the holographic screen, while overhauling the Martyr unmanned raider returned from the mission. The effect of this trip was remarkable. It destroyed Wamir's transmission group and prevented the enemy from reinforcements. Helen showed a bright smile. "The drawings given by the head of state are better. The UAV with upgraded engine is faster in speed, control, and response. I compared the data of peer UAVs, and the comprehensive improvement is more than 20%. You know, 20% is not a small number. Often, the UAV iteration is almost the same as this improvement. Now the Martyr UAV has updated its engine, which is equivalent to directly upgrading a level model. It's just that those alien legions ran too fast. The originally gathered troops were scattered, and the harvest of the attack was poor. Helen clenched her silver teeth and clenched her little fist angrily. Soon, there was a roar outside, and another wave of UAVs returned from the mission. Attracting electromagnetic pulse array attack is not an easy job. Almost every wave returns, the number of UAVs can't match the number. However, upon inspection, it will be found that the main engine upgraded formation has not been damaged. The damage was all covered UAV formation. After Helen reached this conclusion, she whispered to herself, "No. We have to upgrade the engines of all UAVs quickly, so as to reduce the loss. These alien legions are all hiding underground. There is nothing they can do with ordinary attacks. In addition to upgrading the engines of all UAVs, we have to develop an attack equipment that can penetrate the surface." Helen just had a rough idea. If she wanted to turn it into reality, she had to go through a series of experiments. Fortunately, Wormer is a natural experimental site for Helen to launch a large number of weapons and missiles. By the way, since we want to study missiles, it seems that the space-based weapons previously recorded in the small book can be prepared. Helen lit a small lamp on the top of her small head. She remembered her previous idea of flying in the sky. She used the height of the Sky Eye satellite to build a missile, used the gravitational potential energy to do work, and launched an attack on the ground with excess gravitational potential energy. Looking at Helen's attention, she fell into imagination. After a while, she smiled and fell into the wonderful ideas in her mind. Link left quietly without disturbing Helen's creative explosion. Although time was pressing, Link was not in a hurry to attack. Now all the main forces of the alien legion are hiding underground. The situation is unknown. A rash attack will only bring losses. Because there are defectors on Wormer, Link decided to figure out the situation before making a decision. As soon as the front foot arrived at the rest area, the silver hand and the macaw came together. Of course, a clip under the armpit can only be counted as a large pendant. "Führer, I don't think you are going to land for the time being. Lao Jin and I volunteered to go to Wormer to help you explore the situation below. The silver hand is ready, with 2 assault rifles, waste grenades, pistols, daggers. The belt is inlaid with space memory, which looks like a customized version made by Helen herself. The metal beak of the macaw on one side is polished and shiny, and the only prominent point on the whole body is the fat belly. Don't you have space memory?" Link asked curiously. The macaw looked contemptuous, waved its wings and said, "The real strong won't use foreign things. I don't need that kind of thing." Link looked at the silver piece of metal flashing under the macaw's wings and said with a smile, "Don't tell me, the piece of metal under your wings is a plaster." The macaw's momentum was immediately destroyed, and the whole bird was frozen in place like lightning. "Bad. In order to pretend to force you to expose yourself, the momentum you just stood up. Although the whole macaw is frozen, its brain can almost run as fast as a supercomputer at the moment." Suddenly, the macaw raised its wings and tore off the spatial memory. Then he turned back and patted the spatial memory on the chest of the unseasoned pot. His face was angry. "I said pot, how many times have I told you to put your things away and don't lose them? Look at you, you're so careless. We're going to Wamir this wave. It's very dangerous. I told you to prepare well before. How can you forget such an important thing as spatial memory?" Wuxia Kuaza took a look at the spatial memory in his forearm and was very wronged. But what? It's wrong. You're old and old. How can it be so difficult for you to admit a mistake? How come the first thing you think about when you encounter something is to throw the pot and don't want to admit it yourself? You are already an adult. You should learn to be responsible for your actions and take responsibility. Man! Have the courage to take responsibility. You've been around me and Silverhand for so long that you haven't even learned the most basic. The macaw looked at the pot lightly and immediately shook his head. "Hey, I'm very disappointed in you." Before summer, the pot choked and couldn't speak. After a long time, under the obscene power of the macaw, he choked out, "I'm wrong, I shouldn't find a reason." The macaw nodded again and again, and his eyes resumed their appreciation, "Well, knowing mistakes can improve, and children can teach." Silverhand also added, "Although sometimes we go to a fork in the road, under the care of Lao Jin and me, we can always get back on track and be saved. I have to say, this is really lucky." Since the pendant is not ready for the summer pot, any fault of Silverhand and macaw can be thrown on the pot-carrying man. Since then, the incarnation will never be at a disadvantage. But before the summer pot, from the beginning, a level 20 or 30 player gradually grew up in the back pot, and now it is nearly level 60. Jump from a new player who missed a version to a player who chased the second echelon. At the forum, Link also saw the speech of Wuxia Kuazi. This guy is very versatile in front of players. He said he didn't practice level, but emotional intelligence. There is much in the forum, and how humble it is in front of Silverhands and Lao Jin. Well, I allow you to come to Wormer. Looking at the three living treasures, Link's eyebrows burst into a different color. It's the same as last time. I won't arrange specific tasks for you this time. You just need to disturb the situation in Wormer. Chapter 832. The Silverhand and the macaw thought a lot of words, but they never thought Link would agree. This answer made them overjoyed and saw the joy and excitement in their eyes at a glance. As for the unseasoned pot on one side, as we all know, pendant has no voice. Then I have an additional request. The macaw raised its wings and spoke anxiously. Undefined after Link signaled, the macaw continued, "Isn't Helen always flirting with drones? I think all the alien legions have gone underground. Silverhand and I are not good at this, so I want to ask the boss to call an assistant. We have found the person and obtained the other party's consent, so we need you to nod," said the macaw happily. Link didn't expect that Silverhand and Lao Jin would find help and communicate in advance. Actually, I also analyzed that the enemy hid underground, so I had to find helpers with relevant skills to help. It seems that these two living treasures have made progress. It was rare that the two were serious once. Link was forthright and approved with a big hand, "No problem, I agree. Creatures with underground ability, such as Dragon Touch God and Shasok, have too strong strength and high level. They generally won't listen to Lao Jin's deception." Link went over his head and finally thought of only the Spider Devil Guard of the Spider Devil Empire. He is good at digging underground caves and tunnels. With Lao Jin's status as the Royal Prime Minister of the Spider Demon Empire, these Spider Demon Guards became busy with a look. So Link simply agreed. The boss is still very open-minded today. After a burst of flattery, the macaw patted its wings, turned its head and said, "Well, you can come out." As soon as the voice fell, the treasure hunt mouse came running from a distance with a group of brothers from the Special Agent Mouse team. They all wear the Close Agent combat clothes made by Helen. The combat clothes on each mouse are slightly different according to their own abilities. The faint smile on Link's face was like a peony. When he suddenly met the cold wind, he first froze, and then gradually disappeared. He never thought that the person whom the macaw invited was the treasure hunt mouse and the spy mouse team. Digging holes and taking underground caves. This team of living treasures is really effective. But certainly not as good as the Spider Devil Guard. After all, the Spider Devil Guard can also bear some responsibilities at the offensive end. Why don't you bring a Spider Demon Guard or a Spider Demon Priest? Link asked his doubts. The macaw was stunned and said, "I'm the Prime Minister of the Spider Demon Empire. Isn't it natural to command his guards? There must be no need to ask for instructions from the boss." Link immediately choked and couldn't say a word. He fell into a misunderstanding before, and then he was despised by Lao Jin. Looking at the ready and eager Agent Mouse team, Link sighed and said to the macaw, "Old Kim, watch them when you go." The macaw patted his arm and said, "Don't worry, boss. With me and the Silver Hand, we will absolutely ensure their safety." "Hey, you misunderstood me. Link waved his hand to explain, thought about it or forget it, and signaled that they could go. Lao Jin still misunderstood his meaning. Link's concern about them is not that the spy mouse team will be threatened or killed by the enemy, but that these guys will be fettered by kids in charge. Once these 6 guys get together, it's uncertain what kind of situation the alien star will cause. Last time in the Wasteland Machinery Fortress, these kids gathered together and directly collapsed the machinery giant. This time, when he came to the bigger stage, Walker couldn't guarantee what they could do. Several troublemakers left happily. Link looked at the back of them and didn't know what trouble this wave would break into. Troy, inform Helen that Silverhand and Macaw are coming to Wormer and arrange 2 teams of drones to help cover. The landing site, according to the previous monitoring of Tianyan satellite, should be placed where the enemy density is lower. Link arranged everything, and Troy passed the message to Helen. Soon, as a new group of drones sailed out of the harbor, one of them was crowded. Macaw, Silverhand, 2 spider devil guards, a spider devil priest, and 6 little dots by the way. Oh, and a human pendant. UAV is a formation form, which is not different because it carries people. This is also the best way Helen can think of to protect them. It is a danger to them if they give too much care in the formation and are too independent to attract attention. So Yanshao and Lao Jin were killed. The UAV's steering and acceleration range is greater than that of the fighter. It's better to be quiet before entering the atmosphere. But just entering the atmosphere, the speed of the UAV accelerated sharply. The fat on the fat belly of the macaw slowly moved up because of the acceleration, and finally all piled up to the neck, forming a big cake-like bib. Good guy, the macaw's own speed doesn't cause this picture. Does a UAV acceleration still have this miraculous effect? Silverhand's state is much better. This degree of acceleration will not cause any burden on his body. The real burden is the cooing sound from the macaw's stomach and throat, which may erupt at any time. And the drooping tentacles of 3-headed spiders look like frost eggplant, powerless. The silver hand poked away the tentacles of the 3-headed spider demon, but the next second, the tentacles click and stick to his arm or forehead. Pull it aside and stick it up, pull it aside and stick it up. The little 6 simply huddled together, closed their eyes and hugged each other for warmth. The UAV evaded the electromagnetic pulse array with various strange acceleration and deceleration, and forcibly broke through Wormer's fire network. From time to time, a UAV was hit by the electromagnetic pulse array, and the self-destruction program was started at the moment when the UAV was disconnected. The explosion broke out next to the UAV, and air waves and sound waves surged into the cabin. The silver hand could clearly feel the rhythmic trembling of the fat of the macaw, which was obviously frightened. Looking at the scene outside the transparent cabin, it seemed to break through the defense layer. Originally, all the UAVs in sight disappeared. Only their UAV is falling and even accelerating at a fast speed. The barren earth-red ground becomes more and more clear, surrounded by messy stones and rugged mountains, which seems to be a karst landform against a desolate background. Just as Silverhand was looking around, suddenly the whole cabin and UAV were separated, and were instantly launched into mid-air. The UAV under the buttocks exploded. The feeling of being close to the explosion source was a wave of buttocks buzzing. The parachute on the cabin quickly opened and slid the cabin slowly to the ground. Wamir welcomed its first guests. Click! As the whole cabin glass cover was kicked open. Silver hand, pendant, and 6 small ones jumped from the engine room to the ground one after another. The dizzy 3-headed spider demon came out carrying the macaw that had softened into a beach of New Year cake. Chapter 833. The macaw never thought that his heroic and tall image would be destroyed by air sickness. The 3-headed spider demon put the Prime Minister macaw firmly on the ground, and then took off his strength and fell soft on the ground together. 6 little birds ran to the macaw. Several members of the spy rat team all leaned against the macaw and tried their best to feed the fat parrot with their backs, hoping to make it stand up. But the things that the macaw had just tossed in its stomach had reached its throat. When it was helped down just now, it had wriggled its neck and vomited out. Now it is difficult to harden again. Undefined, the treasure rat climbed onto the belly of the macaw, then stood bouncing at the fat fold of the macaw's neck, took a deep breath and gathered strength. Bang 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 bang. Number. The macaw was beaten by a burst of fat. Dizzy, he opened his eyes and woke up. "Ah, are you exposed?" asked the macaw, lisping. The silver hand glanced around, red and desolate. Surrounded by jagged rocks, clusters of sharp spines stand in a forest, looking like stone swords inserted upside down. "Let's find a place to settle down and then discuss the plan. Silverhand's strength is no problem, but now it is an outsider after all. There may be alien running dogs around. Once it is found, it will fall into a hard battle. Pot, you carry Lao Jin. Bao, you take the spy mouse team to investigate around. Spiders and demons, you follow. You need to dig a hole later to find a suitable place." The silver hand spoke while using sign language. He doesn't have the ability to communicate with wild animals, so he communicates with the spy mouse team in sign language. As for the spider demons, they lived in the mechanical fortress for a little year, communicated frequently, and learned human language long ago. A group of people immediately marched forward and hid in the red stone forest under the leadership of 6 small animals. The spider demon guard and the spider demon priest recovered their senses and dug up a crypt in only a moment. Silverhand also placed an interfering agent at the entrance of the crypt to interfere with the detection of the tentacles of the alien shadow dog. This interfering agent was extracted and developed by Grace from Link's shadow dog. Its function is to interfere with the tentacle smell of alien shadow dogs, so that they lose accurate judgment. With this thing, you can completely avoid the tracking of alien shadow dogs. Different stars except for different star shadow dogs, other arms do not have the advantages of quantity and investigation, so their safety can be guaranteed. Lao Jin, what are our future plans? The silver hand asked excitedly. He was never good at planning and liked to go straight in with a weapon and an iron fist. Fortunately, there is a macaw known as Wolong Chick. This guy likes feather fans and loom towels best to guide the country. The macaw stroked down his fat, let the fat slowly return to his stomach, and said, "Now we are not familiar with the situation of Wamir. The first task in these 2 days is to explore the surroundings. If necessary, we can catch 1 or 2 threats and inducements, and take action after finding out the details." The macaw turned to the 3 spider demons and said, "They all say that there are 3 cunning rabbits and 3 caves. We can't do with only 1 crypt here. It's hard for the 3 of you in the past 2 days of investigation and exploration. Dig more underground crypts and arrange more entrances and exits to facilitate us to change at any time." The 3 spider demons naturally obey the orders of the Prime Minister and dare not violate them. After that, the macaw turned to Wuxiakuazi and said, "You can find a way to see if you can contact the defectors or get some information from them. After all, the scope of investigation of the 6 small ones is limited and they don't get detailed and accurate information directly from the defectors." Before summer, the pot nodded again and again, and the system showed that it had obtained the task. The macaw bowed its head and said to the treasure rat and the other 5 in mouse language, "Treasure, you'll have to work hard next. Be sure to find out the surrounding situation. It's best to have a clear consideration of the trend and number of alien legions." The silver hand looked forward to the task, and left himself. Presumably, the heavyweight must be put to the end and entrusted with important tasks. But the silver hand looked expectantly at Lao Jin. 1 person and 1 bird stared at Lao Jin. He was stunned that he couldn't communicate with the radio wave. The silver hand asked reluctantly, "Is it over?" The old golden chick nodded like pecking rice, "It's all arranged." "Did you miss something?" Lao Jin thought it over carefully. After a moment, he was very confident, "Everything is arranged properly." "What about me?" What's my task? Your task is to take good care of me. What kind of task is this? How can your 37-degree body say such cold words? It's the highest level task for you to take care of my safety. Well, if you don't have my advice, you can't go out with black eyes. At most, you can cut some members of the Alien Legion. What's the use? Although the Silver Hand wants to refute, it seems that this is indeed the case. No plan, no purpose, really a black eye, from Wormer West Road to East Street. At best. One more round trip at most. The macaw stretched out its wings and gently patted the Silver Hand on the shoulder. It sounded like a successful scum man. Don't worry, there must be a chance to appear later. We have to find out the ground situation first, and then try to do a big job. We have such a good relationship, can't you trust me? Silverhand was successfully fooled and nodded. Now I'm tired and dormant. I'll fly into the sky when I start. Several Xiaoqiang on the ground landed successfully. In order to protect their safety, Helen took the initiative to disconnect. For fear of being captured by an alien radio signal, and then lock the position of several people through reverse tracking. Anyway, Lao Jin is here. If you have any needs, you can put forward your opinions in the spiritual network. 8. The head of state will certainly not miss it. In half a day, the mechanical fortress dispatched 27 batches of UAV formation, damaged 16 Martyr-level UAVs, and verified all the electromagnetic pulse arrays of Wormer, a total of 117. When the Trojan summary report was submitted to Link broke off and opened a joint meeting with the First Order. With the 117 EMP array points displayed on the holographic planet image of Wormer, the Air Force distribution equivalent to the whole Wormer comes out. In addition, the Legion distribution proved by the First Order will soon be found if the two phases are superimposed. Do you see that wherever the Alien Legion electromagnetic pulse array is concentrated, there must be a large Legion stationed? Link pointed to the conveyor group zone, especially near the core conveyor group, the large Legion is more densely stationed. The holographic picture of Wormer changed again. This time, the large Legion stationed before began to disperse in the shape of water ripples. The scene in the picture seems to be caused by the attack of UAV formation. The satellite recorded not only the location of the EMP array, but also the movement of the Alien Legion. Finally, when the air raid stopped, many new gathering points appeared on the map. These are the last places where the Alien Legion hit underground. Although we don't know what kind of grid distribution is inside the alien crypt, we can start exploring from the details and be careful to guard against large gathering points. Link knows that the interior of the alien crypt is complex. Even if he is familiar with the game, it is difficult to clearly describe the key points with his memory. Therefore, when telling the story, Link can only be persuasive, use the idea of evidence and derivation to provide people with an attack idea. Several military commanders nodded repeatedly and deduced the captured information to get the current conclusion. In addition, in the flight of up to 27 batches, we also basically mastered the frequency and range of the electromagnetic pulse array. The Wormer holographic planet changed again, and an attack range display appeared in all 117 electromagnetic pulse arrays on the ground, which has been amplified and diffused from the ground to the atmosphere. Between the planet's ground and atmosphere, many areas are dyed red, marking that there is no way we can log into the rest of these places. Kegel looked surprised. He thought it was just a simple analysis meeting. Unexpectedly, Link quickly went to the landing. Would it be too fast? Kager couldn't help asking. They all have their own experience of leading fleet legions to land on other planets and fight against alien planets. They know that the duration of a battle is calculated in months. Now attack the alien barracks, face millions of legions, and even be ready to attack every year. Even last night, Kager and other military commanders were still talking about whether to provide materials, food and other support to prepare for long-term combat. Fast? I don't think so. Link had a smile on his face, but it looked evil and frightening. The aliens have been resting for a long time. Now they are out of our monitoring and control. If they let it go, they may not be brewing any big events. We must seize the victory and pursue the attack, use air supremacy to establish a position on the ground and stabilize our position first. While there is still air deterrence, we should establish a position on the ground and fight steadily, rather than the reckless action of directly fighting after landing. Except Ning Chinqi, the head of the army was silent. They are all experienced commanders. Naturally, they know it's best. But setting up a camp on the ground also means that it will be attacked and set fire by the alien legion. This is definitely a tragic battle. Although they arrived over Wormer, to tell the truth, they were not ready to kill the alien stars. And Link's directness seems to be to coerce them with a tough attitude and push them forward, which makes them unavoidably uncomfortable. They always has the final say, issue orders left and right now. Some people are not accustomed to it. Ning Chinqi stood up to support Link. I think Mr. Lin is right. Dragging on will only prepare the alien stars. Now that we have the advantage and air supremacy, we must strive for some interests instead of waiting. We should make good use of the situation and not be led by the enemy. We should let alien stars change with our tactics. They have occupied the home advantage and can't hand over the rhythm to each other. Ning Chinqi is full of confidence. Others, the commander of the army dominated by Kager, could not even refute. He and the commander of the Second Army lost their warships and became a bare pole commander. There was no point in opposing. After knowing that Link was a wise man and Turing calculated the variables that could solve the incident, other military commanders also took a Link-oriented attitude. Plus the hands that Link showed when he first arrived, he immediately stunned the people with his strength. After Link's comments, Ning Chinqi added. Then there was no nonsense. Link glanced around and seemed to ask again. Who agrees and who opposes? Since everyone has no opinion, let me talk about the general steps of action. After we came to Wormer, the first thing is to ensure the establishment of the camp. After stabilizing the camp, the first goal is the underground electromagnetic pulse array. Only by destroying the electromagnetic pulse array can we continue to deter the enemy with air control authority and assist in positional defense. Link's thinking is very clear, completely a steady way. Step by step, if it goes well, it will definitely make the alien extremely uncomfortable. Next is my arrangement. The Legion of the First Order has a large number of people, so I'm going to arrange the task of establishing a position for you. In addition, I'll arrange some people to assist you. For the waste soil expedition, I'll arrange to come to a remote place in the northwest and advance at 2 points in parallel, showing the trend of horns. Hearing Link's arrangement, several military commanders seemed puzzled, with a trace of doubt and some dissatisfaction on their faces. Let them first order to the front to attract fire, and arrange their own people to remote and rare places in the rear. Once landed, the situation faced by both sides will be known as soon as you think about it. The First Order will also bear the vast majority of casualties when it is subjected to a large-scale suppression attack by the enemy. In contrast, the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army, even if there is a fight in the rear, the scale is small, and the frequency is very low, which can be better preserved. Rao is rather strange. After listening to this arrangement, his face appears puzzled. But you don't have to worry. I'm sure I'll take the position myself. Link glanced, his sharp eyes seemed to see through the people's thoughts directly. Several army leaders all bowed their heads in shame. I thought Link would come to the rear with the Wasteland expedition, but I didn't expect to take the position in person, which seemed to be their previous idea. If you think there's no problem, we'll finalize it on site, leave 1 day to prepare for landing, and then start with real weapons and alien stars. I agree. I agree. I have no opinion. The meeting ended with the joint statement of several military leaders. But it was only the meeting that ended. After the meeting, everyone was busy immediately. The war against alien stars had just begun. After the meeting, instead of returning to the mechanical fortress, Link came to the alchemy laboratory in the temporary dock to visit Miranda. When Link was in the corridor, he happened to meet Grace and they entered the alchemy laboratory together. Miranda is in good shape and has no tension and anxiety due to the change of environment. When Joyce saw them, he waved to Miranda, "Miranda, you go and play for a while. I'll talk to the Führer and Grace." Miranda nodded wisely, ran to the other rooms of the alchemy laboratory and closed the door when she left. "Guys, there's something I need to talk to you about," Joyce said solemnly. P.S. 11 chapters have been added this month. The initial monthly status is okay. I hope more can be added in December. According to the current speed, the book will break through 3 million words by the new year. The new January is coming soon. I hope you can give Wanjun the initial monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 834. Link and Grace looked at each other and were shocked. Joyce dismisses Miranda and has something to say to them alone. The probability is about Miranda. Grace was anxious and asked first, "Sir, is what you want to say related to Miranda?" Joyce nodded heavily and said his guess. "I've been communicating with Miranda these days. I have a deeper understanding of Sean and Miranda's past, so I have a bold guess." Undefined Link and Grace leaned forward with unspeakable tension on their faces. They were familiar with these things, but they didn't see anything unusual in them. In contrast, Joyce, after 2 days of understanding, actually captured some information. He is worthy of being an alchemist as famous as Saffron. Of course, it's just my guess. If there are clues from Saffron's alchemy notes, I'll be more sure. Joyce paused for a moment and said, "I doubt that Sean has a pure heart. Saffron kidnapped his brother and sister not for revenge, but for his own plan." "Your own plan?" Link and Grace frowned. They all thought that Saffron was deliberately retaliating, especially on the Waste Island. Saffron said with a void projection before leaving, which made it clear that he wanted to give Link a difficult problem. But now Joyce told them that this was Saffron's plan, how to make them not frightened. Joyce said slowly, "Sean's style and character remind me of this. The pure heart is the most pure thing, and Saffron cultivates the dark alchemy. Although the most pure thing has the power of light, when things reach the extreme, they will turn against each other, and it is also the carrier of strong dark power. So I suspect that Saffron left Miranda and took Sean for another purpose." Although Joyce was guessing, he spoke out his analysis carefully at this time, and there was a sense of certainty in his tone. The person who knows best must be the opponent. Joyce has been studying alchemy for years in order to break Saffron's dark alchemy one day. So sometimes, he will try to analyze the problem from the perspective of Saffron, guess the other party's ideas from his perspective, and then use his own ability to break the threat. The two have won and lost each other many times. Joyce knew that Saffron was swift and resolute and didn't do things slowly. "We will never inject such precious materials as Shadow Soul Fire into Miranda on a whim, and impose a vicious curse to let the Shadow Soul Fire absorb energy and wait for explosion." The Saffron he knew had absolutely no such evil taste. From this perspective, Joyce made a bold guess along the experience of Sean and Miranda, and came to the current conclusion. Sean may have the legendary pure heart, which can explain Saffron's many arrangements. The pure heart is the most pure and pure thing, but it will also be polluted and turned into a dark heart. The heart of darkness has extraordinary energy. Once Saffron gets this treasure, he may have something to do. No, there must be a backhand. If he can play such a big hand, he must have figured out the arrangement later. Joyce looked out the door, hesitated for a moment and said, "Although it's just my guess and sounds strange, I still hope the Führer can listen a little." Maybe when he was in the wasteland that day, Saffron thought of how to use his brother and sister to make a game, and even thought that the strength of the alien legion could not stop the head of state. Therefore, he kept his hand behind him. If the head of state could take Miranda to Saffron, the other party's plan would take effect. The shadow soul fire in Miranda is the power of darkness. Meeting Shan's pure heart can stir up the dark heart. At this time, Link asked another question: if I don't have the ability to solve Miranda's problem, I will be swallowed up by the surging energy before Shan and Miranda meet. Maybe Ms. Grace can answer the question of the Führer. Grace's face was uncertain. She had been convinced by Joyce's conjecture. Even if Miranda didn't meet Shan in the end, the energy burst and detonated in advance. In this way, it can not only easily remove an alien threat, but also make Shan know the news of Miranda's death by some means, so as to anger Shan and even blacken him. Grace paused and continued, "I'll make a bold guess here. It's most likely to be a curse with some kind of blood." Joyce sighed, and everything gradually coincided with his conjecture. "Yes, I did vaguely find a blood curse trace in Miranda's body that I had never seen before. In this way, my worry may have come true." Link's face was dignified. "Is Saffron so clever? Now listen to Joyce and Grace." Link's heart sinks to the depths. No wonder family across the stars is a class A task. The difficulty itself is not easier than the main line of version 2.0. Link frowned and asked, "Now that we have arrived at Wormer, Saffron can sense Miranda through the blood curse. There must be a backhand." Joyce nodded, "Yes, I haven't noticed the fluctuation of the coming void these 2 days. Once I feel it, I will use alchemy to isolate Miranda's breath. The rest is up to you." "Thank you for everything, sir. Leave the rest to us." Joyce is buried in the laboratory all day. Without new evidence and resources, he can only study Miranda and oral analysis. It's not easy to get so many clues and information now. It's a little difficult. Next, we have to rely on Link and others to find ways to get more information, so that Joyce can make an accurate conclusion. Joyce waved and laughed, "It doesn't matter. Saffron and I have fought for more than 300 years. Now the nest covering plan is launched. Whether it is the First Order or Alien, it will be the last battle, and it will also be the last stage for me to compete with Saffron. So it seems to be saving Miranda. In fact, it doesn't take Miranda as a platform to show his ability and win or lose in alchemy." Link got up and felt, "Well, let's defeat the alien stars together in our own fields." Through the meeting, I learned from Joyce that Miranda is likely to become an important tool of Shan's blackening. Link's mood is not beautiful, even gloomy. Grace was in a better mood than Link and said, "After the ground starts to attack, I'll follow. This is nature, and the Wasteland Expedition Army is also inseparable from the Puppet Corps." Lincoln thought for a moment that Grace hadn't attended the meeting before, so he simply told her the news. "We are going to take the initiative to attack tomorrow and establish a position on the ground. Hurry up and prepare when you go back." Grace's eyes flashed a fierce heat. She studied Saffron's alchemy notes during this time, but she learned a lot of sinister alchemy. This time, she used it to deal with alien stars and let them taste it for themselves. Vermeer. Redstone Forest. The 6 little animals returned from exploration again, bringing a lot of valuable news. 6 little birds came to the macaw and reported the detected news one by one. The macaw writes and draws on the wall in front of him. You can see that the picture on the wall is a map of the Redstone Forest, and no less than 10 strongholds, large and small, are marked around. The treasure hunting ability of the treasure hunting mouse can only sense metal, so the alien shadow dog is not included in the detection, and the reported information also has a certain screening. The alien demons, fallen demons, banshees, terrorist tacticians, and even war messengers all have armor and weapons within the detection range of treasure hunting mice. After listening to the report and writing and drawing on the wall, the macaw turned to the 6 little ones and said, "Well, it's hard for you. You can have a rest for a while. The touch platoon work nearby is almost over. Next, we can arrange our tactical plan." When the 6 little ones heard this, they all ran to a small nest in the tunnel at the command of the treasure rat. Then they sat down skillfully, took out compressed biscuits from their small package, and nibbled them with their front teeth. The macaw turned back and began to study the wall map. Although there is no clue of alien shadow dogs, the number of shadow dogs can be estimated through other force distribution. What's more, if we really fight, as long as we release the pheromone made by grace, we can make the alien shadow dog lose its combat effectiveness, so we don't need to care. What gives the macaw a headache is the alien devil. Although he and Silverhand will not be raised by alien demons, 6 small spiders, 3-headed spiders and a pot in the summer are not necessarily. With the efforts of the spy mouse team and the spider demon, the macaw has a certain understanding of the structure of the alien crypt. Alien crypts are distributed in a high-level continuous manner. The interior is not like an ordinary crypt, which is simple and rough. The trend pattern is like a nerve, or like a silk connected after fungal screening and analysis, forming a tree structure similar to a neural network. The advantage of this structure is that the information transmission efficiency is outstanding, the throughput is expanded several times in a short time, and the efficiency is not affected. The disadvantage is that if you are not familiar with the structure and the internal environment is complex, once you enter it and do not master the rules, it is difficult to come out. Just as the macaw was analyzing, the silver hand rushed back breathlessly, dragging a stunned alien demon on his hand. His face was red and his eyes were shining. The whole person highlighted 2 words: excitement. Look what I got back. The silver hand excitedly lifted the alien demon in his hand. When the macaw saw the strange devil, he was stunned and immediately asked, "Where did you catch it?" "I went out to inquire, and then I saw this guy alone, so I caught him directly." "Where did you catch it?" Silver pointed to the dense stronghold on the wall map. Here, here." The macaw suddenly got a big head and said, "There are dense enemy spots. Once someone is found lost, he will send someone out to look for it. You are undoubtedly going to disrupt my plan. If you knew so, I shouldn't let you out." Just then, the crowd suddenly heard a burst of rapid footsteps above their heads, as if they were moving on the land. The macaw's face changed suddenly and asked, "You won't be watched on the way back?" Silverhand's face was uncertain. It happened that the pot was online before summer, and his face was excited with Silverhand. "But as soon as I came, I heard the ceaseless footsteps above and was scared to silence." The previous joy dissipated directly. "What's going on?" Wuxia Pot asked with his throat. The Silverhand stared at the Wuxia Pot and then said, "You have brought the alien legion." Wuxia Kuaza looked innocent. "He just went online. How could he lead the enemy?" The macaw waved, "Don't interrupt. I ask if you are being watched." The Silverhand thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "It's impossible. I have confidence in my latent ability. It's impossible for war messengers to find my whereabouts, not to mention strange demons." Then he looked at the unseasoned Pot. "It's you, Pot. Put aside the facts, does this alien legion have nothing to do with you?" P.S. There are new activities for fans in December in the book review area, and there are starting point currency rewards. Readers who meet the requirements can go to collect a wave of wool. Chapter 835. Before summer, the Pot was confused directly. "When have you seen such a fierce fist? This special thing has put aside reality. Do you talk about fantasy? Can't he spend money on the forum to buy some news from other defectors, and then trigger the quantum entanglement between reality and game space-time, so as to send out the alien legion?" Before summer, Kuaza met Silverhand's fierce eyes, but swallowed back when he just got to his mouth. He was stunned for a long time, was awed by Silverhand's obscenity, and lowered his head bitterly. "Yes, when I went online, the movement was too loud, which attracted the attention of different stars. I must be careful next time. Undefined Silverhand is legendary after all. I've been around for so long and made a lot of benefits. Even in the face of such an outrageous pot, the pot can pose well and catch it steadily before summer. The silver hand could not help nodding, looked satisfied, and praised his wise and powerful decision. Now that people are carrying the pot, even if the macaw is articulate, it can't help it. They held their breath, and silver hands stuck their ears to the tunnel wall to listen to the movements of the enemy above, and constantly gestured in sign language. There are a lot of enemies and they seem to start moving outward on a large scale. The macaw's fat was tight and his face was tense. Look! You've brought them here. Great legend, in order to catch a strange devil, he was exposed. The macaw's wings move rapidly in sign language, which looks like a seal. Just then, the unconscious alien devil slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the silver hand and the macaw, he immediately wanted to shout. The macaw's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, his mind was surging, and a piece of earth rammed up the wall, which was directly aimed at the T-shaped skull of the alien devil. The next second, the strange devil was dizzy, turned his eyes, paralyzed on the ground and fainted again. Silver Hand, Waxiapot, Spider Devil, and even 6 little ones all gave a thumbs up to the macaw, praised its excellent response and eliminated a crisis. The silver hand continues to monitor, and the fingers are like butterflies in flowers. The leading legion hasn't stopped and has left the red stone forest. The following legion seems to have no posture to stop. It seems that their goal is not us. The macaw replied, it seems that the alien star can't hide. Are you ready to act? Probably. Not only one nearby stronghold, but also several strongholds began to move on a large scale. It seems that something happened. The macaw's eyes lit up. I have a hunch that this wave is moving outside. If all the enemies in the 10 strongholds around here leave, we will go deep into the enemy's back from inside to behind, and then we can make trouble. Hearing something to do, Silver Hand's eyes became more and more excited. The macaw enters the spirit network and immediately sends a message to Link for confirmation. Group Leader Macaw at Administrator Link, why are the enemies of the Redstone Forest moving on a large scale? What happened outside? Administrator Link, that's because I'm going to shine. Administrator Link, Akimbo. JPG. The macaw saw this and directly withdrew from the spirit network. Damn! I shouldn't have asked just now and let him install it again. Looking at the silver hand, the macaw said in an old age, Silver Hand, we have to fight for some anger. The silver hand didn't understand his meaning and looked puzzled. The macaw pointed to the top of his finger, all the movements above are made by Link. This guy is ready to come. All these strange stars are looking for him. The silver hand suddenly shook and his eyes were a little lax. Gan. They applied to come in advance, which was to make achievements. As a result, Link came down on his own before he could make a move. He drew all the enemies away as soon as he came down. Doesn't it look like they're incompetent? The silver hand understood the meaning of the macaw. Now even if they go out, I'm afraid these alien cubs won't look at them. After all, the real superstar is on the stage. Who cares who you are? Silver clenched her fist and said fiercely in her heart, today you love to ignore me, and tomorrow I will make you unable to climb up. At the same time, the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army and the First Order Army entered the atmosphere. The location and angle are very tricky, avoiding the vast majority of electromagnetic pulse arrays. The Waste Soil Expeditionary Force and the First Order are diverted after entering the stratosphere. The commander of the Wasteland Expedition is John. The main force is the NPC of the major forces of the Wasteland Expedition and a small number of players. Responsible for the Northwest Front. On the First Order side, the Commander-in-Chief is Link and the Deputy Commander is Ningchinki. The main force is the First Order 5 Corps and most of the players of the Wasteland Expedition Army. In charge of the Eastern Front. The people took landing ships and fighters. When parachuting was carried out about kilometers away from the ground, the sky suddenly became dark. Because of the sudden action of the First Order and the Wasteland Expedition Army, the alien legion originally hiding in the crypt also received orders to start sniping and killing. Helen controlled the formation of Martyr-class unmanned raiders in the mechanical fortress, and fought on both lines in the northwest and east at the same time, providing the first round of fire cover for the soldiers who came to land. The land of Wamir immediately fell into a roar, the dust on the ground stirred up, and the red dust lifted up by UAV fire and bombing floated in the air. The afternoon sun hung high in the air and was reflected into a scorching red by the raised red dust. Link took the lead, switched the multifunctional combat suit to the flight suit form, and the symbiotic wings brought by Heidi's attachment, just like the incarnation of a fierce bat. Ning Chenji followed Link closely. But his glider suit is standard, far less natural and unrestrained than Link's own symbiosis. After repeated bombing, the coalition forces had drifted 500 or 600 meters from the ground and began to fall slowly. This altitude is already a warning altitude for the UAV. If you want to attack again, you will hit your teammates hard. Führer, slow down a little. I can't keep up. Ning Chenji uses sound transmission insects and link channel. In order to facilitate communication, Link equipped several military commanders and adjutants with sound transmission insects to avoid signal failure caused by ground electromagnetic interference. It's all right. Let me proofing. First clean up the alien legion under my feet. Other members are no better than Link, C+, C. The average level of core members and players is also at level D. If they go down, they will plunge into the alien legion. I'm afraid they will be swallowed up before they stand firm. But Ning Chenji just wanted to say something, but he was directly interrupted by Link. One punch to open, lest 100 punches come. Just watch in the back. Link said this simply and boldly, and then took out the alien tomahawk from the spatial memory. Hades, let's come. Hades on the body changes into anger state, and the power is increased by 200 points. There is a layer of red anger all over the body. It looks like the gods are coming and the axe is peerless. P.S. In the first chapter of December, we asked for monthly tickets and recommended tickets. Chapter 836. Link uses split air chop directly with the alien tomahawk. Since you came to Wormer, of course, you should send a big gift in your own way. The alien legions surrounded by the ground sharpened their swords. But he saw a sharp body breaking out of the red smoke, with a furious body and an alien axe in his hand, just like a god coming and cutting mountains. The axe blade of alien battle axe is wrapped with a layer of electric light, crackling and surging outward. Undefined. When the alien legion saw the appearance of the comer, they suddenly turned crazy and scared out of their wits. They never thought that Link was the first one to rush out. When the reaction came and wanted to go, the ground core circle with a diameter of hundreds of meters had been shrouded in the momentum condensed by alien tomahawks. A huge mighty vigorous chi fell from the sky and pressed on the shoulders of the alien legion, making them unable to move. Split air chop chop down. The ground roared and turned all the enemies within a radius of 300 or 400 meters of Link's landing into fly ash. The shock wave generated by the powerful force is like a cook to salve a cow, forcibly stripping the flesh and blood of the alien legion. The bones left behind were also annihilated into ash in the hot breath, confused with the scorched earth on the surface. The shock wave scattered, not only destroyed the enemy, but also combined with the red dust in the sky, like the sudden expansion of the interior, scattered and opened, revealing the original color of heaven and earth. The First Order Corps still in the air, as well as the players of the Wasteland Expedition, were all silly. Link took the lead and killed an open space for them. Previously mixed in the smoke, but the alien legion shouting below can be clearly heard. But after a burst of noise and vibration, everything returned to calm. The ground is cracked, winding, and densely covered with cracks, from which even red flames gush out. If the original Wormer was a bleak planet, the ground was barren for thousands of miles. Now, under Link's development, there is a feeling of doomsday wasteland. Distant members of the alien legion were brought down by the shock wave. After staggering up, he looked at the scorched earth and the gushing magma in front of him, and Link stood in the center, holding an alien tomahawk, just like killing God. He was so frightened that the alien legion dared not move. Just now, so many legions of soldiers in front of them were extinguished in an instant. The terror brought by this reality made them completely disillusioned. In the sky, the soldier parachute is like a dark cloud, shielding the sun and the earth. Because of the large number of people, the current range of 300 or 400 meters is not enough for everyone to land. Link opened the Son of Heaven's Chi watching skill to absorb all the breath of the dead spirits of the alien demon family present. A blood and gas armor appeared around his body, which was unparalleled. A murderous god came alive. Still in the air, Kager, Ningchenki and other army leaders watched Link kill everywhere, shaking the battlefield alone, and there were waves in their hearts. This simple and direct play is too easy to ignite the blood of the soldiers. Although the soldiers are still hanging on parachutes, looking at them, they can't wait to go down and merge and open up their own territory. And Link's towering murderous spirit and condensed into a real breath surprised several people. Link's own strength has reached the level of level B, and now it adds the breath of the dead to boost the momentum. His strength has been raised to the point that others can't see through. This hand's ability to use death to improve its own strength is really powerful. Ning Chenji sighed. He is one of the few military leaders and young men in the First Order who will fight in person. After seeing that Link's murderous spirit filled his body and his combat effectiveness soared several grades, he became more and more convinced that Link's unique skills came from fighting with his life on the battlefield. Then the alien tomahawk in Link's hand suddenly disappeared, replaced by a black and gold scepter, which complemented the color of Link's combat suit. The war emissary in the rear could not help but be awed. The whole person had been stunned by the god like Link and lost his mind and forgot to command. There is only one idea left in my heart. How can human beings fight with heaven? Link held the scepter and gently raised it. Darkness poured out from behind. The swirling darkness continues to devour the surrounding scene, spreading like a virus. In an instant, a 5-kilometer radius fell into darkness. Dark energy and blood curses are floating in the air, and all hostile creatures are more or less infected with curses and abnormalities. The shadow dog's flesh and blood peeled off, or its vitality lost, and the tentacles on its head hung down bitterly. All kinds of strange curses appear, and everyone in the alien legion has an unspeakable strangeness. The messenger of war immediately returned to his mind, looked at the dark border a few kilometers away, gave orders and said, "Leave here. All personnel retreat. This dark space is full of treachery and curses, let alone blocking the enemy. It's hard to protect yourself if you don't go." At the command, thousands of alien legions withdrew together, with great momentum. However, from the god's perspective in the air, it can be seen with the naked eye that many alien demons dragged their disabled bodies, their actions were damaged, and even many fell to the ground, making it difficult to control the pain. This spectacular and strange scene has never been seen before, and the hand is a big hand that has never been seen before. Even Joyce, who was far away in the temporary dock, could not help sighing when he saw the black field displayed by Link through the holographic picture. It seems that the head of state has been hidden. This dark space is really amazing. If Saffron saw this scene, I'm afraid he would vomit blood. In the Vatican system, Saffron and Joyce are known as the two major alchemists. Now Link has carried out dark alchemy in the alien barracks of Wormer, killing a number of alien legions, greatly boosting morale, and expanding the safety foothold of the coming soldiers. Come and go if you want. Have you asked me? Link's voice, like the voice of Brahma, surged back and forth in the dark space. The alien demons were entangled by vicious random curses and abnormal states. They saw that Link had great power. One person stopped 10,000 people. They were scared to death, and most of the war was consumed in their hearts. Now there are war messengers ordering them to retreat. They are even more like runaway wild horses. Where can they care about any formation and flee like a swarm? Link struck while the iron was hot and absorbed nearly 100 layers of blood anger state. It was unparalleled. How can he give up this great opportunity? Link quickly dodged and caught up with the fleeing alien demon family. The life-threatening whistle sounded in his mouth. A wisp of red arrows flew out of his sleeve and flew wantonly in the air. The alien demon family's armor was broken and penetrated through his body, dancing a gorgeous track in the background of dark space. On the occasion of the rise of Link Kill, the black scepter in his hand sent out a buzzing golden light. Merit everywhere, do you want to surpass them yourself? Well, that's what you want. When the black scepter changes, Vajra and the scepter of the force field are separated, and the transformation state of the black scepter is released. King Kong is in this enchantment full of darkness and curse. The Buddha light of his body is involuntarily activated, and his whole body is shrouded in golden light. Amitabha, since you have fallen into darkness and fed the devil with your body, why can't you understand this fate and run away? King Kong's tone is docile, like an old Buddha. His tone is compassionate, and there is a sigh that can't see through the world. But the next second, King Kong took out the shaking sky, turned into a golden light and disappeared into the alien demon family. Then the Sanskrit was in full swing, the golden light surged, and countless demons went to bliss and turned into merit. Link holds the force field scepter and quickly transmits it to the boundary of dark space through subspace transfer. After a terrible spiritual scream, the alien demons within a radius of 1.2 kilometers disappeared in the shrill scream and disappeared. Only a few war messengers, army pioneers, and terrorist tacticians with enough blood survived. But even so, they all fell into the chaos caused by the spiritual scream, and they caught the friends around them and began to kill each other. The first batch of arrivals in the sky landed. Ning Chinqi didn't waste time. He immediately commanded the landing members to look for the formation in situ and start action according to the distribution and deployment before the attack. The members in charge of construction took out the equipment and began to lay the foundation and carry out various construction equipment. The members in charge of fighting took out their weapons and gradually expanded the security area to create a security environment for the construction personnel. Under the command of Ning Chinqi, the landing coalition members began to become orderly after the initial chaos. The duration of dark space is over, and the surrounding scenes swallowed by black are restored one by one, but the current scene is more terrible. The ground was covered with scorched earth and ashes. In the distance, there was a curse on the dying alien demon family, as well as the bodies bombed through the spiritual energy in the spiritual scream. As far as I can see, it is like a chaotic battlefield. Ling Kai Wei is so terrible. A person landed more than 10 seconds ahead of time and actually hit a vacuum area of several kilometers. The destructive power of the Earth's surface is terrible. I'm afraid it's no problem for a person to enter the alien core. It's not as much as Saffron. Kegel and other military commanders were stunned, and their dissatisfaction with Link's appointment as the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater dissipated. After the arrival, the work raced against time, and the staff began to stack the city walls, dig trenches and arrange fire with resources on the spot. The soldiers in charge of guarding advance steadily and orderly, and fight against the alien demons who failed to escape in time. Without morale, the fearless alien demon clan fell into a desperate situation and became a ghost in the face of the powerful coalition army. Ning Chinqi looked into the distance, and the mighty battle continued. Link was like a bulldozer, pushing the enemy back for miles. The Führer, don't chase the poor enemy. It's important to stabilize the position first. Ning Chinqi was afraid that Link would kill the leader on a whim, and hurriedly dissuaded him through the messenger. Yes. Lin Kai looked at the fleeing alien legion and launched the supporting gas energy knife. A knife gas spread on the ground and pricked a crack deep into the ground. Front position, alien forbidden. The 8 words resounded all over the world and floated in the sky like gods. Chapter 837. Plus, turn off reset. Cow. The head of state alone has laid down tens of thousands of alien demons. We are stable in this wave of warmer war. I hope Link won't act without authorization. If he kills him alone, don't we get nothing? It's lonely. Don't worry, that's how much. Warmer has millions of alien demons. It's definitely enough to kill. To say that the most relaxed state of mind on the battlefield is not the senior combat power of Link and the army head, nor the soldiers of the First Order, but the players. Because they can be resurrected after death, players are more likely to travel to the legendary 5A scenic spot of Wormer. Undefined. While excited, I still have time to comment and sigh. But this ease and indifference, in the eyes of the members of the First Order, is a bit of admiration and envy. This indifference to life and death can still talk and laugh in such a big scene. I have to say that the psychological quality of the Wasteland Expedition Army is very good. I don't care about this war at all. What does this mean? It means that they are extremely confident in their own strength and in the outcome of the war. The leader is so fierce, and these men are so confident. Maybe this is the strength of the mechanical fortress. After Link drew the forbidden line, the alien legion guarding the landing point in the east began to collect the defeated soldiers, but did not walk away, but set up camp again in the distance. Most of the people in the Wasteland Expedition lamented Link's strength and powerful lethality. This degree of power has exceeded their cognition. There are even players bandits. Link hides in the restroom every day. Unexpectedly, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, which is even more exaggerated than players. This is not wrong. It took at least decades for several military commanders of the First Order to grow to this point. What's more, they are all genius figures of their respective planets, and their promotion speed is not slow. It's an adventure to contact the First Order. And Link from level 1 to now, only about a year and a half. If those army leaders are called geniuses, Link is a monster. The Celestial Eye satellite brought into view everything that happened on Wormer. According to Link's requirements, Helen transmitted all the trend charts by electronic signals and established communication. Furor, all the maps of the alien legion have been sent. The enemy is gathering in a large area towards the eastern theater, and the front troops have camped more than 10 kilometers away. According to the current form, the enemy will gather more than 40% of its troops around tomorrow evening, and the high-level commander should also arrive tomorrow evening. Link calculated that they still have 20 hours to establish positions and lines of defense. A small number of players and the First Order experienced soldiers should be enough. How is the Northwest? With him here, it's easy to sweep out a vacuum area by smashing all kinds of large-scale skills. Even with a team of war messengers, Link can solve it in minutes. Just now, Link released 2 range skills in succession. Looking at the attributes, the energy value is still full. It can only be said that the specialty of Secret Clan Body is very easy to use. The attack has a Secret Clan mark, and 1% of the damage caused is converted into energy value. Because there are many enemies, the lethality is very high, and the AoE damage is directly full, resulting in all the energy values consumed by Split Air Chop and Spirit Scream, which is equivalent to 0 consumption. As long as the enemy uses the crowd tactics, Link dares to clap his arm to ensure that he can absolutely hold the position. After all, these enemies are his nourishment, enough for him to use all kinds of 0 consumption and display his skills. What he is worried about now is the situation of the army headquarters of the Wasteland Expedition led by John. Uncle John's situation is okay. There are not many enemies in the Northwest Theater. Although they came and encountered resistance, they were soon calmed down. The subsequent enemies are also gathering. Due to the terrain, the time is much slower. Before, the enemy transferred many strongholds to other places. According to the current observation, the total number of enemies is about 2 to 3 times our strength. Helen gave extremely detailed data support, so that Link had a clear understanding of the war situation. Now we have a firm foothold in Wormer. But Link knew that the next offensive and defensive battle was the focus. With millions of alien stars, they will never gain a foothold so easily. At present, Only the first wave of landing has been completed, and the real battle is still ahead. The enemy responded in a hurry this time, mainly because the coalition took the first wave of UAV offensive to suppress it. In order to avoid unnecessary damage, alien stars can only follow the rhythm of the coalition and fight again after landing, which will lose their first opportunity. Another big bug like Link, one man turned over and blocked the enemy. Moreover, the alien just sent out the most basic stronghold legion commanded by war messengers. Neither Abu Dhabi nor Yeggsh appeared. The first step is good. Next, as long as it can block the most ferocious wave of attack, the enemy will be at a loss, and even can only rely on underground guerrilla warfare in caves as complex as neural networks. At that time, hey! Link is looking forward to it. Link returned to his position. In the most central area, the ground chapped and turned up due to the split air cut, and the magma and flame in the gap converged, but the dark red that has not yet condensed can still be seen. Also because the terrain was destroyed and could not be used as a position, rather Chenji arranged craftsmen and players to build positions in places away from the center. After Link returned, he summoned several army leaders to inform him of the situation. 20 hours is almost enough to initially establish a position. With the support of the position, even if the alien star wants to launch an attack, we can fight back accordingly. Ning Chenji said firmly. Although others are deeply worried, they have been deeply impressed by Link's ruling power after watching his performance today. Led by such leaders, their confidence is much higher. Ringer, wrapped in murderous armor, was so terrifying and suffocating that he even reminded them of the scenes when they played Sanos in the past. That kind of terrible repression is so similar. Well, let's continue as planned. I'm afraid the battle in 20 hours will not be a scattered attack. Lin Qiang continued to several army heads. At that time, war messengers, even Corps Adjutant Abuza and Commander Yeggsh, are very likely to appear. Everyone knows from the bottom of their heart that alien stars must take advantage of the great opportunity of the Legion to eradicate them directly. This battle was definitely the worst in Wamir. At that time, I will deal with Yeggsh and Abuza. You are responsible for beheading and killing all the war messengers commanded on the battlefield. Once the war messengers die and there is no battlefield area command, the alien legion will be scattered. Ning Chenqi looked surprised and asked, "Are you under too much pressure to deal with Abu Dhabi and Yeggsh alone? You know, one is an adjutant and the other is a commander. He is the commander second only to Sanos and Saffron. His strength cannot be underestimated. But see Link full of confidence, it doesn't matter, even if they work together to suppress me, it's not qualified." Chapter 838 Vermeer Alien Legion. The alien demons of the whole planet are advancing rapidly to the northwest and east. This is the first battle between Alien and First Order in the alien barracks of Warmer in 1,000 years. For both sides, this is a war without turning back. Undefined, the alien disaster that has plagued the Vatican galaxy for thousands of years will be completely solved. The annihilation of the First Order means that the entire Vatican galaxy will become the nourishment for the expansion and development of alien stars. Both sides already know the seriousness of the war. Therefore, in the next contest, each step will carry the momentum of great strength and wrap the millennium luck of both sides until the victory and death are determined. Underground headquarters. The green light of the fire shook slightly, and a figure rushed into the hall. The airflow was disordered. The light of the fire was driven with a whistling sound, and the shadow was like a group of demons dancing in the hall. "Abu Dhabi, how is the front line blocking?" Yeggsh asked, sitting on the first seat with a gloomy face. Abu Dhabi's face was livid and even more ugly than Yeggsh's. He gnashed his teeth and said, "The blocking in the Eastern Theater failed. Link killed tens of thousands of demons on our alien planet alone. Fortunately, the war envoy was smart and led the rest to retreat, which didn't cause more large-scale losses." Yeggsh still had a dejected face, and his face did not change after hearing the report. "As I expected, it is impossible to solve the enemy's high-end combat power purely by virtue of quantitative advantage. Yegsha's facial features suddenly twisted into a ball, as if wearing a mask of pain. I just didn't expect that Link's strength was so strong. I thought that the combination of the Wasteland Expedition Army and the First Order was dominated by the First Order. Now it seems that I misjudged it. Yegsha and Abu Dhabi had their first confrontation with Link. Previous information about Link came from members of the Legion who fled from the wasteland. After Pandora, only a few Legion members escaped from the portal. As for Victoria, no one survived and all stayed there. However, the horror of Link and the Wasteland Expeditionary Army has spread through the mouth of these members to this day, so that the members of Warmer's Alien Legion know the horror of this. The horror depicted by language is second. The Alien Legion failed to invade 3 times. Later, there was less information about Link, and the number of casualties on the front line increased until no one survived and returned. That deep-seated fear spread like a virus. So more and more members of the Alien Legion suffer from the Wasteland Expedition PTSD, and they are very afraid to hear the name of the Wasteland Expedition or Link. Yeager's homing knew that these alien legions could not play any role, but he sent them forward to block, mainly trying to test their actions. Unexpectedly, there were some unexpected gains. Yegsha's expression gradually recovered and asked, "What does the Dark Shadow say?" Abu Dhabi bowed his head slowly in a respectful tone. "Lord Dark Shadow said a plan, which needs us to arrange and implement." As soon as Yegsha's eyes lit up, the two quickly got together and prepared to surprise the coalition forces when they gathered all their troops. The two sides entered a state of war, and time passed quickly. In the twinkling of an eye, there was only 1 hour left before the alien forces gathered and formed. The coalition has set up a base prototype in the east, with all kinds of firepower layout, personnel distribution, multiple trenches and obstacles, and even arranged different positions and strongholds according to everyone's different combat methods, so as to make the firepower allocation at the defensive end more uniform and distinctive. The construction of internal logistics and life is also in full swing. Even Link and Ningchenki have foresight to start building an airport for UAVs and fighters to set sail and land. At that time, the ultra-low altitude flight can avoid the electromagnetic pulse array to the greatest extent and become a great help to the coalition forces. The time limit of 20 hours is getting closer and closer, and the air in the position is a little anxious. The First Order soldier's eyes trembled slightly. Although he was trying to take a deep breath, his unstable breath still failed to suppress his inner tension. All the members of the combat section are ready. Under the command of Ningchenki, the whole battlefield was divided into 4 parts and 2 internal and external fields. The sun in the sky has been slowly hanging in the west, and the setting sun shines on the earth, spreading a layer of blood glow on people and the ground. There is no dazzling light, there is only a dark red that doesn't look good. The sky is bloody. It seems that there will be a killing today. Link and Ningchenji stayed together and looked at the blood day under the sunset. The enemy is probably going to attack at night. Are you sure you can carry Yegosh and Abu Dhabi? Ningchenki said with concern. These two are fierce generals. They have been in high positions for a long time, and their strength cannot be underestimated. It was already a strong player at the level of C and 100 years ago. After another 100 years, it is uncertain and improved. Link looked calm and cut off the railway. Don't worry, it won't be a problem to solve these 2 problems. Now I have to know when and in what form Chisafrone will appear. In the memory of previous lives, Yegsha and Abuza were both C and level and did not break through B level. The combination of 2 C and will only cause some trouble to Link at most. With Link's reassurance, Ningchenki was completely relieved. Don't just talk about me. Yegsha and Abuza will be divided into 2 groups. Even if I can leave 2 people at that time, can you stop the remaining war messengers and tidal legions? Ningchenki smiled. If it's just landing, I can't guarantee you. But after seeing the power of the strange man, as long as we get the 10-minute resurrection rhythm, we will usher in a strong period and use the strange man to fight back. Then why didn't you say earlier that there is such a powerful alien? Ning Chenqi's tone was a little complaining, like an empty boudoir complaining. Link shrugged helplessly, this is one of my cards. If I said it in advance, you will certainly let me be the main force. How can I have the pleasure of hidden flowers and unexpected joy? Ning Chenqi had to admit that Link was right. It's just with emotion that I can't help thinking that this guy even expected these things. It's really terrible. The reason why Ning Chenqi knew the alien was because the alien sent out defectors to attack the position under construction. Before that, Link had received the intelligence of Jianglong's Hixiang and Tianxin Zero, and knew that the alien intended to consume the effective power of the coalition with immortal traitors. So Link made arrangements early to let players to players. Anyway, whoever dies can be resurrected, and no one will be distressed. That's even better for players on both sides. You can complete the task without damage and get rewards. For Pandora or Victoria players, these traitors are strange. But for Wasteland players, this is too familiar, okay. It's all our own. Simply take advantage of this time to avenge those who have revenge and those who have injustice. It's not often that there are opportunities to make money. As they talked, Helen contacted Link again. Führer, the enemy's troops have completely assembled, and the vanguard troops have begun to move towards the position. After night, the scanning function of Tianyan satellite will be limited, and it is impossible to accurately survey the enemy's movement and quantity. Please be careful and pay attention to safety. Helen was most worried about that. At night, the function of Tianyan satellite is almost lost and becomes blind. At the same time, the war between the two sides was mixed, and even UAVs could not provide support. This is equivalent to cutting off the coalition's air support capability, and the victory can only be determined by relying solely on the road combat capability. When I think of the formation and scheduling of the Alien Legion, the other party is absolutely intentional. Original. The contest has been invisible. Unexpectedly, Link heard these faces as usual and had no reaction, as if he had guessed. Yegsha's experience in art of war scheduling is still old-fashioned. It's normal to develop strengths and avoid weaknesses. If he doesn't even have this ability, how can he sit as the commander of the Alien Legion? After a while, Linkton continued, the battle to attack Warmer will not be finalized in one game. So don't worry, Helen. Your main task is to collect and sort out intelligence and evaluate the war situation after sunrise tomorrow. Besides, you can help me ask Graves when the artifact will be released. I asked before connecting, and the uncle said very soon. It will be forged before the Führer needs it. Having said that, Link couldn't continue to urge. Then he talked to Helen about the situation in the Northwest Theater, which ended the communication. Link and Ning Chenji looked at each other. Then Ning Chenqi slowly opened his mouth and said, the enemy has begun to show his cards, and it's time for us to start action. A slight hum came from the ground, and the flags of the Alien Legion swayed in the distance, gathering from all directions. The alarm sounded in the position, and the sharp and harsh prompt sound and dazzling red warning covered the whole position. When the soldiers heard the news, they all got up and took up arms. The players jumped in place as if they had beaten chicken blood. Ning Chenqi returned to his position and stood in the center of the camp to command, the enemy is attacking, and all troops act according to scheme no. 1. Suddenly, the whole base was crowded, and it took only a few breaths to change from chaos to order. Lin Ke and Ning Chenqi prepared 3 plans for this campaign. The 3 schemes simulate different scenarios and situations. The soldiers of the First Order were experienced. They understood the plan soon after they told them. Although the players have high personal quality, they lack the sense of collective action. To this end, Link edited all 3 schemes into tasks. Even if players have a bad memory, they can click the taskbar at a glance. The battle began so quietly, so that both NPC and players are not too excited. Everything seems to take for granted. The First Order Corps adopted the strategy of disrupting and rearrangement. Ningchenqi was located in the center to command the whole war situation, and the other 6 army heads each led a part and took place in advance. Link walked alone in front, looking at the man in the throne on the alien chariot in the distance, and his mouth raised. Chapter 839. Just as the front is ready to fight, the macaw hiding under the red stone forest also began their own action. Just 20 hours ago, several people hiding in the tunnel heard the alien star start a large-scale operation. At first, he thought it was his own exposure, but then the enemy moved forward without paying any attention to the people hiding below. Undefined after all the enemies of more than a dozen strongholds left, the macaw and the silver hand looked at each other with unspeakable excitement in their eyes. These people are all going to deal with Link. In this way, there must be a lack of people in the neural network cave, which is a good time to sneak in. Link's presence is enough to attract all the firepower of the alien. Whether it is a macaw or a silver hand, there is no doubt about this. Maybe. There is no one in the cave. The macaw and the silver hand couldn't wait until the sound faded away. The macaw ran to the 6 in front of the wind, rubbed its wings and smiled flatteringly. Bayo, have you had a good rest? If you have a good rest, it should be the time for us to go out. There's nothing better than 6 little ones to explore and investigate in the crypt. The 3-headed spider demon continues to dig the underground hole and connect the underground hole hidden by his side with the nerve network underground hole. The treasure rat and the spy rat team went straight to explore. The crypts of different stars extend in all directions, and the main lines and branches are sometimes intertwined and sometimes separated. There are many forked intersections like nerve endings. The silver hand raised the robot arm, and a piece of wall protection metal popped away, in which a transparent bead was placed. A built-in light source gushes out of the bead with the palm of your hand, forming a holographic map in front of your arm. The manipulator sends out signals at a fixed frequency, and the reflected and regressed signals outline the surrounding cave channel structure, forming an image similar to the top view. At the same time, the hologram also marks their course of action. This is Helen's upgrade and small transformation of the manipulator at the request of the silver hand, adding a weak frequency signal detection function. If you mark the place you've passed before, you won't get lost. The team continued to explore and walked in along the hub channel of the neuroreticular A-cup ointment. At the moment, Lao Jin and Yin Xiao had only one thought in their mind: where would the center of the cave channel be? Is it the system center of the whole warmer alien demon family? There were marching and footsteps overhead. In particular, the rapid marching army and large shadow dog troops arranged in formation will emit buzzing every time they step, and even the dust on the top of the cave will splash down. The vibration above was like a hasty rhythm, which disturbed several people. It seems that the war will begin soon. If we can't make any achievements, we will completely miss the battle. The macaw was right. Rao was the silver hand who always talked back and couldn't help nodding. However, the situation in the crypt is complex and extends in all directions. At the current detection speed, it is still too to say whether the exploration can be completed after the war. The macaw was a little anxious. He simply said, "I'll go straight to the front to explore. Anyway, I'm fast, and others can't find me. In addition, it's the war period, and all the alien legions attack. Maybe I won't meet anyone along the way." The macaw said, looked at the strange demon carried by the 3 spider demons and said, "When this guy wakes up, you'll try to pry some information out of his mouth. If you can't pry it out, just..." The macaw made a movement to wipe its neck. Finally, the macaw uses the speed power and disappears in place. In front of the treasure rat, who was moving cautiously, suddenly felt a strong airflow gushing around him. The smaller treasure hunting mice and mice were almost taken away by the airflow, and they quickly grabbed the fat water mice and bamboo mice. But the next second, the 6 little ones all felt lying on some soft object. When they looked carefully, it turned out that Lao Jin caught all 6 with his wings, and then his head was clamped under his armpits. 6 little birds also experienced what is called pot perspective for the first time. The macaw is very fast. Even if the crypt is complex, the macaw has enough chance to try and make mistakes. So quickly explore a route approaching the hub. During this period, the treasure rat also actively cooperated and explained the situation ahead. The Warmer Alien Legion is mobilized as a whole, but there are different reactions and processes among the legions. On the road, the macaw also bumped into some slow-moving alien stars. Fortunately, the treasure hunt mouse sensed and gave a prompt in advance, and the macaw bypassed in time and was not found. Through the crypt channel all the way forward, the more inward, there are fewer channels as small as capillaries. The macaw felt that he was almost at the hub. At a great speed, the macaw soon saw the sudden opening of the distant channel, which is likely to be the hub. Just about to speed up, the treasure rat under his armpit suddenly bit Lao Jin. The macaw suddenly slowed down and then hid behind a shelter. This is the code between the treasure rat and the macaw. Once the treasure rat bites, it means it senses that there are enemies in front. Lao Jin slowed down, then moved his fat body to the entrance of the passage, turned his head sideways and aimed inside with his remaining light. Several terrorist tacticians, banshees, and chamberlains are impressively arranging something. Good. As long as the array is completed, our task will be completed. Hurry up, the top has begun to march in a hurry. There will be a war in a few hours. You say, can we win this time? What you're talking about is nonsense. At present, this big array is a big gift to the First Order and the Wasteland Expedition Army. Once the shadow comes, both Link and the First Order commanders will die. Several people were excited and trembled. The macaw hiding outside was shocked when he heard the speech. He immediately understood that the actions of a group of demons inside were creating an array for the arrival of Saffron. Sure enough, I guessed right. There is a big event in the hub. The macaw narrowed his eyes. If he dismantled the Dharma array, Saffron would fail. He has made peerless achievements. The first hero of the Battle of Warmer. Thinking of this place, the macaw came at once. But at present, it is not the opponent of several people inside. Although it is fast, it is weak in attack. Lack of an iron thigh. The macaw carefully put the 6 small ones on the ground and whispered, "You hide here. I'll bring someone back." The treasure rat and the agent nodded together. The macaw slipped away like a gust of wind and went back to carry the rescuers. Underscore. 6 small children hid at the entrance of the passage and poked their heads out one by one to see the situation inside. After a while, several demons inside finished and left quickly in a rush. The whole hub is empty. The treasure rat turned and looked, but the macaw didn't come back. Looking at the empty hall and the arranged summoning array, the treasure hunt mouse suddenly had a plan and immediately looked at the 5 special agents. The 5 mice's eyes have been bright for a long time. They almost said that they had started to make trouble. Chapter 840. A frontal war is imminent. Blood all over the sky, making a final struggle on the horizon. Both sides are sharp in armor and are all determined to die. Link walked slowly out of the position and walked past the soldiers in line. Disputes between us and alien stars have lasted for thousands of years. Undefined countless generations have made great efforts to shed their blood in order to ensure the safe development of all civilizations in the Vatican system. Now, for the first time, we have gathered in Wormer and lined up against the real elite trumps of the alien world. Everyone knows that this is a war to lay the foundation for victory and defeat, a war to control the future situation of the Vatican system. Today, we fight for hundreds of millions of creatures in the galaxy, for freedom and a better tomorrow. Link raised the Tuochi energy knife and pointed to the alien demon in the distance. The number of enemies is 100 times that of us, they are covetous, and they are bloodthirsty. Link looked back again, and his firm eyes swept through every soldier and player he saw. Flowers wither. But not today. Civilization will decline. But not today. The sunset will eventually fall and never rise again. But not today. We will get lost in the end. But not today. Maybe we will die in battle one day. But not today. Link's impassioned voice floated over the position. At the moment, both players and NPCs are boiling with blood. The energy stored in the body seems to come out of the gate and condense into a stream of chi into the throat. Let them have a force to keep quiet. The eyes of several military commanders were also full of war, and the pictures of fighting in the battlefield in the past were reflected in their pupils, and the people in their hearts were deeply attached to their guardians. One day we will fall on the road of charging. But not today. Link's last sentence converged. Without the generous outbreak, it was like an exhortation to himself. When everyone saw the figure of the Führer charging with a sword in the sunset, the last ray of sunset hit Link's back and became the last light and heat in the world. Like a candle in the dark. Burning. Show the world the way. It also ignited all the courage in their hearts. Kill. For the Führer. For the First Order. For the waste soil. For Pandora. For Victoria. For my family. For myself. For the Vatican system. For tomorrow. For everyone can live better. For there will be no more wars and killings. Everyone's anger and war spirit are expressed with the sound of slogans. An explosive energy and momentum erupted from the position. Straight into the sky. Everyone charged with the determination to die. Although thousands of people have gone. Although the number of troops is 100 times weaker than the enemy, so what? The array momentum is like a sharp blade out of its sheath. Even the dark clouds in the sky that don't know when to appear are pierced and scattered by this edge. The alien legion felt the roar and charge opposite, and all kinds of absurdities appeared in their hearts for a time. How dare they? We are 100 times better than them. Even if they can fight 10 with 1, they will drown in our anger. The great Sanos and the Shadow Lord will protect us. The commander of the alien legion on the throne, Yegsh, had clenched his fist after listening to Link's pre-war encouragement on the chariot. The man's words raised the momentum of the coalition to the top. Words are like swords and swords. The number of coalition forces was weak, but now the momentum is like a rainbow, even surpassing the legion. Naturally, Yegsh would not sit and wait to die. He got up and raised his broken hand embedded with a fist blade. Children, even if the enemy speaks 1,000 words and 100 words, we will not lose our determination to unify the Vatican system. The future ruled by Sanos and the Shadow Lord is the best future. The universe gives all things to people, so all things can be taken by people. Whoever obstructs our ideals is our enemy. What if? With a loud roar, a strong shock wave gushed from the chariot. The alien legion sent out clanking gold and iron attacks in the array. The momentum that had just been suppressed finally rose again. Kill! 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 Bursts of killing sound filled the sky, stirring in the bloody setting sun. Boom! The earth trembled. Yegsh jumped off the chariot. The blade fist pointed at the charging Link. Link, your opponent is me. Yegsh went straight to Link. Because he knew that once Link was allowed to blend into the battle group and display his mass destruction skills, his hard-earned momentum would overturn. At the same time, if there are too many dead people around the battlefield, the gathered dead chi will be absorbed by him and become bloody armor to enhance himself. So the best way is for him to contain Link and take him to a deserted place to win. On the battlefield, the momentum of both sides is very important. In the face of the enemy leader's call, if you avoid fighting, your momentum will be damaged. Yegsh's plan forced Link to fight. Ha! I've heard for a long time that Yegsh is the first warrior under the alien double throne, both wise and brave. Let me try your beauty and see if Sanos has no eyes, or whether the decline of alien talents makes him famous. Link's mouth was vicious and did not lose the slightest advantage. In a word, it was only by positioning Yegsh as an alien and no one was available that he succeeded. Rao Yegsh was already ready, and was still aroused a lot of anger by this contempt. You're playing with fire. Yegsh's blade fist dragged the ground. The blade rubbed with the ground stones, making a sharp sound, and the spark at the blade was fierce. Yegsh's muscles are strong, and his whole body is covered with scars. He can't find half a clean place. The ferocious and terrible scar just makes people feel a chill. Many wounds on the body can be seen as fatal if they have been on the battlefield. Yegsh held his head high and every scar on his body was regarded as a medal of honor. It can also be seen from this that his playing style and character cannot be summarized as a commander. Link is going to be miserable now. Lord Yegsh is good at fighting and fighting with his life. Link's fancy playing method will definitely suffer when he plays against the Lord. After many years, I'm finally lucky to see Lord Yegsh's fighting style. Abu Dhabi in the military array pretended to be an ordinary demon clan and smiled grimly. There is also a trace of longing and expectation in the depths of your eyes. The speed of Yegsh dragging the knife became faster and faster. At last, the alien demon had to make way. The magic steel shoes under your feet will cause the earth to vibrate every time you step on the ground. The sparks from the blade fist surged like a flash of ground fire. It's more like a train that doesn't stop even if the brakes are applied. Strong sparks are generated by the friction between the wheel hub and the track. Two of the most powerful men in Wamir at present are fighting each other. The strong air wave exploded and spread to most of the battlefield. The alien demons standing near the confrontation between the two were rolled away by the strong gas field and shock wave, one by one. This killing war has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way. Yegsh gave a loud cry, like thunder, shaking the world. An air of hegemony suddenly appeared, almost as if it were real, forcing everyone around to retreat. Link chuckled, I've seen through Yegsh's routine. Afraid I'll kill the miscellaneous soldiers and strengthen myself with death. When Lin Ke revealed his purpose, Yegsh was not angry. With a cold hum, his blade fist hit at a tricky angle. Opportunism is not the way of the strong. In a word, he expressed his dissatisfaction with Link's practice of using death to improve his strength. If others say so, it is no doubt that they pawned what they sold. However, in front of Yegsh, he climbed from a soldier to his current position all the way. He did not waver in the face of Saffron's gifts, practiced his way of killing all the way, and understood the true meaning and mystery in the great terror between life and death. You do have the right to say that. Lin Ke took the Tuo Chi energy knife and let go of the Chi strength of the blade fist as steep as Mount Tai. In addition, he said in color, it's too clumsy for you to excite me with words so that I don't seize the dead Chi and strengthen my strength. But I'll do what you want. After all. Link stared at Yegsh, his arm strength increased sharply, and Hades in his body quickly changed into a yellow anger state with additional strength, and a blood anger poured out all over him. The strength was overwhelming. Although Yegsh knew that Link was strong, Link's strength suddenly surged. The strength of the previous fight couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the other party and was taken the lead. The blue-gray arm of the blade fist is raised, the green tendons burst, and the muscles are stretched, constantly squeezing the energy of the body to provide strength for the muscle group to counter the variation attack of the other party. Yegsh was pressed lower and lower, and his feet even fell below the ground. You don't deserve my extra strength. Link, word by word, coerced powerful oppression, looked down and said, showing the arrogance and strength of the Wasteland Lord. The alien legion was stunned. In their mind, the invincible commander, second only to the two kings, lost the first chance and was pressed in a very embarrassed way. Their faith was shaken with a click. Yegsh's forehead exuded sweat, but the corners of his mouth gradually raised. Interesting. Very good. No one can make my blood boil for a long time. Yegsh's grey eyes suddenly turned scarlet and escaped a bloodthirsty beast. The blood vessels of the body are puffed out, and the blood supply of the burst blood vessels increases with the naked eye. The blood pressure squeezed out more power. The blade fist and the supporting Chi energy knife collided with each other, causing acid tooth friction. Yegsh gradually recovered the field and pulled back the city. If you only have this power, it won't be fun. Yegsh's blade fist has a sudden force. In addition to its overwhelming power, it also has a lot of skills. The wrist shook at high speed, and the blade fist turned into countless edges and blades, just like a blooming flower bud. Link's eyes are full of high-speed knife shadow, rolling everywhere. Chapter 841. Yegsh not only has great power, but also has many skills in killing. It was called Killing Machine by players in previous lives. A bad name. In the copy of Vati's Destiny, Warmer, this person also blocks the player the most times and poses the greatest challenge to the player. Powerful power, lethality, endless killing skills, bloodthirsty ability, attack and return blood, rage and armor breaking are his specialties. There is no shortage of monomer killing and group AoE. Undefined tank killer, healing killer, and crispy killer are all right. Even in the subsequent official copy data, it can be seen that the number of players killed by Yegsh is more than 10 times that of other bosses. Players even joked that players killed by Yegsh can circle the earth 5 times a week. Link's eyes are on Yegsh's skills. Suddenly smiled. But a strong fear appeared in the depths of Yegsh's eyes. Link's wrist suddenly trembled when he held a supporting chi energy knife. The high-energy particle flow of the gas energy knife suddenly exploded, like a bright fireworks in the sky. The blue particle flow is clustered together, and when it is in full bloom, it is as beautiful as a blue witch. This move is a reprint of Yegsh. However, when the knife on and particle flow are intertwined, the crisp sound of gold iron attack suddenly erupts. But soon, the blade can't stop the particle flow of the gas energy blade. First the blade fist, then Yegsh, the whole person was wrapped in it. Small red lines began to appear on the grey skin, which was the blood exuded after the skin was cut. Yegsh was shocked. This shock knife is his best move. Unexpectedly, Link can do it too. Incorrect. For a moment, Yegsh reacted that Link couldn't shock the knife at all. It's nonsense. He just used some secret method and copied his moves. But this kind of copying is unexpectedly better than the blue, stronger and more fierce than his original. Good. I'll see if you can do it. Yegsh drank with pride, then forcibly changed his moves, ate a knife on, and his arm was dyed red in an instant. If the shock knife just now is a skill to win, then this move is Yegsh's unique move. The blade fist hits and cleaves down, with the strength of splitting mountains and mountains. There are no fancy skills, but only a blow that condenses the peak strength of the whole body. With this knife raised, the surrounding airflow was driven and wound wildly towards the blade fist. And Link's body was unconsciously sucked by the blade fist. This blow brought up the potential. Good heavens! Link's level S skill man in the mirror can simulate all non-unique skills. But now this move of Yegsh can't be regarded as a move. Since it is not a move, there is naturally no way to copy it. This wave is not simple. The simple thing is that even a child of 1 or 2 years old can imitate it. Not simply. Up to now, among all the people Link has seen, there is, and only the immediate Yegsh who has the ability to hit this blow. This blade fist not only condenses the spirit of Yegsh, but also has great potential. Full of Yegsh's experience and style of thousands of battles. You can't imitate this skill. Even if Link knew all Yegsh's experiences and memories, he couldn't use it. Once Link used this move before, the enemy was shocked and immediately fell into a disadvantage. All kinds of heroes and strong people encountered along the way are like this. But Yegsh was surprised at the fight, but he immediately reacted and guessed the essence and mystery of Link's move. In a way, Yegsh is the strongest enemy Link has ever seen. Whether it is strength, fighting consciousness, or skills, it is the top. Link saw that there was more potential after this split, and there must be changes and follow-up. If you choose to avoid, then the subsequent potential savings are stronger and more difficult to stop. So this split can only be hard connected and can't hide. Link gently raised his finger and a burst of qi gushed out. At the same time, a red arrow darted out of his sleeve and stabbed it at the opposite angle. The qi machine wrapped around the blade of Yegsh and immediately interfered with the blade. The coagulated blade is a little confused. The red arrow shot out, followed by a whistle around the back of Yegsh's head and quickly stabbed into the dead hole of his head. The arrangement of both hands immediately weakened the power of this cut. Good. As soon as Yegsh's eyes lit up, he shouted loudly and applauded Link's handling. Meeting such opponents is definitely a blessing in life. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Yegsh is. There is a great terror between life and death. The more understanding and progress. Much better than the first order waste. Yegsh twisted his blade fist, and immediately the knife made a brittle sound of the silver bottle breaking, and the space around the knife was distorted and broken. When the blade was gone, a wisp of qi machine emitted by Link with the Son of Heaven looks at qi was also shattered. Link's eyes widened and his heart was shocked. From this knife, he saw the strength and willingness. He didn't leave his hand. In order to break Link's qi machine, he didn't hesitate to destroy all the knives he had just saved. He had the posture of dying together. Dare to give up between life and death, if it is not a great master, it is a madman. Yegsh. It's the former and the latter. Break and then stand. Although the blade is exhausted, it still has improper courage. Even more suffocating and stronger than before. The red arrow slipped into Yegsh's head. But when I met Yegsh's head, it was difficult to take another half step. Zhuge smiled grimly at the corners of his mouth. It's made of alien magic steel. It's good, but it's just so. At the moment when the red arrow was shot, Yegsh identified that the red arrow was made of alien magic steel, which was controlled by Link's whistle. So Yegsh directly abandoned defense and ignored the red arrow. Blood flowed from the wound at the back of Yegsh's head, but the red arrow could not pierce it. Yegsh's body is as hard as iron, regardless of flesh and bones. Even the magic steel of alien stars can't match its strength. All the 2 moves to break the game were invalid. Lin Kei's heart sank and felt that he had so few skills for the first time. Well, that's the only way. The shadow energy suddenly surged in Link's body. The next second burst out of the body, and the shadow energy surged rapidly and spread to the distance centered on the 2 people. Shadow Rage. Shadow Rage LV15, be released. Shadow Rage, deal 8000 damage to all enemies within 800 meters, and make them unconscious for 15 seconds. Consumption, 1000 energy. Yegsh's body suddenly stagnated and fell into a coma. Some alien demons who can't hide far are directly killed by Link. Although the description of Shadow Rage is to be unconscious for 15 seconds, Yegsh has strong strength, high level and stronger resistance. It is certainly impossible to control such a long time. So, Link's left hand held the Qi energy knife, and his right hand quickly took out the flash dagger. The red arrow popped out of the back of his head, turned again and attacked the weak part of Yegsh. In an instant, the offensive and defensive trend reversed. Now, the problem is in front of Yegsh. How to crack Link's 3 offensives. Chapter 842. Link held Kolar's dagger and threw it, with the blade across Yegsh's cheek. There was another thin blood mark on his uneven face. When the dagger rubbed his cheek, Link suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Yegsh like a ghost. The sharp dagger landed neatly on the back of Yegsh's neck. In the imagination, the picture of blood gushing from the artery did not appear. Instead, it was like hitting something hard and making a clang sound against the iron. Undefined Yegsh's defense is so strong that he even blocked the critical kill. Falling on the body only caused more than 2000 points of damage. Lin Kei was surprised and immediately met Yegsh's scarlet eyes. For enemies of this level and strength, it is rare that shadow anger can interrupt the attack and control, so we don't expect to produce long-term control. The supporting Qi energy knife connects up, and the red arrow also stabs the weakest eyes of Yegsh's head. On the arrival of the 2 phases, an invisible protective body suddenly gushed out of Yegsha's body. Dang dang! The two sounds are like the melodious sound of Hong Zhong de Lu. The impact part stirred a layer of transparent ripples, which vaguely outlined the outline of the invisible protective body. Yegsh looked back. The blade fist cuts through the air, wrapped in strong wind and strength, and converges at the tip of the blade. At the moment of hitting the invisible body, Link realized the problem and threw a flashing dagger. When the blade tip was about to reach Link, Link disappeared and appeared at the flashing dagger. Zhuge twisted his wrist, and his sweeping blade fist suddenly turned into a vertical split. The ground was torn open by exaggerated energy, and the crack spread towards Link. The two fought fiercely, and each breath was full of danger, like stepping on a steel wire and dancing at the tip of a knife and the edge of a cliff. This time, instead of dodging, Link repeated the move with Man in the Mirror. When wielded by the support-type gas energy knife, all energy is gathered at the tip of the knife and cut out the same. Link's feet roughly opened a gap, like a spreading earth dragon, colliding with the gap of Yegsh. The ground trembled violently, and even the alien demons fighting a kilometer away were almost shaken down by this drama. Link used Man in the Mirror once before. This time, he used the buff with energy compliance to increase by 25%, and immediately occupied the advantage. The crack spread in reverse and rushed to the foot of Yegsh. Drink! Yegsh gave a loud shout and cut himself at the foot with a blade fist. The knife chi is diffuse, cutting the spreading crack horizontally, and there is no more irritability. Both of them raise their hands and feet, and the power can easily change the terrain and structure of Wormer. The power is extraordinary. In the middle of the battle, Link glanced at Yegsh's attribute data. Name, Yegsh. Race, Alien Demon. Level, LV78+, Leader. HP, 182,000/190,000. Energy value, 18,000/20,000. Energy level, C+. Attribute, Strength 700, Agility 420, Endurance 1012, Intelligence 120, expand to view others. Skills, Blade Storm, Murderous Chi 1 Blade Chop, Residual Blade Intention, Body Protection Vigorous Chi, Eye Blade, expand to view others. Evaluation, a generation of Wu Chi, crazy into magic. Yegsha's data panel is quite gorgeous, with an endurance of 1012. It is the first enemy with an endurance of more than 1000 that Link has ever seen. Level 78 Leader, whose HP is close to 200,000, is the peak of C and level in terms of HP, energy, and attributes. The player is praised as a B-level goalkeeper. As the name suggests, Yegsh is the strongest existence in C and ability. As long as you are better than him, it must be level B. Now, without using one finger of death and destruction of all 10 parties, Link has fought back and forth with Yegsh, which is full of dangers, which is enough to prove Link's strength. I haven't played so well for a long time. Yegsh laughed excitedly, his eyes were covered with blood, his smile gradually converged, and finally turned into ferocity, staring at Link. But it's a pity that happy times are always so short. As soon as Yegsha's voice fell, he waved his blade fist again. Different from the previous tricky and ruthless, this time the knife posture changed again, opened and closed, and came with a look of arrogance. The two were entangled again, and the situation was extremely severe every second. The offensive and defensive trend was often reversed many times between a few interest rates, with dangers everywhere. While the two leaders were fighting, the Coalition and the Alien Legion also fought together. Although the fighting picture is not as wonderful as Link and Yegsh, the victory lies in the large number of people and the bloody and fierce scene. The ability of players is not bad, but it is difficult to give full play to their full strength in a chaotic battlefield. Soon there were many casualties on the battlefield. Whether alien modules or coalition forces fell to the ground after death, the blood of the body wound would flow out of the body involuntarily, seeping into the ground like life. However, every minute on the battlefield has changed. Everyone has killed red eyes, and no one has noticed such strange phenomena. The only exception is the player. After the player turned into a burst of white light and died, when the soul was waiting, the players immediately found something wrong and couldn't help exclaiming, "Gan! Why did the death resurrection time become 20 minutes? The player's death time has been 10 minutes since the public beta. No matter what happens, it hasn't changed. But this time, the resurrection time was doubled. I don't know what's going on." The dead player turned pale. After careful observation, it was found that in the state of soul, they suddenly had a state they had never seen before. Mysterious factor: your resurrection time is doubled due to the interference of mysterious factors. Mysterious factor interference? It can also affect the resurrection time after the player's death, which is outrageous. Okay. The number of allied troops is less than that of the alien legion. Now the player's resurrection time is doubled, and the rhythm of the whole battle will be disrupted. Ningqianji always pays attention to the changes of the situation on the battlefield. When an alien dies, he will turn into white light, and the body will remain in place. It will resurrect and reappear in 10 minutes. However, more than 10 minutes have passed since the first group of aliens were killed in battle, and they still don't appear for support, which makes Ningqianji anxious. He feels that all the rhythms set before are out of order. In the first order, several other army leaders led the way to fight against the tide of alien demons. Even these military commanders who had not personally fought for a long time were all ignited by Link's speech before the war and recovered their spirit of personally fighting on the battlefield in the past. Almost everyone stared at a war messenger and caught him and killed him. There are legion leaders who take the lead. Naturally, the soldiers of the First Order are unwilling to be weaker than others, and they all work bravely. Ningqianji looked into the distance, and the battle between Link and Yegshe was still not over. Although we know that these two men are the strongest on the battlefield, the longer they delay, the worse it will be for the coalition. Blood seeps into the ground and gradually collects along the underground acupoints of the nerve network. It's like a dry blood vessel suddenly flowing blood again. The 6 small animals in the hub center enter the Dharma array in advance and look left and then again. There are no objects in this array. There are some shallow dent lines dug out on the ground. The treasure-hunting rat can't understand the words of the alien demon family, but seeing that these people have been preparing here for a long time, carefully, and arranged such a large Dharma array at the central hub of the crypt, how can we think that this Dharma array can be of great use to the enemy? The treasure rat stood beside the Dharma array and tried for a few times, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Agent Washu also followed up and began to check. With great courage, the bamboo rat jumped directly into the Dharma array in a sprint and stood for a while without any abnormality. Other mice entered the array in turn and looked around. The interior of the Dharma array is complex and grand, occupying almost the whole hub hall. Different from other arrays with various elaborate designs or energy wires, this array now has only lines sunken on the ground. The other spy rats jumped into the depression and jumped up again. Jump down, jump up again. So back and forth, I don't feel any energy fluctuation. The treasure rat scratched his head, rode on the head of the big water mouse, looked at the huge Dharma array in front of him, and felt that he had the intention to kill the thief and was unable to return to heaven. When the Dharma array is not in operation, there is only a depression on the ground, which looks very simple. How can such a Dharma array really cause damage? While the treasure rat was thinking, the mouse on one side also wanted to follow suit, climbed onto the hamster's head and prepared to climb high and look far. Treasure hunting rats climb that because this guy has high seniority and is also their immediate superior. But what's the composition of mice? Don't you have any force in your heart? You still want to ride on my head? On this thought, the hamster was unhappy. As soon as the hamster pulled the mouse down, the two rats immediately wrestled and fell into the pit. The sunken tunnel is slightly loose, and even some parts drawn before collapse. Squeak! The treasure rat was very angry. They came to perform their tasks. It's incredible that the two fought here. The treasure rat severely criticized the two rats, then raised his small hand with great momentum, pointed to the farthest distance of the Dharma array and chattered, which meant to let the two stand next to each other and reflect on themselves. The other rats continued to survey around, and the treasure-hunting rats also tried to sense with their own characteristic ability, trying to find any evidence from the hall. But after half a day's hard work, there was no return. The punished mouse and hamster stood in the corner with their backs to each other. At their feet is the outermost part of the Dharma array, and in front of them is a pit. After standing for a while, the two rats suddenly felt flustered with their bladder. They were still wearing combat clothes. It was impossible to lie down. They had to stand in place and tremble slightly. The treasure mouse happened to see the two mice trembling and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that these two guys know how to be afraid. It's not hopeless. Soon, the treasure rat opened his mouth and called the two rats back. When the two rats heard the cry, they immediately hit a spirit again. This attitude of awe satisfied the treasure-hunting mice. It seems that they really realized their mistakes. The mouse and hamster glanced back at the traces left by them, and ran all the way to the treasure hunt mouse with a guilty heart. At this time, Lao Jin also came with Yinxiao, Wuxiapat, and 3 spider demons. When the silver hand saw the huge ground array, he looked silly. Well, start working quickly. No matter what this Dharma array is for, it's made by the enemy. Destroy it first. The macaw's tone was decisive, the silver hand didn't have too many questions, and the mechanical arm accumulated power immediately. A powerful punch blew out. The picture of the ground cracking, violent shaking and head collapse did not appear. The power of the manipulator is like a water wave, causing layers of ripples on the ground. In the process of lifting the ground, the land was plowed completely, and the original condensed Dharma array dissipated without a trace in an instant. The silver hand clapped his hands, looked at the macaw and said triumphantly, "What's the matter? Is it completely cleaned up now?" The macaw looked at the new soil that had been renovated and plowed in the hall and nodded foolishly. "But I was muttering in my heart, when did this silver hand do this? It looks like a bluff. It seems that the fist that seems to be domineering and fierce can fight silently, and the fist strength is dense and thorough. It goes deep into the ground and plows all the ground. Although the macaw's martial arts ability is about 0, its vision is still. Silver hand, obviously, has reached the state of lifting heavy as light. It seems to have entered a new realm to be able to control the power of sending and receiving freely." Just as the silver hand was elated and the macaw felt that the crisis had been lifted, the treasure rat suddenly felt something dripping from the melon in the cerebellum. Then something dripped from the macaw's forehead and the silver hand's mechanical arm. Looking carefully, drops of red blood fell on them. How can blood appear underground? They all raised their heads and saw that many cracks had seeped out of their heads. Drops of blood swam around the roof. Then they gathered more and more, condensed into particles and dropped down. At the same time, there was a sound similar to the sound of pines, waves, and streams. The same as the blood flow, such as a small winding flow from the foreign exchange collection to the hall. What's going on? The macaw was stunned. The blood is not completely bright red, but mixed with dark red, even a little purple. It's like a mixture of different colors of blood. The sudden change overwhelmed several people. The macaw quickly calmed down and said to the silver hand, "First climb to the side wall and see what the hell it is." The arm of the silver mobile phone instantly popped out the grab hook and hung all the others on the side wall outside the Dharma array. The silver hand carries Lao Jin on his shoulder, and the 3-headed spider devil uses his climbing ability to touch the foot barb to hang on the wall. The 6 little ones all lay on the macaw and trembled. As for the unseasoned pot, its limbs are firmly tied to the thighs of the silver hand, like a bamboo, and it will not relax. Blood waves poured in and soon covered the land just plowed. In the dark sea of blood, there is a constant rise of black breath. It looks like burning blood and boiling the sea. In the process of the rise of black breath, there are constant screams, ghosts crying, and wolves howling. The cave hub is not real, but on the surface, a dark shadow is gradually condensing. The shadow devil's black flame appearance leaped and felt excitedly. P.S. Ma Yi, the old author of The Lord of the Second Dimension, Zhongmen Miao. The first copy is the Pirate King pseudo-invincible flow, a steady one-punch Superman. Wanjun patted her chest to ensure that it was very good-looking. Chapter 843. Surface above the junction. It belongs to the rear of the battlefield. At the moment, almost the entire alien legion of Wormer is gathered in the front line. There is no one here. The dark shadow gradually condensed into shape, and the turbulent magic gas fell on the ground, and soon the ground lit up the same kind of black flame. At the edge of the flame is a frost white. Undefined saffron felt the power he had not seen for a long time, and his flame grew stronger and stronger. Use the soul and blood of the dead as a sacrifice to summon his body to Wormer. In Abu Dhabi, he said that Link was also involved in the plan to attack Wamir, and Saffron immediately asked Abu Dhabi to prepare the calling ceremony for him. The calling ceremony was not a projection, but a practical use of the power of sacrifice to bring him to Wormer. This Dharma array is rooted underground in Wormer. Whether voluntary or passive. Once dead, the soul and blood will seep into the ground and gather at the Dharma array. Rely on the dead and blood energy to bring saffron. Saffron came in dozens of ways. It's all because of Link. Saffron has seen Link absorb the breath of the dead and enhance his ability. In this war of Wormer, the total number of participants from both the enemy and ourselves was 1 million. Once the war enters the white-hot stage, the casualties will be heavy. In this case, Link absorbs the power of the dead, and his strength must stop the killing God and Buddha. In order to avoid this situation, Saffron simply absorbed all the dead in the Dharma array. On the one hand, he can come, and on the other hand, he doesn't give Link a chance to absorb and grow. In order to avoid the embarrassment of the sudden interruption of the Dharma array when the monk was killed last time, Saffron specially improved the French array this time. As long as the French array is drawn, it can take effect, and the scope of action is very wide, covering almost the whole Eastern theater. Even if someone destroys the pattern of the Dharma array can still be used normally. However, this Dharma array also has some defects, because it belongs to a one-time Dharma array. According to the alchemy rules, it cannot bring all the power. Now Saffron's power is only about 70% of its heyday. The rear was silent and there was no battle. Saffron just took advantage of this time to use the soul fire array under his feet to devour the soul of the dead and turn it into his fuel to help him recover a little strength. Although we continue to absorb here, we can restore more power, even to its heyday. But Saffron saw that the war ahead was tight, and his heart was tied to the battlefield. Especially at the thought of Yegsh, this martial fool will definitely choose to fight alone when he sees Link. This time, the enemy coalition is a combination of the Expeditionary Force and the First Order, and there are many people who can fight. Based on Saffron's understanding of Link and Yegsh, their battle will not be known in a short time. Link is good at calculation, and his combat style will change with calculation. Yegsh fought with his life. Once there was a war, he was determined to die. With such two men fighting in a regiment, Link's calculation must be blocked many times, and even change and correct the result under the fierce attack of Yegsh. And the rest. That's what Saffron was worried about. The alien has only 2 leaders in Wormer. Commander Yegsh and his deputy Abuza. Now Yegsh and Link are at war and lack skills. But whether the Wasteland Expedition or the First Order, there are many talents and powerful experts. Abu Dhabi is good at scheming, and his strength is far from that of Yegsh. It is absolutely not easy for one person to deal with so many experts. Even if the alien legion is millions, it is only the advantage of paper data. It still suffers a lot of dark losses in terms of high-end combat power. This is why Saffron is worried. Therefore, rather than continue to absorb soul energy here, it is better to rush to the central battlefield of the Eastern Theater now to stabilize the situation, kill the senior coalition forces and frustrate their spirit. Once the coalition loses its leadership, the fragile coalition will fall apart. The shadow quickly disappeared into the night and went towards the eastern fire and the sound of killing. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be covered with a layer of black, moving rapidly, giving people an ominous foreboding. Frontal battlefield. The battle between Link and Yegsh continues. Yegsh's moves have been seen through by Link, but this guy is a lifelong play and has super strong body protection and vigorous chi protection. Many injuries are consumed or weakened by body protection and vigorous chi. But Link has his own way to annoy Yegsh. Intentionally or unintentionally bring the battlefield around in the battle. Using AoE skills can cause large-scale damage and kill nearby alien demons, so as to restore the energy consumed in the battle. This is a small skill when fighting after evolving into a secret clan. Even the chaos abnormal state attached to spiritual scream is a free gift. You know, one spirit scream consumes 1200 energy points and Link's specialty secret clan body converts 1% of all damage into energy points. Spiritual scream. This is a mental skill. Enjoy an additional 10% damage bonus of the secret clan. In other words, as long as a skill causes a total of 120,000 damage, this skill is equivalent to free release. According to the composition of alien demons on the battlefield, the number of alien shadow dogs is the largest, with only 2,800 blood, about 5,000 for alien demons, 8,000 for legion pioneers and about 50,000 for war messengers. Take an average value of 4,000, that is, as long as the Link skill hits 30 enemy unit targets, it can achieve the purpose of zero consumption. At the moment, on the battlefield, even if a war vacuum zone is formed in the battlefield between the two, the alien demons fighting in the distance do not have much activity space. Members of both sides are almost entangled. You have me, I have you. The whole battlefield was in chaos and fighting took place everywhere. In this case, Link hit 30 enemy unit targets every minute, even 2 to 3 times the number. The extra energy value is converted into life value by Link with the method of Yi Jin Jing. So although he fought for more than half an hour, Link was still full. On the contrary, Yegsh opened up and closed up, and suffered a lot of damage in the battle. Although Yegsh has the skill of War Impulse which can regenerate blood, he has been entangled by Link and is constantly interrupted. Both life and energy have decreased steadily. The two sides seem to be evenly matched, and even Yegsh has an advantage. But in fact, only 2 people knew it. Yegsh now has words of suffering. He also understands why Link uses this method of warfare. Now the only senior leaders in Wamir are him and Abu Dhabi. He now talks to Linkla, and Abuza sneaks into the crowd under his arrangement. However, the allied forces of the other side are full of talents. The head of the army and all kinds of experts can find war messengers as opponents. The forces of the two sides are not at the same level at all, but the current pattern and situation on the battlefield are somewhat evenly matched, which inevitably makes Yegsh anxious. He must kill Link as soon as possible and free his hand to deal with other powerful enemies on the battlefield. If you continue to hide your foolishness, your men will not be able to keep it. Link warned seriously. Yegsh was so angry that he felt a little stuffy. This is another way of attack by Link, mouth evasion. During the battle, he harassed Yegsh through various words, frustrated his confidence and interfered with his mind. Although Yegsh has a firm temperament, he has been more or less affected. Yegsh snorted coldly, without any nonsense, but proved it directly with action. The blade fist hit again, and the two were intertwined again. The high-speed Dao gang and the afterwave scratched all kinds of marks on the land under their feet, and the ground was messy. The chaotic breath forms a turbulent flow around, making a sharp sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling, which is very terrible. Just as the two sides were all decorated in the chaotic war, Yegsh suddenly shouted, "It's now!" As soon as the voice fell, there were 4 sharp fists and knives in his hand. The tip of the blade suddenly burst out a whirl, and the breath was turbulent. At this moment, it seemed that I saw my immediate boss, all bowed down and became subordinates, and all of them were in one breath. Link felt that the other party's blade fist produced a strong suction, swallowing the surrounding air into the wind-eye. Yegsh moves with the wind and turns into a big windmill. Blade Storm. Yegsh's strongest skill. The range of vigorous wind was getting larger and larger. Link even had a stabbing pain on his cheek, and a clear blood line appeared on his cheekbones. Strong breath, invincible. This was Link's first idea. While Link was in a dilemma, Abu Dhabi, who was in ambush in the crowd, suddenly rushed out and lifted his cloak. Ambush for so long, waiting for this opportunity. Take advantage of Link's unprepared, attack back and forth, causing fatal trauma. Abu Dhabi's iron claws exude a strange dark green, and the air is accompanied by bursts of putrefaction. It is obvious that these iron claws are poisoned. Abu Dhabi shrieked, and his body suddenly accelerated for a few minutes, like a vampire bat fleeing out of the night. The 1,000-claw shadow in the air reflects half of the sky into dark green, with a fishy smell. The ground was stained with this stench, and the red earth turned grey when it was buried. It was also corroded and sunken into a fist-sized pit. Once the flesh and blood is stained, it must be like gangrene attached to the bone, which is extremely painful. The front blade is stormy, and the back claw shadow is heavy. For a moment, Link was shrouded and surrounded by 2 powerful skills and fell into danger. At this critical juncture, Link's red arrow went out again and went straight to Abu Dhabi's door. At the same time, the flash dagger in his hand is also facing Abu Dhabi. The next second, Link's Hades turns red and enters the scream mode. With the enabled acute LV-15, Link's speed suddenly exploded to the highest. Exclamation in the state, Link's black and gold combat suit was dyed blood red, and Link's face also showed a trace of enthusiasm. Just a start, a series of broken air-like explosions came from the air. The air around Link formed an airflow film in front of him, like a shield. This is the sonic boom produced when the speed breaks through the sound speed. Link rushed to attack Yegsh with a loud drink, and a strong high-frequency vibration attacked Yegsh. It collided with the blade wind and dogong, and sent out a rapid exchange of gold and iron, like a wind bell in a storm. Blade Storm is a unique skill practiced by Yegsh in the regular Superstorm of Wamir every year. It is the only exclusive skill. Link can't copy it if he wants to. Trained in the great power of nature, face life and death bravely. Once these skills are released, they will have the power and posture to kill everything. It is said that Yegsh practiced this trick in the annual Superstorm, and finally broke the condensed storm with this trick. Press forward with indomitable will. Give up life and give up death. Cut off the wind. This is the key to this trick. Now, as soon as Yegsh used it, all the air currents around him surrendered and became a member of the Blade Storm. The air machine grew and roared in the night. Even the dark clouds on the top of the night sky feel this strong vortex. The dark clouds on the top of the 3 people are lower, and even have the posture of combining with the wind. Link was very fast. He fought at the edge of the Blade Storm. The holding-type gas energy knife suddenly changed into an alien tomahawk. The powerful alien tomahawk collided with the blade, which not only clanked, but also made Link's arm numb. The sparks generated by the collision show a bright brilliance at night, lighting up the area around the site and reflecting the shadow of 1,000 heavy knives. However, Link's rough blocking is really useful. The Blade Storm is visibly weakened. If it comes again, it can be interrupted. However, Link's state was also affected by his hard struggle. Heidi in the scream state was cut by the knife, and there were several injuries. The blade is threatening. With Heidi's recovery ability, he can't heal quickly. He is constantly fighting with the blade. So that Link's scream red clothes looks like there are many splitting marks. At this time, Link jumped up with an alien tomahawk, accumulated all his strength and rushed to Yegsh, as if to put all his eggs in one basket and hit the last blow. Yegsh naturally didn't dare to neglect it. The blade storm became more and more dense. A burst of red anger burst out from the center of the storm eye, as if Yegsh also used some increasing ability. At the critical moment, Link disappeared from his place. Yegsh's blade storm was completely lonely. The next moment, Link suddenly appeared in front of Abu Dhabi, who attacked behind his back. Using the characteristics of the flashing dagger, Link seems to fight with Yegsh with all his strength, but in fact, the target is Abu Dhabi, who is a little weak. The incident happened suddenly, giving Abu Dhabi no room to react. When the air shield was half up, he took a heavy blow from Link's potential with an iron claw. Split the air. With one blow, Abu Dhabi's protective gas shield broke like a silver bottle. A pair of iron claws made a clicking sound. Then the whole person was like a missile. He flew upside down, rolled and rubbed on the ground, and didn't stop until he retreated 100 meters all the way. When he stood up again, he was already in a mess, his hands trembled violently, and blood flowed. Link glanced at the alien tomahawk. The part of the axe blade touched by the poisonous claw had been corroded and cracked. This seized weapon is useless. The putrid smell in the air is also eliminated under the powerful shock wave of splitting the air. A clever combo move broke the double attack. Abu Dhabi, you command the battlefield and leave it to me. Suddenly there was a sound of rolling thunder in the sky, and then the diffuse black air condensed in the hollow of the battlefield. Heian gathered and a demon appeared. Shadow Demon, Saffron. The Shadow Devil smiled and stared at Link. We meet again, Link. After that, he lost a potion to Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi took medicine, and his bleeding arms gradually recovered, in a state comparable to the peak. Sir, I'll go first. Abu Dhabi bowed respectfully and left. Yegsh also stopped the blade storm and saluted Saffron slightly. The Shadow Devil opened his arms. Feel the pain. P.S. Here we go. Here we go. The wonderful war has begun. Let's recommend monthly tickets. Let's go. Chapter 844. Link was not surprised by Saffron's appearance. In the battle with Yegsh, Link found the anomalies on the battlefield. The resurrection time of the dead players becomes longer. There is no spirit of death on the dead, and all the blood seeps into the ground. Immediately Link guessed that the alien would have a backhand. In his previous life, he experienced the War of Valmer's attack and knew that the Shadow Demon Saffron was Valmer's final boss. Undefined, that's why Link doesn't use the Finger of Death all the time. Because once these two skills are used, Yegsh can't last 10 minutes in front of him. How can he fish? I just didn't expect that this wave of fishing not only caught Abu Dhabi, but also caught Saffron, a big fish. The Shadow Demon Saffron now has 70 to 80% of his strength in his heyday, but he thinks it's enough to deal with Link. The most important thing is that the Dharma array is still running. All the dead chi on the battlefield is absorbed by the Dharma array. Without the dead chi available to Link, his blood and gas armor cannot be used, which greatly limits Link's ability. Another skill of Link, Death Finger, Saffron has also thought of ways to deal with it. The last time it was a projection. It was huge and difficult to dodge. It ate a lot of skills. This is the coming of the Buddha. The body of black inflammation is only 4 or 5 meters high. It will be much easier to avoid the directional non-locking Death Finger. Can't this guy always use this lethal skill without CD and consumption? What's more, the Shadow Demon Saffron came from the Numenon this time. Both blood volume, energy value, and various attributes are stronger than the previous projection. And the most important thing is, now it's 2 to 1. He and Yegsh joined hands to deal with a Link, which can definitely stabilize one end and end the battle as soon as possible. War, there are no rules. Saffron said this, took the initiative, threw out 2 black flames in his hands and went straight to Link. At the same time, Yegsh behind him began to act, and the blade fist hit Link again. The attack intensity of the two together is much stronger than just now. A quasi-B level, a B level strength, Link's energy level is only B, and the paper strength is crushed. There's no way but to move rescuers. Link smiled at himself, then took out the black scepter from the spatial memory. Old friend, this time we will fight side by side. The black scepter emitting golden holy light immediately changed its form and entered the Black Goku state. Black Goku, King Kong enters the Black Goku state and changes to the rage-consuming state. His attack power increases by 100% and his defense power decreases by 20%. Each kill that can gain experience will restore 1% of his HP for 1 hour. King Kong returned to his original state, and all the holy breath on him disappeared. Instead, he was cruel, angry, and bloodthirsty, like a demon monkey falling into the devil's way. Even his eyes turned scarlet, the breath from his nose was warm, his teeth became sharp, and his teeth were cold. The shaking sky was dragged by hand. King Kong in the form of Black Goku exuded the smell of wild animals, which seemed to be completely dominated by instinct and consciousness. King Kong and Link put their backs against each other, and the tip of their nose trembled. They soon smelled the strong smell of wild animals on the battlefield. Looking at Yegsh, King Kong smiled, "This evil spirit has fate with me. I want to surpass you. I advise you not to overestimate your strength. You'd better put down your weapons and catch it." Yegsh snorted coldly. He felt the same breath from King Kong, the same ferocity and tyranny, like a fierce beast escaping from prison. King Kong went up with the stick and met Yegsh's blade fist without avoiding at all. Dang! With an exaggerated vibration, both of them stopped. But Yegsh stared at the scene. Just because the other party even blocked the attack of his blade fist with his head. Yegsh is very clear about his strength. If this knife is cut on a boulder or cliff, it can definitely turn the boulder into powder or the cliff collapses. If it falls on Link, it can also make him vomit blood. But it fell on the monkey's head and didn't move. Not even a wound was left. For the first time, Yegsh's unswerving killing heart wavered. King Kong raised his head and grinned grimly, "The first commander of the Alien Legion, is this the only level of attack? It's really disappointing, GG." Then King Kong tilted his head and pointed to his neck, "Come on, chop this way." Yegsh was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party would put forward such excessive requirements. He didn't pay attention to himself at all. "That's crazy. This monkey is crazy." But immediately, Yegsh also laughed wildly. "Even Link doesn't dare to be so presumptuous. Since you want to die, try this." Yegsh again wielded his blade fist. He saved his whole body's energy and spirit, mixed with his previous reluctance to Link. The tip of the knife on even gave birth to a wisp of black gas. The strong resentment was killing. At this moment, the red and black on the blade became so dazzling. King Kong really didn't dodge. He stood in place and stretched his neck waiting for the knife to come. Originally, Yegsh had doubts that this guy must have hidden secrets. When you get close, you will change your moves and take a sudden blow. So he also left a surplus hand behind the blade, but he didn't expect that this surplus hand was not used. Dang! A knife cut, sparks splashed. A huge force came from Yegsh's hand. The place where the broken hand was connected with the blade fist was like lightning. Then the huge force immediately spread all over his body along his arm, numb all over. But King Kong's head did not move, and he did not even leave a scar. If it was a shock to receive a knife with his head before, Yegsh is shocked now. On the contrary, there was a little splitting in his blade fist. That's it. It's disappointing. King Kong twisted his neck, as if the two knives were all massages. Alas, I don't know where you got your confidence to compete with Link. I'm afraid you thought you were equal to Link. My Buddha is merciful. Since you are about to ascend to the extreme, I will tell you mercifully. In fact, Link has always taken the fight in order to deceive all your companions and backhands. Otherwise, with your strength, you will solve the battle in a few minutes. If the two knives just now brought a great shock to Yeggsh. So now King Kong's two words are completely killing people. In vain, he thought he was close to Link and could hardly meet his opponent. But I didn't expect that the other party was deliberately taking the fight. All this is a conspiracy. This dealt a heavy blow to Yeggsh's confidence. With Yeggsh's strength, he naturally figured out this problem. Otherwise, at the time of the crisis of Abu Dhabi's surprise attack, Link can immediately think of a perfect solution and deal a heavy blow to Abu Dhabi. He did not panic at all, and even took this opportunity to break the siege. This could not have been achieved had it not been foreseen in advance that the enemy was in ambush. His conceit and pride began to disorder at this moment. King Kong Ji smiled strangely, and his evil spirit was awe-inspiring. He looks like a real villain. Well, I've said everything I should say. Now you can die in peace. King Kong dragged the shaking sky and walked slowly towards Yeggsh. The speed of traveling was faster and faster, and the friction between the earthquake sky and the ground burst out fire, as well as the constant friction. After a few breaths, the speed accelerated to a terrible level, like a black lightning. King Kong whispered a Buddha's horn. Amitabha. Then he suddenly stopped and stood 2 meters away from Yeggsh. All the potential energy is transmitted to the earthquake sky, and the speed is at the tip of the rod, even with the sound of wind and thunder. A blow and a shout. Just as the shaking sky was about to break Yeggsh's skull, Yeggsh finally moved. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes were scarlet, and shouted, "I didn't use my best. How can I win over me? The way to kill the Tao is more and more brave. My body is a knife. I can kill people by cutting heaven and earth." At this moment, Yeggsh's body changed again. The whole person was like a sharp knife, with great momentum. He could even compete with Link and Saffron. The earthquake sky fell suddenly and landed on Yeggsh's forehead accurately. Click! A crisp sound. It was not Yeggsh's head that broke, but shook the sky. The crystal stick spread the crack and then burst. The burst crystal fragments, after surging outward, are pulled by the golden light in the staff, send out golden current, and suck back one by one to reshape the staff, just like a new one. King Kong didn't panic because of the failure of one strike, but showed a strange smile. Now it becomes interesting and has more merits. In the distance, Link obviously felt more, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Yeggsh made a breakthrough and rushed into Class B. It is extremely rare to break through this kind of thing on the spot. Now Wormer has 2 Class B enemies in an instant, and Link feels great pressure. Yeggsh's breakthrough, strength positioning in B. The Shadow Demon Saffron's own strength is at level B, but because he came non-stop after the call of the French array, he did not restore his full strength. Only 70% of his strength in his heyday was at the B level after the strength discount, which was equal to Link. King Kong, be careful. This guy Yeggsh breaks through on the spot and takes his strength to a higher level. Don't be careless. Link communicates with Vajra's mind through the Talent Swarm Commander. Unexpectedly, King Kong in the state of Black Goku was rebellious. G smiled with a smile, that's interesting. Yeggsh is crazy, and King Kong in the state of Black Goku is crazy. Let people behead casually, and now I feel interesting. Obviously, I don't pay attention to each other at all. The Shadow Demon Saffron smiled grimly. The surprise was so sudden. Yeggsh has always been rebellious, has his own persistence, does not accept his power gift, and his strength has been hovering at the top of C+. This critical moment, suddenly promoted to level B, which is the 3rd level B combat power of alien stars. Ha ha ha, Link, don't blame me for more people and less bullying. Saffron was so excited that he threw several regiments of fierce fire attack again. Link's face remained unchanged, and the two immediately began to fight. Boom! Just as they were fighting, all the clouds in the sky were scattered by the shock wave. The dome lights up and immediately shines the night like day. Careful observation shows that the white shock wave comes from the mechanical fortress outside the dome. The next second, there was a sound from the voice bug in Linker's ear. "Führer, do you see? The artifact has become. I'll send it to you right now." The voice came from Graves. Link's face showed a successful smile. "It's better to come early than to happen." "Oh? More people, less bullies." Link smiled as he stared at Saffron. Chapter 845. Saffron Ton had a bad feeling. But soon this bad was forced down by him. "Make a mystery," said Saffron. Then he stabilized his mind and continued to attack Link with greater strength. Undefined, no matter what happens, they have an advantage in the high-end combat power on the battlefield. Although Class B can't do as much as Class A, it wreaks havoc on the planet and causes permanent damage to the Earth's surface. Once the high-end fighting capacity of the coalition forces is solved, these mobs can be slaughtered at will. Saffron can feel that Link's current strength is between his position in Bozhong. In a short time, this guy has improved again, and the diamond energy symbol in the center of his eyebrow, he recognized that it was a clandestine sign. This guy has been reborn and evolved into a secret clan with Class B strength. But even so, now the warmer alien demon family has 2 B-level strong players, he and Yegsh, and the number of alien demon families is millions, which is enough to lay a victory. Although I don't know what the explosion in the sky is about, it's impossible to suddenly drop a B-level. Saffron was ruthless and his attack came like a storm. Link had planned to fight a wave before, but after listening to Graves, he was very looking forward to what the artifact looked like. So he simply flashed around and played hide-and-seek with Saffron. When Saffron saw Link hiding, he did not know what the guy was doing. He simply moved his mind and secretly attacked the French Fa in the attack, and absorbed the essence of the dead in the post-season method to absorb the body and restore strength. Now he and Link are 50-50. But as long as he recovers his strength, he can beat Link. Both of them are thinking carefully now. The attack obviously has the meaning of acting on each other. The explosion in the sky gradually converged. The earth fell into darkness again. Just then, a light poured into people's eyes. A Martyr-class unmanned raider plane slipped through the sky and sprayed strong fireworks at the tail to illuminate the sky. Without Saffron's command, the ground EMP array is ready to attack. The raider flickered and moved, constantly avoiding invisible attacks in the dark. It looked like a boat struggling in the angry sea. Saffron looked back at Link and joked, "Is this your strength? It seems that you don't have a chance to wait for it." Originally, the electromagnetic pulse array was an automatic attack. But now the real master Saffron appears, and the way of attack has changed. Saffron can manipulate nearby EMP arrays through consciousness. However, he did not expose this point, but prepared to wait until the unmanned raider landed at a certain height and exploded in one fell swoop. The reason why a card is that it is unexpected and sudden. After seeing the Martyr's unmanned raider, Link no longer kept his hand. All kinds of attacks were much stronger than just now, just like a taste of containing Saffron. The battle between the two also gradually entered a white-hot trend. The speed of the UAV is extremely fast, coupled with the monitoring of the magnetic field of Wormer planet by Tianyan satellite, the UAV narrowly avoided all electromagnetic attacks. Link smiled and said, "It seems that you have no ability to stop my UAV." Saffron's face was sullen, and his attack accelerated a lot. Although Saffron's energy level evaluation is B, the pressure on Link is far less than Yegsh. After all, Yegsh's fighting style is to die and fight fiercely with every move. On the other hand, Saffron, as an alchemist, has a good set of skills. But also because of too many ideas, I didn't dare to exchange injuries with Link desperately, and didn't use the skill of pressing the bottom of the box. So it didn't hurt Link much. Link saw through Saffron's mind. There is no death breath to enhance him, and the player's resurrection time has increased significantly. Now the battlefield has the command of Abu Dhabi, alien stars gradually begin to gain the upper hand, and the number advantage begins to turn into the war advantage. Saffron is obviously attacking his heart at the moment. Want Link to watch the battlefield change. From balance to disadvantage, he became anxious at the bottom of his heart, which affected his mind and tilted the balance of battle. On the whole, there is no big problem with this fighting idea. If you have to be picky, you are conservative. If Saffron dares to work hard with Link, it will cost Link a lot of cards. However, this is indeed Saffron's computational style. He has been immersed in alchemy for thousands of years. What he is best at is to exchange the minimum cost for the maximum benefit within the rules. But over time, he seemed to forget that he had the ability to lift the table and wanted to pay the least and get the most. So is the magic box scattered on all planets, the black core given to war messengers, and so is the struggle. Between the two men, the UAV has entered the stratosphere and is coming at a very fast speed. A powerful alchemist suddenly appeared in Saffron's hand, and the elements around Link began to replace and reverse. The air was boiling, like magma, and the temperature rose sharply. The land under his feet turned into mud, from which mercury and poison came out, so that Link had no place to stay. It happened suddenly, and the scope was beyond the limit of Link's rapid response. Link threw a flashing dagger at Saffron. Then when the whole person fell, the diamond energy sign on his forehead suddenly lit up, showing a unique glow of the secret family around his body, and then suddenly disappeared without trace. Saffron was very alert. His body suddenly burst out a repulsive force and bounced the incoming flash dagger out, for fear that Link would suddenly flash into close range. If it weren't for the powerful alchemist who was still expanding the effective range, Saffron would like to use his ability to melt the dagger directly. He didn't believe that Link could disappear out of thin air. At most, he used some kind of secret technique to hide. His ability can even take effect in a certain dimensional space. If he is simply invisible or evades to a dimensional space, he can also cause damage. Saffron's eyes quickly swept back and forth between the flashing dagger on the ground and the corruption area of the powerful alchemist, but there was no movement on either side. How could? Saffron was slightly suspicious and looked up anxiously at the location of the UAV. The tail flame of the UAV is clearly visible, and the height has dropped to the limit, only 1 or 2 kilometers from the ground. At the high speed of UAV, I'm afraid it can reach the ground in a few seconds. You must first. Saffron's heart crossed and immediately focused on controlling the nearest electromagnetic pulse array to lock the action track of the UAV. At this critical moment, Link appeared where the dagger flashed, and then rushed forward with a vigorous step. It's late. Saffron raised a successful smile at the corner of his mouth. The next second, the electromagnetic pulse array suddenly shot out and hit the UAV. With a roar, the fire reflected half of the sky red, and the debris of the UAV exploded and splashed everywhere. Now, your confidence is gone. Chapter 846. Saffron laughed wildly and knocked out Link's backhand, which made him extremely comfortable. He played Link several times, which was the first time he really took advantage. Looking at Link's expression of despair and regret, Saffron was even more relieved. However, this is only his imagination. Link's face didn't fluctuate at all, even unmoved. Undefined. Saffron analyzed the meaning of Link's eyes, as if to say, "Do you think it's so simple?" Even Saffron has a sense of absurdity. Saffron responded hastily to Link's attack. Just then, a wisp of strange blue flew out of the embers and debris of the explosion in the sky. "It's not so easy to kill me!" Graves shouted, and all the runes on his body lit up, emitting dazzling golden light. Graves held an artifact and went down through the air. The blue smell of the sword body was divided into 2 groups in the fall, holding it on the left and right. It looked magnificent. Saffron looked at him and immediately felt a strong breath, not weaker than him. Another level B. Link finally smiled. How can a Class B be easily defeated by the electromagnetic pulse array? Although Saffron's backhand is, it can only be said to be silly and naive to solve a strong man. Link has a past life memory and naturally knows that Saffron can control the EMP array. Saffron takes this move as a treasure. It's okay to deal with ordinary people. It's so mean to deal with a Class B strong man. Link simply took the plan. Graves fell like a meteor. Saffron, who was complacent that there were many people and few bullies, was foolish. Now both sides are to be level, and the other side has an extra monkey. No advantage. Führer, take the sword. Graves shouted, threw the artifact in his hand, and immediately made a strong sound of breaking the air. Saffron saw the extraordinary of this weapon at a glance. Once Link gets the actual, it will increase greatly. The artifact draws a bright light in the air, which is extremely dazzling, as if everything in the world can't compare with this dazzling. Saffron urges the powerful alchemist to change the flight path of the artifact. In an instant, the body moved with the shadow, and the artifact had appeared in Saffron's hand. Starting with an artifact, a powerful energy is poured into Saffron's body. He can feel the power of cold ice, death, and shadow. Many pictures emerged in Saffron's consciousness, holding artifact invincible, and the whole Vatican galaxy was crawling at his feet. Together with Xanos, I will submit to him. Ha ha ha, now I am invincible. Saffron laughed loudly, and the black fierce fire on his body gradually turned into the mixed energy of frost, death, and shadow. The artifact affected Saffron's mind in a very short time. Even the B-class strong are inevitable. When Link saw this scene, he not only didn't show his panic expression, but even smiled at the corners of his mouth. This shows that the effect of artifact is extraordinary, and the powerful power contained in it can't even escape the strong. Link hooked his hook. All right, stop it. As soon as the voice fell, the artifact in Saffron's hand spewed out strong energy. At this moment, the energy around Saffron began to bite back. His whole body sometimes fell into an ice cave and sometimes burned with fire. Fragments of alien defeat flashed in his brain. The uncontrollable anger and release of artifact in hand can't even control the powerful alchemist. Like an arrow flying to Link, it stands in the air, waiting for Link's favor. This. How? Saffron was shocked as he relieved his wounds. This artifact seems to have its own consciousness and soul. I just forced myself to get his body with strength, but I didn't get his recognition. Now Link just waved and the artifact passed by. It's really. Link took time to glance, and the detailed data of the artifact appeared in front of him. Frostmourne. Quality, Legend, Orange. Parameters, Attack Power 800 to 950, Two-handed sword, Length 1.6 m, Sword body with frost, shadow, death, and extinction effects, Weight 15 kg. Durability, 5000/5000. Equipment requirements, above LV75, recognized by Jianling. Attribute bonus, Strength plus 300, Endurance plus 300, Energy plus 150, Charm plus 30, Luck plus 30. Special effect, Frost Breath, Aura, reduces the attack speed and movement speed of all enemies within 10 km by 30%. Evil Power, Aura, attack speed and movement speed of all friendly forces within 10 km increased by 15%. Shadow Essence, Aura, all shadow damage increased by 10%. Heart of Gloom, attachment, your physical attack ignores the target's armor by 30%. Graveyard Wool, use the energy of Frostmourne to resurrect all the dead within 500 meters and fight for you, 2000 energy points/time. Domination, Frostmourne can dominate the target and let the weak will use it for me, 500 energy points/time. Lich King, the person who holds Frostmourne will become the Lich King and have control over lower-level undead creatures. Death Knight, Frostmourne can be transformed into the sword spirit form of the Death Knight, and master the shield of no light, reflection, death entanglement skill. Link's eyes lit up after reading the introduction of Frost's sadness. Now he has 2 orange weapons. Comparing the effects and attributes of 2 orange weapons, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Black Scepter focuses more on personal power. All skills and effects greatly enhance personal deterrence. Frostmourne is more comprehensive, almost all to enhance the team or generate the team's ability. The 3 halo effects weaken the enemy and enhance the friendly forces. Cemetery Wool, resurrect the dead to participate in the battle. Domination can dominate the weak-willed to fight for themselves. It has control over lower undead creatures. When these 3 items are added up, it is almost possible to manipulate an army of the dead. The last skill for the Sword Spirit is a powerful skill that can make Frostmourne concrete and rebirth Abaddon. Take the Filial Sun Sword. It really deserves its reputation. There are 3 kinds of energy surging in the body of the Frost Sorrow Sword. The thin horse skeleton at the swallow's mouth is filled with deep blue frost gas in his eyes, which looks terrible. There are several runes on the whole sword body, which connect the sword body and energy to form a whole. The Black Scepter has a total increase of 650 points, and Frost Sorrow has increased by 810 points, which directly increases the amount of a high-level blue suit. Just as Saffron was shocked, Graves had fallen to the ground. The rune box on the back of the body resonates with the runes on the body. The rune box rotates and twists, and the external image suddenly changes, reshaping it into a double muzzle rifle. Graves said excitedly, "Führer, I have fulfilled my mission and finished forging on time. Now I have fully mastered the mystery of the rune box and can do whatever I want." Link checked Graves' data attributes and found that this guy's strength evaluation has also been upgraded to level B, which means that Graves has mastered the rune box and achieved a complete rune king. Link's eyes were rather joking. He mentioned Frost's sadness and pointed to Saffron. Now, the situation has reversed. Saffron's sad energy of frost had just extinguished, and now he was gnashing his teeth. Today's war situation has been reversed again and again. Saffron has some anxiety in his heart and immediately killed Link. You go to the battlefield to find Ningchenji and listen to him arrange support troops. Graves had just come to the battlefield. The first thing Link did was drive him away. Even Graves himself was surprised. There were 2 Class B enemies here, but Link sent him away. Can King Kong deal with him alone? Graves wanted to ask something, but he met Link's determined eyes and couldn't say anything to his mouth for a long time. "Okay, I'll go." Graves was also decisive, picked up his rifle and rushed out with a sliding step. The huge rifle barrel spewed gunpowder. A moment later, the alien legion burst into a big pit, and the surrounding legion members were blown up, leaving only broken limbs and bones, blood and flesh. This shot was more than a rifle. It was even more powerful than a gun. The fan-shaped gunpowder causes scattering and sputtering effect, which is actually a powerful weapon for killing people and robbing goods in the battlefield. Graves walked on the battlefield with a cigar in his mouth and a rifle in his hand. With his joining, the alien legion, which has occupied the advantage, immediately lost the opportunity. The results soon spread from the battlefield to the whole situation. The territory lost by the coalition forces before and the subsequent weak forces were gradually recovered by one shot at a time. Link's decision was beyond everyone's expectation. Even Saffron didn't expect that he would directly support the new Class B combat power. "Are you so confident that you can deal with me?" Saffron knew what Link meant. This guy was looking for him 1v1 to fight alone. Link smiled contemptuously, "Why do you need help with you? I'll be enough." In her words, she paid no attention to Saffron. Saffron was furious without any nonsense. Black flames emerged from his feet and spread to his feet in the blink of an eye. Link did not hide or flash. With a gentle wave of frost sadness in his hand, he blocked the terrible black fire. Then Link stabbed his sword into the air, which was filled with a chill of condensation. Saffron's black fierce fire was 3 points weaker when it met the cold. While avoiding Link's sword move, Saffron also kept an eye on Link's death finger. This move is Link's most lethal skill and his bottom card. Saffron can clearly perceive the impact of the frost sadness on him. The existence of this sword has greatly affected his movement speed and attack speed. Link deliberately forced Saffron to leave. The two fought closer to the crowd, and there were more bodies under their feet. Frost's sorrow once again forced Saffron to step back, and a lot of distance was opened between them. Link decisively inserts the frost sorrow into the land, and the runes on the sword body turn purple. Purple lightning shoots out from it and falls on the bodies on the surrounding ground. This lightning seemed to inject life energy into these corpses. The body that had lost consciousness slowly reacted. His hands supported on the ground and climbed up. His mouth kept sobbing. His eyes were filled with purple shadow energy of the same origin as Frost's sadness, which was given life again. Among these bodies were coalition soldiers who died in battle and alien legions. But now, they have been given a new identity, the dead soldiers fighting for Link. These undead soldiers stared at Saffron, bared their teeth, and did not catch a cold at the dangerous smell emanating from him. Just when Saffron thought Link was going to resurrect these undead to deal with himself, with a wave of Link's long sword, hundreds of undead on the ground turned around, rushed into the crowd and fought with the alien demon family. The undead who was pulled up again, with the blessing of Lin Keshuang's sadness, broke out with stronger strength than the original, like entering a no-man's land all the way. Then, Link found another dying war messenger and his eyes lit up. This thing, rare. Saffron naturally found Link's target. When he saw the still-breathing war messenger, an ominous premonition immediately arose. Without waiting for Link to act first, Saffron stretched out a powerful alchemy hand. Under the strong traction, the black air from the mouth, nose, and eyes of the war messenger condensed into a black crystal in mid-air, and then sucked into the palm of his hand. This is the magic core given by Saffron to the war messenger, which is full of power. Fearing that Link would turn war messengers into undead to deal with himself, Saffron took the first step to recover the energy he gave. After losing the power core, the war messenger on the ground degenerated into his original state, and his eyes were full of confusion. Instead of wielding his sword to kill the war messenger as expected, Link smiled mysteriously at Saffron. This dazzling smile has been with them since they fought. It represents banter and ridicule. From beginning to end, Link didn't pay attention to Saffron. The tip of Link's sword touched the chest of the war messenger, and soon a ray of energy was injected into the war messenger. His eyes turned grey. After completely losing faith in the leader, the degenerate war messenger became a walking corpse and had been completely dominated by the sadness of Frost. Saffron guessed wrong again. Although he took back the core, he lost to Link again. Well, I won't play these little hands with you. It's time to put an end to our grievances. Link said positively this time. Link finished, and without waiting for Saffron to respond, he rushed up with his sword. Frostmourne is not very useful when the strong fight alone. The skills are almost group summoning or control, and the rest are some auras. The only two useful are the super high attribute bonus and the high basic white character attack power. Saffron did not keep his hand, and his face under the black flame showed a trace of joy. I won enough time in the poll just now. He has mobilized the blood and dead spirit of the rear method array to his feet. When he really fights with Link, he takes the opportunity to absorb it and return to the peak at one fell swoop. Take Class B against Class B, and win steadily. Black chi surged under Saffron's feet, and all pure blood and dead chi entered his body. The powerful alchemist started again, and Saffron was ready to do the same to distort the existing elements and stifle Link. Just as he was casting his spell, Frost's sorrow took off and flew towards Saffron like an arrow leaving the string, trying to interrupt his spell. Chapter 847. Saffron has just suffered from the sorrow of Frost. He won't be stupid again and stretch out his hand to rob this artifact. Frost's grief is sharp, and it also carries 3 different forces. Even Saffron did not dare to shake his edge and subconsciously chose to avoid. The body condensed into a ball in place, then disappeared, and appeared not far away to avoid the blow. Frost's sorrow shot a lonely clang on the ground, as if it had completed its historical mission and was forgotten. Undefined Saffron just escaped the sadness of Frost. Unexpectedly, the dagger flashed out again. Saffron's heart is bristling. Open the defense field and pop up the flashing dagger. Link's combat style today is very strange. He uses all kinds of small skills to test every time, but he doesn't put a death finger to death. This made Saffron worried that this guy would have a red lightning when it was cold. This kind of pressure to guard against secretly is really great. It will involuntarily involve any behavior and big move of the other party, resulting in tension at all times. But Link just didn't do it. Even if he had several good opportunities, he held it tightly. Sometimes, the effect of a skill is better than using it. With the advent of Graves, the battlefield situation reversed. A complete body has mastered the language of runes. The level B strongman in the state of Rune King is a god of war on the battlefield of level C and level D everywhere. No one or thing can stop him, and no one can resist his rifle. Even if Abu Dhabi is good at commanding, no matter how many legions are arranged to go up, it is just giving heads to each other, which is meaningless. C and level, maybe you can play with B level. But other energy levels are really pure. It was Saffron who wanted to see Link's heart waver. As a result, after a set of Sao operations, he tasted the bitter fruit. On the other side, the battle between Yegsh and King Kong tends to be white hot, but their current state is very different. Yegsh was bleeding all over. Although he shouted in his mouth and his eyes were very firm, his breath were much weaker. In contrast, King Kong's eyes were funny and even pitiful. In its eyes, Yegsh is a reckless beast without wisdom. He can only bow his head and charge without brain. King Kong's whole body is made of metal. From the initial metal form to now, I don't know how many kinds of metals have been mixed and how many times they have been tempered. With Yegsh's blade fist, which is pure refined by evil chi and murderous chi, it's a dream to break its defense. It seems that I still have a low sense of existence and feel distracted. With a sneer, King Kong shook the sky and turned into thousands of stick shadows, which came overwhelming. Yegsh responded by throwing a knife shadow on his blade fist. The air crackled and sparks splashed. Both Vetra and Yegsh suffered a lot of damage in an instant. King Kong lowered his head and looked at his chest. His steel body was deeply sunk. There were several cracks on it, emitting a black smell of evil. Yegsh's hand really hurt him. Yegsh also felt bad. He was hit by the shadow of King Kong's thousands of heavy sticks. All his grey skin was dyed blood red, which was visible to the naked eye under the blood color. Jidge opened his mouth and seemed not to care about his wounds. Instead, he was satisfied with his masterpiece. It seems that you are not completely invulnerable. Black Goku King Kong smiled grimly at the corners of his mouth and saw through the context of Yegsh's move. I'm curious that your blood essence is enough for you to use this saber technique many times. It turns out that each way of Yegsh consumes its own blood essence, that is, burning vitality. This is an extremely vicious saber technique, which trades one's original life for the enemy's injury. It can be said that each knife of Yegsh will advance his life expectancy. The degree of loss varies according to the strength of each knife. Yegsh didn't care, as long as I can kill you, it's nothing to damage some lives. Since the birth of creatures, whether planktonic borers or ancient creatures, their lifespan is more or less, but they will eventually die. The richness and brilliance of life are never calculated by length. My life is dedicated to killing the strong. It's my long-cherished wish all my life. I die without regret. Yegsh shouted and waved his blade fist again. This time, the blade fist was wrapped with a blade. The blade fist was about 1 meter long, but the wrapped blade spread and extended more than 10 times. It looks like a ship chopper. King Kong snorted coldly, although he admired Yegsha's character of turning death back. But all he can do is to be more ruthless. Although his faith is very firm, King Kong's heart of transcendence is unshakable. At most, after killing Yegsha, read the Sutra of Death several times to surpass his stubborn soul. The two fought together again. This time, they didn't keep their hands or even dodge. They ate each other's injury. While competing for damage, we are also competing for endurance and firmness. The war situation returns to the two protagonists again. The war between Link and Saffron has become white hot. Link knew Saffron's ability like the back of his hand. Although he had not personally fought Saffron in the previous life, Saffron's data and skills were picked up by players and even made a strategy. The copy of Wormer is said to be a large copy, but it is actually a copy group. Different tasks and rewards will be given according to different team players. There are single-player mode, double-player mode, 5-player mode, 25-player mode, 40-player mode and different regiment modes. The goals of each model are different. For example, the task of 40 people is to destroy Vomir's electromagnetic pulse array, and then not be destroyed by the regiment during Saffron's 15-minute pursuit. Regiment mode is the largest battle, which is a bit similar to random ranking. However, this ranking is not a few people, but a battle regiment. Each regiment has 100 people and several regiments come together to kill Saffron. That's why there are enough players killed by Saffron to circle around the blue star. Because of this, the strategy of Saffron is also made clear by players. Poor skills? Saffron, one of the two great alien kings, even has this day. Link sneered. Saffron also said with color, "Your death finger? Why not? Do you think there will be sequelae after using this move, and you can't use it now?" Link didn't talk nonsense. His eyes flashed through a shadow, and then he pointed out, "Death 1." Before he finished, Saffron immediately fled from his place and suddenly appeared in the distance. Link observed that his black fierce fire elemental body was wearing 2 bracelets on his wrist. The flash just now escaped, and the jewel on one of the bracelets lit up. Not surprisingly, this is Saffron's special preparation for dealing with him. No scarlet lightning, no diffuse power of death. There was only Link standing where he was, with a joking face. Saffron didn't understand that he had been cheated and became angry. "You let me use it, and you hide when I use it. It's a waste of emotion." Link shook his head reluctantly, as if saying in his disgusted eyes that if you don't dare to answer, don't be tough and try to be strong, okay? The two fought together again. Link saw through Saffron's attack mode and fought close to Saffron without giving Saffron a chance to distance himself. Most of Saffron's skills require reading and casting spells. Once he was approached by Link, he had a lot of forced interruptions. Saffron can be said to have wasted 70%. Link uses teleport and flashing dagger to keep trying to approach. The two kept trying in the sawing and released some skills to deal blows. It seems to be extremely restrained temptation, but if these skills are taken by another person, the consequences will not only be temptation, but will be killed in one shot. When are you going to hide? Although there are many alien stars, they are a mob. They have begun to decline under the attack of the coalition army. As a leader, you are dragged by the enemy alone on the battlefield. You have no dignity and bearing. The Legion has lost even its most basic fighting spirit. Link said with excitement. This is not over, Link continued to stimulate. Do you think that even if you can't fight, you can escape from the aliens' exiled host star and wait for the comeback after dormancy? These words have spiritual blessing, and their voice floats throughout the battlefield. Saffron stagnated, and his black fierce eyes fluctuated. He does think so. The most important thing is, how does Link know that Wormer is not the parent star of the alien star, and the real host star of the alien star is now a doomsday exile planet? The mind is shocked. The idea of fleeing back to the home star in an instant was extinguished by Saffron. At the same time, there was a strong impulse to kill Link on the spot. This guy knows too much. It's hard to sleep and eat all day. And now Link told him that if he didn't make a statement, the Legion's morale would collapse. It was Link's plot to threaten the general situation and force him to fight with all his strength. Saffron's evil flame was towering and glared angrily. This time he didn't keep his hand, and the surrounding land turned into scorched earth visible to the naked eye. The whole body was filled with evil flames and boiling. Suddenly it was divided into two and became two smaller saffrons. It depends on what you can prevent this time. Two saffrons attack from left to right. One holds a powerful alchemist, and the other directly pours on it, surrounded by several elements. This hand is not a simple element explosion, but a self-explosion. And Saffron's hands are brewing. It seems that he is still singing a group-killing skill. Obviously, Saffron really took a desperate attitude. Seeing their leaders working so hard, the war intention of the alien legion was ignited in an instant. The legion, which has gradually fallen into decline, has a faint posture of pulling back the scene. These two black burning demons are the real body of Saffron. But after the split, the strength inherited by each Yan Devil is only half of the Numenon. But this still cannot be underestimated. Link a Shadow Rage control field, and then connect a Death Finger for a short control time. Scarlet lightning reappeared. The fierce shouting and killing on the battlefield stopped suddenly. They have never seen such a terrible force. At this moment, the whole Wormer seemed to have only one color, scarlet. And the terrible energy contained in the scarlet power, which is trembling. Not to mention the alien demon clan, Rao is a lot of coalition experts, and he has never seen Link's full strength. But when this hand a finger of death came out, everyone was sweating. This pure, violent force that can tear everything apart is beyond human resistance. Ning Chinqi was stunned. He knew Link's mystery and power. But when this hand came out, his evaluation of Link rose again, even surpassing Turing, the mechanical wise man of the First Order. The individual military commanders who had a lot of opinions about Link were all silent at the moment. I'm glad I didn't have a bad relationship with Link before. Greaves, the incarnation of the Rune King, was like a deserted place on the battlefield. When he saw the scarlet, the cigar fell directly from the corner of his mouth to the ground and exclaimed, "The Führer is still clumsy." After a scarlet, the Black Devil was directly torn apart by this force. The explosive force of the element cracked on the spot, and the explosive energy roared. Link broke through the smoke and rushed out. I don't know if it has been brewing for so long and saved a lot of character. After a Death Finger just now, Link triggered the consumption-free effect of Royal China Ring. How can such a good opportunity not come again? Link pursued the victory, and another shot Death Finger aimed at the Black Yan Devil and hit it. At the same time, the weak version of Saffron gave a strange smile. Link, let you see the power of my heyday. Saffron swelled abruptly and his figure soared. He has absorbed the blood essence and spirit of his feet and restored the full strength of his peak. Now, his energy level is no longer B, but a decent level B. It's Link. When the scarlet ray of Death Finger hit, Saffron did not dodge and raised the bracelet on his other arm. The red lightning hit in front of me, and the bracelet gave birth to a duck egg-shaped shield, which not only blocked the cruel force, but even rebounded. The power of death rushed to Link intact. If Link hadn't quickly returned to the position where the dagger flashed, I'm afraid this energy would have killed him directly. After a fight, Saffron finally showed his fox tail. It turned out that the previous battles were all trial and delay. The separated Black Yan Devil attack is also a cover, one self-explosion and another long-range attack. Self-explosion is to attract Link's attention. The purpose of long-range attack is to delay time and absorb the power of underground array. Now, the full-body Saffron is on the stage, and 100% of the Shadow Lord in the two alien kings. Pressure, come to Link again. The abandoned material Link was fearless in his eyes, but showed a happy smile. So this time in Wormer can completely frustrate you. Instead of being angry, Link was ecstatic. When all the forces return, the whole saffron will not have the ability to revive after being destroyed. This is a good thing. Saffron Ton had a cold back. Did Link have a card? Chapter 848. It's impolite to come but not to go, burning all the 8 wastelands. Saffron, a complete body, has incomparably expanded confidence. Energy level B. For a B level, the difference between the two energy levels is tens of thousands. Isn't that the same as playing? You should know that when the energy level reaches 10,000, it is the B level, and 40,000 60,000 are the B level. With the simplest and crudest conversion, you can also know that a mature old B-level strong person can top at least 2 newly upgraded B. Undefined Graves did not hide his words. He had just been promoted to level B of the B ranks. To tell the truth, his combat effectiveness was not much different from Zhuge's life fighting C+. And Link didn't see him for just a few months. When he met again, he was a secret clan in a B level. It can be guessed that this guy also evolved into a secret clan, thus obtaining the power key to advance to level B. At this moment, Saffron can sweep away his former depression and exert pressure with a supreme attitude, showing the real power of the alien shadow adult. He met Link several times. The projection of waste soil period is calculated once. The half arrival of the Victorian period is counted once. Even in the mechanical fortress, the attachment of Abaddon's body was used for the 3rd time. The first time he didn't fight, the second half coming state was broken in one fell swoop, and the 3rd time he didn't even turn to Link. It was just a stupid fat man who solved him. In the confrontation with Link, Saffron never took advantage. This time, after many foreshadowing, he returned from his heyday and finally could suppress Link in an all-round way. As for the uncertainty brought by Link's smile, it was just driven out of his mind in a moment. What if he has a card? Now he is in charge of heaven and earth alone and reduces 10 meetings with one force. There is no hiding place for any conspiracy. The burning of the 8 wastelands under the full strength is extremely overbearing. Cut a flame knife from Saffron's head. Then the air exploded continuously, and the fire took advantage of the explosion potential, as if a chain reaction had occurred, which was uncontrollable. Before, Link had many Yang schemes, but now Saffron directly returns the color. This move is not only against Link, but also against all the enemies on the battlefield. Lin Ke protected himself, but he couldn't protect so many people present. Return the other way. This time, Saffron can finally use this move against Link. The night sky was illuminated by fire, and the dark clouds in the sky turned into fire clouds. On the originally dark battlefield, everyone is now red. Just reflected the expression, but very different. The alien legion's face was full of enthusiasm and excitement. The members of the coalition forces were shocked and frightened by the power of burning the 8 wastelands. Now, the choice is in Link's hands again. It's just this kind of problem. Link never likes to make choices. He likes initiative rather than passivity. The right to make hard choices is left to Saffron. Link's eyes were like a torch and quickly imitated Saffron's move burn the 8 wastelands. The last time I saw this, I was in Victoria. Saffron used his giant body to create a wide range of skills, break through the clouds for dozens of kilometers, and also wanted to cut down the landing ship he took. However, although this move was gorgeous, the goal at that time was only a landing ship, which was naturally impossible to achieve what people wanted. But this time, there are many members on both sides of the battlefield. This move is overwhelming, and the casualties are absolutely incalculable. Then I'll see if you kill more people or I kill more people in the same burning the 8 wastelands. Link's S-level S skill Man in the Mirror, in which the power system has an additional bonus. When you use this move, the damage effect is greater than the original. Link's move of encircling Wei and saving Zhao is beautiful and wonderful. Saffron hesitated and forgot that Link had the ability to copy other people's skills. At present, the same move Burn All the 8 Wastelands makes you more skilled than him. Greater lethality and wider range. Naturally, in terms of the number of both sides on the battlefield, more people were killed. To tell the truth, in Saffron's eyes, it's not a matter for the alien legion to die tens of thousands of people. But at present, there are too many casualties under one blow, and burning the 8 wastelands will directly burn the legion members to the state of bones. It's impossible to collect blood. This array was also drawn by Abu Dhabi's staff. The degree can be said to be rough, and it can't absorb so many souls in a moment. Then the result is that some dead breath will be scattered on the battlefield. It's nothing if he can't get the breath of the dead spirit, but once Link gets this thing to expand himself and form blood armor, his combat effectiveness soars, and his full B-level energy can't hold him down. Saffron made a choice between electricity, light, and flint. Gnashing teeth, but the scope of burning the 8 wastelands did not expand outward, but went straight to Link. An AoE skill that presses the bottom of the box, but has no choice but to hit one person. I believe everyone who has played the game knows what it feels like. I can't describe how angry I am. Clench your fists, okay. The coming heat wave surged and exploded in the air. The air compressed by the explosion forms a shock wave, which explodes and disturbs the turbulent flow around Link, and the breath is like a knife. Link's burning the 8 wastelands also exploded around his body to restrain turbulence. Although there are fewer targets, it is more powerful. The battlefield with 2 people as the center is shaking, the ground is torn by this powerful force, and the ground is chapped, revealing deep gullies. The impact of the explosion even spread beyond the vacuum zone where the two fought. In the distant Legion and Coalition forces, some people were lifted by the shock wave and flew 100 meters away like golf balls. The 2 compressed flames condensed first and then erupted, but they were well controlled within the range. It seemed that the fire waves rolled, and 2 flame faces roared and collided with each other, ferocious and terrible. The fire devoured them, but Saffron didn't see Link after the aftershock. A deadly sense of tension surged into my heart. Before Saffron looked for it, there was a sudden movement overhead. I saw Link falling from the sky, with scarlet lightning running through his fingertips, exuding terrible authority. On Link's shoulder, 2 more mice were stunned. They were majestic and stood on Link's shoulder with 2 small claws crossed in front of his chest. Without saying a word, Saffron directly used the strength of his wrist bracelet to generate a layer of milky white reflective shield. Death Finger. Scarlet lightning reappeared. Just now, the afterwave of the flame has not completely dissipated, and there is still some brightness in the night sky. Make this scene more moving. The scarlet lightning encountered the reflective shield. This time, the rebound of the strength of the Death Finger did not appear. Instead, the reflective shield cracked, pierced the protection with a snap and fell directly on Saffron. The body composed of black fierce fire was immediately entangled by a red electric snake. Then there was a heart-rending pain. There was only one doubt in Saffron's mind. His bracelet is powerful. It was specially designed to deal with Link after his last defeat in Victoria. But why did it bounce back just now, but this time the reflection shield was directly broken? He couldn't understand it anyway. Link has a high lucky attribute. This Death Finger triggers the critical hit effect. Fell on Saffron and directly caused up to 70,000 points of damage. Saffron forced himself to calm down, while using a powerful alchemist to add various gain effects to himself, while his thoughts echoed. Finally, he found the problem. At the moment when the Death Finger touches the reflection shield seems to fail for a moment, allowing the power of the Death Finger to sink directly into it. After that, the reflection shield took effect again, but it had been penetrated by the violent energy, so it split and disappeared. Why did the reflex shield suddenly fail? Saffron was puzzled. Is it related to the 2 mice on Link's shoulder? This is ridiculous. Link grinned. After landing, he used the conversion effect of Yi Jinjing to convert his energy into HP for the first time. Death means 70,000 points of damage and restores 700 points of energy for him. Then take out 200 energy points and restore 2000 health points. Death costs 4000 HP and 1000 energy. With the reply of the secret clan mark, the actual consumption is only 2000 HP and 500 energy, which is reduced by half. Increase the quantity without increasing the price, that's it. With a smile on his face, Link asked Saffron, "What's the point of death you miss? Is it still the smell of the past?" Saffron was livid. Now he just wanted to find out one problem. "How on earth did you break my reflective shield? Want to know? I won't tell you. It's not just your reflection shield. Now I can break all your skills," Link said with confidence. Saffron is angry, but he won't believe Link's nonsense at all. Link's mouth was so powerful that it clearly wanted to shake his mind. "Really, you break this move?" Saffron raised his powerful alchemist again, and the elements around Link began to reverse. In the heyday of Saffron, this technique was perfect and had a wider range. This time it almost covered the whole vacuum range, so that Link could not escape. The air was boiling, the soil under my feet was dark green and poisonous, and the wind rolled in with the flame. All the elements of the scene have become very different, more terrible than everyone's imagined hell. Link stood in the same place and was unharmed in the face of the elements like the waves. Not only that, he also moved forward step by step, completely ignoring the poison and fire under his feet. These manic elements fell on him without any reaction, just like a fake. Saffron stared with disbelief. Impossible, impossible. Such a powerful move once made Link rush to deal with it. Why did Link have no reaction when he used it again in his heyday? Link approached gradually, with a stronger smile on his face and a flat voice. "I said, your attacks are completely ineffective against me." Confidence. Where is Link's confidence? Saffron thought quickly about the solution. Finally, his eyes fell on Link's shoulders again, on the two mice who were scratching their heads. Several wisps of black fierce fire in Saffron's hand surged out. The black fire arrived in front of Link, but it dissipated without a trace. This time, Saffron was finally sure. It was not Link who cracked all his skills, but the two rats on his shoulders. As for the reason, Saffron chuckled and decided to let Link say it himself. "It's these two rats who really crack my skills." Lin K smiled, "It's not too stupid. I'm afraid you won't understand who defeated you until you die." At the time of the collision, Link didn't know the context. But in the crack caused by the two, only 6 small ones appeared. The treasure rat quickly told Link about their discovery and process. It turned out that they found the underground Dharma array and knew the key for Saffron to absorb blood gas and dead spirits. "I was going to try to destroy it, but I couldn't stop after the Dharma array was opened. Later, I found that all the blood and gas began to move, but I found that they came to the front battlefield all the way. In the previous battle changes, they found that mice and hamsters were immune to all kinds of damage caused by Saffron. Under questioning, they knew that these two guys had urinated in the Dharma array before, and their breath was fully integrated with blood and dead spirits. They were absorbed into the body by Saffron, so that you have me and I have you. If Saffron didn't absorb the last bit of blood gas, these things wouldn't happen. Now, as long as there are mice and hamsters on Link, any damage of Saffron can't take effect." Link thought of thousands of ways to deal with Saffron, but he didn't think of this one. "I can only say, kids in charge fetters, YYDS. But knowing the reason, Saffron still has no way. All his skills can't work." Unexpectedly, he was planted in the hands of 2 humble mice. Unless a third party other than him appears, he will forcibly separate Link from the 2 mice. Now, the only person who can do all this is... Saffron set his eyes on Jidge in the distance. "It's just him. Yagsh, Come and help me! Saffron shouted. Yegsh was fighting with King Kong. When he heard the voice, he glanced at it and immediately cut a knife to force King Kong back, like a sharp sword out of its scabbard, and kill Link. If you want to run, have you asked me? Vajra shook the sky and stopped Yegsh. The two fought together again. Yegsh wanted to save the Lord. He gave up his life and forgot to die. In a moment, he added a lot of wounds to his body. It seems that your loyal servant can't save you. Link smiled, and the scarlet lightning gathered again at his fingertips. Saffron was frightened. For the first time, he felt that there was nothing to do. Any move was meaningless. Helpless, Saffron had to use bracelets to dodge. But as soon as Saffron was positioned, the mouse and hamster on Link's shoulder sensed the position of the energy wave. As soon as death hit the air, Saffron arrived in an instant. It looks like he deliberately bumped into Link's skills. Once again, I ate a lot. The pain spread all over the body. Just as Saffron was desperate and helpless, a familiar voice sounded behind him. My lord, it seems that you need help. Saffron was ecstatic, but his face changed wildly the next second. Abaddon is dead. He witnessed it. So this sound. Without waiting for Saffron to think, a long sword ran through Saffron's chest. Frost. Death. Shadow. Energy surge. Chapter 849. Saffron was pale when he heard the voice behind him. Saffron looked down and saw the sadness of the artifact frost that had been inserted into the ground before. Link was right in front of him. He didn't notice the smell of someone behind him. Who would it be? Frostmourn's sharp blade was soft and twisted, and Saffron once suspected that he was in an illusion. The head of the sword was soft into the snake and gradually turned into Abaddon's face. Undefined, do you remember me, my lord? Abaddon saw Saffron's stunned and surprised expression, and his sense of revenge was satisfied. The energy of various elements at the penetrating wound overflows and forms a spider-like web, sealing Saffron's power bit by bit. At the same time, the power of artifact is also constantly affecting Saffron's consciousness, and many past pictures appear in his mind. Abaddon, you're not dead. Are you alive? Saffron's words were full of surprise. On that day, he used the move of self-explosion. His body was damaged and scattered invisibly. How on earth did this guy survive? Abaddon had a bigger smile on his face and great satisfaction in his heart. Thanks to your blessing, I not only survived, but also my strength is stronger than before. All I think about day and night is how to return to your side and have a look at your voice and appearance. Abaddon's tone was respectful, but his actions were very different. Saffron looked down at the crack in his chest, and the pain woke him up. He understood what Abaddon meant. This time, he came to avenge himself. Saffron also had some ideas about his resurrection. It must be Link who used some secret method to call Abaddon back again, because he abandoned Abaddon, which shook this guy's faith and defected to Link. The two sides reached some agreement. As for the avatar Jianling, it is likely to be part of their cooperation. I thought it was your ideal and belief to dedicate your life to other stars. I didn't expect it to be just casual. Saffron mobilizes his whole body to fight against several strands of energy running around in his body. After eating one finger of death, all his attacks are ineffective against Link, and even the transmission can be estimated. Saffron seems to be at a dead end. Now he was pierced by Abaddon, and Link pointed again in the distance, with scarlet lightning surging at his fingertips. Abaddon seemed to think of the day again, but this time he didn't argue with it. He decided to take revenge by killing Saffron. It is useless to talk about loyalty, lies and betrayal. My past has vanished with the self-explosion of adults. The Abaddon you know is also dead. You chose it, idol. Now in front of you, there is only Frost Sorrow and Death Knight Abaddon. After that, Frost Sorrow ran through Abaddon's body, leaving a cavity in the center of his body composed of black fierce fire, which could not be healed. The sorrow of frost is completely transformed into a human form. Abaddon, the Death Knight, rode a ghost war horse with psychic power, holding the sadness of frost, and exuded the death, shadow, and frost cold that strangers are not allowed to enter. Only a pair of cold eyes appeared under the helmet and looked directly at Saffron. Then he waved the frost sorrow in his hand, and a rotten skeleton gushed out, flying to Saffron with the curse of shadow and death. Link and Abaddon shot at the same time without giving Saffron any chance to fight back. 2 powerful attacks followed. Saffron immediately put on a reflective shield and then transmitted it to the distance. But who knows whether it's death or death winding, it's all directed at him. Death means that Link knows where Saffron will fall, and death entanglement means that Saffron was hit by a sword just now and left the mark of frost sadness on his body, so Abaddon's skills can be tracked all the way. Hit by 2 skills again, Saffron's body began to change. The violent power of scarlet lightning and the curse power of death began to haunt the body. Saffron had to use a powerful alchemist to suppress many elements in his body. But these forces are mixed together, and they are extremely irritable. At the peak of strength, it is by no means easy to balance these energies in an instant, not to mention when you are injured and shocked. Saffron once felt that he had been raised. Now he is like a lost dog being chased and killed. Yegsh lost his chance and was led by King Kong all the way. Injury for injury, but I can't get close to Saffron. The situation on Saffron's side is also not optimistic. It has been suppressed continuously. Now Link and Abaddon are united, and they have fallen into crisis. The attack was ineffective against Link, but the two could suppress Saffron together. Further consumption is the end of death. Saffron had a lot of thoughts, and now he was in a dead end. Unless Sanos comes in person, it is possible to reverse the current situation. But Sanos was preparing to carry out another plan of alien counterattack and could not reach the Wormer battlefield. Only he can preside over the whole Wormer. Saffron was ready to launch his final ability. If you don't want to turn the situation around, you should at least beat down the 2 death-free gold medals on Link's shoulder. Saffron began to cast the spell with both hands, and the soul absorbed in the body twisted from the black fierce fire body, revealing a ferocious face. Saffron's body is like a cage, imprisoning countless souls. These souls were involuntarily absorbed by Saffron's Dharma array. Now there was a slight sign of breaking free, one by one, rolling and roaring like crazy in the black fierce fire. Link stared at this move carefully, but did not find similar skills from his memory. Link, if you can break this move, I'll be ashamed. Saffron's rare sarcasm seems confident in this move. The black gas surged under Saffron's feet, just like the rising and rolling black water. The evil gas surged around. Fierce ghosts surged around like runaway wild horses and detached arrows. It seems to be specially designed to deal with me, thought Link. Before Link could do it, Abaddon couldn't help it. The opportunity for revenge was in front of him, and he had deduced today's scene thousands of times in his mind. A death wound swings up, and the next second destroys the crotch of the undead horse and rushes forward. But the death entanglement of Abaddon didn't produce the same miraculous effect as before. Fall on Saffron, like a clay ox into the sea, without any effect. Ha ha, Abaddon, I'm afraid you don't have a chance to revenge. Abaddon slashed the sorrow of frost in his hand, but was driven back by the spirit of resentment around Saffron. These resentful spirits have strong attack power. Once they find nearby creatures, they want to devour them alive. Rao is a death knight like Abaddon. In the face of countless grievances, he can only give in a panic. Frostmourne controls the sword of the dead. There is nothing to do in the face of grievances. King Kong on one side felt many grievances and was overjoyed. Saffron, this force, has hidden so many merits. King Kong's saliva is running down. Looking back at Yegsh, I suddenly felt that it was not so fragrant. Link was also surprised. This skill is really unprecedented and is specially designed for him. First absorbed all the dead on the battlefield and didn't give Link any chance to strengthen. Use the dead spirit to restore the peak strength. Although you can't freely use blood gas and dead gas, this move can accumulate the effect of the release of the dead spirit in one fell swoop. It's really lethal. You know, the death toll in this war is more than tens of thousands. Once all these dead spirits are released, they will definitely have the effect of destroying heaven and earth. Link fingertip energy surge. The finger of death blew out again. Facing Saffron, who has been blessed with the mark of death, as long as one shot hits, it can cause huge damage. The lightning flashed, and the energy of the finger of death disappeared into it. The picture of energy tearing black fierce fire did not appear. Saffron smiled strangely and tasted the taste of gaining the upper hand for the first time. There are more and more grievances surging around Saffron. The wind howls in the air, and the shrill sound is like falling into hell. The attack is invalid. No, it works. Link sees a prompt on the interface. Hit the complaining spirit with one finger of your own death, causing 1 point of damage and gaining 1 point of experience. As soon as Link's eyes lit up, he simply used the group skill Shadow Anger. Shadow energy broke out, but this time there was no series of screen swiping on the Link system, there was only one damage data, and there was only 1 point. Group injury skills are useless. Link was surprised. Whether it is a single injury or a group injury skill, he causes only 1 point of damage. What's more terrible is that the interruption effect of Shadow Anger is invalid for Saffron. Haha! Enjoy it! Saffron laughed. For the first time, he saw nothing in the eyes of his old enemy, which made him very useful. The damage is blocked by the spirit of complaint, and the interruption skill is ineffective. Link felt tricky for the first time. The rats and hamsters on their shoulders either open their teeth and claws, or press their claws on their forehead, as if they were exerting their mental power. But no matter how hard they tried, Saffron didn't change. Struggle. When this skill begins to release, you two beasts who cause accidents will be the same as these complaining spirits. Saffron's eyes became crazy. The two mice were so frightened that they all lay on Link's shoulders, hugged Link's neck and sobbed. They understand Saffron. They can take dogs. Saffron is very satisfied with the public's reaction. He smelled the fear of the enemy on the battlefield. Soon, they can taste fear, chaos, and death. There are more and more angry spirits. Abaddon, who stands nearest, can't resist the dense resentments and goes backwards step by step. The dagger flashed in Link's hand. Although it danced tightly, it could only hurt 1 point at a time. Facing the vast sea of grievances, it is a drop in the bucket. The scope of complaining gradually expands, ghosts cry and wolves howl, like crying, and all listeners are cold on their backs. Saffron burst into laughter and gave a hearty laugh for the first time. The pattern of the battlefield has also changed. The weakened alien legion was so impatient. The coalition forces looked at the terrible scene in the middle of the battlefield and did not know what had happened for a moment. Watching Saffron cast large-scale spells, there was nothing around him, whether Link, Abaddon or King Kong. With each other's loud laughter, I feel more terrible atmosphere. Master fight, between minutes and seconds. Saffron is really better at it. Every move of a Class B strongman can affect the pattern of the battlefield. It seems that we have to try this trick. Lin K's heart crossed and clicked the sound bug in his ear. It's your turn. Link's voice was quiet, but Saffron heard it. Suddenly alert. I didn't think I needed to play in this battle. A relaxed voice sounded from the messenger. Link chuckled, how could it? The cards must be kept until the end, don't they? The next second, a white light appeared in the sky. Powerful arcane energy sweeps across the battlefield. The white light swept through the night sky and immediately reflected the night like ink, like day. Everything on the battlefield appears under arcane energy. The battle came to an abrupt end and both sides looked up. The terrible arcane energy was completely ignited, and a towering mage tower appeared over the battlefield. See the moon through the clouds. With the mage tower next to a string moon is a masterpiece that suddenly appears. Saffron looked at the wizard tower, which was praised as a miracle, and couldn't help sighing, I didn't expect the coalition to have this kind of thing. Even Saffron, who has lived for thousands of years, has only seen the description of Mage Tower in ancient books in his whole life. Because the materials are rare and the structure is complex, not one person can construct the power of the Mage Tower. He can only rely on written records to admire one or two. It's rare to see it today. It's a reflection of what I've seen in the past. I just think it's more elegant than in the book. Written records, only 1%. The magic pivot core inside the Mage Tower operated, and a purple energy surged out and hit Saffron's head directly. The energy beam as thick as a column tears the air and makes a bare sound. The energy fell on Saffron. There was no sound on the battlefield, only energy surging. Everyone watched the scene, waiting for an ending. But the expected outcome did not appear. The arcane energy fell on Saffron unharmed. In a moment, many grievances around Saffron turned into purple arcane energy. For a moment, Guangua made great achievements. Useful. But instead of causing damage to Saffron, the energy was absorbed by him and turned into arcane energy, which was more destructive. Link waved his hands and knocked the last card. Arcane Torrent. A powerful skill that can only be used by Mage Tower owners. The magic net of the Mage Tower quickly shrouded the battlefield. Everyone has personally experienced the power of the magic net. At this moment, the Allied forces were ecstatic and the alien legion was devastated. Coming, S-level bug skills. Ah, I can have fun at last. That's the feeling. It feels like the whole person has come back to life. Alien Cub, have you heard of magic mechanism gun? They feel that the energy in their bodies is instantly drained by half. The casting effect is prolonged and the effect is reduced. Saffron, who was in the middle of the battlefield, also turned crazy. At this moment, Saffron's invincible spell finally changed, and his proud expression suddenly changed. Magic net invasion. Higher energy dominates. Saffron can no longer absorb energy from heaven and earth. Similarly, the spirit of resentment in his body could not expand outward. The big bang he was brewing was finally stopped. There was only one word left in Saffron's mind. A battle of trapped animals. Seems to have succeeded. Link's flat expression reappeared.